Buddy Hield with a steal. Hield down to Draymond. Draymond lob. Payton dunk. Low right. Jammed it through. Chauncey Billups says, I've got to stop the noise.
Give it to me. That's right, baby. All they do is win. 130, 120. The Warriors are now 37-28, 12-1 when Jimmy Butler plays in this new era of Golden State Warriors basketball. And with each win, man, I'm just telling you, Joe Shasky, as I say good morning to you, Carter, Sam Lubman, all the lovely people out there, just getting off work and ready for school, whatever the hell you're doing. We're glad you're stopping on by here. Every win, the confidence grows more and more. Every time I see another player doing something they haven't done, whether it's Gary Payton having a new career high, whether it's Jimmy Butler having his first triple-double in a Golden State Warriors uniform, whether it's Buddy Hield. Yeah, Buddy Hield looking like the Buddy Hield from the start of the season, 6'9" from beyond the arc. 20 points for him. Whether it's Quentin Post having a block party, 3 blocks for him, going at the big man, Donovan Clingan on the other side. Not Klingon, shout out Star Trek, but we're not doing that this morning, all right? We might go nerdy a little bit later. We'll see. But that's a win that shows me, after coming off the win you had on Saturday, Joe Shasky, this team can win in any way you need them to. You think it's a tight, muck it up performance like you had against the Pistons? Okay, we'll win that. Whether it was against the Knicks, we'll win a grinded out kind of performance when no one can really hit a shot. Except, Steph Curry, and then you go back to the Brooklyn game when a Brooklyn team was hot, kind of like this Portland Trailblazers team that couldn't miss from beyond the arc. I can win then. I can win against old guys. I can win against the younger teams. I can win no matter what, is what I'm saying. Shout out DJ Khaled. If I'm a Golden State Warrior fan today, I'm allergic to losing right now as it's allergy season. And I wake up and I'm just trying to find a way to not get excited, because pinch me if I feel like I'm dreaming right now. What is not to like about this team? And I literally asked Carter and Sam this morning, I was like, is there anything this team's not good at? Oh, well, I'm kind of concerned about the age from the older. I don't care about the age from the older guys. You know why? Because the young guys are dominating right now. And the guys that had injury concerns look healthy as hell. Again, knock on wood, GP2s looked like 2022 GP2. Sorry, I'm rambling on here, Joe Shasky, but I'm literally finding ways to just continue to get excited about this team. And I don't know when it's going to stop or if it's going to stop, because they keep winning in different ways, man.
Can't stop, won't stop.
No,
Jimmy.
There you
Jimmy,
go. You love doing that.
Jimmy,
you love it. Yeah.
Jimmy.
Triple double.
Jimmy. It's 12-1, 10 in a row with Jimmy
insane.
in the lineup. Jimmy Butler records his first triple double. I mean, as a Warrior, he was phenomenal. The steals, this team. So, look, we could talk about Moses Moody playing great ball, Quentin Post playing great ball, GP2 having a night for all ages when it comes to scoring for him.
26 points, career high.
Steph actually getting to the free throw line, which he said to me right before we get on the air. So many things to love about where this team is at right now. I love the intangibles. For 3 months, I watched this team play horrific defense, not get their hands in the passing lane, not get any 50-50 balls, give up 1,000 second chance points, not generate any second chance points, get nothing at the rim, and never, ever look like a cohesive unit that plays complementary basketball. Since Jimmy Butler showed up, all the pieces fit. It's like the Jenga, like the whole puzzle is perfect. I'm watching Guy Santos get his hands on balls, throw it forward to a Steph Curry who just starts lighting fools up. I'm watching Jimmy Butler command the eyeballs of the other 5 guys in the half court for them defensively. We're talking about the Blazers defense. And then you get a Moses Moody cutting backdoor. I'm watching your guy, Quentin Post, look so good and grow and develop game after game after game.
QP3.
I love the way Jimmy Butler comes and doubles certain players who are trying to ISO cook. And the next thing you know, boom, strip. Hey, we're going in the other direction. This team is playing good, cohesive basketball, and they're hitting shots. Look, to your point about they can beat anybody, there's no doubt they can beat anybody. They're playing great ball right now. Now, look, the Blazers are the Blazers.
Sure.
That team is better than their record. How many times have we said that this year?
They've lost 4 in a row, so they're reeling a little bit right now, but they showed why they can beat anyone on a given night when they have production like they had from Denny Avdia yesterday. Anthony Simons, obviously, Shaden Sharp. Didn't have his best performance yesterday, but had 8 assists, and then Donovan Clingan, the guy's just 7'2",
He's humongous.
280.
If you said he was 7'8", I would believe you.
Right? But again, Quentin Post more than held his own. And what? Clingan's got, 30, 40 pounds on him, it feels like?
Quinn got 3 blocks yesterday?
3,
or
career high.
2?
Career 3.
3, they gave him
career
3.
High.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he looked great yesterday. And look, there's something about, they still need, Kuminga. Right?
Sure.
There's something about the athletic, rim cutter and a guy, because Moses is trying to give you some of those elements.
Moses looked great yesterday.
He looks so good, and he's played really good
His
basketball.
touch around the rim, by the way, the improvement there alone for me has been eye-opening.
Finishing in traffic?
Correct.
Yeah.
And just taking the body and taking that physicality and kind of embracing it, right? Because I think that's infectious when you see a guy like Steph Curry, your leader, doing it at 37 years old as well, who got to the line 7 times.
Are we going to talk about him? How about Buddy Hield, huh?
Our guy, Buddy Hield.
Our guy, Buddy Hield, having a game where not only is he hitting from the outside, he made a couple passes.
He had a steal yesterday.
The square button works?
No, he had a steal yesterday and then immediately ran to the 3-point line, chucked it, it went in. I was like, oh, the confidence is there.
Yes.
Now, he could have missed it, but I love the confidence regardless, and it went in. And again, the energy is infectious. When I got Buddy Hield making defensive plays, because I don't really need him to do that, but if he is doing it, it's gravy. If I got Draymond Green knocking in a quarter 3 late in the 4th quarter for his first bucket of the game, but it felt like a big one because, the Blazers just didn't want to go away yesterday. It was one of those games, and we were talking about that, Joe Shasky. It was like, you walked in and you said this, you're like, it was kind of a ho-hum win. I was like, ho-hum, like that, I don't scoff at that. A ho-hum win for the Golden State Warriors has been a rarity most of this season.
I meant more in the sense of, it was nothing spectacular, but that's what good teams do is they take care of teams like Portland. And 3 months earlier, I think that game goes to overtime or down to the stretch. You know,
they get tight.
It's just they're such a different team.
It turns into a clutch game, quote unquote, right? But Denny Avdia, you got to give him credit. Again, Anthony Simons, these guys were hitting and knocking down 3-point shots left and right. So keeping it 9, 8, 10 points. So it's like you couldn't feel too comfortable to turn it off because I do think the Warriors fans still have kind of PTSD of how this team showed this season, Joe Shasky. It started off great, and then there was still those couple months stretch where we're waiting for this glass slipper to fall off. I don't think it is. I don't think we're turning back into a pumpkin here. I think this is for real, and this team is going to stay for real for the rest of the season. Now, are they peaking too early? I was kind of saying that tongue-in-cheek this morning. I was like, are they peaking too early? No. Because, again, they've shown that they could win in a variety of ways when their best players aren't shooting the ball great. I mean, Jimmy Butler, again, got a triple-double yesterday. It's not like he shot it great. I mean, 4 of 10. Didn't attempt a 3-point shot yesterday, 15 points. But again, it's the assists. It's the rebounds. 4 offensive rebounds for Jimmy Butler yesterday. It's the physicality. It's getting to the line early and often and stopping the bleeding if they need to, if the team's going on a little run, because the Blazers came out guns a-blazing. Again, no pun intended there. In the third quarter, they were not going away. They cut the 40-something? Yeah, it was. What was it was 43 to 34 that quarter. But credit to the Warriors, they bounced back.
Yeah.
Quentin Post had a big shot there. Moses Moody hitting big shots.
Have been way better.
Way better.
Way better.
And that's, again, the depth. And again, if you can get a Pods back, who's, again, dealing with back spasms, and Steve Kerr, we're going to get to what he had to say because he's, I'm not going to say confident, but he sounded like he was leaning in that direction of confidence, talking about potentially getting back both Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Pajemski this week, which would be huge.
Pods was laughing on the bench and celebrating, but I don't know if you know this. But
see the outfit he was wearing?
Yeah, it was a lot. His hairstyle is being replicated by every teenager in the Bay Area.
It was Mahomes first, and then Pods kind of took it on, and because I think that's his favorite player and favorite team, right? The Chiefs.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. I think he's talking about it.
That wet, curly-looking hair.
Well, he's got the curls. That's fine. Hey,
no, that's the look, though. That's
curls for the girls. Guy Santos has the hair that I would want, by the way.
Guy?
That thing.
My guy, Guy?
Zero sweat. It just bounces up and down with the headband.
We need to get him looks like? A Head and Shoulders
You know who he
commercial.
looks like? I'm going to say, he looks like the Brazilian Orlando Bloom from Pirates of the Caribbean. He does.
That's very niche.
It's
Let me
very
look this up.
niche, but look it up, and I'm not going to back off the comp. You know what? He's a swashbuckler out there.
Brazilian Orlando Bloom.
Yes, that's exactly what he is. 888-957-9570.
Actually, you know what?
Right?
This is pretty good.
The facial hair?
Wow.
Come on, it's not bad.
I mean, well, Orlando looks a little more seasoned, so maybe Guy needs to spend some more time in the league.
Well, at sea he needs to, right? Him hanging out with Jack Sparrow. Gary Payton II, by the way, 26 points, career high for him.
Really good call.
His first 20-point game of the season, and only the third time GP2's done that for his career. Again, he's not known for scoring the ball.
He hit one around the rim that was like a circus lefty layup. I couldn't believe it.
How many times were we watching this team and it's like, wow, if you get anything from this person, this team's gonna be hard to beat. If you get anything from this person, this team's gonna I'm getting everything from everyone. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
All the levers are working. And this is where I think, look, if we're going to do what we do in sports talk radio, and I'm guilty.
Overreact?
No, just rip the coach at every turn.
Oh, well,
right? Rip the coach.
We got something for that today.
At every turn. Rip the GM at every turn, right? That's what we do. Rip all the young players at every turn. Rip the role players at every turn. Oh, the minute allocation. If you've been calling into this station and you've ripped this team, I think it's time to give some guys some of their just due. I'm not saying that give them the flowers, but let's call it what it is. Steve Kerr is pulling all the levers.
He's doing everything right. Mike Dunleavy, and this is what's going to happen today.
The parts fit.
888-957-9570. You want to come apologize to Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Steph Curry, Draymond Green? You can come apologize today. We'll allow it. We're going to give you a mulligan on you telling us that the season was over just a month ago, okay? We're allowing you to call back, apologize to Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, anyone on the Golden State Warriors right now that you want to apologize to. We're going to allow you to do that at 888-957-9570. Because what this team is doing right now is special, and you can get back on board. And if you still have any doubts, I'm truly trying to find something to doubt about this team. And I get it. The schedule is going to be a big part of that. It's going to be a big part, and it's going to come up on Thursday. The Kings have had some ugly losses, and they're desperate. That's going to be a big game. The New York Knicks, that's going to be a big game. Karl-Anthony Towns should be back there, and there's another layer to that we might get to on Friday in regards to Karl-Anthony Towns, Draymond Green, something that I do want to get into, but it's not for today. We're going to get into that. The Nuggets next Monday, then the Bucks. It's a massive 4-game stretch approaching, so it was very important that you take care of business yesterday against the Portland Trail Blazers. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you need to apologize to anyone on the Golden State Warriors, now's the time to do it.
So you brought up one of the, the Buddy Hield. You've said it over and over. Hey, when they score or Buddy scores 18 or more, they're almost undefeated.
You can't beat them. Yeah.
What if I told you when the Warriors score 50 or more off the bench, they're 12-5?
Well,
now, I know Buddy was in the starting lineup for some times, and they didn't really have a specific lineup, but if the lineup is going to be Jimmy Butler, Draymond, for now, Quentin Post, Moses Moody, Steph Curry, and maybe it's Kuminga instead of Moody, doesn't matter. I think 50 is that sweet spot.
Yeah.
Because that means I'm getting something from Buddy Hield. That means I'm getting something. Maybe it's Kuminga if he's the one off the bench. If it's not Kuminga, maybe it's Moses Moody because he's the guy off the bench.
Right.
I'm getting a little something from Loon, getting something from GP2, a pods at some point. I think that 50 point, now that you have Jimmy and you really have it locked in where, hey, it's going to be Jimmy, Steph, Draymond as my 3 dogs, and I'm going to kind of tinker with those other 2 spots. That bench scoring of being over 50 points, that is something that I'm going to be definitely monitoring because that tells me I'm getting something from some of the others.
And I guess if I was trying to find a question mark on this team still, and it's the only thing you can look at, but it's not fair to the team right now because you can only give it off what we've seen in the regular seasons. How are these young guys going to play come playoff time that you're leaning on right now? And some of the players like a Quentin Post, like a Moses Moody, they haven't had heavy action. Moses in particular hasn't had heavy action. No, Quentin, we don't know. Moses had a cup of coffee and some playoff performances.
He's played a little.
He's played a little bit.
Yeah.
we don't really know. He was there, a part of that championship run, but he wasn't really contributing. So I'm very curious as to how he's going to look. Quentin Post, Guy Santos. Again, some of these players we're going to have huge expectations for come playoff time, and they're going to need to play a part. And it's why Jonathan Kuminga is such a huge role in all of this is when he comes back, he's going to have a difficult task too, going up against some of these young, big, athletic guards that maybe the Moody's of the world, maybe the lateral quickness isn't there that it is for one Jonathan Kuminga. So that's, I guess, would be the one thing that we're all waiting for. But again, that's in a month's time. I can't judge that right now. That's me projecting.
Well, I'll give Guy a little bit of credit here. He did play for the Brazil team and played a lot when they were in the Olympics.
Sure.
So, and look, just seeing the intensity level of the dock of, what is it? What's the name of it? Something for the gold for the core.
Court of gold.
Court of gold. Thank you. I do think that there is some translation to playing in those elimination games in the Olympics and playing in an NBA playoffs. I'm not saying they're alike for like. I'm saying the guy has had a little taste of what an elimination game can feel like. And I think Moses Moody has had some tastes, whether it's the Lakers series where he got a little dip in the toe or Sacramento or whomever. Like, he has played a little. His rookie year, he played in the finals.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Yeah, no, he did.
Not a lot.
Cup of coffee.
So he's had to have his foot in there. So I don't know. I think they're a little more seasoned than just a pure rookie would be in a normal setting.
Yesterday for me was, and obviously it was the Gary Payton game. Gary Payton II, he led all Golden State Warriors in scoring. I'm safe to say I don't think that's going to happen again. Maybe it does.
Has that ever happened? Ever,
no.
In his career?
No.
They were saying that he scored for the Lakers. He had scored like 24 points. And I'm thinking,
his career has 26. Yeah, he
what is
previous was 25 points for the Lakers at the Clippers back on April 11th, 2018. 7 years ago.
I'm shocked by that.
I don't even remember him on the Lakers.
It's funny that you say that because I wanted to admit that and I didn't want to say that out loud. I know he played for the Blazers when he got traded there.
Right. Well, I think that was what? I don't think that was LeBron's first. That was the last year without LeBron, I want to say, because then he came in 2018.
2018, they played the Toronto Raptors.
Yes.
No, he was a Laker. Remember they got hurt?
Got hurt
because 2018.
No. 2018.
They played the finals against the Warriors. 2019 was against
there you
Toronto
go.
Raptors.
There you go.
Right.
So it was the last year without LeBron. That's why no one was paying attention to that Lakers team. But we're paying attention to this Warriors team, Joe Shasky. 888-957-9570.
I just can't believe how good they're playing right now. I mean, they're firing on all cylinders. And look, we came in every morning and it was like, this team.
We're looking forward to talking about this team now, which is so important. I think people are tuning in, wanting to listen and talk about this team.
Well, they're fun.
I want to hear about it. Yes. What is the most fun part about this team right now? Is it Gary Payton? Is it Quentin Post? Is it Moses Moody? Is it Guy Santos? Is it just the sheer joy that you see these players playing with and the smiles on their face and Steve Kerr and everyone? We're going to get into all of it. And again, I bring up Steve Kerr. Give him his flowers. If this team is doing well right now, give him his flowers and come apologize if you were too hard and too harsh on him, on Mike Dunleavy. I'm giving you an opportunity to call in 888-957-9570. All is forgiven today on 95.7 The Game and on the Morning Roast. We're going to get Benjamin Albright, 8:30, talk some Niners because it was a Monday massacre around the league yesterday. A lot of players to different teams, a lot of players like Javon Kinlaw getting paid, a lot of players that you've never heard of getting paid. We're going to get into that on the other side and how it affects one San Francisco 49ers team as I am scrambling to get my reads. Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And what's coming up next is brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
85-76. Healed another steal. Takes it away on the break left side. Pull up three for Buddy. Knocked it down. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
I just noticed how he says my name instead of Shasky's. God, he loves me so much more. God, it's crazy. My guy, Tim Roy. Warriors. Again, all they do is win. It's just all they do. 130, 120. You got to turn on my my hotkeys back there, Carter, so I can have the opportunity to play this all day.
All I do is win, no matter what.
Everyone's dancing. That's right. Put them up in your car right now. But not too much. We don't want you to get in trouble. There it is. All they do is win, Joe Shasky. And we're going to continue to talk about them because all they do is win and continue to win. Not climbing in the standings, though, with these wins. You know why? Because everyone else in the West is winning. Grizzlies, they've won 3 in a row. Rockets, they've won 3 in a row. The Timberwolves right behind you, they've won 5 in a row. The Clippers behind the Timberwolves have won 3 in a row. And those teams, the Timberwolves and the Clippers, are just one back of you in the loss column. The Lakers, they've lost 2 in a row. The LeBron, we'll see there if they fall into the standings. So you got to keep winning right now to keep pace. And maybe, hell, you might have to be in the 6th seed and you just want to stay out of that play-in scenario, Joe Shasky. Although I know you've said in the past that you'd like to stay out, or you don't really care about the play-in game if you have to play in it. I would like to stay out of it at this point.
No, you want to stay out of it.
Thank you. I know you've said a couple weeks ago, like, I don't mind. At this point, it would feel disappointing.
It's preferable.
Yes.
To miss it.
It would feel disappointing if they make the play-in, even as a 7th or an 8th seed. Like, come on. Like, at this point, and again, Timberwolves
are right on their
I'm
heels.
not sleeping on that team. I told when Nick Friedel was filling in for you, I mentioned them as a team because they weren't really playing well at that point either. I was like, I'm still fearful of the Timberwolves. And he's like, what? I was like, yeah, they're not healthy yet. And when they do become healthy, I trust Anthony Edwards in big-time moments and big-time games. I don't want to play that team in a play-in scenario. Absolutely not. By the way, if you're just joining us and you're getting in your car and you're seeing, and you have NFL Network on, you have ESPN on, you're seeing all the free agency frenzy happening, there you go. We have some more breaking news happening right now. Javon Hargrave signing a 2-year deal. No, he's not going back to San Francisco 49ers. He's going from there. He's going to the Minnesota Vikings. And the Vikings, that's the second defensive tackle they've signed this morning, Joe Shasky, because you know who else they signed? Jonathan Allen, who was released from the Washington Commanders. 3 years, $60 million for Jonathan Allen. Hargrave on a 2-year deal. They also signed an offensive guard, Will Fries, I believe, who was on the Indianapolis Colts the last few seasons. They signed him to a fat contract. Aaron Banks, former guard now from the San Francisco 49ers. He signed a fat contract with the Green Bay Packers. Bye-bye. Everyone's leaving the 49ers right now. It was a Monday massacre, we were calling it yesterday, because you lost a lot of players, and a lot of players that, fans had some, good relationships with, man. Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Kyle Juszczyk. This is a turning of the tide here in Santa Clara. And this is a big, I'm not going to quite say a philosophy change, but this is a big reality check for the San Francisco 49ers right now. I don't think it's the end of the world, but it's hard not to feel like, if I'm a fan today of the red and gold, that we took a step back. It's hard not to think that we took a step back yesterday after everything that took place.
Look, I understand that sentiment. And look, Niner fans are going to feel some kind of way. I would just say this to them. Yesterday is a reflection of kind of the offseason philosophy of the shift that had to happen because of the penance from the last couple of years. Your moves in free agency, Javon Hargrave being one of them, you spent bad the last couple of years. And honestly, Dre Greenlaw is a huge loss emotionally. And I know that when the player plays, he's a stud. I think he has Pro Bowl talent. Everyone else you lost really isn't that big of a difference maker. And I know that they have name recognition. I like Kyle Juszczyk. He was a great Niner. Was here 9 years. Really important. He played less than 40% of the snaps last year.
I mean, it was him and Kittle, right? Longest tenured Niners?
Yeah.
So only Kittle remains for
9 years.
Yeah, 9 years.
9 years. Now, Is he an integral part of the scheme? And yeah, sure. Okay.
49 years. Look at that. Get it? 49, 9 years.
Like he was an integral part of what Kyle Shanahan is. They need to grow.
Is he a Niners legend? We were talking about Debo being a Niners legend. Is Kyle Juszczyk a Niners legend?
I mean, he ain't on the Raffman level.
No, but he's here for 9 years is a long time.
Sure.
Especially in today's day and age.
Yeah,
but I get it. Fullbacks aren't everywhere. And very unique.
No.
Okay, no?
No.
Carter's saying, big Niner fan
I think
Carter
he's
in there.
way more popular online than he is when you go to a game.
People love saying juice.
Sure,
They love
sure,
saying that.
sure.
You juice, too. by the
Tom
way.
Raffman, like, if you just go back and look at the numbers, like, Tom Raffman was, like, an integral part of the Bill Walsh, Shanahan, Mike Holmgren offenses.
But he was a part of 2 Super Bowl runs. Like, let's give him his due, and he made some plays in there, right? Like, I'm not saying
he's a solid player.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying that, like, online, I think that he resonates, and I think when I look at what they need to do moving forward, they need to evolve. And he's a really good player. And yes, big part of him, probably the best free agent signing they had throughout the tenure, Shanahan and Lynch. But the reality is he's not changing their playoff odds. He's not changing their Super Bowl odds. They didn't move an inch yesterday at all. We actually did the exercise beforehand. Dre Greenlaw is an important part of their defense emotionally and everything. He played 35 snaps last year. I wouldn't feel comfortable giving him a big amount of money. Like, I understand their point of view. And that position, like the running back position, it's a not-for-long position.
We'll get back into the Warriors here in just a bit because they do keep winning. And the 49ers right now, they did take some losses yesterday. But it's not, it's not the end-all, be-all, as you're saying right now. You still have some time to make some good deals happen, some more prudent moves, because I think cash is important here. We're still waiting for the Purdy contract. We'll wait and see. Joey Bosa's still been a name linked with the 49ers. That hasn't come to fruition. The only other team in on him that I've seen reported is the Miami Dolphins, and the deals that are on the table are around the $10 million range, maybe like a 1-year prove-it deal, maybe $220. So we'll see with Joey Bosa. And again, the draft is next month, and that's really what you need to nail if you're the San Francisco 49ers. Real quick, let's go to Joe out in Sac. Joe, you're joining Joe and Joe on the Morning Roast. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to miss Dre Greenlaw 100%. Wasn't too disappointed with anybody else leaving, minus Banks. The offensive line is, it is what it is. But I definitely feel letting Juice go to somehow replace him with Luke Farrell. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Juice was getting $4 million. This guy got a $20 million deal. I don't know. Hope we get some guys coming in, and hopefully they got to nail the draft. Got to get a replacement on the interior lines, and definitely get a replacement next to Warner, because I know he's let down for sure. Christian posted broken heart, my brother gone. So that'll really help other players as well.
Yeah, but it's also a business, right?
Thanks, Joe.
And these guys, like Kyle Juszczyk lost his mind because they asked him to take a pay cut last year. Right? There's only so many fullback positions in the league, and I'm not paying $6 million to a guy to play the position, only play 40 snaps. Like, $6 million can get me a right guard. It can get me another linebacker to offset what Dre Greenlaw was getting. Now, look, is part of this baked into, you got to pay Brock Purdy? Yeah, but it's also baked into, you spent like a drunken sailor in free agency for Charvarius Ward, which was a good deal at the time. Javon Hargrave, which was a horrible deal. You spent on Debo and then kind of regretted it, right? You spent on Brandon Ayuk and immediately regretted it. There's been some bad contracts that have been handed out by this team via extensions and via free agency, and you got to pay the penance and you got to pay the piper, and right now they're paying the piper. I also think that they don't have a lot of inexpensive talent on the team right now. You just re-up Deommodore Lenoir. Yeah. You're not paying 2 cornerbacks big money. I like Charvarius Ward. He's a good player. He's a very good player. I would want him on my football team. But when you signed Deommodore Lenoir to the extension that he got, and then you drafted Bernardo Green, you kind of cast the die, and you said to yourself, here we go. Well, we're going with Deommodore, and inexpensive cornerback on the opposite side of him.
Yesterday was a reality check for the 49ers and for a lot of 49ers fans that, we kept talking about these players that we knew they weren't going to re-sign, but it hurts anyway. So I understand as a fan, you're still waking up this morning like, damn, no more Dre Greenlaw, no more Talanoa Hufanga, no more Kyle Juszczyk, no more Aaron Banks, no more, Javon Hargrave, who, again, he wasn't really doing much, but those guys I mentioned in particular, those are some big losses, and they're going to need to fill them. And Benjamin Albright is going to join us at 8:30 He actually is based out of Denver, and two of those guys that I mentioned did go to the Broncos, in Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga.
I like those moves for them.
For them, exactly.
Those are two hard-hitting sledgehammers who are going to come down and wreck shop.
In a division where you're going to need that, too.
But they're both hurt. And here's also, Denver got their books right by moving Russell Wilson a couple of years ago, took the big dead cap hit. They have a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal. Their finances are pretty fixed. The Niners, the core of players they had, they were expensive and older, and there has to be a transition. I'm not mad at what the Niners did. I get it. I think they can still compete.
We'll see. What they do from now until the draft and during the draft is going to tell me a lot about how I feel about this team going forward. 888-957-9570.
I think it was a blessing in disguise, and I'll elaborate more down the line.
Okay, and we'll get back into the Warriors as well. Greg in Canada, I see you. He wants to shout out Mike Dunleavy. I want to shout out Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kearns, everyone on this Warriors team right now. They are in sync, and again, we'll get back into the 49ers at 8:30. Benjamin Albright, reporter at the Broncos flagship, but also is a national reporter as well for KOA Colorado. He is very tapped in all around the league, so we'll get his thoughts at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, it's time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop. More dubs coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
The Warriors have gotten off a lot of passes tonight. Santos in the far way. Up top, Curry off a down screen. Pump fake. Dribbles, feeds Santos. Back to Curry at the hash mark. Got it! Stephen Curry, number 4 on the night from distance. It's 91-80. Warriors on top.
I'm sure that wasn't part of the scouting report. Run to it, Gee.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
I did like how they said that. Yeah, did I mean? You got a little kick to sneak? I'm not. This beat's so hard. It's just Bay Area, and I was listening to it because they were playing on the court, and I just love whenever they just go deep in their bag watching the game, and I get to hear all this music blasted on the court. I wonder how the players like it. Do they like all that music being blasted on the court like that? I'm not sure. But I know right now when I watch this team, the joy is palpable through the screen, Joe Shasky. Whether it's Steph Curry, and we know Steph, he exudes joy with his style of play, but it's all the other guys too. Like Quentin Post, who, by the way, he's got a dog in him, man. I did not know he had this fiery tenacity, this, and I'm not going to go quite wolf yet because he has to graduate to a wolf level. Maybe he could do that in the playoffs, but he's a dog right now. I know Gary Payton II, what he brings defensively, and he's a dog on defense, but 26 points for Gary Payton II yesterday. Buddy Hield, 20 points for him. Moses Moody, who again, fans have been clamoring for Moses. Steve Kerr, can you put Moses in a position to win finally? Well, he's done that. Are we going to give him the flowers there? We give Moses his flowers, absolutely. Let's give Steve Kerr the flowers too for ripping off the Band-Aid and plugging Moses Moody into the starting lineup because it has worked, Joe Shasky.
There's a song by the Rolling Stones. Can't always get what you want. I knew you
were going there. You weren't going Paint It Black.
But you get what you deserve.
Yeah. No, you get what you need.
Well, no, there's also at the end, he says at some point, you get what you deserve,
All right.
The Warriors are having their cake and eating it too right now. And here's where I'm going at with this.
God, I love cake.
They've got all the young guys all firing on all cylinders. They got Kuminga in the fold. They have optionality for the offseason in terms of the flexibility to either acquire something with some of the guys that they have now or to just stand pat.
I don't want to touch anything right now.
And they're all in on the now. They've got Curry. They've got Draymond. They've got Jimmy Butler. Everyone's playing nice. The coach is firing on all cylinders. They're pulling all the levers. I look at Joe Lacob, and I say to myself, everyone owes this guy an apology. The amount of people I saw online with Joe Lacob is a clown emojis, and Joe Lacob is photoshopped with the clown hair. It's ridiculous. He's one of the greatest owners the Bay Area has ever seen.
One of the greatest owners in the history of sports. Just say it.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I go that far.
I would.
There's been some great owners in
given
sports.
What he's doing and the Golden State Warriors are one of the most valuable franchises in American sports right now.
Yeah, but so are the Dallas Cowboys, and people would say that Jerry Jones the last 20 years ain't been good at all.
Great, that's football. I'm talking about the Golden State Warriors, who are, and the Cowboys before Jerry Jones got there were a brand.
Can we also take a step back?
What was the brand of the Warriors before Joe Lacob?
It was horrible, but
it wasn't anything.
I think the mark of an owner is multiple generations.
Okay,
right. So I'm just going off of what we've seen now. The greatest
doesn't
of all
make Al
time in
Davis
sports.
less of an owner because of what took place towards the end there. I think he's still one of the greatest in the history of the sport because of what he meant for the sport.
But he was also an owner for 6 decades.
Okay, sure,
5 decades,
yes.
right? So we're in what. 1.5 decades of Joe Lacob. It's been amazing. No doubt. I'll just go in Bay Area. He's been one of the best owners in Bay Area history, period. And the way people talk about him like he doesn't know what he's doing is just insane to me.
Yes.
No, they've made mistakes. Every organization makes mistakes. The Niners have been wildly successful. Doesn't make them morons because they're kind of resetting their organization right now when it comes to the hierarchy, the finances, etc., and just the personnel. The Warriors on the fly have completely rebuilt this team. And they've done it multiple times. They've won with a variety of characters. Now, yes, Steph's been a huge part of that. Dre's been a huge part of that. Steve Kerr's been a huge part of that. Guy Santos, anyone could have had Guy Santos. Yeah. Anybody could have drafted Quentin Post. They hung on to Moses Moody for multiple years. Earlier this year, within this season, I was like, he just might not be good. I said that out loud. I'm like, wow, I feel really dumb having said that. The coach, I don't even know, understood how to use him. I don't think Moses knew what position he was playing. He's playing the best basketball of his career. Quentin Post is playing outstanding for a rookie. Guy Santos, for a glue guy, wow, what a great player. Gary Payton. They traded Wiseman for Gary Payton.
Yeah, they did.
And it didn't look great.
They did.
They traded for a guy who's hurt. He couldn't even clear the trade protocol because of the injury.
The abdominal injury, yeah.
Huge part of the 2022 championship. So that cashed in.
Got hurt during that run, too. Yeah, Dylan Brooks.
Last couple years, kind of spotty. I was questioning his fit on the team.
I mean, he couldn't hit a three-point shot earlier this season. He just couldn't hit one. They were leaving him wide open. They're going to continue to leave him wide open, and that's why if you get 4 of 6 like he did yesterday, I'm not expecting that every time.
No.
But if you can knock down a couple, 2,
Yes.
3, like that would change everything.
And I look at, he's playing great ball. This game's going to stick out. He's played great ball for about 3 weeks.
Yes.
The mask notwithstanding. And then I look at Buddy Hield. Look, Buddy Hield, for the trade that they ended up doing for Klay Thompson, is he Klay Thompson? No, he's not Klay Thompson. When he's played well, they're pretty much unbeatable.
Yeah.
Now, hasn't been enough for our liking. I'd like him to play a little better, but whatever.
Sure.
Podziemski, for where they took him in the draft, it's been pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. And then I look at the big dogs. You traded Andrew Wiggins, and you squeezed the lemon on Andrew Wiggins. You got the 2 best months of his entire career.
Yep.
You won a championship. He was Superman. He helped net you Jimmy Butler, who might put you on at least 1 playoff run right now. Maybe 2, maybe 3. It's a great trade. It's a freaking great trade. And he's been outstanding. What's it done for Steph Curry, the main dog? It's rejuvenated him. The guy looks 5 years younger. What's it done for Draymond Green? He's playing the best basketball. I would make an argument he's played the best basketball since like 2018.
I mean, I'm putting Jimmy and Draymond as a tandem. Can you find another higher IQ when it comes to 2 players on one team? When it comes to basketball IQ, when it comes to those 2 guys, I can't think of one. I honestly can't. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And that's having 2 coaches out on the floor, basically, with you playing at such a high level, and that defensive tenacity that Jimmy Butler has instilled. And again, I kind of say it's not really tongue in cheek, but it's bleeding the guys like Buddy Hield, who talks about it, who made a steal yesterday. He just came in with the highlight. Buddy Hield made the steal, made the quick 3-point shot. Like, you're not getting that a month ago without Jimmy Butler. You're not.
And so I'm going to circle this all back around. I'm sorry, Joe Lacob. I'm sorry sometimes for our fan base and how panicky they got and how disrespectful they were to you in general. And you know what? Kudos to you for having the guts to not only swing a huge trade for a guy that literally alienated one of the top 3 executives of all time in my lifetime in any sport, in Pat Riley, and made it so toxic, no one wanted to touch him. And not only did you swing that massive deal, you gave him an extension sight unseen and talked your Hall of Fame coach and the greatest player in franchise history into the deal alongside Dunleavy, because he deserves a lot of credit. And everything has worked out better than any of us could have wildly dreamt. So, yeah, Joe Lacob, who built the stadium and has financed this team through and through. Joe Lacob, I'm sorry on behalf of the fan base, because I'm one of them. I questioned you. I thought maybe you're crazy. I'm thinking maybe this is the Jerry Jones zone. We were ripping your kids for being involved in the organization, which I thought was a little unfair. Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Joe Lacob. Thank you, because the team looks unbeatable with Jimmy.
It's the morning apology. 888-957-9570. Who are you apologizing on the Golden State Warriors right now? It could be on a player, it could be a coach, it could be the owner. Who needs an apology from you on the Golden State Warriors right now? 888-957-9570. Greg in Canada has been very patient.
What's up, Greg?
We appreciate you hanging on, Greg. What you got, man?
Oh, Canada, let's go on the morning roast with a couple Joes. I want to give a huge shout out to Mike Dunleavy.
Keep going.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. So first of all, I heard a lot of clowns saying, I'm not even going to say the nickname, but a lot of clowns saying trade for this, trade for that. But they don't realize, as quoted, trades are hard. But when you draft somebody in the second round, we love TDJ.
Trades are hard.
Davis, like he was money. But the fact that we ended up getting Quentin Post, who looks like, in my opinion, the Splash Mountain, he's going to come through and maybe start, or maybe at the very least give us a second shooter off the bench in the playoffs with Buddy Hield. Look at that bench right now in the playoffs. Buddy Hield, Quentin Post, JK. Who knows how it works out? But man, we might actually have the 2 timeline right now.
What's your name?
We going
Greg.
Greg, I am going to reference you from now until the end of eternity. The Splash Mountain is one of the greatest nicknames I've ever heard.
Oh, you heard it from somewhere else, Greg? That's okay. We'll give you the credit still.
No. I didn't want to take the full credit because I named it on Bleacher Report.
Okay.
And the boys were hating on it because they said, they hated on Mike Dunleavy. So they said, yeah, it was 1 game, it was 2 games. But like I said, I watched a lot of ACC football and basketball.
Oh.
So the kid was splashing when he was in college.
Boston College.
He also was unbelievable defensively. I think he was ACC first team or second team defense. And like you see last night, just give the kid a little bit of time. I don't know about y'all, but he looks like he got a little more muscle than most of these kids who come out. He looks a little bit more like physically ready. As soon as he gets on the same wavelength with Draymond when to come to help in the paint and to leave his man, geez, like he's the type of dude that Joker's going to have to step out to the 3-point line or leave him wide open.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. Greg in Canada, thank you for the call. Splash Mountain for Quentin Post. And
Such a great
name. To his
name.
point, he's got some strength in him. I didn't know he had. Donovan Clingan has had 30 or 40 pounds on him, it feels like. He's a big boy, 7'2". He had a couple inches as well. But he was more than holding his own. 3 blocks yesterday, a career high. Splash Mountain, by the way.
One of my favorite rides of all time.
I think it's getting renamed to something else.
I'm looking at it, and it looks completely ridiculous. It's called Tiana's Bayou.
Yeah, it's from the Princess and the Frog. There's
what are we doing? What are we doing? We're overthinking it.
No, Splash Mountain is tied to a let's just say
Songs of the South.
Song of the South, which was a very racist movie that was Disney made once upon a time, Joe Shasky. Okay. So you might want to step out of this one. We don't want to get into that conversation.
We're retconning Splash Mountain.
Yes, because of the origins of where it originally derived from when it came to that particular Disney movie.
It's a great ride, though.
But it's a great time out right now with the Golden State Warriors. Am I right?
Splash Mountain was awesome.
I don't like getting wet at Disneyland.
What are you talking about?
I go to California Adventure. No, they have the better one, the Grizzly Peak one, where you in that inner tube, that big one you can spin around.
You get drenched in that one.
Yeah, that one was better. I
thought you don't like getting wet at theme parks.
At Disneyland. I didn't say California Adventure. It's different. Check yourself. All right? Yeah, come on.
I don't even know how to ask that question.
What I thought.
So you don't want to get wet at Disneyland, but you will get wet at California
Adventure. It's warmer on the other side. Steve Kerr, Jimmy Butler, everything he does well. Everything he does is well. And all he does is win, no matter what. I mean, just do it again. Why not? All morning. That's right. There you go. I know you want to put your hands up, but then they stay down. And we don't want to do that. If you're driving, please don't put your hands up in the car. Unless you're in a Waymo, like Carter was this morning, then you can, absolutely. And if you're listening to us on the Odyssey app or on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube and streaming on there, all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Joe Shasky, always live on the free Odyssey app. I feel like we can't talk enough about Jimmy Butler. I'm finding reasons to just want to bring him up in my everyday life. Like, Benny, did you see what Jimmy Butler did yesterday when Benny's talking to me about what's going on in school, and he's doing art class, and he's doing, he's talking about PE, and he loves that. I was like, well, it's good, kid, but you see what Jimmy Butler did recently?
Jimmy got wiped out on a screen yesterday, and I got a little worried. He got up kind of slow, and I was like,
a couple plays yesterday where Steph was flexing his hand, but then he hit a 3 right after. I was like, okay, he's fine.
Well, I mean, he might be fine in the moment because of the adrenaline, but he played 35 minutes last night, both Jimmy and Steph.
Triple-double.
They're doing it because they don't play till Thursday, right? So I get why, and because they couldn't put away Portland yesterday.
Portland's a very young team. A lot of those guys, you see the Avdia, who was amazing yesterday, 34 points, 16 boards for him. He was incredible. He did have 6 turnovers, but he was handling the ball a lot, 6 assists. 41 minutes for him. Kamara, 37.
Kamara's defense on Steph was really good.
Not Alvin, but Tumani. Anthony Simons, 39 minutes. You see all these guys. Scoot Henderson, your boy Scoot, 30 minutes off the bench. By the way, coming off the bench, Scoot Henderson, after being such a high lottery pick.
Well, I was points out for him. On Scoot so quickly.
Is it the name?
Well, no, that, and he wears every accessory like Reggie Jackson. If you wear all the accessories like a 2K player.
I kind of don't hate it, though. You make it your own, right? Just
you
wear,
can't have the sleeve, the one sock, the goggles, the headband, and wristbands. Like, it's just
one time for the one time, Joe
about
Shasky.
4 too many items on you.
One time for the one time.
You
baby.
look like a 9-year-old who just created a 2K player and was like, "Give me random."
I just like the name Scoot. That's really why I like rooting for the guy, because his name is Scoot. But the Blazers needed to scoot on out of there because they took the L. They fall to 28-38 on the season, Joe Shasky. 37-28, the Warriors improved to. Now it's 19-13 at home. They're starting to actually have like a home court advantage a little bit here. Now, it's a Monday. It's the Blazers. I saw some empty seats on the broadcast, but you know what? People started to fill them, and I was like, the energy is there on a Monday against the Blazers that I was not seeing on a Monday against the Orlando Magic, who I kind of liken them to. It's like, okay, it's not a sexy team, sexy name, but they were a lot of empty seats just 4 weeks ago prior to the trade deadline. We were talking about it ad nauseum. On a Monday, the energy was there, and that's big.
On Saturday against the Pistons, Grandy, who's been to almost all the games, is like,
Grandy, man.
It's still one of the best atmospheres I've been to all year.
I heard playoff intensity from Steve Kerr and from a lot of the people that were there. No, like it felt like a playoff game. Playoffs? Which is crazy to say to the Detroit Pistons. Like, there's no history between that team, but they're a young up-and-coming team, and it was a very tense from start to finish. There was some, Isaiah Stewart, Steph getting into it. There was a lot of elements there that no team was particularly shooting very well. So there was a lot of elements baked into that. And it just hammers home this to me. Saturday and yesterday's game were two completely different games to me. The Pistons are a playoff team. The Portland Trail Blazers are not, but they can shoot the ball very well, and they'll run it up and down. That showed me on Saturday you can win a grinded out, muck it up performance, a playoff type of win in a playoff type of atmosphere, and then come back on Monday, a couple days off. It's just like, okay, we're in this homestand. Are we going to sleep on the Blazers because we got the Kings coming up? Are we going to look past them? No, we're not. We're going to keep our foot on the gas. We punched them. They punched back. They punched us back again in the third quarter. But we had big shots from Moses Moody, from Quentin Post. You never let them really get back into the game after they cut it to 6, which was a hallmark of a different Warriors team, because the Warriors team a couple months ago, that might have gone to overtime. We might have lost that game.
Now
Avdia might have had 50 points.
There's no doubt. I keep fascinating about what it's going to look like when Kuminga shows up, and they just need another athlete. Like, it's pretty evident to me when they face some of these younger teams. Yeah. Now you've seen Detroit and Portland in back-to-back games, and they're just quicker and a little more athletic than you and a little longer than you, and you just lack that one element. Because if you added Kuminga to everything that they have going on that's going well right now, they really don't have a hole. Well, and that sounds crazy.
That's a great point. And Anthony Slater.
Except, I guess, a traditional big.
Sure. But again, the way that Quentin Post is playing right now,
he's playing better.
Traditional. He's playing a lot better. And his interior defense has gotten a lot better in such a short amount of time, which, again, I credit to Steve Kerr.
Yes.
Jimmy Butler and the coaching staff, and Draymond Green in particular as well, because I know they're practicing together a lot. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. He'll join us Thursday. He joined Willard and Dibs yesterday. Are they poaching our guy, Slates? They poaching him? I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like poached eggs. I'll tell you that right now. Not a big poached eggs guy in hollandaise. I'm out on that. But I'm in on Anthony Slater, and he says Kuminga can still provide Golden State with something that they don't have right now.
To a good individual defender, and I think they really need that.
I love Slates. the way we poke holes into Jonathan Kuminga's game is just insane to me.
He was gassing him up there,
No,
though.
I know, but he might fall asleep off ball. Every player in the league falls asleep off ball. Every single player in the league.
And and Steph Curry catches him sleeping all the time.
All the time. I watch it every game. Everyone does. Like, as a help defender, that's why Dre's so great. He's one of the greatest help defenders of all time. And I'm not trying to be like get mad at Slates. It's just like we don't give enough credit to what he does well. What he does well is actually he stays in front of his man really well. He's boxed out better now than he has in years past. He's rebounding better now than he has in years past. And I think that one of the things that he does really well right now on the offensive side of the ball is he's decisive and he's more fluid and he's not hesitating like he did in years past. Now, look, being out 2 months, I get that, like being out 2 months, there's going to be an adjustment period, but the team that he's coming back to is totally different. You have Jimmy Butler who can get him easy buckets. How many easy baskets has Moses Moody had going backdoor with Jimmy Butler?
It's been night and day.
Totally. And now you've got a little more of a floor balancer in Quentin Post to pull another big out of the key, which is going to open up the lane for Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not here for the negativity on Jonathan Kuminga's return. I think it's going to be awesome, and I think we all need to be ready to embrace the awesome.
Oh, well, I think a lot of people are just hesitant out of the way. And I heard I think it was posted on our social media account. It was Willard and Dibbs talking about it yesterday. He's like, it's not a Kuminga thing, he was saying. I think it was Mark Willard, and he's like, it's more so how the team's playing right now. I don't want anything or anyone to come into this team because of how well they're playing right now. Well, that's great they're playing well right now. Again, this is a soft part of the schedule. It's not what they're going to be playing in a given series. It's not going to look the same if you go up against the Oklahoma City Thunder or the Lakers or the Nuggets. You are going to need Jonathan Kuminga, and I need Jonathan Kuminga to come in now. So by the time those playoff series come, he's ready. Because the worst thing you could do right now is not play him and just give him a couple minutes here and there. He needs to get his confidence back too. And the team, again, they're going to need him, as Anthony Slater alluded to right there. We're going to discuss on the other side when he could potentially return, because Slater also talked about that. So does Steve Kerr. Plus, there's a lot of Niners stuff we've got to get into. We will, if you're just joining us. There's a lot happening still at the San Francisco 49ers. They lost Dre Greenlaw. They lost Talanoa Hufanga, Aaron Banks, Javon Hargrave. He's going to be signing now with the Minnesota Vikings. He's going to be a post-June 1 designation. Kyle Juszczyk. There's a lot of players that are leaving right now. You got a couple players coming back to San Francisco, too. We'll get into that at 8:30 with Benjamin Albright, who is a national reporter for KOA in Colorado. He's based in Denver, so we will touch on the Broncos also getting both Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. That's what's coming up next. Again, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oils, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types, welcome.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shashky on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, you're hearing all these like rejoins. God, they really like my last name. It's crazy. It's like almost like someone spelt it out for them to pronounce it that way. Or maybe they just liked the sound of it, Joe. I don't know. Good morning to you. Good morning to Carter. Good morning to Sam. Good morning to all of Dub Nation out there as your Warriors keep on winning 130-120 over the Portland Trailblazers last night. 2-0 to start this 7-game homestand here, this crucial homestand. 17 games left in the regular season, I want to say. Yeah, thumbs up there, something like that. Shout out math. So, yes, 37 plus 20, carry the 2, minus and the PEMDAS. Yeah, 17 games left to go. All right? So 5 more games on this homestand, Joe Shasky.
I didn't think we were getting multiple PEMDAS references.
I love me some PEMDAS. And you got the Kings coming up here. All right? Then you got the Knicks. Then you got the Nuggets, Bucks, Raptors, the lowly Raptors. But, hey, revenge season for the Warriors there. And I did say at the start of this homestand, I said anything less than 6-1 would feel disappointing, which sounded crazy to you, Well,
they've accomplished the first 2 legs of the Heat.
Can you take care of business against the Kings, against the Knicks, against the Nuggets, and against the Bucks? All teams that are either going to be in the playoffs or the play-ins. That's not nothing to me, Joe Shasky. The Blazers, they're 10 games under. They're not going to make it. They're not going to be the 10 seed. We do know that. The Kings, you had their way with them last time you played them. The Kings they're a desperate team right now, though. I don't think you're going to have that same type of performance. A couple days off. This is going to be at Chase Center again. All these games and just stacking wins at home gives you more of that confidence. And you might be playing at home in a first-round series. Not that it's the end-all, be-all, Joe Shasky, but I do feel like the swagger is finally returning to Chase Center, and it's been missing now since that championship run.
To me, the element of their game right now that is the most evident on a nightly basis is the chemistry. The clear chemistry that this team has, though they all like each other. I think the newness of the cohesive unit is clearly something that's tangible on a nightly basis. And where do I see it the most? The ball hopping around. Guys not being ball pounders. They're kicking it to the open person. That means you trust everyone on the roster. And that means that you're looking to pass to other people. Right. You know you can get yours, but I think there's a willingness to throw it ahead. Guy Santos got a big rebound yesterday, kind of like a loose ball, and just kicked it ahead. You know, those are the little things. Jimmy Butler kicking it ahead. And then I also see it on the defensive side of the ball, whether it's switching, not switching, communicating. You're seeing less wide open looks. I feel like they're contest shots, even though I don't have the advanced metrics on all those things. It just feels from the eye test that there's such a better defensive unit on that side of the ball where they're closing out better. They're not jumping out at shooters who are pump faking and getting an open look. They're not giving up backdoor layups. They're contesting at the rim without fouling. I mean, they're doing a really good job in all of these little elements that I look for in terms of, like, does this team connect on both ends of the floor?
Moses Moody, NBC Sports Bay Area, last night after the game, talking about defense being a key mindset for this team.
That's a key mindset. I feel like you can be on your heels trying to retreat, trying to react to the offense, or you can be on offense and dictate what the offense do, if that makes sense. But it's a mindset, it's an aggressiveness, it's a stance. That's the high pickup point. That's all of that, trying to control the game.
And more from Moses Moody after the game, talking about getting consistent minutes. We were talking about confidence being key with all these players right now. Well, there's nothing more confident. There is no one more confident right now than one Moses Moody, the way he is playing and finishing at the rim. And he's saying getting these consistent minutes, Joe Shasky, has been key to that.
For sure. It's a compilation of everything I've been working on over the years, over the time. Getting that consistent minutes makes you feel comfortable. You know where your shot's going to be. You know what to look for. Finding a little something on defense, so being able to pick up and do that consistently every night, that's definitely some of the most comfortable basketball I play.
12-1 with Butler.
12-1 when he plays.
10 in a row.
It's insane.
And Moody's playing the best ball of his life.
Again, I don't know what there's not to like about this team right now.
It's just incredible.
And we're finding ways to just like, I don't know. I don't want Jonathan Kuminga to return to this team. I don't know. I was like, come on. Now we're finding ways to say something's going to get ruined. Like, no. If anything, you're adding Jonathan Kuminga to an already great team to make you even better. That's the mindset I like to have.
This is as good as a trade deadline acquisition. What other team is getting back someone who can give you what Kuminga can give you on both ends of the floor?
Right. I can't think of any.
I mean, what big... I mean, obviously LeBron being out for 2 weeks.
Sure.
But that's different, right?
That is different.
Kuminga's been out for almost 2 months.
Yes. We've never seen. See, we already saw Luka and LeBron together. We haven't seen Jimmy and Kuminga on the floor together. And what I loved from hearing from Jimmy Butler, who's quickly, and dare I say, becoming one of the leaders of this team.
Absolutely, he is.
In such a short time, which is insane because we all said, I know he can't be the leader of your team. Everyone was saying that, just given what took place this last year in Miami. But what I love to hear from him, I know.
Whatever took place in Miami, it needs to be explored.
It's insane.
He sabotaged his value. I know you just said it flippantly, but I have to stop you. He just sabotaged his value unlike any other player I've ever seen. Randy Moss with the Raiders is like a close second.
Yeah.
Who else?
Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
Right. He sabotaged his stuff pretty bad.
He's also an insane person, so I just put that into Antonio's insane.
CTE ESPN. Is that his thing, right? Yeah. God. He's on with Joe Rogan now. They're best friends. And Joe Rogan's the end all be on everything. Don't talk about that. Throw Rogan. Aaron Rodgers waiting to see if he goes to Pittsburgh.
Throw Rogan?
Yeah, that's his name.
That's what you call him?
Throw Rogan. You guys like that?
Good.
That's pretty good.
That's actually really good.
Talking about Jimmy Butler, though.
Could you imagine you sign Aaron Rodgers and he's like immediately on the McAfee show, just airing all grievances?
Oh, my God.
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard.
He doesn't whistle when he walks by the graveyard. Oh, I can't wait till they're a part of ESPN too. That's gonna be great. Kendrick Perkins and Charles Barkley on the panel together.
If you're the Miami Heat right now, like in the fan base, you've got to be going, what the hell? Jimmy Butler's 12-1. They've won 10 in a row.
Well, you've got to.
And we've got Andrew Wiggins.
You kind of had to expect a little bit of this, though, right? Like not to this degree, but you thought, hey, Steph and Draymond, you didn't have two players that caliber on your team.
They're 3-7 in their last 10.
I mean,
they've lost 4 in a row.
Who's their best player? Tyler Hero?
And Bam?
Yeah, like, come on. Like, what did you expect? They're not like Jimmy Butler was a really good player that they lost. Like,
go back to the day they made the trade.
Yes.
How much hand-wringing was there here in Golden State over losing Andrew Wiggins?
I mean,
did we overrate Andrew Wiggins or did we underrate Jimmy Butler?
Who was doing the hand-wringing? Was it the fan base that were saying it?
Everyone. I think Steph had to be talked into it. I really do. Going back to it, I think that Kerr and Steph and everybody like
Bay Area is obsessed with the status quo with their sports teams for some reason. I don't know why. Why don't they like to shake things up?
What do you mean by that?
Well, the Bay Area is founded on you think of Berkeley, you think of Haight Street, you think of San Francisco.
Next level.
We're trying to shake things up, right? Yeah. The Bay Area, we're always trying to shake things up. When it comes to our sports teams, damn, are we conservative with not wanting to ruin things?
Which is ironic.
I'm just saying there's the irony in that with the sports teams.
It is ironic because the 70s A's traded everyone.
Right? And they were fighting each other. And the Raiders, right?
The 80s Niners traded everyone or released them before they were expired. Like that was the template for so long.
Yeah, and just for whatever reason, whether it's the Giants, whether it's the Niners, we're seeing it now with the Niners that they're not afraid to shake things up. I think they were sticking on to some of those old guys for the last couple of years.
A couple years too long.
And now they're figuring out, it's like, all right, we need to do a revamp here, a retool. Not quite a rebuild because he still got Bosa, he still got Warren, he still got Kittle. By the way, we'll get into the 49ers.
They needed a facelift.
Yes, they did. Absolutely. And sometimes that costs a little bit. You got to take a little bit of an L there for a facelift. It costs a little chunk of change, and they're doing that right now. And we'll see if they could revamp during the draft and maybe out the fringes here of the, pick apart the pieces of what's remaining in free agency. And we'll talk to Benjamin Albright at 8:30 about that, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Benjamin Albright covers the Broncos and also was a national reporter over at KOA in Denver, Colorado. So can't wait for that.
We definitely overrate our own here.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild. The only fan base, and I know
did we overrate Andrew Wiggins? I don't know if we did. I think we kind of rated him where he was at. Like, he was I always like to say this. He was consistently inconsistent. That's kind of what he was.
Which means you're inconsistent.
That's the joke, right? He's consistently inconsistent, which is like an oxymoron. He's a confounding player that we like to just think of and long for the stretch that he had in the playoffs. When in reality, that was the high water mark, and he probably isn't going to touch that again, which is okay because he got a championship out of it. Like, it's okay. Sometimes players, and we were talking about this yesterday with Bosa and like Khalil Mack, players that, they might not replicate that DPOY season ever again. Doesn't mean they're not like a solid player, but what they showed you in that stretch is probably not what they're going to be for the rest of their careers. And not to compare Andrew Wiggins to those kind of players, because Bosa and Khalil Mack, they might be Hall of Famers. Andrew Wiggins is in the Hall of good, but not great. And he had a great stretch, which is okay. He's been a solid player to last year. He was not very good at all. Last year was his worst season ever as an NBA professional.
Well, and
there's a lot baked into that.
The off-court stuff had an unfortunate ramification on the regular season for the rest of the team.
Yes, and that's okay.
And that's not his fault.
No.
It is what it is.
Yes, and I think he needed to change the scenery. I think the Warriors needed to change the scenery, and I think it's hard to rip the Band-Aid off when everything was just so negative around the team. You're finding ways like, no, I don't. That's not going to do it. No, I don't. Like, it felt like we were finding ways to find that like nothing would work. We were almost like pigeonholing ourselves as a fan base. If you're like, yeah, but what if this? Yeah, but what if that?
No, point of attack defense.
You got to shake something up somewhere. And they finally did. And credit to Mike Dunleavy. Greg in Canada was calling us earlier. Credit to Mike Dunleavy, man.
But also, they got lucky. Because luck is always a part of it, right?
Better
like
to be
you
lucky,
got lucky, you found
better
Purdy.
to be lucky than good.
No, but lucky that they didn't make the trade for Larry Markkinen. Lucky that they didn't get Paul George.
Yeah.
You know, like sometimes things do work out that are out of your circumstance.
Right.
Because I don't think Paul George would have more impact than Jimmy Butler right now. And maybe I'm just caught up in the sauce right now.
And I've been saying this. I don't think Kevin Durant would have the impact that Jimmy Butler's having right now.
Well, I wanted KD, and maybe I was wrong.
I mean, look at this Phoenix Suns right now. They're 30-35. They are a free-falling Tom Petty. I think the Mavericks and their best player might be, I don't know, Klay Thompson, PJ Washington.
With Jimmy Butler in the lineup, they've won 10 in a row.
The Mavericks are going to be the 10th.
With Jimmy in the lineup, they've won 10 in a row.
Right.
I don't know if they would be with any other player that they would have swung a deal for at the deadline.
Like, that's crazy.
Which is a crazy sentence.
I mean, you weren't getting Luka Doncic.
No.
Like, again,
the ones that they were linked to.
The ones
that they were linked
yes,
to.
correct. No, it's a good point. And what you're getting is the mentality, first and foremost, which, again, you're not getting that with Kevin Durant. You're not getting that with Paul George.
No.
You're not getting that with Lowry Markkinen. You are not getting a mentality of a Jimmy Butler with any of those guys, which is why I think it's so unique that you have the mentality. And why, you know, it's funny because we were talking about the suspendables and Draymond Green and Jimmy in particular, because we all thought that it was just going to be combustible. It was it was fire meeting fire, and it's going to burst into hot flames. But maybe we could think about it like that, but in a good way, because it's reverberated around the locker room in such a way that I'm not seeing fights with Draymond. I'm not seeing fights with Jimmy. I'm not seeing any of that. It's everyone coming together for a common goal right now, which I think we're all sleeping on, and rightfully so, because of how things went down and the player that Draymond had been the last 1.5 seasons, and the suspensions and Jimmy being suspended and not really wanting to try when he was out there on the court, trying to force his way off to Phoenix. You didn't know what you were getting there. Now you do. You know what you're getting with this Golden State Warriors team on a given night, which is crazy because they were so inconsistent.
I'm going to give you a real life comp from me regarding Jimmy Butler and Draymond.
Please.
They're so alike, right? And you would think that would create explosion.
Yeah.
And this is an odd analogy, but bear with me. I have really bad ADHD, especially in the morning. Like it goes off. Right after I work out, I'm fired up, I'm pumped.
9 o'clock hour.
I'm just not even. I'm talking at 4:45 in the morning. My brain is just like doing cartwheels.
Okay.
Going crazy. I can't calm down. Then I go and I get my coffee and I go on my walk.
Can you get that as a drop, please? I can't calm down. Continue.
I go and get my coffee and I go on a walk. And for some reason, the coffee, which is a stimulant, balances me out. It's like all of this stimulation mixed with my brain stimulation, for whatever reason, brings me back down to a more normal setting.
Who's that guy on South Tweak?
Sounds
South Park?
completely insane.
His parents own the coffee shop?
I know.
You're Tweak.
You're probably, there's a doctor out there that's saying, Joe, what you're saying is just metaphysically impossible. And I'm sure it sounds absurd. There's something about me drinking loads and loads of coffee that actually calms me down and brings my anxiety and my ADHD to a level that I feel normal.
You know what?
Even though I know I'm not normal.
You know what sounds absurd right now?
So that's the Jimmy and the Draymond experience.
You know what sounds absurd right now? We do it after every Warriors game, and you know what? We don't care if it sounds absurd. 888-957-9570. We're going to start lining them up here. Do you believe that this team can win a championship, baby? It's the tale as old as time. And real quick, before we get to that open, here's what Young Masuk, and again, if you're just wondering who's Young Masuk, it's a great name first and foremost. Yeah, it's very fun to say. Young Masuk covers the Golden State Warriors for ESPN. Had an exclusive with Jimmy Butler, and this is what Jimmy Butler had to say after the Knicks game in regards to this team's belief that they can make a deep run.
Sat down with Jimmy Butler in New York at the hotel.
Any coffee?
No, we did talk coffee, though. Oh. The day after they beat the Knicks. And he told me, we've turned the bleeping corner last night. The Warriors felt they found something in that game in the second half at Madison Square Garden defensively, but offensively, Jimmy says they have figured out how to play with them and not just, you'll maybe appreciate this, my Miami dude, Sedano. He said, it's not just about isolating me. It's about utilizing me differently, utilizing me in many different ways. And what Steve Kerr had been preaching to the team was basically pass the ball, move the ball until we get to Jimmy inside. And then Jimmy can either facilitate, which he does a lot.
So he was insinuating that wasn't the case? They weren't utilizing him in different ways?
He just likes to say, you can use me more than just isolating me. And for whatever reason, I always feel like that's something that's about Miami.
Well, and in fairness, they don't have Stephen Curry on the Miami Heat, and that changes a big part of the gravity and the gravitational pull of one player that has, like Tyler Hero's not having the same impact as Stephen Curry is.
But look, one of the things that this team was bombs away all year, and they had no floor balance. And now it feels like they've struck a balance in they're attacking the hoop, they're getting points in the paint, and they're still getting great looks from three.
But you heard that, Joe Shasky. They feel
I agree with them.
They've turned a corner.
How can I argue otherwise?
888
with Jimmy in the lineup, they've won 10 in a row.
888-957-9570. Start lining them up. It's going to be rapid fire. Do you believe that this team can win a championship this year? We're doing it after wins, after losses. It's the new segment. Do you believe, baby?
Yay!
Why does the sound like the... No, it sounds like Mario Kart, the beginning, like the Grand Prix. That's the vibe I get with this. We're going so nerdy with all our N64. And
I need the announcer to announce me so I can step in and walk up to the podium.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's Joe Shasky.
Hey, what's up? Joe Shasky, San Francisco. What's up?
Big money, big money.
What's up? What's up, San Francisco? Yay. What's the question?
Joe Shasky, do you believe this Golden State Warriors team can win a championship?
Absolutely. Who doesn't think we can win a championship? The Lakers are hurt right now. OKC don't want to see us. I'll worry about the East when we get to the finals. But, look around. Jokic. It's Jokic. And who else do you really fear?
I mean, the Thunder are still pretty good.
No, I'm talking about Jokic's team. They're very thin. They're very
Jamal Murray.
thin.
Let's see in the playoffs. He might turn into a different player.
I've got multiple people who could shut him down and turn his faucet off. So I'm going to let Jokic get his.
Gordon?
Aaron Gordon doesn't worry me offensively. Now, defensively, he absolutely does. I think he does some things to offset the Jimmy Butler stuff. But I love the Warriors'
Christian
chances.
Brown?
Give me a break.
I'm trying here.
Sick pods on him.
Oh, okay, relax there with that one. So you're trying to find ways not to think that
Why can't this team win?
That's a great question.
Look at their record. They're playing great. They're playing amazing on both sides of the ball.
Why can't they win? I got to see it in a given series if your best players are going to be 35 or older. It hasn't been done before. 37 plus Steph Curry, who's going to be turning 37 here in 3 days on Pi Day.
Steph's a unicorn. We can't use history and other people's ages when we're talking about unicorns.
Well, we can if they're going to be playing the Denver Nuggets, Joe Shasky, and that's an altitude. That's a difficult matchup for the old bodies, man. That's difficult. Series are different. This isn't a one piece. All right, shout out Luffy. This isn't the one piece, man. This isn't the NFL. Series are hard. Nuggets takes a lot out of you. What if you play the Grizzlies? That's going to take something out of you. Then you get to the Thunder.
The Grizzlies?
They've won 3 in a row.
You can't even say that with a straight face.
They've won 3 in a row.
What if the Grizzlies would lose in a heartbeat to the Warriors? 5-game series. It's not even
I'm not going there yet. I'm not going 5-game series just yet.
Not even a doubt.
Take a step back. I'm not going just that far yet. Rockets, maybe. Grizzlies, I got a little bit more respect because of Ja. I don't really have anyone on the Rockets that I fear to Ja's level over there when he is on, because I've seen Ja show out in a series against the Golden State Warriors, albeit different team, no Jimmy Butler. Carter.
In a series against Memphis, you have the 2 best players in the series.
Okay. No, you do. I'm just saying, there's pounds of flesh in a series that take wear and tear after wear and tear after wear and tear. That's the question I still have for this team, and it's not going to be answered until April, May, June.
Memphis is not a serious team to me, but continue.
Sure. They're 1-3 in a row.
Do I believe Spadoni?
Do you believe? Connor Chickering, come on down.
I'm the guy who put a bet on them the minute they traded for Jimmy Butler to win the championship.
You bet on everything. That doesn't mean
I bet on them to win the championship the minute they traded for Jimmy Butler.
Moses Moody to be the most improved player of the year this year.
Well, right? you win some, you lose some.
Well, he has been the last month, I feel like.
Yeah,
so there you
exactly.
Go.
See, I was right. But the odds have moved just extremely. They were at plus 3,000 then. They're now at plus 900.
Oh, who else are
Who's ahead of them?
Yeah, who's ahead of them?
It's
Celtics,
5 teams.
Celtics, Thunder,
Cavs,
Lakers,
Nuggets, I would say. Right?
Okay.
That's probably it.
That's it.
That's
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we got Shasky that believes. Carter believes this team can win a title. Sam Lubman with those luscious locks. Come on down.
Oh, thanks for having me, guys. I'm so excited.
Who is this character you've become?
I'm just... As long as the Warriors just don't face the Nuggets, I think they can do it. Like, that's what... No, I'm not going to play this character. No, Larry, it's just, if they beat the Nuggets this weekend or Monday, they play them on St. Patrick's Day. If they beat the Nuggets, then yeah, I'm feeling very good about this team against anybody in the West. At minimum, this is West Finals.
Wow, at minimum.
I agree.
West Finals, at minimum.
Your eyes don't lie to you. I don't care who the opponent is. I look at what they're doing on both ends of the floor. They've not played this level of defense for years. And the ball's hopping. They have 3-level scorers. They've got multiple shooters. On any given night, Quinn Post could go for 15+, Buddy Hield could go for 20+, Moody could go for 20+. Like, they have multiple wild cards.
Are we at the point where anything less is a disappointment?
I kind of get there.
Sounds ridiculous.
Especially after we beat the Nuggy Nugs.
Those are fans' expectations,
We're all going to feel that way.
Well, if they beat the Nuggets next week.
And then playing it back-to-back.
You want to talk about insufferable.
And beat the Bucks?
Okay.
Oh, you want to talk insufferable. We'll be the insufferable roast that morning.
What if they lose to the Nuggets? Does that change anything?
Nothing.
Okay, so there you go.
Because we might sit everyone.
Then we can't say that the game means something if you win it then.
It only means something when we win.
Okay, please. That's the delusional fan right there.
No, that's how we do it. It's called Pivot Don't Panic. It is the hallmark of the Shasky creation.
You shot your own argument in its foot. Like, what are we doing
Just
here?
because you don't believe in these Warriors doesn't mean that we don't believe in these Warriors.
Just because I don't believe in them winning a championship just yet doesn't mean I don't think they can make a deep playoff run. I got to see it to believe to win a title.
You're talking yourself into Ja and the Grizzlies being some formidable opponent.
I said a tough out. I didn't say I would be taking them in the series. You're getting a little sensitive here just because other teams in the West are good.
I'd put up a 5. Us against the Grizz, 5.
Okay.
It's a gentleman's sweep.
You're going to put money on that?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
I'll burrito bet that to death.
Absolutely. That's fine. I wouldn't do that just yet.
Probably and I like us in 6 against OKC.
Okay. What about the Nuggets?
That is going to be a tougher one. Probably 6.
Yeah, exactly.
What about a tougher 6?
What about the Boston Celtics?
I don't worry about the Celtics.
Okay, there we go. All right, yeah. Sure.
Jason Tatum versus Kerr.
What did they do?
He'll be shaking in his knees.
What did they do against the Warriors this year? Did they blow them up like 50 twice? Or they lost once? That's
Where's
right.
Jimmy?
Where Jimmy wasn't there.
Oh, Jimmy.
We beat them in Boston.
Beat them, I remember. At the start of the season. Without,
they had no Jaylen Brown.
They didn't have Jaylen Brown or Kristaps. That's right.
But don't forget, Jaylen Brown can't dribble. So against the Warriors, he becomes kryptonite.
Wait, wasn't Jaylen Brown like the best player against the Warriors?
He couldn't go left.
Well, he was the MVP last year. I'm just saying, I'm not giving the Warriors. That's mine. That's my take. You guys are all in on winning a title. I'm not there.
I said West Finals.
West Finals for Sam. Okay. He said it'd be a disappointment. Anything less.
Beginning this season on, man, if we could just make the box.
Yeah.
Can we just make the box?
Which is an improvement. We should just be happy where we're at right now and just ride the wave, baby. Just ride the wave.
Never good enough. When you have Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and they're at the ages that they're at, you are looking at 2 primetime killers. And I shouldn't say that. 2 primetime superstars. Yeah, it's okay to put your sights on the championship.
888-957-9570 after every win or loss. Do you believe this team can win a championship? That's what we're doing. Because you know what? It's Sports Talk Radio at its finest. And we lean into Sports Talk Radio bits. You know why? Because we're not afraid to do that, Joe Shasky. Because at the peak of Sports Talk Radio, Barstool Talk, whatever, barbershop.
Who's healthier than the Warriors right now?
Well, I got to see with Brandon Podziemski and Jonathan Kuminga. Can they come back? I mean, God, Jonathan's been out for a couple months.
All the other big-time teams, for the most part, are nursing some kind of injuries right now.
They're healthy now. Let's see. I want to see what their health is heading into the playoffs. That's what matters to me.
Sure.
Are you playing at your best, and are you your healthiest when it matters most right now? Again, I tongue-in-cheek here. Are you peaking too early? I don't think so. You got to keep winning. You have to keep winning. They're 37-28 right now. They're 21-19 in the conference, though, Joe Shasky.
Yeah, but a lot of that stuff that happened before Jimmy got here, it's hard for me to take any of those numbers serious. Since the acquisition, it's them, it's Cleveland, it's Minnesota.
Yep.
Hottest teams in basketball.
God, the Cavs have won 14 in a row, by the way.
Right?
14
I think the Celtics are also on a pretty big winning streak right now.
They've won 5 in a row.
5, okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which is, again, insane. 14 in a row for the Cleveland Cavaliers, but the Dubs are right there as one of the hottest teams in the league. 888-957-9570. You can fade it out, though, Carter. I love doing those segments. They're fun. Lean into it. It's okay to lean into these things. And you know what? Steve Kerr, he's leaning into GP2 shooting from the three-point line.
Everyone's going to guard Gary the same way. They're going to sit off of him and sit in the paint or double Steph. And so he's going to be open from the three-point line every game. So tonight, we had him handling the ball quite a bit to initiate the offense. And then he would, receive it on the back end because they were overplaying everybody else. So it was just a product of their defense.
Gary Payton II yesterday, who's, again, one of the stories. He led all Warriors scorers yesterday. Gary Payton II. You know how good things are right now for Golden State Warriors? Not Steph, not Jimmy, not Moses Moody. No, Gary Payton II is leading all scorers off the bench. 26 points for him for a career high.
When he's
going to have those shots, yeah.
When he yams one and then stands there as everyone else is going absolutely crazy.
Right.
And he'll do like the head thing or something. I love it.
Right. He does a little like too small kind of thing or like over your head, dunking it. God,
on your head.
On your head. That's what, over your head, on your head, yeah, whatever it is. Finally, Steve Kerr.
I switched coffees this morning, guys. I went with an iced coffee, and it is giving me so much phlegm in my throat. I just want to apologize.
Well, no, what'd you get in there?
It was just...
you got cream in there, that's why.
Yeah.
You don't get dairy in there because that's what gives the phlegm. It was just If it was just a regular iced coffee.
Grande, vanilla, nitro, something.
That's a cute little message on there.
I think I got this for either you or for Carter.
What's this? See you soon on there?
See you soon.
That's the reason I get pissed.
It's messing me up.
Yeah, you shouldn't have gotten the cream in there. That's why. That's why I go, hi, I'm Joe Spadoni, and when I drink tea, I drink Bigelow tea, Earl Grey, my tea of choice. Huh? That's right. Not Deuce Bigelow, Mel Gigolo. Shout out Rob Schneider. All-time movie.
To close the loop, I told you I have to have my coffee in the morning. The amount of people that texted in basically saying, Shasky, that's how Ritalin works, and kids that are on ADHD. No, it's about the coffee thing. Like kids that legitimately have ADHD, the stimulant actually calms the dopamine and all this stuff. And so thank you for all the people that brought that in. I didn't get diagnosed when I was young. I just know that I have it because I'm completely insane.
Are you self-diagnosing now?
Well, for many years I was self-medicating, and it wasn't doing me any favors. And I mean that with all the most sincerity.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
My dad and I, we share that same common bond where my dad's ADHD used to be horrible first thing in the morning. You try golfing with that guy at sunrise, he wouldn't shut up.
Hey.
I love him.
You know what? You guys can't shut up about this team winning a title. And I'm the team wins and we don't get any callers. People are just, I guess
nobody wants to apologize to Dunleavy.
No, I don't think anyone wants to apologize.
Nobody wants to apologize to Steve Kerr.
Clearly,
we
the fans
ripped his rotations for months on end.
The fans knew all along. And I do think the Twitter fingers thing when Steph clapped back at the fans, I do think the Twitter fingers do feel vindicated a little bit. They're like, well, Steph, we were right. You were wrong. You guys needed to make a big trade and you finally did. You listened to us, right?
I don't think I think if he had a truth serum, we do the game truth serum.
Yes.
I don't think he was in on Jimmy. I think he had to be talked into it, which is fine. I've been talked into many things that I didn't think were going to be the right move and then ended up being the right move. I really think him and Steve Kerr, and maybe to a lesser degree Draymond, all had to be talked into this move by Dunleavy. And credit Dunleavy for having the gumption to stick to it and no, guys, we're making this move.
I guess everyone thinks that this team is just going to keep winning because they're just 888-957-9570. I know there's some detractors still out there that are be like, I don't know yet. I know you're out there and you can call in too. I'm not going to judge. We're riding the wave right now, and it's a good wave. It's a fun wave. And is there anyone out there in the West that even does scare you at this point? Because Anthony Slater, again, talked about it yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game.
Oklahoma City. I think they're bad for everybody. I think people are, wanting to not fear the Thunder that much because they haven't proven it before. But I think they're a very well-constructed team that, kind of shaved past some of their flaws that we saw last year. They got Josh Giddey off the roster. They got Hartenstein so they can kind of play bigger lineups. And I think that's a tough matchup, like I said, for anyone. And if the Warriors do get up into that 4-5 and win a 4-5 matchup, that's who would be sitting there for them in round 2. As far as who they might play in the first round, Denver, like Nikola Jokic against Draymond Green, or they can't play the Draymond Green, Kevon Looney lineups, right? They've given that up. That you can go back to 2022 where they went through a limited version of the Nuggets in the first round, and that's who they were starting that time. And I think when you had Looney and Draymond kind of comboing on the floor at the same time against Jokic, that was a better defensive pairing to try to hold him back. But they don't have that anymore. They can't play those two together. So that to me is the matchup you probably don't want the most in the first round is Denver.
Oklahoma City and Denver.
It's so funny. We're going to put Jokic in the pick and roll at the top of the key and make him backpedal, and it's going to destroy him and wear him down. It's the same thing that we're going to do to probably Luka if we end up playing the Lakers, is we're going to run you in the high pick and roll action all day, and we're going to force you to be a backpedaling big who can protect the rim. And he struggles at that. He's an excellent player. But the area where he gets tired down is in that particular situation when you run him in the pick and roll all day. That's what they're going to do.
We'll see. I know Nikola Jokic plays like he's constantly winded, so he's still going to get his and he's going to do his thing, but it's going to be more of a grind. And the size aspect is what the great equalizer is, right? Like that's always, and I hear you on the defensive side, but I don't look at Jokic as some like the defensive like guy. When I look at the matchup on paper in any given series, the first thing I'm not looking at is Jokic's defense. I hear what you're saying, though.
No, but when you're an offensive primary ball handler, we do this to Harden. We've done this to Luka.
You want to tire them out, so on the opposite end.
What teams do to Steph.
Sure.
They hunt him in the pick and roll, and they force him to play exerted energy on both ends of the floor, and after 3 or 4 games, you're gassed.
It's going to come down to Jimmy Butler for me at the end of the day in all these series. I know what I'm going to get from Steph.
Sure.
More often than not. Draymond Green, if I get scoring from him, it's going to be gravy, but I know I'm going to get from the defensive side. If I get scoring, consistent scoring, and trips to the basket from Jimmy Butler, yeah, this team can go all the way to the Western Conference Finals. Absolutely they can, and maybe even win it if they get what they need from Jimmy Butler. And again, the others, the cast around them, Quentin Post, he's a rookie. It's really hard, and he's playing so well right now, so I don't want to be like, oh, you're being such a Debbie Downer. No. Things change in the playoffs, though, man. Like, that's just a reality. Things change in the playoffs, and what we're seeing from Quentin Post, Moses Moody, Guy Santos, Buddy Hield. Has Buddy Hield played in a big moment in a playoff series before? It's going to be his real cup of coffee here.
He played last year with the 76ers.
He had a half.
Yeah.
Right? He had a half.
The second quarter.
Exactly.
Not even a whole half.
Exactly.
So what do you make of this, then? Moses Moody, they're 16-1 with him in the starting lineup.
Okay.
Is that a byproduct of the Jimmy stuff, or is that a byproduct of them figuring something out with Moses Moody?
Well, it's both. Could be both. Like, two things can be equally true. That Jimmy Butler has unlocked a lot for a lot of these other players on the team, but also the consistent minutes. Like that, you can't deny the consistency with some of these young players. And we were harping on Steve Kerr in 888-957-9570. If you'd like to give an apology to someone on the Golden State Warriors right now, come on, 888-957-9570. And Steve Kerr would be, you got to apologize to this guy first and foremost. The amount of callers are calling, you're not giving Moody the minutes. You're giving him all to Brandon Pajemski. Well, okay, but Pod's playing better last year at times. Like, that's just what it is.
The point about Moses Moody not getting minutes is true, whether it has anything to do with Pods.
But it's easier to give him minutes now with Jimmy Butler out there, because I think Jimmy Butler has also unlocked something in Moses Moody.
He's been a great catch and shoot guy.
Absolutely. And again, I don't think anyone thought, and people were calling in that Moses Moody was going to be some 25, 20-plus point a game scorer all the time in the starting lineup. I don't think that was ever the ceiling for him.
This is only a second over 20-point game of the year.
Correct. He is,
which I was surprised.
But he's been scoring double figures a lot in this Jimmy Butler era now, and that's been something that's been key for this team. And the defense, again, the lateral quickness is not going to be there. That's something you do need with Jonathan Kuminga, but it's him putting a body on a body and getting up on a player and finishing around the rim with aggression, which is what I'd like to see most. And he still does have some slight hesitation when he is open for a three that I would like him to just chuck. But, and Jimmy Butler's preached this, the unselfishness with all these players. He's given up that quick 3-point shot that he might have a split second open to, dribble drive penetration, then kicking out for an even better a Quentin Post 3-pointer or a Stephen Curry 3-pointer or a Guy Santos, maybe a mid-range, something like that, Like they're giving up the okay shot for a great shot for another teammate, which goes back to the unselfish play around this team.
I'm surprised that they're running Quentin Post at what did he get last night? I'm just looking because you brought him up.
4 of 10, 3 of 5 from beyond the arc.
25 minutes, though.
Yeah, 25 minutes.
This is a guy like, hey, we're going to play him 10 to 15 minutes, and now we're up to 25 minutes. Every game, I see growth. Now, are there areas of his game that he needs to improve? Absolutely. He gets shoved around underneath the rim at times, but he also has gotten better at finishing in just a couple of weeks. But his ability to stretch the floor and hit shots, and then he's nastier than we all thought. He's brought an element to this team. Eventually, they'll need Kevon, but for right now, Kevon's kind of an afterthought. And it's not a knock on Kevon. I just think that Quentin matches more what the league is looking like and what this roster really needs from a spacing standpoint on both ends of the floor.
He hasn't solved the size problem per se, but he does add a wrinkle to this team that you have to respect if you are talking about these big boys.
He's
in the
altered
West.
shots.
That's
what you more than that has been said before. I mean, poor Kevon is just undersized, but he will be used at some point.
Well, and
he will need a point.
There'll be a given series here or there. Again,
a matchup.
What if you play again? You don't want to be in the play-in scenario, but they have to keep playing and winning right now because they could still be in the play-in theoretically. What if you do play a Kings team where Kevon has historically he's dominated against Sabonis? Yeah. He's played against him very, very well. He had played against him last year in the play-in game. Remember TJD? They threw him out there and he couldn't do anything. And TJD is beginning some DNPs here.
Sabonis got hurt, and I think he missed about a week. I don't know. Will he be back for Thursday?
That's a great question.
We'll
find out maybe on Thursday's injury report, but we have the injury report for today right now. All right. It's the hamstring for Domantas. I almost said Domantas Spadonis. That's my name. He can't do that. Domantas Sabonis. Kuminga watch, though, Joe Shasky. Anthony Slater provided the latest on JK yesterday on Willard and Dibbs, saying that there has been no setback on Jonathan Kuminga's ankle injury, but that the injury was simply more severe than the Warriors anticipated. There's a chance he could suit up Thursday night against the Kings. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. We'll jump into the San Francisco 49ers at 8:30 with Benjamin Albright on the River Islands guest line. Covers the league nationally for KOA Colorado, and also covers the Denver Broncos, as well as Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga are both Broncos. They are gone. A changing of the guard in San Francisco we'll get into, plus more of your calls and more of your text on the Golden State Warriors riding the wave as they beat the Portland Trailblazers yesterday, 130-120. Warriors improved to 37-28. All they do is win, win, win. No matter what. Let's go. One more time. What's up, Joe Bro, is this? This team's on fire, baby. Golden State, 130. Portland Trailblazers, 120. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The sun is shining. The Bay Area is beautiful. My allergies are suffering. But you know what? The Warriors, they're allergic too. Allergic to losing, Joe Shasky, because all they do is win, 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 no matter what. That's right, baby. Pot me up, Carter. Pot me up right now. Pot it up. No, not me, not my microphone. Thank you. Every time. That's right. Let's go. All they do is win. DJ Khaled, T-Pain, whoever the hell is on that song. I don't know who else. Lil Jon, who else?
Another one.
Another one. Yeah, there you go. Please, thank you. But that's kind of how it feels. Maybe we should get the DJ Khaled another one every time they win.
No, we do that every time a 49er, we lose a free agent.
Oh, no, because that's what they're doing right now.
Another one.
Hufanga gone. Dre Greenlaw gone. Yesterday was a Monday massacre for the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to talk about it at 8:30. Benjamin Albright covers the league. KOA Colorado, based out of Denver. We could talk about Hufanga and Greenlaw going to the Broncos as well. So can't wait to talk about that with Benjamin Albright at 8:30. I want to talk about the Warriors right now as people are joining us on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Joe Shasky, this Warriors team, they keep finding different ways to win, and that is the hallmark of a very good to great team. Whether it's a slog fest, whether it's a muck it up kind of a game, whether Steph's not hitting the shots, Jimmy's not hitting the shots, or if the other team keep making 3-pointers, then you have to win a shootout. You can win in a multitude of ways. That's the hallmark of the greats. That's what the Mahomes is, and the Kansas City Chiefs are able to do at times, right? That's what the Boston Celtics can do right now in the NBA. That's what the great teams can do. They can pitch if it's in baseball, doing that analogy, or you can hit, right? Like the Dodgers. The best teams can do that. And right now, the Warriors are doing that. Gary Payton II leading all scorers yesterday with 26 points. GP2, when he's on, this team is different. I'm not asking him, Joe Shasky, to hit 10, 20, 30 points. I'm not nothing like that. But if you can knock down a couple threes to go along with that defense, boy, does it change everything. Good morning.
This team is at their best when Draymond Green, in my opinion, is the one who's actually scoring a little more. Now, last night he didn't do that. But you saw last night.
He did hit a big three. It felt like it was a big three because the Blazers kept coming back.
No,
and it was
a
mid-fourth
big
quarter. Yeah.
Yeah, he's hit a couple of big threes in back-to-back games here.
Yeah.
But when he's coming downhill in a transition game and he's the threat of shooting, it opens up the lob like he did last night to Gary Payton, which was such a sick lob. Yeah. I mean, he came down, looked that way, just threw it up. GP2, I don't even know how he threw that down. Such a great play. Like that to me is when they're really cooking. And when you see him being able to distribute and he's a threat and teams are honoring him in the half court, that's when they're rolling. Now, you look at this box where you say, Joe, he barely scored yesterday. But I think it's the body of work of the last 2 or 3 weeks that where he does score in a lot of these other games prior to this one. Teams are honoring him now in the half court. I think Jimmy has been a big part of that. But then you get these random guys like Buddy Hield having a big game, Moody having a big game, GP2 having a big game. And it's like, pick your poison.
Right. And I liked how you phrased that. When player X is hot, this team is unbeatable. Who was that player X for you? And you can say Steph, obviously, but even we've seen Steph multiple times this season where he has been hot and no one else has been, and it's hard. It does feel different when it is a Gary Payton or a Draymond Green or a Quentin Post, right? A Moses Moody who had 20 points
Pods
yesterday.
Had a great game before he got hurt.
Jonathan Kuminga, when you have a big game from him.
Multiple 30-point games before he went down with injury.
I'll ask that to the audience, 888-957-9570. When player X for the Golden State Warriors or this blank for the Golden State Warriors is hot, this team is unbeatable. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Verducci. Long time no talk. What's up, Dooch?
What's going on, fellas? Happy Tuesday, man. And I'll tell you, man, it's pulsating up here in the EDH with the Jimmy Butler. I mean, I'm around a lot of Kings fans, but let me tell you, the chatter is pumping as we lead to Thursday with the Kings coming to town. And you know what? The eye test doesn't lie. you can see the difference that Jimmy brings. No disrespect for Wiggins and what he brought to this team, but the difference is the IQ. He makes everyone around him better. And there's I talked about this yesterday, with Green, he's a dog, but you know what? He has to use his voice. It's his mannerisms. He has to be loud. With Jimmy, it's like he knows he picks the spots when to talk and to communicate to his teammates, but it's the quiet swagger, that confidence that he has, that he's brought to this whole team. I mean, look at the difference when he plays with that second unit. There's so much more fluidity. Everyone kind of knows what they have to do. They know that Jimmy's going to be looking for them, and he brings that confidence, and then it just exudes out to everybody else. You're seeing Peyton, Moody. You look at Santos and Paul. I mean, you can go down the line. And the great thing is that you haven't even seen Kuminga yet. I mean, that's the thing to be excited about. And so we're pumped here in EDH. I'll be there on Thursday at Chase Center. I'm ready to go. You can go ahead and visit me at the Splash Sports Bar. And, excited to see everyone. Let's go, Dubs. And, yes, that's right, baby. We're going for our 5th ring, baby. Shake and bake there. Curry's going to have 5 rings by the end of this season, and he will be the token as the GOAT of the NBA.
Wow, that's really he's doing his own appearances, I guess. He's like, come see me at Splash. There's
been a reawakening, though, for Warrior fans over the last 3 weeks. There's no doubt we're coming out of hibernation.
Right? Well, winter's it's not ending soon, but the sun is out and it is shining and it is fun.
We're springing forward.
I'm not mad at that. I was trying to do my allergy thing because I'm suffering right now from my nasal allergies and the pollen out in the air, Joe Shasky. But the Warriors are allergic to losing right now. They just can't. They won't. They don't want to.
Yeah, they're call them Benadryl.
More of a Nasacort. That wasn't your best. It's okay. That's more of like not a seasonal.
Shooting. I'm trying
it's
to
all
keep
right.
shooting.
No, it's fine. You're like who was my guy Scoot Henderson yesterday? You're shooting a lot and you weren't hitting. That's okay. Still got 12 points. 888-957-9570. When player X on the Golden State Warrior is hot, this team is unbeatable. Yesterday, it was Gary Payton. For me, at the end of the day, though, if you're getting what you're getting from Buddy Hield yesterday, 7 of 10, 6 of 9 from three-point land, 7 assists for Buddy buckets. That's insane.
Multiple great passes.
2 steals, a block.
I know.
He's doing everything. If I get that performance from Buddy Hield, and I'm not asking for 7 of 10, can I get 3 of 6 from beyond the arc? Can I get 4 of 7 occasionally? Can I get that from him every single game?
No.
But can I get it twice a week? Great. That's all I need. Can I get it in game 1 of a series, and then maybe game 3 or 4 in a series?
He's had, I would say, 4 or 5 moments in the last 2.5 weeks that make me feel like it's coming around.
Well, it's funny.
Maybe I'm just a sucker.
Well, it's funny because you go to the Buddy Hield experience, and he might just have 1 point next game against the Kings.
I know, the roller coaster.
Right, there is a roller coaster.
The Mad Mouse.
Right, I'm looking at it right now. 20 points today, 8 points against the Detroit Pistons.
But I didn't think he was a problem against the Pistons.
No, but 0 points prior to that against the Brooklyn Nets. We were looking at that game.
That was a bad game.
That was a bad one. Coming off 15 points where he was solid against the Knicks, right? And then against the Charlotte Hornets where he had 22 points. So it's a mixed bag.
Big non-Steph buckets.
Correct. And that's why it feels even bigger when that's where we're talking about this. It feels like when this player X is hot, the team just feels different.
Who is it for you? You Tim?
It's Buddy Hield for me. And when he comes back, how it looks is going to be interesting. But when it's Jonathan Kuminga, if I can get just I
can't even fathom what it's going to look like if he scores 22.
It's going to be amazing. But for this team right now, given how things are going, if I get anything from Buddy Hield, it feels like this team is going to explode offensively. And he talked about it yesterday on with NBC Sports Bay Area. And talking about when players are hot and when Gary Payton II was hot yesterday, what that does to the court and how it opened things up for everyone else. He talked about that yesterday as well on with NBC Sports Bay Area.
Dunks, layups. He's like a 6'2" big man. He has great touch, great feel. I think he rolls better than anybody in the league. His percentile is probably 99 percentile. man, he's a hawk on the ball. He's feisty. He's a great teammate, and no wonder why he's been playing at a high level lately, and he's been doing the right things, and he's been a sponge everywhere, and he's finding his niche. He's been accelerating in that area.
That's a really good point. He does roll to the basket really well. That's a really good point.
There's a lot of easy layups. If you just watch their games, how many easy layups does he have? Does Jimmy Butler have?
But they're not easy when you're 6'2", going up against 6'6".
No, they're not. Sorry.
6'8".
Easy.
No, but I get what you're saying.
They seem easy because they seem wide open sometimes, where he's just right under the bucket. But he is so good. It's like that mic and drill. He must practice all the time. You laugh at it, but it's a thing where you just need to lay it in and smoke it. We just did the knockout tournament, Joe Shasky. How many people smoked layups there?
Oh, dude.
It was a smoke fest. I got so high with the secondhand smoke.
I watched Tristan Thompson try to do the mic and drill, and he was missing everything.
Oh,
and it was like,
it's the meme, right?
Dog, you're literally 7 feet tall, literally, and you're right near the rim. Your nose is touching the rim. How are you so bad?
Yeah, my nose touches the rim, but I'm only 5'11". Carter, you could talk to that. He's 6'7", right? It's not easy just getting up there and get. Carter tried to dunk, and he did. He succeeded a couple times in the knockout tournament. I was impressed with the athleticism of one Carter Chickering. 888-957-9570.
When was the first time you dunked?
Sophomore year in high school.
Wow.
Oh, was that late?
Yeah.
Oh, shut up.
No, I figured he was like 6'8" his whole life.
Can you touch the rim at sophomore year in high school?
No.
Okay.
I never have I touched the rim.
Ever?
Except in the backyard on an 8-foot hoop.
Wow. I touched the rim at one point in high school. That was when I had hops.
You touched the rim.
I touched the rim.
I don't know about that.
Just the tip. We got Booby out in Oakland. We'll get to Booby here in a second.
Trampoline?
No, not a trampoline. What is that? What was that on MTV? What was that show where they were all the jump ball? Is that what it was? What was that? You guys don't want to talk about
slam ball.
Slam. Thank you. Where they're all on the trampolines. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yes. What else would I be talking about? Trampolines and basketball.
Well, you said you touched the rim. I mean, I'm thinking you got mad crazy hops.
I did in high school.
Bunny.
I did in high school. Not anymore. All right. I started playing World of Warcraft. And my posture got bad. Booby's out in Oakland. What's up, Booby?
Wow. That's a throwaway line.
There you go.
Sam, do you believe he touched rim in high school?
Yeah, I mean, he was a water polo player back then. He probably had some sort of athletic ability. So,
yeah. Okay, all right.
I played the widest sports imaginable in high school: water polo and golf. There you go.
No, actually, no, you didn't touch the rim then.
Oh, come on.
Oh, my God.
Tiger Woods, I'm sure, was able to. Booby, what's up, man?
I don't know about that.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing this morning?
I'm great. Aren't you fired up about this Warriors team?
Let's go.
Man, I'm so pumped, man. We was down in the dumps a couple of weeks ago. I'm feeling great, man.
All right, what's the player for you? What's the player for you that when this guy's scoring, it changes everything for this Warriors team?
Man, it's got to be Draymond, man. Joe hit it right on the head with Draymond. Every time he's being aggressive, it just opens up the entire offense. When we get like 7 points, it's like, come on, man, we need a little bit more. But I remember reading a stat when he scores over like 15, we've only lost like a handful of games. And when he's hitting that three, at least like two a game, oh, my God, it just opens everything up, man.
Hey, Booby, how'd you get your nickname?
Oh, man, it's a childhood nickname, man. When you grow up in the hood, man, you probably know a Booby or two, man.
Okay.
Moms, shout out moms for that nickname since birth, man.
Okay, there you go. I was going to ask if it was on the birth certificate or not, but probably not. It's a nickname. There you go. That's
St. Mary's Park.
Out in Oakland.
I knew a Booby from St. Mary's Park.
Everyone in the back gasped a little bit like, oh, God, get the dump button ready. What is he going to say? I had to ask. Come on.
I thought he was going to say something dirty there.
Well, got it from his mom, right? And breastfeeding when you're a kid. And probably.
Well, the one guy that I knew that was named Booby, he would drink from a sippy cup for a long, long time.
Okay.
Probably older than you should.
Okay, that's all right. You know what? I'm not mad at the sippy cup. Right? I'm not mad at it. It clean up some messes. They have those like unspillable cups. Does LJ have one of those?
Yeah.
But it feels like they even spill still somewhat.
He went from barely being able to sip and drink, Joe, to now it's this, where the neck snaps back and he's just so violently drinking. Oh. And then when he's done, he just throws it.
Oh, yeah. Well, kids, they're just, you're going to see bruises on their legs. It's just like, what are you doing? Well, they're trying to walk, first of all.
Yeah.
And then before they try to walk, they just learn to walk. Then they start running for some reason. It's like, you can't even walk. What are you doing?
He was a lot. We had a baseball game last night right before the Warrior game at St. Mary's Park, and it was cold and windy, and he ate a banana and string cheese and yogurt and this. And the kid is just a never He's never stopping eating. It's unreal.
It sounds like LJ is a Golden State Warrior because everyone on the Warriors is eating right now too. Just like baby LJ. Kevon Looney, and I love this. I love after games like this. And his sound also courtesy NBC. Thank you. You're doing a lot of sound here today. Shout out NBC. Everyone gassing up the players too. Like, I got Heald talking about GP2. I got Moody talking about GP2. I got Steve Kerr talking about GP2. Now I got Kevon Looney after the game talking about one Gary Payton II.
I think everybody on this team knew that he's a special athlete. Been playing against Gary for years and been on this team for a long time. And at 6'2", 6'3", he's able to be, center or point guard, whatever you need him to be. And he's a special player, and it showed out tonight. And
I'm not going to take credit here as the show, but we did have Gary Payton II on last week, courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
Good call.
I mean, he's been incredible. If you come onto Quentin Post since he's come on with us, Joe Shasky, it's been incredible.
Oh,
it sounds like
the morning roast boost.
That's kind of what I'm saying right now. 888-957-9570. Maybe in your own personal life, if you call this show, good things will start happening for you. The mojo's back, baby.
So do the Niners need to call us?
I think I just need to call in.
Does Buster Posey need to call us in?
Yes. Hey, Bob Melvin, he called in.
That's true.
Bo Mel's going to be doing great early on the season. Those ABS challenges or whatever they are. By the way, I keep seeing updates about that. It's like the catchers are going to be in the best position, by the way, like the catchers that are at the plate, because they got the best eye. Whether it's the, not Tom Murphy, unfortunately, but the Patrick Baileys of the world, right? The Alejandro Kirks of the world, the Adley Rutschman of the world.
He's having a great spring, batting over like 500.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's not spring yet, though. It's not. I know we
real
call
game starting like a week and a half.
I know,
not even,
which is insane. Well, yeah. When the Dodgers play?
18th.
Okay.
Today's the 11th, so actually less than 7 days.
A week today, 18th. Yeah, there you go. Cubs Dodgers, right? Our cousin Nick Friedell's going to be there.
Oh, is he going to that?
He's going to that game out in Tokyo.
Wow.
Yeah, he's excited. 888-957-9570. I know you do. Who do you hate more, the Chiefs or the Dodgers right now?
I did a radio hit in Kansas City, and they rubbed it in my face.
Chiefs, Dodgers, good. Lakers. Who do you hate out of all those three teams the most?
Well, the Dodgers.
Okay, there you go. So
Lakers two.
Okay, Chiefs three. Chiefs because they lost recently.
Yeah,
that's easier.
It's the insufferable Laker fan.
I should put the Eagles there instead.
The worst part about it is normally Laker fans are also Kansas City Chief fan currently because they were Cowboys fans, and then the same Laker fans are rooting for the Dodgers now. But had the Yankees won, they would have been rooting for the Yankees.
There's a lot of holes.
I don't know if you know that, but almost all Yankee fans, all Laker fans are also bandwagon fans. So they just switch allegiances left and right.
There you go. That's okay to jump on the bandwagon. If you're on the Warriors bandwagon, call right now. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with bandwagon fans. All right. I don't like to exclude people. I like to bring people in. We're welcoming here on the roast, Joe Shasky. We're like a nice fireplace at the lodge at Tahoe. Come on, let's all grab a cup of coffee, grab some hot cocoa, sit around, and we're going to wax poetically about Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler. Right, KC in San Jose? What's up, man?
Hey, guys. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I think Jimmy is going to unlock Kuminga. And I think you got to give credit to the team earlier when they were struggling, right? They were still kind of 500. And as one of the, Twitter finger folks, but still, 35-year Warrior fan, I know one guy who didn't want Butler on the station. He's no longer on the station because Bonte kept saying, hey, how much is that going to make a difference? 10 in a row, baby.
Bonte is still at the station, by the way, every Friday at 9 o'clock right here. Look,
sometimes we're right and sometimes we're wrong.
And Bonte, to his credit, has said with us, Joe Shasky, that he underestimated Jimmy Butler on this team. Well, I think a lot of us did.
4 days or 3 days before the trade went down, you asked me directly, and I said I don't want Jimmy Butler because I had my sights set on Kevin Durant.
I was trying to talk you into it.
I was wrong. I was wrong. And look, the day they made the trade, because I just needed them to do something, anything, I was happy, but never in my wildest dreams did I think it would look like this.
Well, it's interesting, right?
Way wrong. I read it totally wrong.
Desperation mode was there with the with the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. We'll continue to take your calls and texts on them. I don't sense desperation with the San Francisco 49ers as we had a Monday massacre is what I'm calling it, as legal tampering begun yesterday in the NFL. We're going to be joined by Benjamin Albright here in a couple minutes, covers the league at large for KOA Colorado and also covers the Denver Broncos. He is tapped in on all things NFL and all the moves that are surrounding all of these teams. And we'll talk to him about Dre Greenlaw, who is no longer a 49er, Talanoa Hufanga, no longer a 49er. Javon Hargrave, he's gone. Kyle Juszczyk, he's gone. Charvarius Ward, he's gone. It is a free agent frenzy, Carter. Do we have that? Do we have the free agent frenzy? And again, we'll get back into the Warriors, but what's going on with the Niners right now? It's almost like the opposite. They're doing a reset, baby. Let me just take you to some of the moves right now. Not predicting the Niners, but just keeping you up to date with stuff, Joe Shasky. Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes. Let's go to the Colts on a one-year deal.
So now the Colts have 2 inaccurate passers who think they can run.
I don't know what they're doing. I really do not know what they are doing in Indianapolis. I thought very highly of Shane Steichen. I think they're cooked.
It actually fits with the whole horse motif because neither can hit the right side of a barn.
Yeah, they probably aren't good at the game of horseshoe either.
It took a second for you to get that joke, and then once it resonated, you laughed.
Barnes.
I got it.
Yeah, he's got it. He's a smart guy, right? Eagles, your Philadelphia Eagles.
I hate them.
They're trading C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Deebo Samuel's best friend, to the Texans for left guard Kenyon Green.
Sure.
Okay, player for player. Solomon Thomas.
No way.
Solly. Another defensive tackle getting paid. He's going to the Cowboys, baby.
How much
about
is he
them
making?
Cowboys?
I got to look this up.
2 years, $8 million for Solomon Thomas.
One of the worst draft picks in that. As bad as Trey Lance was, Solomon's right next to it.
Do you remember when John Lynch said that he would have picked Solomon Thomas number 1 if he had that pick over Myles Garrett? One of the worst comments you could possibly make.
He's made $40 million in his NFL career.
Good for him. He's a good guy. I root for Solomon Thomas.
He's a great guy. He's a horrific defensive tackle.
Well, clearly not if he's getting 2 years, $8 million. You can't be horrible if he keeps sticking around. He does some things solid. He makes a play here or there. Safety Richie Grant to the 49ers, formerly of the Atlanta Falcons. This is more of like
Richie Grant didn't start but 1 game last year. So he only started 1 game last year. Let me clarify.
Luke Farrell, by the way, was the big signing yesterday for the Niners. Luke Farrell, who is he? Well, he was formerly of the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's a tight end, a blocking tight end, particularly because we know blocking tight ends. That is what Kyle Shanahan loves. 3 years, $20 million, $11 million guaranteed for one Luke Farrell. Stats-wise, looking that up right now, in his career, he has 36 receptions for 318 yards. No touchdowns. And a fumble.
I
had to look at you there. What? What's wrong?
I don't understand why we're signing blocking tight ends, and you could find them in that undrafted free agency.
That rules out Tyler Warren, right, at 11 overall, probably for the Niners. At this point. Why are you investing in George
I would have traded for Michael Mayer.
Well, honestly, that would have been price point. It wouldn't have been that bad. He's on a rookie contract.
He was a stud at Notre Dame.
Yeah, whatever. There's some personal problem that went on last year. I don't know what it is, but they're trying to move on from him. Absolutely. He might just get outright released, is what it sounds like, because they're probably looking at teams offering a 6th, 7th round pick. They might just release him. We'll see.
Bring him in.
But we're up against it. We're going to take a quick break. Get to Benjamin Albright on the other side.
And I'm going to make the argument to Niner fans.
It feels
as doom and gloom as you guys are all making it, I think they're fine. They're in the same position they were just a couple days ago. Nothing's changed for me. I still think they can be a playoff team next year.
And that's what's coming up next. And it's going to be brought to you by, as I am scrambling for my reads right here, MB Jesse Painting.
49ers in a shambles.
Close enough. Spadoni. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. It is the morning roast. We're rolling. We're talking Warriors, but now we're talking some 49ers because a lot is happening in the NFL right now. A lot is happening. There's been moves made left and right. Former Niners getting paid. Niners that were just on the team last year getting paid. I think I saw over $250 million shelled out, like just with contracts from top to bottom. I'm not talking guaranteed money, just $250+ million, Joe Shasky, shelled out to Niners that were a Niner last year and that got paid from another team this year. So $250+ million to former Niners now paid already. And obviously the new league year officially starts tomorrow. We'll get into that with Benjamin Albright. We got him? Thumbs up? Cool. We got Ben Albright here. You can follow him at Albright NFL on Twitter, KOA Radio in Denver. He's locked in on all things NFL news. And he joins us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And I like this little note right here, Sam Lubman. His reporting takes are all gold. They're not silver because he finishes in first place, baby. What's up, Ben? How you doing, man?
Battling the flu, but I wasn't going to let that drag me down. This is the morning roast. This is not the morning weakness.
The morning, I like that's a bar right there. I appreciate that. And appreciate you fighting through that with us. I'm doing the same thing. Allergies are killing me right now here in the Bay Area, so I'm fighting through that. But I wanted to ask you this. First and foremost, I'm calling it a Monday massacre yesterday for the 49ers. They lost a lot of fan favorites. They lost a lot of big names, and a couple of them went to your neck of the woods in Denver, and we'll get to that here in a second. But what did you make of the 49ers approach yesterday, letting basically, the Greenlaws, the Hufangas, the Hargraves, obviously, the Kyle Juszczyks of the world, Aaron Banks, Charvarius Ward, all these guys end up getting paid, just not retaining any of them?
Well, I think there's a certain economic reality here, right? You're trying to get a deal done with Brock Purdy, and you've been getting by on the cheapest starting quarterback in the league for several years, and the bill eventually comes due for everything. So there's sort of an economic reality to this. I think the other part of this is I think it's smart doing it all in 1 year just for the compensatory pick, backlog that you're going to wind up getting. So you'll wind up getting some compensation out of all that due to the NFL's compensatory formula. But yeah, it sucks as a fan when you're sitting there watching fan favorites, leave. And I think, just based on my, bird's eye view of it, the fans, it seemed like between Greenlaw and Juszczyk really were kind of gut punches. It felt like, to San Francisco fans watching that yesterday. But there's an economic reality to it. You got to get cap compliant, and if you don't have a quarterback on a rookie deal, you're going to be paying him, and that's something that's coming up here. I don't think they're close right now. As of the combine, they weren't close at all. But I do believe they want to get a deal done, shortly after the draft and get Brock, done, and that's the nature of the business.
When you say they're not close, elaborate on that. What do you mean?
There's a significant gap between the amount of money that he wants and the amount that they put in front of him.
Do you think it's something that's going to create a stalemate, or do you think that this thing gets ironed out? Or I'm sure all these negotiations have inflection points where they feel like they're not going to get a deal done. But is this so out of the norm that you think they won't get this done?
Crazy things happen all the time. So I'll kind of couch it a little bit and say that you never know what's going to happen. But I will say that most of the time, these gaps as time wears on, tend to get resolved, and teams tend to get things done. But, crazier things have happened. They're not close in the sense that this isn't like, hey, okay, we need to up this $5 million a year and then we're good. They're much further apart than that.
So is it chunks of money, years? Has maybe the new quarterback money that's been doled out kind of reassess things, whether it's Stafford's money, Josh Allen's money, or given the Darnold deal that just went down yesterday? Are those things in play here as well?
I would say the impending Geno Smith deal is an even bigger inflection point here because he's going to get $40 to $50 million per year, and I think Brock wants to be in or above that range, and I think that the Niners have been less willing to go to that number at this point. Doesn't mean they won't get there. Doesn't mean they won't get it done. Doesn't mean this won't be a thing that they work out. But the market is always going up, and so if you don't get it done, then you're going to have to keep resetting your number because it's just going to keep going up.
So you referenced how they have a huge tax bill right now regarding just the money that they're going to dole out and the money that they're paying for people to not play for them, all of the dead cap money. You had a front row seat for what the Denver Broncos went through with the Russell Wilson cap situation. How did they navigate that, and how did they build a team around a rookie quarterback making a little? I know that will be a different scenario here in San Francisco, but he had a great year, and I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of things. You have to hit on your draft picks. I mean, you just do. You can't afford to not hit on your draft picks. And then, you've kind of got to be able to have the cash to be able to maneuver some of these contracts around. And if you've got cash, you can accelerate bonuses and do things like that and kind of play with the cap a little bit. It makes it a little bit more malleable. Since the Broncos have the wealthiest owners in the NFL by far, it makes it a little bit easier with that Walmart money to be able to kind of massage some of those deals and get around it. It definitely put a thorn in their paw, but they were kind of able to work around that.
Talking to Benjamin Albright here on the River Islands guest line, Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast. Ben Albright, courtesy of KOA Radio in Denver, and he's locked in on all things, I should say, NFL news, this, that, and the other. And I want to talk to you about this, Ben. Dre Greenlaw, and you mentioned it. Totally a fan favorite here. I mean, you just ask Fred Warner, and we all saw it. We saw the Super Bowl when everything changed in that Super Bowl once Dre Greenlaw tore that Achilles, just running out of the field. Freak accident, freak injury, although he had been dealing with the sore Achilles leading up to it. They lose him. Travis Kelce takes over in that second half. The rest is history. Overtime. Kyle Shanahan didn't know the rules. They lose that game. I know, I had to throw that little shot in. What did you make of that contract and the length of the deal? And, should the 49ers have matched something like that? Could they regret this if Dre Greenlaw, shows out this upcoming season and shows up with the Denver Broncos and they go on a run here?
Well, I mean, that's the question. I love the two players that the Broncos got from the Niners yesterday. My concern is the injury history and going from there. But yeah, I mean, you look at the market and you look at what Greenlaw got, and it was slightly less than top of the market. So, obviously there's a haircut there for the team in the sense that, hey, we're not, the injury history's got a little to do with it. But, if you're the Niners and if you're any team and you watch a fan favorite go and succeed somewhere else, it's always a kick in the gut. I remember the Broncos traded Von Miller. He was having probably his worst season. Traded him to the Rams. Then all of a sudden he turns it on, gets a bunch of sacks. They go on that Super Bowl run and everything. And it was kind of a gut punch to Broncos fans to watch kind of a legend, move on. And people are, well, maybe they should have kept him. Maybe they should have done all this. Well, at the end of the day, there is an inflection point for every player. There is a point where you got to make that decision. The worst thing that you can do is not letting go early. It's hang on too late. So if you're going to make an error, I would make the error on letting go too soon and then hanging on too late.
Well, it feels like they hung on to other people on the team way too long, whether that's Deebo Samuel, who got traded a week ago, or I guess kind of waffling during the whole Brandon Ayuk thing. And that brings us to Ayuk. Does he get traded? Do you think that A, there's a market for a guy recovering from a knee injury, and B, that there's an actual trade out there and what it would absolutely net them? I have no idea on any of those things.
Well, I do believe there's a market out there for him. The question is, the severity and with the recovery timetable and all that kind of stuff. And once you settle that for yourself, then you sort of figure out, okay, how do we work this? I don't believe that there's going to be a trade that is going to be as lucrative for the Niners as there was last year with the Steelers. But that window is slammed shut. So you're going to have to find someone else that values him, at that level. And that's a tough ask. I mean, there are plenty of teams that need receivers around the league, but at this point, teams are reticent to cough up both sets of assets. And what I mean by that is coughing up draft picks and then turning around and reworking cash in a deal, which with Ayuk, again, I know you just signed that contract, but if you trade him, he's probably going to have a rework deal on the other end. So, there are teams that are looking at that and going, okay, do I really want to double dip here? Is this the piece that puts me over the top? Because if it doesn't, then what am I doing?
Ben, I want to ask you about another name, right? Because you're tapped into this. I'm sure you got a bunch of Broncos fans. You have all these different fans that are tweeting. It's like, oh, what are you hearing on this? What are you hearing on that? We love names, right, in sports. When it comes to free agency, the big name, that's what we want, right? Well, Joey Bosa is a name, and he's the brother of Nick, and that's a guy that's been linked to the 49ers here the last few weeks since he's been released by the Los Angeles Chargers. What are you hearing on one Joey Bosa and the potential teams interested in him when the new league year starts?
Yeah, I had heard that was Miami. I know there was some stuff out there about San Francisco, but somebody I talked to was refuting some of the reporting out there, saying that the Niners hadn't even offered Bosa. So I don't know. Again, these are both secondhand things that were told to me, so I can't confirm that. I don't have double sourcing on either end. But I had heard that Miami was likely the team for him there, and then they pair him up with Bradley Chubb and that whole rotation out there. So again, I don't have double sourcing on that. That's just anecdotal claims that people who would know have made to me, but I can't personally verify them.
No, it makes sense. Obviously, grew up in Miami. His dad was drafted there. Him and his brother lived there in the offseason. And also, no state taxes, Ben, right, Joe Shasky? Yeah. There you go. That's a bit. How big of a deal? Yeah, I was going to say, how big of a deal is that right now when we're factoring all of this stuff in right now?
Talked about it like when he signed with the Tampa Bay. He was like, New England might have offered me more money, but I'll realize more money down here in Florida.
Yeah, for sure.
They call it Taxachusetts.
No, that's good. That's not bad. That's a 4.
Benjamin, I don't know. Look, I know you and Mike. We know kind of where you stand with him, but he had an article about on The Athletic about the power dynamic with the 49ers regarding their front office, their ownership, their head coach. We all think that, Kyle's in full control and pretty much the organization does what he wants. Have you got any indications that is a change? Maybe he doesn't have the final veto power, or maybe the front office, John Lynch or whomever is seizing more power. What's your feel on the hierarchy here in San Francisco, and how much has changed?
Well, I would say that it's a collaborative effort. They were both hired in together to get the job done together. John was hired to be the guy to go out and get the ingredients that Kyle needed to make it work. And I would say that the power dynamic is probably similar to what is happened here in Denver. You've got you got Sean Payton here, who he goes to the front office and says, "I need this, this, and this," and then you got George Payton who's like, "All right, let me go get that for you." And so I think that's sort of been the dynamic there, in San Francisco since they've been there. Are they consolidating more of that behind the scenes in the front office? That's sort of the rumor. But what is it that you're shifting here? Like, what are you saying that John Lynch now has final say so on the draft picks instead of Kyle? Is that really the change here? Or what's the shift? Because as the rumor goes that they're consolidating power, I'm asking the question, okay, what power is getting consolidated? And I can never get a straight answer on that.
Interesting.
Talking to Ben Albright here on the River Islands guest line, covers all things NFL for KOA Radio in Denver and also the Denver Broncos, who just acquired, obviously, Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. Thank you so much for the time, Ben. One more for you here real quick. Just a big picture here. I'm not going to ask you to do winners and losers of one day of NFL tampering, because that's just ridiculous, right? And more often than not, the teams that have to spend a lot in free agency, we see it with the bad teams, with the Patriots of the world, right? They got a new regime. Like, you're not going to see a lot of these things look like good deals in the next couple seasons, right? But I'll ask this. From all the moves that have been made, what do you think has been the most intriguing to you to see how it turns out going forward?
That's a good one. I think Washington, as they continue. You're talking about a team that surprised people, went to the NFC Championship game there. I like what Arizona is doing. I think they're going to be vastly more competitive this year. The most interesting one in the NFC to me, I think, was Minnesota. Getting those two, defensive tackles there. That's going to be fascinating to see, a lot of defense that was very aggressive and getting after people last year. So I'm kind of interested to see that. And then on the offensive side of the ball, kind of the other direction. They let Sam Darnold go, they let Daniel Jones go. They're rolling out J.J. McCarthy. So Minnesota is kind of the one I'm focused on for a variety of reasons, with their moves.
Hey, Ben, appreciate the time, man. We know you're not feeling the best, and we really appreciate you coming on with us.
Love your work.
That. Battling. Again, you're strong. It's the morning roast, baby. You came strong. You didn't come weak. We appreciate it. Go get some rest, man.
Absolutely, guys. Take care.
There he is. That's Ben Albright. Follow him at Albright NFL on Twitter. He's locked into all these things. He's got a lot of sources, that guy. KOA Radio in Denver. And again, locked in on all things NFL. And his reporting takes are gold and not silver.
The Niners in the Super Bowl. A really good interview. I want to break it all down. Sure. But the Niners in the Super Bowl against Kansas City.
Okay.
11 starters on offense, 11 starters on defense. They've lost 11 guys since that. And that doesn't account for Talanoa Hufanga, Jalen Moore, etc.
Wow.
Guys that either were hurt and didn't play in that game or were backups.
That's insane, actually. Like, that's legitimately, outside of Nick Bosa on the defensive line, they're all gone, right?
So, yeah, I mean, this is who's left from of your starters. Fred Warner, De'Amon Lenore, Jair Brown, and Nick Bosa.
Wow.
On offense, it's Trent Williams, Jake Brendel, Colton McKivitz, George Kittle, Purdy, McCaffrey, and Ayuk.
Wow. That's actually insane.
So, when I say all that, I'll say this. Today was inevitable, as in the last 24 hours, 48 hours. And I would even couple last offseason's move of moving off Eric Armstead and last week's move of moving off Deebo Samuel. They were all inevitable. The Niners were expensive and old and slow and not very good. Now, certain players were still keepable, but they needed to kind of rework this thing. Look at how dramatically different the Super Bowl team that you played, the Kansas City team, was in 2019 versus the team that you ended up playing, just however many, 15 months ago.
Right.
16 months. It's dramatically
Things
different.
changed. Yeah.
Big time. And that's 5 years. Yeah. We're looking at, in a year and a half, I think they're going to keep Brock Purdy. I think they are very cautious with how much and how long they commit to him. And I think that's the smart move. It's not disrespecting Purdy. It's a business. All right.
I did think it was interesting, Albright saying they're waiting for the Geno Smith contract with the Raiders to come to fruition to kind of jump off there for the price point, which is because I get it. Because we were talking about the Josh Allen, obviously he signed a fat contract, and that's just he's a top 5 quarterback. He's the reigning league MVP. Yeah. You're not going to base everything on there, but you could take Josh Allen, then you get the Geno Smith, and then maybe try to find a happy medium there. Obviously, Sam Darnold signed a deal now with the Seattle Seahawks. So
I think the Niners have a number in mind, and I think the Bosa deal, the Debo deal, the Ayuk deal, the Trent deal, all these things are going to factor into this. It's just human nature. They like Brock. They like him a lot. I think they're just like me. There's a lot of stuff to love about Brock. There's also a lot of stuff that probably scares the hell out of him. And I'm sure this is with every contract. But the days of just giving everybody what they want, those are over. You've lost too many deals in a row.
It's they're heading into this unknown period right now that I think is kind of got fans a little tense right now, and understandably so. I don't know what the future holds for the San Francisco 49ers. I can't believe I'm saying that because the future this time last year was still Super Bowl. And just a year later, and again, you mentioned the Chiefs, right? But they were in the Super Bowl, and it is different. They have Patrick Mahomes, they got Andy Reid. It's a lot different, but it just goes to show how things can shift philosophically, whether it's financially, everything can shift so damn fast. And yesterday, you just saw name after name after name get signed to all these other teams and all this money. I got to be honest, when I saw Javon Kinlaw get 3 years, $45 million and $30 million guaranteed, I was like, oh God.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I was like, when he starts getting that money.
Aaron Banks, who's a solid player.
They broke the bank for Aaron Banks.
It's crazy. So
Packers.
Getting back to the quarterback. Look, people think that you're either all in or all out. Dude, look, he's really good. He's gonna get a pay grade, a pay raise, excuse me, which he has earned and he deserves. But I am totally with the Niners in being cautious here and just trying to get the best deal for the fluidity of the team. They've signed so many deals that have been backbreaking time and time and time again, and it's put them in the position to where they've had to say goodbye to players that I would like to retain.
Let's keep it a buck. They've been doing a lot of big name hunting, and they've whiffed.
They doubled down.
They doubled down on the big names. Whether the season prior, we brought in Randy Gregory. You get him in the Niners situation. Maybe he's better than he was in Denver. Chase Young. That's a steal.
Let's trade for CMC, and then he had a great year. Let's overpay on an extension.
Exactly.
Right? Hey,
when we didn't even know his health at that point.
Exactly.
Right?
And they've done it over and over and over again, and they've made some bad moves. Right. There's been some bad financial investments. There've been some bad draft picks. Yes. I think part of this is the cupboard being dry. The Trey Lance deal cannot be, it cannot be forgotten. No. They missed out on
whiffed.
Not just the quarterback. It's the other 2 picks that it represented.
It's the whiff.
Yeah.
It's not a like for like thing when people say, you got Brock Purdy. Yeah, you got Brock Purdy, which again, I'm not sleeping on that. He's been a great quarterback for them. He's been awesome. It's been amazing.
You still missed on the other 3 picks.
But you missed on all those other picks, which is why with the Warriors, again, and it's why they got Jimmy Butler, which is great and it's different. you missed out on Wiseman, and that's a huge pick that you missed out on.
You missed on the number 2 pick.
And you didn't get production. Like, we watched Denny Avdia yesterday. That was the same Wiseman draft. That looks incredible right now.
Again, he does not look like Wiseman.
No, he does not look like Wiseman. That's the guy that I would bet on his future going forward. And he's still only 24 years old.
And look, I think that the Purdy lovers are going to, like, there's no middle ground. They'll never understand nuance. And I get it. Like, you like him. Okay, I like him too.
There's diehard Purdy fans out there.
They're out of their minds.
Really?
And then there's also Purdy haters that are like, whoa, like, no one says he sucks. He's good, right? He's
in the middle.
good.
There has to be nuance to this.
But that's my point. And I look at the Sam Darnold deal, and it's like, Sam Darnold had a couple of years of just awful football play in some bad circumstances. I thought he was a bad football player. He had a great year. The final couple games were horrible.
Yeah.
All right. Brock Purdy, I believe, had as good, if not a better, individual season than what Darnold just had.
Yeah.
I think at minimum it's the same. Maybe I would go above. And maybe that's me being blinded by my Niner love. I admit I'm biased. I think everything the Niners do is awesome. I get all that. But I also hate on the Niners at times. So I'm all over the place with them. Darnold ended the year ugly, okay? Purdy has been better in the playoffs than Darnold. But he also has a bad year under his belt as well. This last year wasn't great. He basically, whether you want to admit it or not, threw 3 consecutive game-ending interceptions that lost you games when you were still in the hunt. I think the team sucked. I didn't think they were a playoff team, but the quarterback didn't elevate others. He didn't play great. The offensive line sucked. There was a lot baked into it. He had a bad year. I think he deserves more than what Darnold just got. But there is an argument out there to say, hey, whoa. He had a career year. That's awesome. He's had a couple of moments in the playoffs. That's awesome. So did Darnold. And Seattle protected themselves by only giving him $55 million guaranteed. So it's basically like a year and a half contract. Now, I think Purdy earns more than that. I think he deserves more than that. I think he means more to the Niners than whatever Darnold means to them. But I also understand them being super cautious and not trying to lock him up long term. So, like, I think I get where they're going with this. But I'm looking at the team around him. And if you want to maximize the money that you're going to invest into Brock Purdy, you gotta crush the next 2 drafts. You can't have first-round whiffs. You can't have second-round whiffs. You cannot take a guard in Aaron Banks like you did the year with Trey Lance and redshirt him for a year, play him for a couple years, and let him walk in free agency. That's not going to fly. If you want to make the most out of whatever money you give Brock Purdy, you got to nail the first round, second round, third round, and all these comp picks, not just this year, next year as well, because I'm looking at this roster and it's hollowed out. I mean, it is hollowed out. I still think they can compete, but you have got to hit on these early, mid, and late round picks.
It's not a total rebuild because this team still has a lot of good players at premium positions. You have one of, if not the best tight end in football. You have one of the best defensive ends in football. You have the best linebacker in football. You still have a top 10, and maybe if he's healthy, a top 5 left tackle in the game in Trent Williams. You have the best running back outside of Saquon Barkley. Again, when healthy. You just tendered, by the way, Jordan Mason this morning. A team could match that, but they'd have to give a second-round pick. You're going to keep Jordan Mason. I'm just saying that right now. No one's giving up a second-round pick for Jordan Mason. So you still got Jordan Mason. You got Garendo, right? You got Diamolo Renor there in the secondary. You still feel good about that. Was there someone that the 49ers let go yesterday that you feel like you might regret letting them go? 888-957-9570. Are the 49ers going to regret letting go of Dre Greenlaw? Could they regret letting go of Talanoa Hufanga? 888-957-9570.
Can I ask you this question?
Sure.
Were they in a position financially and given where they want to be over the next couple of years to swing on a risky deal for Dre Greenlaw as much as we all love him?
That's the one where I look at 3 years, $35 million. It sounds rich right now, but if he shows up in Denver like the same old Dre, I get it.
But they're so, like, they've banked on injured guys.
I know you're not going to crush them.
I love them.
I know you're not going to crush the Niners.
Player.
I know you're not going to crush the Niners if Dre Greenlaw balls out in Denver. But there are going to be a lot of fans that do that. Because that's what we do. We look at over there and say, you know what? We could have signed Dre Greenlaw for 3 years, $35 million. Why didn't we do that? The guy was an all-pro for us. He loved playing with Fred Warner. Fred Warner loved him.
And
he was the heart and soul of our defense. That's the player I look at. That's the one player I look at where you could regret not signing him.
Okay.
Hufanga, I don't know.
But can you also acknowledge it was really risky?
It was.
Like he played a half of football. He was awesome. I love Greenlaw.
No risk
he
it,
played
no biscuit.
one half.
No risk it,
yeah,
no
but
biscuit.
this team has doubled down on injured players, and it's really bit them in the butt. And that's why they're in the position financially to where they have to say goodbye to guys.
Are the 49ers going to regret letting go of any of those players that they did yesterday and any players in the future? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Matt in San Francisco who wants to join the conversation. What's up, Matt? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, man?
Great.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not just the guys walking. It's the $20 million to the random tight end from Jacksonville. That's money you could have maybe spread out or made work to keep Dre around. And this whole talk about, Dre was injury prone, Hufanga was injury prone. Trent's been injury prone. I mean, the biggest concern with McCaffrey coming in was health. He was like Saquon. He'd never had a fully healthy year or hadn't in a few years. And now the big guy we're talking about is, can we get Joey Bosa, who's played 16 games in 3 seasons? I mean, this is not, they're clearing the books and spending nothing, and the roster hasn't gotten deeper, which was the issue. We got the injury bug, and it was, we're going to deepen the roster. There's been a strong safety special teamer from Atlanta and a random tight end from Jacksonville that you gave $20 million to, and there's a bunch of great tight ends in the draft. You could have drafted a young tight end. You'd be on a rookie contract. You still got Kittle. That's money you could have spent elsewhere. So I don't get it. You look around the room now, we're back to Warner and Kittle, and I love Brock, but a young quarterback, this is feeling a lot like the Chip Kelly. I thought we were going to beef up. This is like a full-blown reset. I don't think anyone saw this coming. And you still don't know what kind of Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams you're going to get back.
Well, and I would take it a step further. No, it's a really good point. Look, even if you like Brock Purdy, we can all acknowledge that, like, there is a number that makes you uncomfortable because it does make you, like, it makes it difficult to field the team around him. And I'm doing the thought exercise here. Okay. I'm not saying this is what they should do. But if there's a number he's demanding that you're like, yeah, but I can't really build that good of a team for your skill set to be able to complement that, it is worth at least thinking about what other team could be coveting it. If we're really resetting it that much and he wants a number that, the number that he takes, you get where I'm going with this.
You pigeonholed yourself into Brock Purdy. Like, you're not moving off Brock Purdy. I get what you're saying. It's too late. All the other quarterback teams.
I don't think he's good enough to be. You're a $60 million guaranteed a year quarterback. Like, that's the thing. I like him, but he's not that dude. And
so if they pay him $60 million, if they pay him $60 million, you're going to be freaking out here come Monday. If that's what happens over the weekend.
If he gets a contract commensurate to Trevor and to I think that's a bad contract.
You think that
I do? I thought both of those deals were bad deals. You think they're cooked? No, not that they're cooked. You're never maximizing Purdy's value. His value is when things are humming and you've got good players on the round him. A lot of guys can say this, but him in particular, he's not the play's broken down. Get on my back. I'm driving us 80 yards with a bunch of nobodies.
Okay, you referenced.
There's only a couple guys like that.
Correct. Who'd you just reference though? You referenced Trevor Lawrence. All right, dumpster fire of an organization. The Jags stink.
The day Dak Prescott signed his deal, we all said the same thing. Well, they're never winning.
Well, because the Cowboys.
No, it's because Dak's good. Dak's a good player, making great money.
They have Mike McCarthy.
He's not good enough.
Yeah, because we know what they are. They're not good enough. They're the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones, they're not winning anything under them. That's that organization. Brock Purdy's been to a Super Bowl. Those guys can't sniff the 49ers. I have faith in Kyle Shanahan and this team and John Lynch that if they have trust in this guy to pay him that money, listen, could it blow up in their face? Sure.
I also
Brock has shown that he's been way, 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 way better than bad. The good has outweighed the bad in such
How would you
a
rate
significant
his year
way.
Last year?
Honestly, given everything that happened, I thought he was pretty good. Given everything that happened, given everything that took place, Joe
I thought he was like a C minus last year.
He lost his left tackle. He lost his best wide receiver. He lost. No. Yes, that is the NFL.
That's the NFL.
The rest of the team was also decimated. The team wasn't good.
He had a Hall of Fame tight end out there. All right,
he put up Hall of Fame numbers. He was first team All Pro.
And you didn't play in a bunch of those games.
Okay, he was also. Let's not act like Brock wasn't a big contributor to George Kittle last year.
Yeah, but when push came to shove, in the crunch time winning moments, like outside of the game where Ronnie Bell dropped the ball, Brock he literally ended your season in fourth quarters with 3 consecutive interceptions that did in the whole year.
Great.
That has to be acknowledged.
Number one wide receiver is also Juwan Jennings, a guy that was going into the season as their third best wide receiver. So we got to have some like context here about what he was dealing with around. The offensive line stunk. It wasn't very good. Trent Williams was out at times. The running backs were all hurt at some point.
Yeah, but you were averaging over 5 yards a pop. Like they were getting good actual efficiency from the run game. Look, wide receivers was an issue. And look, Juwan Jennings had a great year. I'm just going off, did the guy play well this year? Like the eyeball test. And I think he held on to the ball too long. He was inaccurate at times. Things that he hung his hat on that were hallmarks of what made him really great, right? Like the guy was confident. He did his back foot. I knew the balls down the field would be accurate. I thought that he wouldn't hold on to the ball. He was getting rid of it quickly.
I thought he had to hold on to the ball because the offense wasn't giving anything, and he had to put the team on his back more often than not. And you know what? Sometimes you're going to make mistakes. We say that all the time with the best, the Mahomes of the world, the Josh Allens, the Lamar Jacksons. When they have to put the team on their back, sometimes they do make mistakes. And that's what happened last year with Brock Purdy. And I thought scrambling the ball, again, he scrambled probably more than I like, but I do think he was very decisive last year when it comes to the scrambling aspect of picking up first downs, getting some touchdowns, using his legs a lot more last year, more than I would like him to use. But he did get, quite a few rushing touchdowns at points where he did and was decisive in the red zone because he knew the team wasn't scoring in the red zone when the opportunity presented itself. So he had to put the team on his back, Joe Shasky. I didn't think last year was the litmus test to say Brock Purdy can't carry the team.
No. I don't think
that was fair to give him where the team was at. The team was decimated.
But part of the way I view these contracts is they're so large.
Joe Burrow had a great year last year. Would have been an MVP candidate, but they kept losing games.
The way I view these contracts is pretty straightforward, and it's kind of similar to Ayuk in the sense like I loved Ayuk at $23 million, hated it at $30 million. That's how I saw it. Like I hate $76 million guaranteed. Hate that deal.
I know you hated it. You hate it more now because of the injury. I wonder.
I hated it in real time.
I wonder if we hate it if he stayed healthy and he ended up having a pretty solid season.
Would never, in this offense, he would have never eclipsed like the 80 catches or whatever per year. Like that's just not how they play football.
think I feel better about this team heading next year if I just knew that Brandon Ayuk was healthy because I could talk myself into, okay, I got my wide receiver, I got George Kittle, I got Christian McCaffrey back. Okay, Trent Williams, we'll figure out the offensive line. We lost Banks. We got Ben Barch back. Okay, maybe he just fills in that role. Or Jalen Moore, right? Or whoever is there. So, we'll see. But if I had a healthy Ayuk, it checks off more boxes for me. That right now, Juwan Jennings, my number one. I know he had great synergy last year with Brock Purdy. I don't know if he's a bona fide number one, though.
Would you meet me here? Love Baker Mayfield at $33 million. Do you?
Sure.
Okay. Do you love him at $55 million?
If I was Baker right now, I'd try to get a new contract.
No, but as a team, for your team, building your team.
Right now, no, but I might in a couple of years when it doesn't look like that.
It's the same way
Baker looks like a steal right now. It didn't look like a steal a couple years ago.
Like
Things change.
6 guys in the league who, to me, I'm comfortable paying them no matter what money they get.
What if Brock
I don't think Brock's one of them.
What if Brock has an MVP type of season next year, doesn't win it, but he looks really good?
Then
Are we still saying that?
Renegotiate after next year.
Okay, there you go. Rick is in San Francisco as you're listening to 95.7 The Game.
He's
KGMZ
good.
FM and HD1 San Francisco. And Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app.
Love him at $40 million guaranteed a year. I don't love him at 50, 55. I just don't. They need to build the team around him, and there's a happy medium here.
I'm not going to be outraged.
I'm not saying he sucks.
I'm not going to be outraged if he signs at 50, 55 million, $60 million. I'm just not going to be outraged. I refuse to be outraged by that because I just know the cap goes up and up and up.
When
and
Tua
this year's
signed
price
his
is not
deal,
next year's price.
But I just know how I felt as a football fan. The day Tua signed his deal, well, they're never.
We all knew Tua wasn't that great. That's why. Brock Purdy's a way better quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa. I think you're underscoring that.
Tua was better last year.
Please. On a bad team, too. Rick, what's up, man?
How you guys doing? Hey, real quick, man. I just want to ask you guys a question. First, we're losing a lot of names, big names that we lost. But at the end of the day, I think we need to solidify our front line on both sides of the ball. You get Purdy some good protection, and you get some hogs on the defensive line. Look what the Eagles did. They controlled both sides of the ball, and that's what separated them from their last Super Bowl to this one. So I think if we focus on, however it is, free agency, drafting, trades, we got to solidify both sides of the ball because that's been our weakest link, aside from the secondary for a few years ago. But that's been our weakest link. Last year especially, we couldn't stop the run for nothing on third down, it was horrible. And if you give Brock a little bit more time, he's going to be a baller. He's already done a lot of things great with the limited offensive line that that he's had, but you give him a little, like, decent line, he'll get us to that point, man. So focus on that. Give him his money, but also he needs to understand if he wants to be a champion, a San Francisco 49er quarterback, which is champions are made of, right? He needs to help and not take that big money and like kind of let the team build around the line on both sides. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think
Rick.
The agent, the player, the family, the players' union, that locker room, everyone is going to take the most amount they can possibly squeeze.
Just because he got burned from Ayuk doesn't mean you're going to get burned by Purdy. Like
It's not just Ayuk.
But it feels
Bosa,
like
Trent, CMC,
Is Bosa still not a top 5 defensive end in the NFL? Like, he was still pretty good last year, all things considered.
Have they not been burned by literally Javon Hargrave?
They didn't get burned by Fred Warner and George Kittle when they signed their contracts. They've been pretty freaking good.
But the other 6?
You're not going to hit on every single one. You're just not.
They're 2 for 8 right now.
Okay, well, you know what? It is what it is. And maybe it'll be 3 for 9 coming up here, and that's not the worst average if you're doing baseball.
Yeah, but those, I would say to you, like similar to the Bosa deal, when it is this much money, we're talking about 5, 6 players worth of money in a quarterback. You can't miss the quarterback.
No,
that you can't.
I don't think they're going to. That's what I'm saying. I have a lot of faith in Brock Purdy, and I think he's a pretty damn good quarterback. I think he's a top 10 quarterback. Paying him his money is going to pay off going forward. He's a leader of that organization.
He is good.
He's a great face of that franchise. I am very excited about the future of the 49ers when they sign Brock Purdy because he gives me some stability going forward that I haven't had really in quite some time because I didn't feel great about Jimmy Garoppolo. Didn't feel great about Alex Smith. Didn't feel great about Colin Kaepernick. I didn't feel great about a lot of these things. So give me some stability there, and it would calm the waters, I feel like, if he goes out and proves it next year and he backs it up. We got what? I want to have these guys have their time. It is a good conversation, though. An 888-957-9570. Elliot and Bobby will get to you on the other side. We're going to come up here, coming up a break here in a second. But I want to ask the question at this point. At 888-957-9570, it was a Monday massacre for the 49ers. Are you okay? Are you willing to, take a step back this offseason when it comes to the big names and not swing for the fences if it means we're paying Brock Purdy this big contract? Does that sit right with you that we're not going to be signing all these people and not re-signing them because that means we got to keep one Brock Purdy? 888-957-9570 is the number. Do we have 60 seconds Celebrini today, by the way? No, we don't. Okay. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. No, I just want to make sure we're not shoehorning it in. No, we're not. It's okay.
No, the slipper fits.
The slipper fits. Hey, by the way,
and it's a glass slipper.
March Madness is coming up here. Are you excited? Do you feel it in the air, Joe Chesky?
I've watched a couple.
Are we doing something with KCBS? By the way, we're doing like a bracketology thing. Joe Lenardi, are we doing that?
Sure.
I'm just going to go UConn like I did last year and the year before that. Yeah, why not? They just win. All they do is, you know what?
You want to tell us someone who's
that's all they do.
Hurley. Oh my God.
Well, real quick, I talked to Nick Friedel. Do you think Danny Hurley regrets not taking that Laker job because he would have been coaching Luka Doncic? Now he's stuck with UConn and coaching UConn. That guy is stressed out constantly.
Yeah, I don't like him.
You're out?
I'm out on him.
You're out on him. Are you out on the 49ers offseason decision so far? 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni and Shasky. We'll wrap it up on the other side. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Oh, it's all love. We're all good. Yesterday was a massacre. It was a Monday massacre for the San Francisco 49ers. We got one last segment, and I want to hear from the people. I see you all. Bobby, Miley, Elliot, Bean. Not Beans. Shout out Even Stevens, not Beans. But we'll go to Bean here. 888-957-9570. Your overall thoughts on what took place yesterday, and what does it signal to you if you're a Niners fan? Dre Greenlaw, gone. Talanoa Hufanga, gone. Kyle Juszczyk, gone. Javon Hargrave, gone. Charvarius Ward, gone. Jaylon Moore, gone. All these players leaving. Aaron Banks, gone. What does that signal to you, 49ers faithful? 888-957-9570 as we await Brock Purdy's massive contract, Joe Shasky.
Look, yesterday, in terms of the online daggers, the update, oh, this guy's gone. Oh, this guy's gone. Like, yeah.
It was sobering.
It was staggering.
Yeah.
But if we're being honest, Javon Hargrave barely played for the Niners. And when he did, he wasn't good. Like, I'm not trying to kick a guy.
That's the grave digger. You show some respect.
I'm not trying to kick a guy on the way out the door. I'm saying as a football fan, wins and losses, not much was affected. Charvarius Ward was probably the most impactful player that they lost. Now, this year, he was in and out of the lineup because of some very serious family stuff.
Yes. Impactful. I'd put Dre Greenlaw on the same par, but I hear what you're saying. Yes.
For this year. I'm saying for this year.
This year, yes.
Dre not being there was absolutely a big, but I don't know if he'll ever be the same. Right? So that's a separate conversation.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble on the Broncos. It's also a gamble from the 49ers because they might crap out on this if Dre Greenlaw's a baller next year.
Who knows? Yeah, exactly. Who knows? Or if one of their guys, their young guys, Bethune, Graham, some random linebacker, could be a guy they draft, steps up and is really good.
Yeah.
Right? You know, had Devondre Campbell been like decent, we would barely be having this conversation. But he sucks. And there's a huge drop off. Obviously, that was no doubt about it. But we don't even know if he's healthy. Charvarius Ward is a really good player. Like, I do. I still think he's a really good player. He fits against a lot of bigger bodied receivers. He was a good free agent signing. You squeeze the lemon. I mean, it was everything you wanted and then some.
He's now an Indianapolis Colt, by the way.
But I get why he's not here.
Million, yeah.
He chose to, I don't ever want to come back to California. And they probably couldn't pay 2 cornerbacks. The left guard, Aaron Banks, you drafted him. He redshirted his first year. So he didn't play at all his first year. And then he played his second year. He's good. And then last year, he was just okay.
Right.
Like, I think he's grossly overpaid by Green Bay. Good for him. He's a local kid.
Real quick, everyone was grossly overpaid yesterday.
Yeah,
just keeping it a buck. But unless you were a running back like Najee Harris, who got 1 year, $8 million, $9 million, whatever he got, he couldn't even get $10 million.
I don't see it for the money. Now, look, LaFleur knows what he's going to be in the system. We'll see. I wouldn't have paid him that money. Not that big of a loss. Look, Talanoa Hufanga, although had high highs, was hurt a lot. Yeah. He hurt himself multiple times. It was the hand, the wrist, the knee. He was recovering from the knee injury.
The guy had a club on his hand for
they
forever.
missed his speed tremendously. He also misplayed a ton of balls in space. But I liked him. I really did. I really liked him as a player.
Swagger to the secondary for sure.
Yeah, but when you draft Malik Mustafa, when you draft Tig Brown, you've been drafting safeties year after year after year. You can't pay them. And what they need is a free safety, not a box safety, a free safety. Right. So why would I bring back another box safety when I already have 2 on the roster? So, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Who did you really... Okay, Kyle Juszczyk has been a big face of this team year after year after year. But in terms of really changing their odds, playoffs, division, Super Bowl, I don't think it sways them much. I just don't. No, he's a really good player. And I'm not trying to, rip him on the way out there. I'm saying I liked him. He was a good guy. I'm not paying him $6 million to play 38% of the snaps. All right. And then the last guy, who I think is the biggest loss, is Deebo Samuel. And more what he represents as a face of the team coming out with the boombox. More what he represents in terms of Kyle and the connection between the core of the team. Juice, CMC, Purdy, Trent, Debo, Ayuk, Kittle. That's a core of that offense was like a group. It was a clique. And now you've taken away a bunch of those guys. So they're going to have to reinvent themselves. But I don't think this changes their ability to win 10, 11, 12 games that much. They still need to crush the draft. They still need to, rework some things on the offensive line. They still need to figure out the quarterback, how much money he's going to get. I don't think the guys that they lost yesterday dramatically changes their win and loss records. And if we're being honest, they needed to reset their books financially.
Elliot is in San Francisco. I want to start hammering some of these calls because they have been very patient.
I want to hear
Joe
from the
Shasky,
fans.
They've got almost full lines.
I get why you're sad, but I don't think this changes how many games they win or lose next year. The draft is going to change that.
Well, and you better hit on the draft because right now you need all of that talent. We saw what the Eagles did yesterday. Last year when they did hit the draft, they got Quinyon Mitchell. They got my guy Cooper DeJean. Who else did they get in that draft? Well, some other stud that ended up helping them when they got studs left around that team. And that's where the 49ers want to be. You want to start getting those young guys and that talent to push some of those older guys out so that way you have the future. The future would be bright because Brock Purdy, when you do sign him, he still is pretty young and on the cheap. Not anymore. He's not going to be cheap, but he's still relatively young. And if you sign him, you feel like you got a good future. Elliot, what's going on, man? You're also Elliot Chasky.
Hey, I totally agree with you guys, man. I think Niners fans are overreacting. If they think this is a rebuild, they got to look at the other rosters in the league because not many teams can say they have elite players at 5 positions. And I think these losses aren't as big as people are making them out to be. I mean, Talanoa Hufanga, he hasn't been the same since his ACL injury, and they just drafted Malik Mustafa, who looked great last year. Charvarius Ward regressed last year, and Deommodore Lenoir and Renardo Green looked great. And then Juszczyk, I mean, I know he's a fan favorite in what he does blocking-wise, but like you said, I just don't think if you got to cut costs, then that's a good place to do it. The only one that concerns me is Greenlaw because I was at that game where he played against the Rams, and that defense looked like it hadn't in 3 years. So, and I also just don't know who our second linebacker is going to be. I mean, is it going to be D. Winters? So that's kind of concerning to me. But those other 3, we kind of saw coming, and I'm not too worried about. The other thing is, I mean, look at the Chiefs. They lose elite players, it seems like, every year. Tyreek Hill, L'Jarius Sneed, and they continue to be great. And then the Bills, I mean, I remember last year, they lost a ton of guys. Everybody was like, "Oh, the window is closed," and then they end up being better than they've ever been.
So
you can even look.
You're making a great point,
Thanks, Elliot.
and you're bringing me right down the path. So, this is the checklist when I'm in the offseason, and I look at who's going to do well this year, who's not. And all these hey, you got a wide receiver, and that's awesome. This is the checklist. It's straightforward to me.
Sure.
Quarterback, coach, pass rush, 1 offensive lineman. If I start there, okay. The Niners check all those boxes. Look at the teams that win in the playoffs or get to the playoffs year after year after year. 9 times out of 10, they've got 3 or more of the components that I just brought up. Quarterback, coach, 1 offensive lineman who's elite, and a pass rusher. The Niners check 4 of those boxes. Now, we'll see how much Purdy gets. And, believe me, I like him. I told you he's a good player. How much is, we're getting into the weeds, and I understand that. The Niners have a great coach who can still put up offense. Was last year a disaster in terms of health?
It was a disaster in terms of health and tragedies with that team, but yes, health.
They put up 100 more yards than they gave up, and we know, per game, and we know that their team defense was awful. They moved the ball. It was scoring in the red zone. So they got to shore that up. They got to protect the quarterback a little bit better. But Trent has got to play a better year than he did last year.
Yeah.
All right? That I'm going to assume. He's got to play better this year. They still have George Kittle, a Hall of Fame tight end, who's as good as any player at the position in the league. Then I look at what they have on defense. All right, look, I don't know where Bosa's at. To your point, and we've talked about it, he's still a good player.
Yes.
Teams would die from 20 to 25 teams would die to have him and trade you multiple first-round picks.
Would you be disappointed if they didn't get Joey at this point? Would you be like because they've been linked to him, and we just have Benjamin Albright who covers the Broncos, also covers the NFL at large over for KOA
Joe,
Colorado.
it's a great start.
But he said he's not really hearing any of the Niners. He thinks the Dolphins are going to emerge as the favorite to land him. I feel like that would be a low-key a gut punch at this point. At the very least, you feel like you can fall back. Man, that'll be cool. Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa. Not even to get Joey Bosa, because you need all the help you can get on the defensive line. That would feel I'd feel let down.
I hear you. But I think it's a good start. But to me, they should get a lot younger and a lot faster on that
and
side of the ball.
He's going to be 30 by the time
so he's a name. They need players.
Yeah.
They need to upgrade the personnel. And then I want to get to the juice thing for a second.
Juice?
Do you think Kyle Shanahan is good at offense?
Yes.
All right, I do too. All right. Do you think Harbaugh is better or worse when it comes to X's and O's on a whiteboard than Kyle Shanahan?
Worse.
I do too. I think Harbaugh is worse. He's a great motivator, great leader. I watched Jim Harbaugh take a defensive end, convert him to fullback, Bruce Miller, and turn him into a Pro Bowler. And we're wringing our hands over Kyle finding another fullback? Give me a break. What do we do? What are we talking about? I like Kyle Juszczyk.
Are people legitimately upset that Kyle's gone? Like Juszczyk?
He wasn't a good fullback. Dog, if you can't find a fullback, we've got bigger fish to fry. Will we all agree?
Well, he's 33 years old.
I like the guy. He's a good player. I'm going to say this name, Greg Roman, Jeep Christ, and Jim Harbaugh take a defensive end from UCF, convert him to fullback before he lost his mind and beat up an old guy, and turn him in to a Pro Bowl fullback. Yeah, I think Shanahan can find a fullback. I'm not worried.
Don't worry, we got Luke.
I'm not worried at all.
We got Luke Farrell. We got a new tight end there, number 89, Luke Farrell, baby. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby in Los Altos, one of our regulars, Joe Shasky. Great voice, Bobby in Los Altos.
What's up, Bobby?
I know he loves the River Islands and Lathrop as well as he joins us on the River Islands guest line. What's up, Bob?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. No joke. I am literally in Lathrop right now, driving up the set.
Right. Let's go.
Word on the streets is there's an in and out around here.
They're adding one. Yes, sir.
And the weather's so beautiful. Maybe I just gotta get Ava and find a place and put some money down on a down payment out here. But listen, Chasky, I respect you more than anybody on this station as it relates to Niners history and knowledge, and I love the fact that you have watched the team from the stands, not from the press box, for most of your life. Now, that was just a setup to say I can't disagree with you more on almost everything that you have said this morning, and I'm going to say this very respectfully, okay? But it's like you want to have the best value possible for every player. And of course, we want every player to play for $1 a game, but that's just not reality. So I don't know why you keep harping on that about, hey, Brock Purdy isn't worth whatever it is. Do you go to Safeway and complain to them because a dozen eggs cost $9 right now and say, hey, they're not worth $9 a dozen? Of course they're not, but that's what you got to pay to get one. So we're going to pay him what we're going to pay him, which will be market rates. And then in 2 years, you're going to realize Brock Purdy is not as expensive as you thought. The salary cap will go up. There'll be a couple more quarterbacks that'll hit free agency. He will not seem that expensive. I will say, as it relates to what you call contracts that have bit us in the ass or in the face, and have not been good contracts. Look, I thought the IU contract was a terrible contract, but the fact is you got to keep the band together because last year was 2 years ago was your best shot. I got that on record talking to you and Vontae about that.
Yeah, I remember that.
But you got to keep the band together. So you got to overpay in order to get him there. Now, would they ever renew him on a year like this? No, but you had to overpay to keep the band together. So yes, it wasn't a good contract in isolation, but you had to do it because that was your best chance of trying to win a ring. So I don't think you can say these are bad contracts in isolation. You have to understand the context to them. So, yes, you had to pay Trent. You had to pay Ayuk in order to keep them on the team. And then finally, the one that I really don't like, and Shasky, you said, we got all the elements for still being a contender, which I guess I agree with, but I don't understand the Juszczyk one because what does he cost? $5 million a year? you can find a blocking fullback anywhere, right? Like a Patrice Ricard, you could probably find something like that, although he is also a Pro Bowler. No shade to Patrice
there's only like
Ricard.
4 of those guys in the league.
Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate it.
Let me give Bobby, I'm going to give a retort to his particular.
I thought he was spitting hot magma.
Was
right
he?
there.
Okay, because I go grocery shopping every single week. Okay, I'm the one who does the
How much are
grocery
you spending
shopping.
on your eggs?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up.
Okay,
I do spend a little more on my eggs because we eat eggs every day and I eat them. I'm very pick and choose on the food that I go after. So, for example, this week I was like, you know what? I'm gonna splurge a little. I'm gonna get myself a New York steak, which I normally don't do. But I know it's going to be delicious because it's from Tower Market. I go up to Molly Stone's, and I know they've got a great meat market and a great counter. I don't just go over to the sirloin because it's cheap and buy that. I also don't buy New York every single week. It's a special treat, and I know it's going to taste good and be a premium. I pick and choose my times and my places to go after my red meat consumption, and I want to make sure it's good. I don't want butterball steak. I don't want cheap steak, and I'm overpaying for said
Brock
butterball
Purdy's
steak.
a nice steak. Brock Purdy's a nice steak. He's not like a hamburger steak. He's a nice, legit, nice marbling
He's like
on
a
there.
top sirloin.
He's not Wagyu.
He's definitely not filet.
He's not Wagyu.
No.
He's not a flank steak.
Well, I think Wagyu's overrated.
Okay, but I'm saying, but consensus says it's pretty good, right?
Yeah, but it's very pricey.
Right? So is
I
Josh
like
Allen.
corn finish.
So is Josh Allen, and he hasn't won a Super Bowl. It's kind of like Wagyu.
Well,
right?
look,
Flank
there's
steak.
tiers to this. So, like, some people would say that in any order, right? Your porterhouse, aka your T-bone, is going to have
He's
the
a
New
nice.
York
I think
and the
he's-
filet.
I think he's a ribeye. I think he's a solid ribeye.
He's not a
steak.
ribeye. Ribeye is the
No,
ribeye.
he's a ribeye, dude. Wagyu is top 5. I'm going ribeye.
If Lamar
Brock Purdy.
Jackson is a prime ribeye / porterhouse, which would be your New York and your filet, and that's what Josh Allen is, and that's what Mahomes is, and he's like a top sirloin. It's the next step down.
Wagyu. We're going Wagyu.
He's
up
not
there.
skirt steak, all right? He's not skirt steak.
It's not ground beef.
I do love ground beef.
I
You
know
get
you
where I'm
do.
going
You
with
had some
this.
tacos
And he's not
yesterday. You told
baloney.
us.
No one's saying he's Danny Dimes. He's not baloney. That's not who he is. All right? He's a good, tasty steak, but he's not going to cost you $34.99 a pound. Well, at least you shouldn't pay that.
Well, no, and this is a team and a player that needs some marinating too, and you have to have the other ingredients around it to enhance it a little bit more, because just on its own, it's going to be good, but it's not going to be great enough to satisfy it. I understand
And
that
a Lamar
part.
Jackson, a great New York, salt, pepper, garlic. But I just want to taste the meat. But you don't need marinade.
It's just the way the market is right now, Joe Shasky. And I don't want to have to pay all this money for the eggs, but I have
So
to.
now
I'm
going to go back to my
All right,
meat
you
shop
got
days.
it. You got to pay for the eggs.
And then you know what happens? You get a
gotta pay
customer
for
like
the
this.
eggs.
They walk by, hands behind their back, and they look at the meat count and they go, I'm just looking. That's what you do when you think that the price point is not worth the actual.
You're going to do that to Brock
bite.
Purdy? You're not going to. You're just going to.
No, I'm saying that you have that option.
And you're not doing that.
But you also have the franchise tag in your back pocket.
They're not going to do that. Miley, Walnut Creek, what you got? Niners making a lot of moves. What do you think? They're not making a lot of moves.
What's up, Joe? Hey, real quick, I want to respond to Bobby, but I wanted to talk about team speed. Everybody we lost is basically slow. The glaring thing I noticed when I watched last year was how slow our team is compared to some other younger teams.
Yep.
The Rams replaced a lot of young guys, and they were flying around all over the field by the end of the year. So the guys we lost, I love them. I got love for all of them, but they're all slow, except for Ward, and Ward had a
tough year.
serious issue.
Yeah.
Real quick on Bobby, dude, there's no salary cap at Safeway. But if there was, it's called a budget. It's called a budget. And when you walk by those eggs, if you can't afford the eggs, you don't eat eggs.
But Miley, the Niners can't afford it. They can, and they're going to pay Brock Purdy
Okay,
accordingly.
well, how about Joey Bosa, Joe? I'm going to lowball Joey Bosa because
I agree.
I'm not overpaying for that
Yeah,
guy.
no, I agree with that.
And I had to lowball Greenlaw too, even though I love him, because I just don't know what we're going to get.
That's fair. No, that's a great call. Yeah, no, it's a great
Let
call,
me give
Miley.
you the produce analogy now. You ever go buy the avocado? I love avocados.
God, I'm getting so hungry right now. Can we?
I can eat them by themselves.
Like 20 more minutes.
You ever
I'm
grab an
starving.
avocado and you know, like, oh no, this is going to be brown.
Yeah,
Like, you
exactly.
just know they
Well,
don't look good.
it's
They're not in
gross.
season.
It's got lumpies. It's got lumps.
You don't
Yeah,
just
yeah.
buy avocado to buy avocado.
No.
Right? And so, like, I think
Stock up now, by the way.
in the
Tariffs
last
coming.
couple of off seasons, they've bought avocados that they opened them up and they were cooked.
Yeah. Haas avocados. Love me some Hassa.
Javon
Avocados from
Hargrave,
Mexico.
it was a bad deal.
It's a bad deal.
You know, so his point about budget is well taken. I think one thing Niner fans have, like, and I was taught, oh, Joe, the salary cap doesn't exist. For like 2.5 years, it was shoved down my throat. And I'm like, at some point, you got to pay the piper. Well, and today's that day.
And Benjamin Albright, who joined us last segment, if you missed any of that, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, Benjamin Albright, NFL insider and covers the Broncos at KOA Colorado, joined us at 8:30. Find that entire interview on YouTube or the Free Odyssey app. Said this is just the economic reality of the 49ers situation.
The thing is, like, in the league, in the NFL, like, finding a coach is hard. Finding a quarterback is hard. One of the quiet, underrated, hard things to do is finding someone like Dre Greenlaw who walks along the edge of insanity and is just, like, how do you even quantify his impact to a defense if you don't watch him game in, game out?
It's the same way with Draymond Green, right? You look at you can't just
good call.
You can't just look at the box score with a guy like Draymond Green. You have to look at what he sets the tone offensively or defensively, whatever it is, he does it, and it doesn't come up in the box score, kind of like Dre Greenlaw. Although Dre Greenlaw wasn't all pro, albeit a second team. I believe
as a tandem, they were as good as he gets.
It was them for a while, and it was the only one that could compare was Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith. But I would take Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw at their best over any other tandem in the league any day of the week. The speed and strength. As Miley or whoever it was before Miley, we're talking about the team just being slow overall.
He was
Elliot and SF was saying, he's like, this team just looks slow right now. And that's the issue for me. And that's why you got to nail the draft.
Yeah.
You got to get speed there. Did you see the speed of the Eagles secondary last year? It was just so much more noticeable. Cooper DeJean, my guy's just a beast. He was doing kickoff returns, punt returns.
It's just so hard to find what Greenlaw brings to the table because so few people play that way.
And that's why teams out there, like if you have the favorite team, I was like, God, I would love a Dre Greenlaw because it's so hard to find strength with the speed. It's usually you're sacrificing one or the other almost always when it comes to linebackers. Oh, he's a good coverage linebacker, but he's not a good
instinctual separator of the ball. That's the way. So like Deshaun Goldson, I don't think was as good at his position as what Dre Greenlaw was at his. But when the Niners lost him and they brought in Eric Reed was a fine player. He was a good player. They just missed this element of thump that Deshaun Goldson brought to the table, that if you just didn't watch him, you didn't understand it. Like, he was a lunatic, and he'd get a penalty every other game for coming in and just batter-ramming somebody, and Dre has that in him, and he just changes your defense.
Some nasty. You need a little nasty in you, absolutely. Bean is in Oakland, wants to join the conversation. He's been hanging tight. What's up, Bean? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Lovely. Hey, wanted to say first-time caller, long-time listener. Really appreciate you guys taking my call. First, let me just say, Spadoni, welcome to the program. I know it's been a while, but appreciate you. You've been doing a great job filling in for Bonte. Those are big shoes to fill, so
thank you, Bean.
Not
appreciate
overlooked. Shasky, wanted to say I got a lot of love for you. My first apartment in the city was in the Excelsior. It's a great spot.
Let's go.
And you're doing a great job. Keep Spadoni in check, all right?
Yeah.
Now, I hopped in the car this morning, started listening to you. You guys got me fired up talking about the Niners. I agree with both of you on these points. I think the last 24, 48 hours, totally inevitable. This was a reset, a reload. I think the draft, how well we do, will decide if it's a good reload or a bad reload. But that's kind of the reality that we were at right now. All right, on Purdy, on his contract, I got a Brock Purdy, a beautiful new scarlet red Brock Purdy jersey for Christmas this year. I'm ready to ride with him no matter what happens. Obviously, assuming that we do sign him, that is. But, Shasky, I agree with you. $40 million seems like a much better number to me. If it's 50, 55, I don't know if I'm going to roll with it, but I don't know if I like it a lot because that really does limit what else we can do. But here's the perspective I wanted to give, and the last question that I wanted to ask you guys. If we do well in the draft, which is obviously a big if, and we start to make a run, it's going to start feeling a lot more like 2018 and 2019. The 2023 Niners are that's not going to feel. It's not going to feel like that run.
No, it's a little
If
different.
it starts feeling more like, if it starts feeling more like 2018, 2019, those were fun seasons to watch. So I kind of be okay with that. What are your thoughts?
You know,
Thanks,
my
Bean.
thought
Good
is just
first
like,
call, by the way, strong.
not everybody gets to make it to the end of the journey. You know, you ever watch these movies when people are, you know, going on one of these crusades or whatever?
Yeah, I was watching the extended version of Lord of the Rings and the Fellowship of the Ring yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Boromir, unfortunately, spoiler alert, Boromir falls, Gandalf the Grey, but of course he turns into Gandalf the White later on. But yeah, they lost a couple on their journey.
Okay, so
Merry and Pippin get kidnapped.
Yeah. Going back to when Shanahan took over the team, they basically inherited a bunch of players. And the only ones that stuck around for the 2019 Super Bowl run, essentially, were Joe Staley, Jimmy Ward, and Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
And DeForest Buckner, I guess, too, because he was, you know, pretty new when Shanahan came. I think he was in his second year at that time. If they're going to go back to the playoffs, like, it's going to be a different version of the team. You're going to have, hopefully, Kittle, hopefully Bosa, and then Purdy, and a bunch of new faces.
Right.
Maybe CMC's a part of that or whatever. That is sports. That's inevitable. If the Warriors go to the playoff right now, how different is the Warrior team going to the playoffs right now than what it was just in 2022?
Way different. You have Jimmy Butler on there. It's like, but again, I think even a better
There's
one.
a lot of the same guys, but there's a lot of new.
Look at Tom Brady's Patriots team. Every single one, win or lose,
Completely reinvent themselves.
I mean, how many different running backs are we talking about? Like James White was there for a couple of them, but then you got guys named Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis, Jonas Gray. Like you got like all these random guys. Stephen Ridley, right? You just think of all the
Dion
different
Lewis caught a pass right now while you were talking.
Thank you, right?
LeGarrette Blunt.
LeGarrette Blunt.
I love LeGarrette
Blunt.
Blunt.
Forced trauma. Love
God,
me
I
some
love
Blunt.
him.
Love me a Blunt.
But I guess where I'm going is like, this is pro sports, and B, what the Niners did was kind of unprecedented. They stuck a bunch of guys together for a long time, longer than most other teams have done during this last, let's say, 20 years of salary cap football.
It was a nice run.
No, it was a great run. I think it's a testament to stability, their drafting, their ability to extend people. And that group of guys, Juice, Debo, you know, whoever, Hargrave, they had their chance. They missed out on their window. A couple of them get to go to the end of the journey, hopefully, in Kittle and Bosa, and we'll see if some other new people can join the mix. Okay. And that's where it's up to ownership, management, the team, the coaching staff to find those next guys and let's go. Let's invigorate this bad boy.
Let's go, Caleb Livermore. What you got, man? What you got on Brock Purdy?
What's going on, guys? Well, first of all, I'm not the biggest steak fan. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
You don't like steak?
Well, I mean, I like a brisket. You know, put it on a sandwich with some cheese and
Different.
you know,
All right.
barbecue
It's
sauce.
more of a slow roasted meat
But
than
that's
it
okay.
is
You
a
like
steak.
you like your meat though, still, Caleb, just not steak.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know how to take that. But yeah, when it comes to Brock Purdy, look, I think the Niners are in a situation. The Niners are in a situation where this is what happens when you have to pay a quarterback. Like, you start losing guys. This is what it is, and I think we're going to find out now truly how good Brock Purdy is, if he is that guy or if he is a guy, or if he's a two. And I understand, look, they've lost pieces, and we can all debate that they aren't the same player they used to be, but you've lost a lot of your culture guys, and that's important. You got to replace those guys. And
I would agree.
like I said, I just think it comes down to we're going to find out if Brock Purdy truly is that dude.
If I were to close my eyes and say, all right, who are the Kyle Shanahan 49ers, at least in the last 8 years?
Yeah.
It's Kittle.
Yep.
It's Debo. It's Juice. It's Bosa.
Fred Warner.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Fred Warner. Like, so you've now lost Juice, Debo.
Yeah.
Right? And I guess Greenlaw to a lesser degree.
Yeah, but I'd say Fred's the guy though.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So you've lost 2/5 of that.
Yeah.
Of what the big nucleus of this team has been for close to a decade.
Yeah.
I understand why people feel the way that they do.
It's the way, and we've been talking about this all week, right? In the last couple of weeks, you know, the way I view Debo offensively is kind of how I felt, like in his heydays, how I felt about Dre Greenlaw defensively, right? Like the way they set the tones, when you're talking about the boombox, he has that big run, he run through the defensive back
Tone
soul,
setter.
right? Setting the tone, thank you. On both sides of the ball. That's what Debo did with offense. That's what Dre Greenlaw did with the defense. Now they're both gone. Fred Warner can absolutely set a tone. I'm not dismissing that. It was different though with Dre. It was. I mean, how many times were you talking about in training camp? You and Bonte, I'm here. I'm ready. Like
they missed him so much in training camp.
Training camp, he just set the tone, right?
What did I say to you day one of training camp last year? It was your first one, right?
No, I was not there.
I thought you were with us. No, I apologize.
Well, I'm never there.
No, that was me.
I was back here.
What did I say to you?
I had to make sure the show actually, was on air.
What did I say to you right away? Within like minutes of just staying on the field. I go, there's no juice.
Yeah.
I didn't mean use check. I meant like energy.
Yeah.
They missed Greenlaw so bad.
Right.
And he wasn't the only one. There was no circus at quarterback. There was a lot. And I said right, I was like, man, it's just Right? I think what next year in training camp is going to tell me a lot about how we're feeling.
We can squeeze both of them in real quick. Mark and Berkeley, I know you've been hanging on tight. 30 seconds or less, then we'll get Telmo and SF. What's up, Mark? What you got?
I see it like this. We need some offensive linemen. We got a good offense. We got running backs, and our GM will handle the defense like he always does, and we're going to be a contender in a year or two. That's the way I see it.
I would love that.
Mark and Berkeley, love the confidence. Let's wrap it up with Telmo and SF.
Telmo?
What's up, Telmo? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
What's up, fellas? First of all, on the Brock Purdy thing, the biggest comp is you have to look at whatever Jacksonville gave Trevor Lawrence, and you have to give him at least that. You can't ask him to take less. Whether they overpaid him or not, it doesn't matter. So that's what, in the $50 million range. Sam Darnold just got.
Telmo, then why aren't we looking at Deshaun Watson's deal? Like, why do we have to go to Trevor Lawrence's deal and match that?
No, because it's just a comp for the same time frame. Deshaun Watson's deal was is a completely outlier. So let's not look at that. But what I'm saying is, Josh Allen just got $55 million a year for 6 years, like $330. So I think Brock Purdy's going to come in the 48 to 50 range. That's what I'm predicting.
Okay.
It's right around 50.
Okay.
But here's my thing. But real quick. What I'm tired of is every time a player has one good season or a good thing and he's up for extension, all the fan base, give him the bag, give him the bag, give him the bag.
Oh,
I get it. Oh, we were up against it. That was Telmo in San Francisco.
You know me. The bag culture's out of control.
And you know what else is out of control? It's Fast Five.
But while we're at it, give me the bag.
That was my first ever caller I ever had as a producer here, as a technical producer. I was putting Telmo and SF back with Townie and Butcher Boy way back when, and I cut him off on accident. And Chris Townsend said in the Townie voice, "You cut off my guy Telmo." That's how he sounded, and he's very upset that I cut off. I think he's a chef, Telmo, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he owns a really nice restaurant.
Oh, does he cook steak there?
Yes, of course he does.
Wagyu?
Yeah. My man knows what he's doing.
Ribeyes?
It is a little unhinged, as someone put in the chat, to not like steak. Yeah. I'm not saying you got to eat it every day.
I don't know what he was.
Who doesn't like steak?
I was taking a shot at him or something. I was like, it's okay if you like meat, not the steak. I was like, that's fine.
I thought he was a vegan or something.
Well,
I kind of look at people that don't eat seafood the same way. They're like, I don't eat seafood. Really?
Some people,
you don't like scallops?
Well,
if you're allergic, that's one thing.
Some people, I had some cousins from Oklahoma. That,
that makes sense. You live in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
We live in the Bay Area.
We have some of the best seafood in the world here.
I just went to Hawaii. Great. Can you imagine going to Hawaii? I don't eat any seafood.
Right.
Like what?
Right. I do know some people that are like that though, or from the islands or from the Philippines that they don't like seafood. Some of them don't.
Really?
Yeah. They like meat.
Well, again, I get it if your body, for example, I'm allergic to shellfish. If someone said that, all right, it makes total sense.
That sucks.
I've introduced my little guy to all kinds of food.
Smart.
Yeah.
You should do that at an early age because they're going to get picky a little bit when they get older, even though you're doing that now because Benny used to eat everything. So did Nora. And now she literally, I put something in front of her, yuck, pushes it away. Just disgust in her face. I was like, sorry.
That's Niner fans to this offseason thus far. Yuck. They're just pushing it away.
What do you got, Joe? What's your final thought today?
My final thought is this. It looks like it's going to rain tomorrow.
All week, I think. Too.
Darn it. I hate the rain.
But it's so nice out right now. How's it doing that? I don't see a cloud in the sky.
If we're giving out bags, though, if we're giving out bags, I'll be the first to admit it. I'll take a bag. Give me the bag.
Yes, always take me. Yes.
In the words of Dibs, major bag alert, major bag alert.
That's not in the words of Diz. That's like an actual song, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm well aware, but he does the major bag alert song.
Because I was the one that put that on his board way back once upon a time.
Disrespect me with a $48 million deal.
Yes.
That's my favorite one. He was disrespected. I mean, could you just like touch the ground for a second and meet normal people? I understand that you're in this athlete bubble. And believe me, I understand. Can somebody be like Devontae Smith? If I go broke off of a $76 million deal, that's on me.
It is. What's on you, Carter?
I'm going to say happy anniversary. Today, 5 years ago, does anyone know what the anniversary of today was?
Hold on. 2020... March 11th. Trey Lance deal?
No, this was the day me and Covey were in the freaking studio and Rudy Gobert contracted COVID and he was rubbing on the mics and we.
Oh my God, that was today.
Him. Yes.
Very close. Very close. I don't know if it was the same day, but it was the day that the NBA postponed the season.
Yeah. And then the NCAA was like, we'll just keep playing.
Yeah.
That was so weird.
And the PGA was like, we'll just keep going on. And I think they were at the Players.
Right.
Huge day in the history of sports.
Huge. No.
I was in a gym.
Her history of the world.
I was also in a gym.
I was in a gym on the Saturday and Sunday at St. Brendan's. Hundreds of girls. This was like 6th, 7th, 8th grade tournament. Hundreds of families. And it's like, we just shut the world down 2 days later. I'm thinking, if I would have got it, I would have got it right then and there.
There you go. Sam, what do you got?
That my thought. I was also at a gym when that news broke, and I bolted out of that gym because it was kind of a gross gym, and I have not been back to a gym since that day. I just remember listening to the station the next day, and I was listening especially to Damon and Ratto, and every time Ray opened his mouth, it was, yep, this has got shut down. Oh, this is now over. It was just like listening to Ray Ratto narrate the end of the world in real time. A very surreal day.
We have a joke in the CYO world. I'm not going to name the gym, but we're like, yeah, it wasn't at the Wuhan lab where that COVID was created. It was that gym because it's how dingy and nasty and old it is.
All right. My final thought is 49ers. You can cut this and save it as a drop if you want. 49ers, this is Joe Spadoni right here. If you pay Brock Purdy, whatever it is, the number you have in mind, you will not regret it. You will not regret paying Brock Purdy. And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Gore next, brought to you by
No regrets. Spadoni will have no regrets. Tattoo it on his throat.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. What'd you have? A truly?
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, I don't like the way my partner just kind of started about 30 seconds ago before we came on air.
Snitches get stitches, baby.
Oh, no. You didn't really believe.
I read it, and then I just thought, like, I'm okay with it.
All right, here's what we're coming out with today. Guru's trying to maintain that Sacramento is part of the Bay Area.
I mean, come on. We've seen a lot. Come on. Merge it. Yeah.
It could become a megaopolis at some point.
But seriously, if I could say, hey, let's go out. Where you want to go? Sac, and then we could come back home. You can do that in an hour and a half.
Did you do it in an hour and a half this morning?
I used to know. Boy. All right, let's move on, baby.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Speaking of moving on.
Man, or moving on up.
The Warriors, they win again, 130-120. And this one was all some role players.
Man.
Gary Payton II, Buddy Hield were absolutely terrific. They were in control all game. They never put Portland away completely. I look at Portland. What do you think? What'd you think of my I feel like Portland's like a poor man's Houston.
I'm not mad at that. They're not there, but they can get there.
They feel like a young, athletic, a little disjointed, still figuring stuff out.
Got some talent.
They play hard.
Yeah. The Gamblers are not happy. The Warriors didn't cover that 3 by Simons at the end.
Well, it's a good thing that I don't gamble. How about you?
No. My neighbor might have had something on it.
And just get right into it. Jim Mole, one of the great P1s of our time, said no. And he went to Sac State. So
okay, Jimmy.
He's saying no.
All right.
Last night's one of those games where I feel like it's tough to take something away from it. You give them the win, obviously, but man, they were not going to lose a game where they shoot 53 field, 51 from 3, and 91 from the line. They were just making too many shots for the Portland Trailblazers to ever make up enough ground goo. And I mean, I'm not taking anything away from the performance at all. But boy, that just felt like a little bit of an outlier game. And it's so funny. Yesterday we were talking about 3-point shooting, and their 3-point shooting is down a little since Jimmy Butler. And then Gary, what? I don't even know what he went. Did he make 5 of 7 or something
Gary
like that?
Gary Payton was 4 of 6.
Okay, and what was Buddy? Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield, Steiny was 7 of 10. 6 of 9.
Man, I mean,
so pulled up on a one-man fast break, and
after he picked Simon's pocket.
He did pick him, went all the way around and picked it.
I mean, think about their 3-point percentage, what it could have been. You know, Steph now 2 shy of 4,000 threes for his career. I think he wanted to get it out of the way, too.
Couple air balls from the ship.
He tried to make it happen late. So he's 2 away, so he'll most likely get that Thursday when the Kings come into town. And you know, the Warriors just keep on rolling. Again, Jimmy Butler didn't score a lot, but 15, 10, and 10. The team is clicking, and it's just a matter now of what's going to happen. Can they maintain this kind of play? And if they can, how far up the standings can they go?
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, Donnie, and I mean it. There is, you tell me if you disagree, I mean, strength in numbers is back, and that's why when you say it's not much to take away from the game, the guys, you know, the others are just playing their ass off. And if this is going to be the staple moving forward, I know it starts and ends with the big 3, but in reality, it doesn't. You need guys to step up. And to see Gary Payton II, Steiny, a career high in 28 minutes, had 25 points. And I'm thinking to myself, is there a better finisher on the Warriors when he's around the basket? It's just like
Jimmy Butler.
No, Jimmy Butler, help me out. But I'm just like, Steiny, they can do no wrong, and is this fair? The Warriors are the 6th seed, and they got people on their ass. Teams are, you know, they got to continue to win. Is there such thing when you do have the likes of a Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry, you could peak too soon? or the fact that you mentioned before we started the show, Slater had mentioned that the guy we talked about in the crossover is due back Thursday as Sack is in for a visit. You got, the rest of the season, not dedicated, Steiny, but an important part of that is reacclimating Jonathan Kuminga back to what you're doing. Have they peaked too soon? Or when you're this good, that doesn't apply to this team?
Well, I don't know if they're peaking too soon, but it's obvious that once they got Butler, they kind of turned up the volume a little bit. And it looks to me like the Warriors are in sprint mode, if you know what I mean. Now, this could change. I mean, they play the Kings on Thursday, and then they have the Knicks
Saturday night,
and then a back-to-back against the Nuggets and Bucks.
Yeah, I'll be in the house for the Bucks.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
The front row?
No. Excuse me. The Knicks are in Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturday. The
I'll
Knicks.
be in there. Yeah.
Okay.
Possibly.
No Jalen Brunson in that game.
Boy.
But I mean, I think there's still a chance. Like this is how precarious it is. If they lose 2 out of 3, let's say. And it doesn't look like, that looks likely at this point.
Yeah.
But the thing, the teams are so bunched up right now around 5, 6, 7, 8. They win. Like it's now to the point where if you beat the Kings Thursday, you put them away in terms of they ain't going to leapfrog you after if they get beat on Thursday night by the Warriors. Then you get next week coming around. And the Minnesota Timberwolves have a very favorable schedule
Half game behind us.
So, they've got to keep winning to stay at 6. That's what I'm convinced of. They're going to have to keep winning to stay at 6. But I think they're settling nicely into either 6 or 7. 7 wouldn't be the end of the world. I still
would be
think
in the box, though, partner.
Yeah, I still think it's going to be tough to catch Houston. Evan did some research on everybody's schedule. Houston's got some cake.
Are we done with them, or do we play them
one
again?
more time?
Okay.
I think they play the Rockets. The Warriors are going to play the Rockets 5 times this year, which is an anomaly, but that's what happens because of the Cup game. But the one thing I do want to get into, and I know, this is the one thing that I have a little reservation about as it relates to the Warriors, and I get it. You can only play the games on their schedule that are in front of them. But it's just been such a nice coincidence that Butler arrived at a softer point in the schedule. I mean, he just did. If you look at the Warriors' run, and we'll do that on the other side, but if you look at this run with Jimmy Butler, they've won 10 straight with him in the lineup. So obviously things are falling into place. And like I said yesterday, they're beating every team they should beat. And that's to me the first start to, okay, now the schedule's going to get a little trickier. Mm-hmm. Slater called it a subset of the next 10 days. They have a 4 or 5 game stretch coming up of tougher teams. But, that's, give me one more week, if you know what I mean. 1.5 more weeks to really get a feel for this team after they play Denver, after they play Milwaukee, and after they play the Knicks, even though there'll be no Brunson. The Knicks are still a tough team to beat.
Yeah, and they put it on Sacramento last night. In Sac, New York did. But, yeah, I'm with you, partner. But the bottom line, just hearing you talk, Stotty, is growth just from the vantage point of you acquire Butler, and now you could say the soft part of the schedule because let's be honest, they were soft before the acquisition. That's why they needed something, and they got more than probably they thought they were going to get. And now taking care of business and the sign of a good team is putting teams away. And I got to give, Portland, made it a game.
Yeah, they play hard. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's where I'm at with the Warriors. To me, they've taken step 1 with Jimmy Butler, and they have made some noise and beaten the teams that they should beat. There's no doubt about it. Now, the competition they've had hasn't been great. So the way I look at the Warriors is the next step is the next 4 games. They're going to play Sacramento, struggling a little bit, but still right there. The Knicks are still a good team. The Nuggets are who they are, and then the Bucks are going to be coming in here on a back-to-back with Giannis. So
Nuggets just beat OKC last night.
Yeah, they did.
Payback.
Yeah, they did. So a lot to talk about with the Warriors. We are also going to get into the Niners today. It looks like the 49ers are going to field a very different team this upcoming year than they did last year. We'll talk to Cam Inman of the Bay Area Media Group at noon, and we're going to get into it. You guys always are involved in the show at 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse.
Butler hands off Buddy. Buddy for three on the way. Swish!
Oh, he's got it dialed in tonight.
Buddy Hield his third three. He's got 11. Peyton has 10. Those are your leading scorers for the Warriors.
Straight cash, homie.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's why you've got to give Buddy Hield a crack at every game. You're going to have to live with some 3 for 11s, but on a night like last night, you can see how he can take the Warriors to a different level offensively. And, man, when Gary Payton II is hitting those kind of shots, night-night.
Yeah.
Night-night.
Boy, man.
Speaking of night-night, we are going to be out at Chase Center tomorrow for our show. The Warriors are practicing tomorrow at Chase Center. Guru and I will be there. We'll be plucking players after practice. So big Warriors Day tomorrow at Chase Center. We'll see. We'll see who. We'll see. We'll see who we get. I got a feeling we'll get some of the. No promises. No promises. But
we're not there yet.
But
that is great,
we got things
man.
cooking.
Yeah,
we got things are percolating.
Hey, the vibe's got to be immaculate, right?
Yeah.
Who
For sure. For sure.
We should have multiple players wanting coaches just pull up on us.
Who the hell would not want to talk to us on a day like tomorrow?
Man.
I got some stuff I want to. I want Butler. Give me Butler.
Yeah, Jimmy.
That's the guy I want.
Could you handle Jimmy?
I don't know.
Yeah.
He's a little bit mercurial, as they say.
Yeah.
But the Warriors, they are rolling, and
boy,
you gotta love the turnaround. And I'm looking at the standings right now, Goo. They're 6. Here's the way I look at it, and Warrior fans, feel free to chime in at 888-957-9570. Right now, the Warriors are 6, Minnesota 7, the Clippers are 8. All right, the Kings right now are 3.5 behind the Warriors. So
yeah, they can go night-night if you beat them.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and I'm going to say I feel confident the Warriors are going to be in the top 8. And I get it. That's very conservative, and it's not a stretch. But
you want 6, Donnie. You don't even want to have to mess around that damn play-in.
Okay, and then if you get 6,
right. So
I mean,
Lakers now.
I'm just saying the thing that's going to happen is they're going to get a great first-round match. It's going to be a great first-round matchup. I don't care if it's Denver. I don't care if it's the Lakers. I don't care if it's the Grizzlies.
How about I say hard? It's going to be a hard one. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing I was thinking, and I guess we're jumping ahead a little bit, but I was just thinking about the Warriors in 7-game series. And they're playing terrific right now when they're playing teams once and then moving on to another opponent. Just throw this at you. Do you think the Warriors in a 7-game series, it's an advantage for them or a disadvantage to have to win a 7-game series as opposed to getting on a win streak, let's say, like they're on now in the regular season?
All right, I'm gonna try to pull my Steiny with you. The pedigree that I know this team has and the way that they're playing right now, Steiny, that's an advantage to open up that bottle of pedigree, which you can do in a 7-game series. But their lack of size, to me, is still a concern. So I'm wondering night in, night out, when you get into a series, maybe with, against a team that has more length or more athletic guys than we have down low, then it could be a detriment. But right now, that pedigree, I believe, means something. Jimmy doesn't have it with us. He has it within himself and what he's done with Miami. So I'm excited, Steiny. But I got to tell you, I talk all kind of crap about the Rockets. They've maintained, and they kind of had some turbulence, but there's 3 games ahead of us. And Memphis, I don't know what to make of them. Jaren Jackson Jr.'s out, and they beat Phoenix last night. So my point is, this first-round series is going to be a heavyweight fight, Not a walk in the park.
I agree. No matter who it's going to be, it's going to be tough. And B's knees on the YouTube chat saying,
bring it up.
Absolutely, it's an advantage. There's so much rest in a 7-game series. Not necessarily. You do sometimes get 2 days off in the early rounds. You might even get 3.
Mm-hmm.
But once you get into games 2 and 3 into a series, then they usually go every other game.
Yeah.
And while there's no back-to-backs in the NBA playoffs, once these games start getting grueling, every other game starts to feel, it just adds and adds and adds to the gruel, to the grind of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one thing I'm going to be interested to see when the playoffs start. And I guess we can say fairly confidently, it looks like they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's a win in itself. Remember, you said, "Goo, what's the goal this season? Make the playoffs."
Well, you would figure that even if they go to 7, that they're going to be able to win 1 out of 2 games at home, which is what they would have to do.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but also in the postseason, wasn't that their downfall 2 years ago?
I
the
thought
fact that
so.
they had to get pushed to 7 games by sack, and then the Lakers could they took care of business in 6 against Memphis. Like, just because there's days off doesn't mean that these games, if you go deep into a first round series against one of these better teams, might not hurt you the rest of the postseason.
Yeah, and I heard Spinell talking about that early, and he used the term pound of flesh, and he's right. You know, the Sacramento Kings a couple years ago, took something out of the Warriors when they headed into that series against LA. People may disagree with me, but it felt like Kerr and Curry said the same thing after that series, that they were just gassed.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't have anywhere else they could go. They were a one-dimensional team. They're a different team now, obviously.
No doubt.
But this is really, really getting fun. There's no doubt about it. Here's my one caution. And again, you got to play who's on the schedule. But let's take a look at this run real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The Bulls, about 8 games under 500. They played the Bucks without Giannis.
I remember.
They played the Rockets in a game before the All-Star break.
You're still mad at Houston.
Where I don't know what Houston was thinking that game. Warriors won the game. Warriors won the game.
Right.
They played the Kings right after the Kings made that trade, and the Kings looked pretty...
discombobulated.
Yeah, disconnected. Mavericks, without Anthony Davis, they beat them.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go Charlotte, Orlando, Charlotte. Charlotte's terrible.
Orlando took them down to the wire.
And Orlando's
56.
about 6 games under themselves. They beat the Knicks without Karl Anthony Towns. They beat the Nets. Then they beat the Pistons, which I thought was a good win, and the Blazers. So you can be as excited as you want. I just feel like, okay, step 1's been accomplished. They have turned the season around, and they're beating teams that you would expect them to now beat. So what's the next step? Now you got to beat some good teams.
Yeah.
And the reality of the situation is you might not have to play. I mean, you may not have enough tough games against good teams so that you'll finally face a good team in the first round. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have some tough games sprinkled in between now and the end of the season, which is fine. And you may win a couple, you may lose a couple. But when they play that first series against one of those teams, that's a different animal. It's a different animal. It's a different animal for the team that plays the Warriors. I get it.
Yeah, but Sonny, if what you're talking about were a tree, it's a good tree in regard to, we can't omit that they're doing the Matt Damon thing. An identity has been born. You know what I mean? So yeah, they're winning games, and there's always something, or somebody missing. But at the end of the day, this team got Jimmy Butler, and it had to birth an identity, and they're doing that, and they're winning. And what you're saying are facts, but at the end of the day, we still can't forget that they're winning games, still working on their identity. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm excited. I think you mentioned, I said in the first block, Stoney, the sooner Kuminga comes back just for the sake of being whole, the better it'll be by the time it's go time.
As for the Warriors' chemistry and the fact that they're still working on their identity, Om Youngmasuk of ESPN talked to Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler said he thought something in particular after they beat the Kings. Take a listen.
In many different ways, and what Steve Kerr had been preaching to the team was basically pass the ball, move the ball until we get to Jimmy inside, and then Jimmy can either facilitate, which he does a lot.
So he was insinuating that wasn't the case? They weren't utilizing him in different ways?
He just likes to say, you can use me more than just isolating me, and for whatever reason, I was feeling
All right, so that was Ohm Young Masuk, and I misspoke. It was the win after the Knicks game in New York.
Okay.
Where he said, Jimmy Butler said, we've turned the expletive corner.
I love that.
So you got to.
Yeah. They're on win streak right now, Stotty. They're on happy streak.
They are.
And if you can get 46 points from two guys just off of your bench, we can't forget Moody, who started. But Steiny, my goodness, what are you making of what he's just done this year? Moses Moody. I know he wasn't a star last night, but he made all kind of contributions. I mean, where would they be without him? And like, I really mean that. Steiny, he's been starting for over a month now.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think they found a little something, and this is, not to spend 4 hours on Kuminga, but they've clearly found something with Moody at the 4 and with Santos, and what it feels like to me is that, let's say 3 months ago, Moody doesn't make threes. Well, you know what? Then they're in a little trouble because he was a bigger part offensively of this team than he is now. So now if let's say he doesn't make threes, well, he's still doing other things. He's playing hard. He's scrappy. He's making the right decisions. He doesn't take foolish gambles, things like that. So I just see Steve Kerr is really feeling like Santos and Moses and Grime and they get loose balls, and they're making the hustle plays, and those hustle plays, as we saw all during the dynasty, hustle plays lead to chaos threes.
We got some breaking news, too, Stoney.
95.7
I don't know what it is.
Breaking news.
So as you know, NFL free agency is going on, tampering period right now, but the Niners are pretty much just cleaning house. They've only acquired one free agent, and they have let a combined $88 million go. And they just released moments ago Leonard Floyd, who had 1 year left for $10 million on his deal. So the opposite, Nick Bosa, is no longer on the team.
That tells me, Evan, I know you didn't ask, and Steiny, say what you want about Leonard Floyd. He was available, but now I really believe Joey Bosa's coming to town. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, and maybe he is, but whether Joey Bosa comes to town or not, Dre Greenlaw, Kyle Juszczyk, Talanoa Hufanga, Charvarius Ward, Jaylon Moore, Deebo Samuel, Aaron Banks, Javon Hargrave, Malik Collins, Elijah Mitchell, and now Leonard Floyd. This is going to be a very different 49er team.
Yeah.
Now,
for the better or worse, partner?
We'll see. We'll see. I got to tell you.
Because I got something to say.
I feel like this is the year to transition in some regard, if you could. And I think something may have a little something to do with the schedule. The schedule is so favorable that I gotta believe they feel confident that if they still have the big boys they need and they perform well in the draft and they acquire maybe the right guy or two in free agency, that they're going to be right there. Now, what that means, I don't know if they can win the division against the Rams with the Rams right now, but I still
so many
feel
question marks, and I know we got the draft. If you're going to sit out,
let me do it again. Let me do it again.
I know, yeah.
Greenlaw, he was no factor,
but the possibilities were big.
But you can't lose. It doesn't hurt to lose Greenlaw if he didn't play last year. So he didn't play last year, so it's not a tangible loss. Obviously, if you could get Greenlaw back from 3 years ago, that'd be an unbelievable acquisition. Juszczyk,
I'm with you.
Hufanga,
yeah.
Ward. I mean, Ward's a good player, no doubt about it.
You got Mustafa,
but more Samuel. I mean, let me ask you this, just off the top of the head, of all the guys that I've listed, which is the biggest loss?
Greenlaw, and I'll stand on it. And there's no
you
doubt.
win the bet, Evan. How can that be the biggest loss when he played a half?
Because another team threw money at him, and they're rolling the dice that if he's healthy, you're right about the past, Donnie. But what if he's healthy this year? Almost a year and a half removed from the injury. So that to me is the biggest loss, Stoney. The
biggest loss is Deebo. Even though he had a bad year.
No,
I think so.
He was on your team and he was a minus last year. So, again, Evan, help me out. I'll start here.
We talked about this already, and don't you dare switch.
I thought the goal was to draft a guy, have the guy play well, and then reward him with a contract. And I'm just talking about Aaron Banks.
Why would you want Greenlaw back then?
Why would you say night to Banks? I get it if it's all about the Benjamin, shout out Ice Cube, but I don't get that. But so now it's, the cycle starts over. If you're telling me we might be okay in free agency, we might dabble, but we're going to just roll the dice that we're going to come up roses in the draft. That to me is concerning. But Aaron Banks, he didn't deserve to get paid.
Well, he obviously did. He got like $67 million. It's just from another team. But the Niners, look, they let McGlinchey walk, who got a lot of money. They've let other offensive linemen walk. That's just philosophically not what they do. They don't spend a ton of money unless it's for a future Hall of Famer in Trent Williams.
Wow. And I got to give Steiny your victory lap. Not that you're clamoring for, but 2 years ago you kept talking about how the Niners had a cheap quarterback in Brock Purdy and basically paying him peanuts, and they were able to spend. Juszczyk was now I guess you could call him a luxury, Steiny, but I understand – that coming to an end, but my guy's about to get a contract, I believe, Brock Purdy. And when you ink that deal, now it's kind of like you're balling on a budget. And it's like, are you ever going to get back to the, right now with those losses, and I know you got the draft and a couple more days of free agency, but Steiny, there's no way I can look at you over there and say I think the Niners are better, and it might be unfair at this point, but again, I think you're going to miss a lot of those guys that have departed.
You may miss those guys, and you know what? That may be a good thing because you went 6-11 last year.
But before that year,
but we're talking about.
So you say I'm living in the past?
Yeah, I mean, if the 49ers were convinced Dre Greenlaw could be the player he was 2 years ago, I don't think they let him go because he and Warner are the heart and soul of that defense.
Man.
So they clearly think either Greenlaw's done or that what Dallas is going to pay him is just too much right now. But I actually look at a lot of these players, and I feel like most of them didn't have great years anyway, and it's possible to replace
Ward,
him.
I believe.
Probably.
Yeah. But you still got Mustafa back there, Brown. But Stoddy, just like I've been clamoring, and Evan, when you were gone, I'll never forget it. How do you need help when we're paying you the help? Talking about Bosa, there's got to be a free agency, an already proven guy on his way to San Francisco if you're saying night to Floyd.
That's not a bad point at all. And the other thing is, you lose Banks and you lose Jalen Moore, and now Trent Williams, it to me is a catch-22 because on the one hand, you got to have him back. On the other hand, if he's on the team this upcoming year, which I assume he will be, he's got to play. He's got to play. And if he doesn't play, then where's your offensive line at? But a lot of movement in the NFL, and players seem to just be moving away from the 49ers right now.
Is this a soft reset?
Well, I mean, Greenlaw, Juszczyk, Hufanga, Ward, Moore, Samuel, Banks, Hargrave, Collins, Mitchell, Floyd. That's 11 guys, all of varying degrees of importance, but they are names that we become familiar with the Niners. We know who all those names are, and they're not going to be on the team this upcoming year.
And I know we got Cam at 12, but Stoney with no Debo here and that package out the window, I really believe we're going to see a Brock Purdy-centric offense.
What about if Brandon Ayuk's not healthy at the start of the year?
And I don't expect
they need
him
a receiver.
Well, you got Pearsall, you got Jennings.
Okay. And last year, they had Pearsall and Jennings and Debo and Kittle and Ayuk. And I don't know. They obviously, the other thing is you get real excited early in free agency, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't necessarily set a total it doesn't set a tone necessarily. There's still plenty of time. But, all right, we'll get into some Niners for sure. Let me take this call. Jimmy in Bayview wants to talk a little Warriors, and we can do two things at one time. Mm-hmm. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, guys. Welcome back, Steiner.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm just getting out of this hardware store. I'm working, but I'm still a dedicated listener. So
Dynamite.
The Warriors, the Warriors are a 10th seed with one new player. And I think, we don't want to get ahead of our head over our skis because I mean, Detroit, that game was almost unwatchable. Detroit had a lot more talent. And, we're going to learn a lot in these next few games in this homestand. The New York game was great, but the Knicks haven't been playing great. But this is a different team, from the championship teams. But what do you guys think? Thanks.
I mean,
help me with what he meant by 10th. They're a 10th seed. Because they're 6 right now.
Not really sure, to tell you the truth. I think he thinks perhaps they're overachieving right now. But I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. But again, I'm the old Ralph Barbieri fan. Two things can be equally true, and you can be excited about this team, and you can be very excited about what's happened since Jimmy Butler, and you can also say, well, they've been great, but let's keep it going. All let's see how they do against some of the bigger boys that they're going to be playing, and then once the playoffs start, you got to start all over from scratch.
Yeah. And they're 9-1 in their last 10, Stoney.
10-0 with Butler. Well, wow. They're 10. They've won 10 straight with Jimmy Butler. Yeah. Rather, the only game they lost was that Philly game. Mm-hmm. I wanted to read this one text from our boy Leroy, and he said, "It's your boy Leroy from the 510. Newsflash: if Steve Kerr does not figure out how to integrate Jonathan Kuminga, the Warriors' playoff run will be short. They need to get Kuminga back and in a hurry so that he can get some games under his belt and be ready for the playoffs."
And
I think it's up to Kuminga, but that's just me. That's just semantics.
I know we talked about it yesterday, Stoney. Can I be excited, or can we be excited about Kuminga coming back without it being the end of somebody else?
Well, it's going to be. I mean,
minutes will be reduced.
Of course, for Kuminga too.
If he's on, it'll be for the greater good of everybody in the team.
The way I look at it is, if Jonathan Kuminga is playing well, he can add something to this team.
No doubt.
If he's not playing well, I think Steve Kerr feels very confident in some of the dirty work guys that he'll use them on a night where he doesn't feel like Kuminga has it going.
Right.
But like we talked about a little bit yesterday, I can't wait to see how it all plays out, and hopefully Thursday is going to be the first game where we start to see it play out when the Sacramento Kings come to town.
That's going to be exciting, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's already exciting as far as I'm concerned. By the way, do we have a little trouble with Jimmy Butler and Steve Kerr? You see him going at it after?
Oh, they were having a conversation.
No, it's funny because I didn't see it, but then I heard about it, and clearly Steve Kerr does not like to take a 24-second violation unless it's the last possession of a game. I happen to wholeheartedly agree with him.
I'm with you.
Like, I'm not turning but Jimmy Butler, does not, right, but he wasn't gonna, because he doesn't care if he turns the ball over in a 12-point game with 20 seconds to go, and Steve Kerr was telling him, no, we shoot it. We shoot that here. We don't just take an automatic turnover, which I've always agreed with. I wouldn't know why you would turn the ball over unless it's the last possession of a game and you're walking into the locker room. Mm-hmm. But just kidding. Hey, Evan, you guys were unfair to Evan last night. That's what my sources say. He
not me.
He pointed something out
and
about
it was big.
It was a conversation between Butler and
he had the video. Boy, you're a bad dude.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was clear they were talking about the last shot, and people thought I was just making something up. But I didn't realize that it was Kerr who told him to shoot, which is what was cleared up.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, Jimmy, actually, I don't think Jimmy really cared. Like, he would have taken a turnover. He doesn't give a crap about numbers.
I mean, you know what? You would talk about something I believe to be true. He does not care about statistics.
Right.
And
no doubt, Stoney. You're trying to get that bling.
Yeah, you got to love that. You got to love that.
Bling.
All right, 888-957-9570. I see some calls stacking up right now. Once again, we'll talk some Warriors for a little bit, and then at noon we got Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group. The 49ers are going to be a different team this upcoming season. We'll get into that. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by Public Market Emeryville. Hey, Dub Nation. Join Guru and me at the watch party at Public Market Emeryville on March 13th from 6 to 8 p.m. Enjoy.
Buddy Hield with the steal. Hield down to Draymond. Draymond lob. Peyton dunk. Low right. Jammed it through. Chauncey Billups says, I've got to stop the noise.
My fault. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to give the Blazers some credit.
Equifax.
That would have been an easy game Warriors hitting threes all over the place. They could have gotten buried about 3 times last night.
And I thought they were, Steiny, and they came back, and I'm like, 21 of 41, the Dubs went from deep.
Yeah, they're not going to lose a lot of games when they shoot 53 from the field, 51 from 3, and 91 from the line. By the way, who's worried about their free throw shooting?
Not over here. Can we
see?
You're pointing at me.
Put your finger down.
I'm good. Man.
I don't think there's such a thing as a bad free throw shooting team. I think there's bad free throw shooters that happen to be on a team, and you get one guy in here, you get 4 guys out, and the next thing you know, they're knocking down.
I'm radio mad at you right now.
Oh no,
you've been gone, so I've been battling through a little bug, Steiny, and I said for 2 weeks. I'm on my way out to get coffee, French vanilla, and I said, you know what? I've had a runny nose for like 2 weeks. And then you go, is that the nose candy? And I'm like, come on, you know I don't do that stuff.
Of course not. That's why it's a joke.
It was a low blow.
It's a joke. Yeah. I just wanted to know how you know, Steiny, that's when it bleeds.
Well, I've been here. I watch movies.
Yeah,
man.
You watched, what was the movie?
Why is the boss in there?
Little Hustle and Flow.
Yeah. By
the way, a little update for our listeners. We got some action the next couple days. Tomorrow, we're going to be at Chase Center.
Yeah.
At the Warriors practice, so we'll be getting guys coming off the practice court, and it's going to be fun time. It's going to be a fun time to be over there. This team's rolling right now, and the vibes are good, and we're going to try to bring you some of those vibes tomorrow. And then Thursday...
Bang, bang.
By the way, you know what? I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to use both text lines here. The YouTube text and the number text, the 888-957-9570. I need a head count for Thursday.
Look at him,
Who's coming out to the public market, Emeryville, to watch the Warriors Kings with Guru and myself?
Because the last one at
Let's Go.
Tipsy Putt was a success.
That was fun. I got to tell you, remember, it was pouring rain that night.
It was.
And we still had a nice little crew led by the one and only Ernie Chavez.
You think he's showing tomorrow, Thursday?
Well, if he doesn't, then there's something wrong with our relationship.
I got you.
But yeah, we'd love to see you out at the public market, Emeryville, on Thursday for the Kings-Warriors game. Watch party. Guru and I will be out there. Come on down. We'll have some. Of course, it's open to the public, Don Dada. That's why we're inviting all you guys. So that'll be Thursday, and I'll tell you what, keep it under your hat, everybody, but one thing I'm efforting from the boss.
Look at my man.
Come on, Matt.
Hand it over.
And Nahegan. Give me the company credit card so we can take care of some of our P1s.
It's hard out here on the player, man. Come on, boss.
Let me see if I can weasel that company credit card for some of our loyals.
Last time he gave it to us, he said the credit card company called him. Evan, he thought it might be fraud going on.
In that respect, it is the private public market.
No, it is open to the public. We'd love to see all you out there.
Hey, can I?
Sure.
I'm interrupting you. Just it's out of excitement. I tell every host I get on with that. Can we make a petition for GP2 to keep the mask on? Because he's just been lights out with it. If we see him tomorrow, we'll ask him.
I mean, certain guys have done that, and they've kept it regardless. Rip Hamilton.
Yeah,
how about, and don't forget Kareem with the goggles. Not quite a face mask, but he wore the goggles because he got poked in the eyes a lot.
But didn't they fog up on him? How did he keep it?
No, he never worked up the sweat. He was so calm, cool, and collected.
Lou Alcindor.
Yes, he was.
Well, Pods hated it. But he had a clear one. But yeah, GP2's got like the Batman.
Dude, the Batman. Bron had the Batman one time. Remember, he wore a mask.
Vaguely. Yeah, vaguely. 888-957-9570. Let's get it going. Let's go. Okay. You know what? We may as well start by raising the bar as high as we can. Let's go to Shaka in Berkeley.
B-Town.
Shaka, what's up, man?
What's up, man? You know I'm coming through Thursday, man.
Yeah.
Kicking with y'all, man. I'm in there, man. Man, it's all out here on the field, man. Hey, man. Hey. The guy who called earlier said he was stepping out from his job. And he said the Warriors were just tell him don't lose his day job because he is investigating is he really not up to par. Hey, man, we got a great team. Jimmy Buckets has brought so much energy to the Bay. Even in Steph, man. Steph had a couple 40-pointers, man. I love the post. He's a poor man's Kevin McHale, man. He's got so much of a future. You got to tell me that.
Whoa.
Shaka, both of us go ahead.
He said Post is like Kevin McHale?
Poor man's Kevin McHale. Like, hey.
I said he's a poor man.
Yeah.
I said he's got three. He's outside. He's at outside range. He's nimble. Hey, at number 56, man, he's an A, 5-star, man. He's something to work with for every youth, man. And Gary Payton, he's playing like his dad, man. And he's going to the hole so confidently. And at 6'3", he plays like a guy 6'7", man.
And he tried to end, who is it, Klingon?
Thanks a lot, Chuck. Appreciate it as always.
He tried to end Klingon, Stein. He tried to dunk on him.
You don't end Klingon. You don't end Klingon.
It was one of those hoops, yeah.
You do not end
He's
Klingon.
pretty good, man.
He's all right.
Yeah.
Only 21.
Your type of player. Yeah.
What's that?
The young player, right?
21, yes.
You throw him away at 24.
He's
34.
34 is my limit. Okay, yeah. Kurt Rambis wore glasses.
Yeah.
Well, he was a thug.
Shout out Santa Clara.
Kurt Rambis.
Scoot Henderson was wearing goggles. I don't know if it was last year or early this year, but he's got the rec specs.
Yeah.
I feel like
I couldn't do it.
I'm not afraid to say Kurt Rambis about he might be on my Mount Rushmore of least liked all-time players.
But he was loved by his teammates.
That's great, but I didn't. That's more important. You'd rather be loved by me and disliked by your teammates. You see what I'm saying? You need you want my approval. That's more important than teammates, right?
You shock me at times.
Well, Steiny, we know it's not hard for you to dislike a player, but
that's not true.
But for someone to be on your Mount Rushmore of disliked players, that's a different space.
It's interesting.
You know what? As long as we're at it.
Carmelo Anthony.
No. Oh, my God.
Paul George.
No. Dwight Howard.
Oh, Steiny.
Nick Young.
He's podcasted now.
Kurt Rambis.
Hey, who's the four?
It's got to be another white player.
I'll come up with one.
Boy.
I'll come up with
one.
All right. Let's go to my
positivity.
My podcast buddy Trevor in Rotor Park. Give it a plug.
What's up, guys?
Give it a plug.
Okay. So, Sideline Bears Sports, guys. Listen to it when you're not listening to the radio here. I'm on almost every single day. I don't have specific time, so just look for me when you see that live notification. But that being said, I want to say something about the Warriors. I don't know if I can be as energetic as the last guy on the phone, but they are playing absolutely lights out. I just want to say two things. One, because I know Guru, you remember maybe I called a couple weeks ago and you were asking the question, who's the player that needs to really come together and get it going to make this Warrior team get into the playoffs and bring them into the maybe close to the finals, whatever. And then you gave a list of people. You said Jonathan Kuminga, Moody. I don't know what the other one. And I said Moody. Well, there you go, man. Moody is coming around, and Moody is making a difference. And I want to say something about Kuminga. Kuminga is not going to make the difference whether this Warrior team goes deep in the playoffs or not. He will enhance this team. I think he's going to enhance this team. But they're playing lights out right now without him, and when he comes back, he's going to make them better. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But I don't think because I heard somebody say, and I didn't hear you guys say it, so I'm not going to say you did, but I did hear somebody say that Jonathan Kuminga is going to be the difference between whether this team goes deep in the playoffs.
That was me,
or they have an early exit.
Yeah, that was me. Leroy from the 510, yeah.
I do not believe that for a second. That's not going to make the difference. The difference is going to be if they continue this vibe going. But guys, dude, since Matt, you and I talked, they're playing a different brand of basketball. And now I think, holding on to that 6th spot is not going to be as much of a worry. I just wonder if the Rockets are going to fall off. Maybe they'll get up into that 5 spot even. I don't know, but they're playing fantastic basketball. It's fun to watch.
Yeah. Thanks, Trevor.
Yeah.
Take care, buddy.
won 3 in a row since having a lot of problems, Steiny, and still got that 3-game lead, man.
Yeah, don't count Minnesota out. Minnesota, I think, is going to keep winning.
I'm not.
Which is going to force the Warriors to keep winning.
Right.
And, it's going to go down to the wire. I was thinking about a couple things. The whole play-in thing. And I always try to look at the standings this time of year and say, well, what if there was no play-in like there used to be?
Because we've not won a game in the play-in.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Do you think that matters if they finish 7? Hold on. Let's say they finish 7.
Right, I got something for you.
Are you going to be like, Steiny, they're 0-2 in play-ins. Come on, Goo. This is a different team.
Bonte, Mully, and Fences. Every time that my man scores 18 points, Buddy Hield, they're such and such, 18-0. Like, I know that's not, everything, Steiny, but it is a nugget. And they're scars. We've yet to win a game in the play-in. Lost to the Lakers, lost to Memphis and OT at home, and then we know what happened last year.
One of the reasons you lose in the play-in is because you're at best a 7 seed anyway, so you're not just good enough.
Unless you're Miami.
By the way,
Jimmy Butler.
Let me make it clear about Kurt Rambis because I know he is a Santa Clara alum.
Heat.
I don't like him because I was a Celtics fan. Period.
But how many years got to go by before you be like, you know what?
Infinity?
Dude played his ass off.
Infinity?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
You're the one who's the fan. You're the one who's the fan that these things got to last, and they've got to.
I like what Stewart did to Steph. I didn't like the chef getting pushed, but he protected his territory, Steiny.
See, that's the thing. Don't let us get Steph tomorrow because so much time has gone by. He's going to have to endure some tough questions if we get him. No promises.
You.
Like
the chef.
Steph. Like I would say, Steph. Get away from the Pistons bench when you do that. That's not your place over there.
That's his cathedral, though. That's
I
his
owe
home.
Curry nothing.
Stewart got it.
I may amend that, by the way. We'll see. That's the other thing about Portland last night. Yeah, Curry's making shots and he's spinning around and falling on the ground. It's like
that's Michael Jackson.
Sometimes when they play like that, it's like, boy, if I'm the other team, I'm just packing in.
Gary Payton hit a corner 3 and did something like the Saturday night strut. I'm like, oh boy, they feel it.
Show me a shimmy next week against Denver. All right.
Well, I don't play.
It's not hard to shimmy against the Blazers.
You'll tell the players that on Thursday.
Oh, Wednesday. Tomorrow.
Wednesday.
We
got so much on the docket. Thursday's a watch party.
Thursday's public market. Emeryville watch party. Tomorrow is Lamar Jackson stinks. Chase Center. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. How about this? This is kind of thing I think about. Was it Shaka said, "Oh man, Jimmy Butler has brought so much excitement. Jimmy Butler," and he's right. But the player Jimmy Butler, he's not really the most exciting player in the world. In fact, he's almost so fundamentally sound as to make him boring in a way.
It's a compliment, though, Steiny.
No,
it goes to the gravity of his game.
Of course it is. No doubt about it.
You will not mistake him for Dr. J. You know what I'm saying? He plays below the rim.
Andrew Wiggins, how many I hate to do this, but how many triple-doubles? I think he had one as a Warrior. Andrew Wiggins, triple-doubles.
They lost last night to Charlotte at home. He had 16.
I mean, they stink.
Yeah.
And you know what? I know we're in the Bay, but Jimmy Butler messed up their year. Come on.
Well, they'll be in the playoffs or play in. Yeah, they're 8th or 9th. It's the East, Donnie.
Wiggins has one career triple-double.
Damn.
And it was with the Warriors.
In 2020.
Gotcha.
When he first got here.
All right.
COVID.
Heater.
I got you. I'm just telling you where they're at.
The Chicago Bulls are going to make the play in. They're 10 under 500. The league. Come on, league.
He was playing for the Wolves, sorry.
Uh-oh. All right, so Jimmy Butler's got his first triple-double as a Warrior.
Yeah.
Big Smooth in Oakland. What's going on, Big Smooth in Oakland? What's going on, buddy?
Check out the Big Smooth podcast coming soon to all social media platforms. But listen, man,
we'll do.
I gotta
start charging.
Right. Okay. Goo, can I put this rat on the table?
Yes, man. Rats have gone away. But
courtesy,
brought to you by Atco. Go ahead, Big Smooth.
I didn't hear the little rat sound, but it's okay. Listen, here's the rat on the table. Warrior fans, we are not going to start nitpicking these wins. Man, we got to stack. We got folks running right. We got to stack wins. Stop it with analyzing our wins. Cut it out. I'm like Chef 2 years ago. Get on this bus or go home. Now is the time for Warrior fans. Get on the bus or stay home. We're not going to be in the middle of this trying to figure, oh, well, Carl Towns wasn't. Hey, Carl Towns' problem. Whoever's not playing right now, so what? We got to stack up wins. I want that 5th or 4th spot. Once you look at the standings around that, once you hit 40, all these teams are stacked up in there. Lakers, Memphis, they're all stacked there. If we keep winning, because look at the schedule. A lot of these teams are playing each other. We got a smooth pathway. We got 2 tough games in this month. But if you look at everybody else, they all play each other. They're all going to be knocking each other out. All we have to do is keep stacking them wins. I don't care how we get them. I don't care. Whoever.
Well, what are we going to talk about?
Wins.
What if they never lose another game? We can't talk about the Warriors then because we can't nitpick wins. That's the sign of a good team.
No. We're not nitpicking. You only can. What are we going to do? Order? Give me the next game, but make sure everybody's there. We can't order our opponent. All we got to do is play with who's in front of us, man. Let's go. Yeah. What are we doing here?
Big Smoothie.
What we're doing here is sports talk radio. Smoothie, my man.
Yeah. Well, I guess he was talking to you.
Well, so thanks, Big Smooth. Get him off. Well, let's go back about 8 years. What the hell would we have done when they were 73-9?
Do what you and I did during the game.
Great game.
Hey, yeah.
So 70.
Dude, I'll never forget.
Yeah, Warriors are down 14 with 6 minutes to go. They'll come back. They always do. And they did. So,
holy cannoli. This is crazy.
GP. What if I'm random?
That was Klay Thompson.
I thought that was GP.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Oh, you're my bad.
Get to know your champions.
I feel bad for Klay.
Why?
Damn.
They're going to get AD back. They're going to make the play-in.
You think so?
Yeah. I think they're 10th now.
Phoenix is going to catch him. AD missed a game winning 3 last night against Memphis.
I will make that bet, and I don't even know what the standings are. You're not going to make that bet because you know you talk too soon.
No, Steiny.
Phoenix is 2.5 behind Dallas. I'll bet you right now, Phoenix, they finish 11th.
The next bet we make, the odds are going to be in my favor. Yeah,
so you just wanted to chirp.
Right.
Fair enough.
It still can happen.
It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I agree. 510. Stop discrediting the Clippers. Because they do have the tiebreaker over you.
Yeah, nobody has.
I feel like the Clippers are the most under-the-radar team in the West.
Game and a half behind us.
So,
and Kawhi is healthy.
And he made a shot at the buzzer the other day.
A lefty.
Let's go to Austin in Redwood City. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, good. Thank you, man. Hey, I know I didn't like Jimmy, man, on the Warriors, but now I kind of like him now. You feel me?
I do.
I like the lineup. And one thing I do notice about Kerr, you remember when Moody and Kuminga first came in, he didn't really trust the rookies.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like he trusted Post and he trusted Santos more than ever now. Yep. That's kind of strange to me that he really trusted them to do what Kuminga and Moody was doing when they first came in the league, but he wasn't really sold on to them. But my main thing I wanted to talk about was Kuminga. When he come back, I think he should be leading that bench role with Pop coming off that bench. I think we can have a big scoring chance on the bench role. What do you think about that? So Kuminga coming off the bench and letting everybody else start, whoever's starting right now.
I mean,
think about that.
Yeah, Austin. I mean,
he can eat.
If I were Steve Kerr, He already said that Kuminga's only going to play at least at the beginning in short spurts. Yeah. The guy's missed 30 games. So clearly he's going to come off the bench. Now the question is, can he build up his role over the last 17 games as the Warriors head into the playoffs? And then you go into the playoffs and he knows what his role is going to be, whether Steve Kerr reinserts him back into the starting lineup or he has to come off the bench.
Right.
But,
I can't wait.
That's up to me, it really is up to Kuminga.
And his body. We're kind of omitting that, Stoney. We're being proactive, but, physically, where's he at? How many minutes can he endure? And how long will it last before the ramp-up period's over?
Yeah, we'll find all that stuff out. Kurt Rambis, according to the 510, gave hope to us white, non-athletic ballers. I loved his game, but I understand why you didn't like him, Steiny. You were a Celtics fan. But he wasn't a thug. He did what you would say is called the dirty work.
Yeah. Potts can dunk. He clotheslined McHale.
McHale clotheslined Rambis. Mikhail clotheslined Rambis.
Look at Evan.
Changed the series.
Yeah.
It did. It did change the series. Yeah, we can talk about the Celtics 80, couple of their titles if you want in the 80s.
Dude, Hauser went for 40 the other night. Hauser for the shooting, Sharpsman for the Celtics. The other night, Pritchard and White both went for 40. My point is they are the happy hour of the NBA. They're loaded.
It's a new NBA.
You. How many? Dude, they got guys to get you 40 just wherever you, hey, come get in the game. Stoney Pritchard can ball, man.
Can he dunk, though?
Pods can dunk.
That's what's most important. That's what's most important.
Yeah.
Can Pritchard dunk or not?
I'm mad about Rambis, and I got it the wrong way, man.
That's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. You'll make another mistake and forget about that one soon.
You'll miss a read.
No doubt. Because I'm not a real host.
Traditional.
You are a real person in the B chair. By the way, are you offended when they use the term B chair?
I can't. Like, is it black chair?
No.
What?
Shasky's in the B chair.
Yeah, dude.
He's
but
a
the
white guy.
heavyweights are always in the B chair. Think
Literally or figuratively?
Hey, boy.
A bundle of life.
Hey, we got Dibbs, Chasky, and myself. That's a big three. Talk to me.
It's actually one big man and a couple guards is what it is.
Those are legends.
Hey, explain this to me.
Yeah.
And you know we love our Bobby Fitzgerald.
He's the man.
I'm watching the game last night. No. 9:40 left in the third quarter. Okay,
nah, you got it down.
Warriors are up 10. They're feeling, it's looking good.
I know where you're going.
They're a little spicy. Kalena and Fitz. And Fitz goes right in the middle of the play-by-play.
This is getting...
The Lakers have lost tonight. And I'm like, the Lakers? What do we do? They're 40-23. They're 8-2 over their last 10.
He's the best, man. I thought you were going to say something else.
Like, why wouldn't he say, the Rockets have won tonight?
I love him. Hey,
that's how you get a feel for where, little stuff like that. Warriors are feeling good, no doubt about it.
Portland got it to within 6, and he goes, "This is getting dangerous." He's right. He was like, "This is getting dangerous." I go, "Dude, you are the man."
I do kind of feel bad for him because I believe Thursday is a TNT game.
The next two.
So, but he won't get to call Curry's 4,003.
That's a great man. That's a great call.
Yeah, that's true.
The next two games he mentioned are on Saturday, I believe, is national TV.
Yeah, ABC.
Yep.
Yeah, so I thought it was funny when he said, the Lakers have lost.
That's pretty good.
And then the other one I liked was Draymond made a nice defensive play, and he goes, Draymond Green making that effort for first-team All-NBA defense. Well, all righty. Hey, we're rolling. We're rolling. So
5-3-0 with a 6.
Read it.
Rambis clothesline bird at the Barcelona Olympics. So I didn't get it till the end.
Oh,
of course, the Olympics were in Paris.
But the original 94 Dream Team.
92.
Damn it, Goo.
Evan, you knew I knew that. I'm having some fun.
I know.
Yeah. So, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get into some sound from the game last night, too. This team is rolling, and the Chase Center's rocking. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got a question for Warrior fans, and it's courtesy of Norm, Guru's father, and it's a great one. And I'm going to ask Warrior fans about it on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. I'm not in this one.
if he starts yawing at a ref, sit his down. Put him on the bench. Oh.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, Steph. Steph on the verge of his 37th birthday on Friday.
And about to hit another milestone with 2 more threes.
Yeah.
That will be done Thursday.
He's too old.
You know what's funny is a lot of people were talking about how that's going to be an untouchable record. I wonder. Just because when Curry came into his career, he was only shooting, maybe about 5 a game. And now guys come into the league and they're early in their careers are taking 8 or 9 a game. And I don't know that that's going to be untouchable.
But it's like when I hear Draymond has more threes made than Larry Bird. It's like, what do I do with that? Like, I understand why the game has changed. But, Steiny, we might get there'll never be another Steph. There just won't.
Not here.
It's going to be real hard to touch by the time he's done. Like, there's only one other player in the history of basketball that's above 3,000.
Can we let's play a little trivia?
Right, but like, what about a guy like, I'm not saying but what about Trae Young? He's really young, and he came into the league shooting a lot of threes.
Still shooting.
We'll see. Yeah. I mean, he's going to go down probably, he's the greatest shooter the game's ever produced.
Real quick, Steiny.
I don't think anybody denies that.
You just told Evan a story, and somebody was discussing Evan, and without his knowledge, and then before Evan left, I go, let's tell that person to keep his name out your mouth.
I don't like that phrase.
Why?
Because you don't tell me, and I don't tell you what comes out of your mouth. That's the US of A.
But a person saying,
no,
talk about a different subject but me.
I won't.
Why does that bother you?
Give me a name of somebody who I should keep out of my mouth.
Well,
that didn't sound great.
Yeah.
Blake Snell. He stinks.
Exactly. There we go.
Exactly.
Well, if there's Blake Snell news, then but this was random.
I mean, it would be like I was not a fan of what LeBron did to Stephen A. Smith. Come on. It was the middle of a game.
Yeah, right.
It was the middle of a game.
Dude, and Bron looked like the Jolly Green Giant. He was so
Stephen A.'s not small either. He's got to be about 6'3", I would think. But
you got to cut that hair, man.
Listen, I like LeBron, but do it in the tunnel. Do it outside of the cameras.
But I think that's what he wanted for effects.
I know he did. That's the point.
That's what I don't like.
That's what I don't like
Barkley
either.
said what he wanted about Kendrick. It wasn't about going viral. He was just saying it. He's unfiltered, I believe.
That's not good.
I didn't like
the Barkley, both of them.
And you're going to be working together.
Ostensibly. We'll see.
Those idiots over there. Like, damn, Chuck.
But then Kendrick Perkins' reply about we keep it real.
But it was in writing,
409?
Yeah, it was in writing.
Where is that? That's got to be deep in Texas, I got to believe.
Port Arthur, I believe, but he's from Texas.
You can't have your talent. You can't have your big commentators threatening violence on each other. And there's
Bob Myers up there right next to him. I know he's like, Kendrick, come on.
Yeah, I know.
Bob is
I text Bob.
Uncomfortable on that show. I'll say that.
That'll get Bob. Kendrick Perkins about to get Bob Myers back in the league faster than he wants, maybe. I don't know. I'm looking at the games remaining, and people are saying they can get to this spot, they could get to that spot. So the Warriors have 17 more games left. Let's look at the Rockets.
Damn, 17.
All right, the Rockets have 17 more too. So let's just say 17 games. What are the Rockets? 10-7?
I'll say 11. Yeah. You know what?
Well, if they go 11-6, it's over.
All right,
let's say 10-7.
But can you tell me what they got?
Okay, so 10-7 would put the Rockets at 50 wins. They'd be 50-32. That means the Warriors would have to go 13-4.
I had 14-3.
13-4. They have 37 wins now. 13-4 gets them to 50-32. They'd win the tiebreaker. I mean, all right. Not 13-4 is still pretty hot.
But even if you get up there, you got to play 5. That's a beast. That's a bear of a series.
That'll be Memphis.
Okay, man. Well, or Denver, or
the Lakers.
Yeah, if they start slip, they were awful last night. Lost to Brooklyn. No Bron.
I mean, that's what I'm excited about. Is if the Warriors stay at 6, or even if they get to 5, I think it's locking into one of the 3 three teams: Denver, the Lakers, or the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
And when I look at each of those series, I'll take either one. I'll take any of the three because they all are going to have fascinating intrigue. The Grizzlies.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That'll be as chippy as it gets if the Warriors open with the Grizzlies.
I had 29 last night.
The Lakers, of course, with LeBron and Luka.
I don't put Houston in that group with Denver. Well, those two teams you mentioned. So I know right now that's not feasible, but if somehow you could get Houston, Steiny.
I don't see how.
I know.
I mean, I just don't see how.
I hate it, though. That's where I'd like to go.
You would have to have Houston and the Warriors leapfrog the Grizzlies. And the Warriors are 4 behind the Grizzlies, and the Grizzlies have 17 left. So let's just say the Grizzlies go 10-7. Then the Warriors got to go 14-3.
Yeah.
Can they do it? I mean,
they haven't lost with Butler. Jesus.
They lost.
Well, with him in the lineup, you just said they're undefeated.
No, they've won 10 in a row. Yeah, I guess
they lost against the Mavericks with Butler.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I knew they lost one game without Jimmy Butler. But, the Warriors got it going on right now. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, my God.
All right, we'll talk a little bit about Kuminga. Anthony Slater was on with the afternoon show yesterday. Let's talk a little Jonathan Kuminga. It looks like he's coming back when, Anthony? And the Warriors tend to be ultra super duper conservative about that kind of stuff, particularly with somebody as young as Kuminga with his athletic ability and an ankle. Better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it.
So if you had to bet your life on it after hearing that?
Now, I mean, it would just be a guess, so I wouldn't make a bet on it. Now, you like to make bets when you just make a guess, which I kind of respect. I mean, you don't put a lot of thought in it. You just guess. And
no, I just homework. You do homework all. Come on, Stoney.
What'd your homework tell you? Did you make any bets last night?
Yeah.
Actually, you don't have to tell me.
I
this.
did. Lakers.
I don't want to get in your business.
Lakers minus 4.5.
They lost.
Yeah.
Why'd you think the Lakers? Because you saw the Nets play the Warriors tough.
But I thought Luka was going to take an opportunity, and Reeves has just been a shell of himself since he's come back. He could hit the side of a barn. I thought they were going to take the opportunity to say, we got it without Bron, and they didn't.
I keep seeing the Lakers. The Lakers are real. They lost 2 in a row after 8 wins in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to, Warriors, that's the thing about the Warriors. One little hiccup. Little hiccup, and right. they ain't going to get to 5.
That's what this life is about. You are right.
And they have the Rockets one more time. So that'll be a big game.
Jimbo says Steiny taking sneaky. No, he's taking shots at me.
But they're all good-natured.
Yeah.
Gurus, I'll tell you what.
But 3 errors. I made 3 errors.
I've seen worse bettors than you.
What? I'm in the Hall of Fame. What are you talking about?
Well, Carter's in the Hall of Fame.
See, this gets me back. You got to put some respect on my gambling. Come on, Steiny. All the stuff I send you on the threads with the pluses, you just ignore it, and then you just like to see me miserable. I do understand. I get it. How could you look at me and call me a bad gambler?
I didn't say you were a bad bettor. I said I've seen bettors worse than you.
Norm called me a bad gambler. I was about 22. Fox said it.
That's right. Thanks for bringing up Norm, because he's going to be the theme of the next 10 minutes.
Oh, boy.
This is
this
is fair.
It's
game.
real.
So Guru has an annual family reunion in Texas.
Yeah. Yep.
And this one is no different this year coming up, and it's mid-June.
Yeah, 10 of us going.
Nice. Mid-June. Right. And so apparently
for the time off.
Guru goes to Nahegan and says, hey, mid-June I'm going to take some time off. And Nahegan goes, what about the finals?
I didn't even think of it.
Goo says, I didn't even think of it. And Nahegan goes, let me ask you a question, Goo. How many Warrior fans right now would be confident going on a vacation in mid-June because they think the Warriors will be in the finals? Like, I'm sorry if If I got a trip back east, if I got a golf vacation scheduled for June,
I don't want to go.
June 15th, I am not pulling that reservation yet. I am absolutely not.
But you feel like it. I feel like it's headed there. So the family, they're going without me because we talked about it, Johnny. I believe this could happen. Nora's response was like, no chance in hell, and he's a Warrior fan. I said they're playing their ass off. But, Stoney, for them to make it and get through 3 series, boy, they would have earned it, and I'll be a happy camper here back at the job.
Bee's niece says, save your vacations for NFL season. We don't take vacations during when we try
you know
not
what he's
to.
saying? That the Niner season might not be shaping up to be.
Yeah, well said. I didn't.
Hopefully, I'm wrong.
I mean, look, if my buddy invites me on a golf trip to Ireland in mid-June, I'm saying
you can't
or Bandon Dunes, or Scotland, or Kiowa, or Pinehurst. I'm in, and I'll deal with the ramifications when they come. That's a bridge too far for me right now. That's
you wouldn't get the time off approved. You would have to be here for the finals.
We'll see. But that's my point, is I'd say I'd say Nahegan.
Yeah,
I'm leaving on the 15th. And he'll say, well, not if the Warriors are in the finals. And I'm like, hey, Matt, look, I like what's going on now too, but I'm leaving on the 15th.
They got action, man. They're going to I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I am so not saying that. But we have a big 3 now, man. And I mean, we got role players and starters. Just Potts is not even playing.
Okay.
He'll be back. It's almost like strength in numbers 2.0.
Well,
it wasn't like that when we lost to the Lakers a couple years ago.
Let's put it this way. Let's say somebody invited you to go to the Bahamas. June 15th, but you're a big Warrior fan. And if you said no, if you said no, then they got to make the finals. But if you said yes, then you'd miss the final. Come on. Nobody's saying, you know what? Forget the Bahamas. They're going to be there.
Oh, yeah. No. Maybe if you're an OKC fan, and even that would be risky.
What do you mean?
Like, they got to bet they got the best record in the league, so you're thinking that would be easier than saying the Warriors are going to make the finals.
Yeah, I'm not about to change my June plans just yet.
Well, we did. We got the ticket, and
good.
We'll plan accordingly.
All right, so you have no confidence now in the Warriors?
No, I don't think I'm going.
He's going to be rooting against him.
No.
Will Guru be at the family reunion in Texas in mid-June?
I don't think I will.
I think
that's what I'm saying.
I think.
So you don't think they can make it?
Don't tell it to Norm.
I told them. We'll go. We got 9 of us.
See, this is where I'm very literal.
I'm being real.
This is where I'm literal.
I don't want to go.
Ask me the question
again.
Do you
think the Warriors can get to the finals?
I think they could get to the finals. I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah, and I'm not betting on it, but I'm just telling you, I feel like I'm going to be here in June. And they're going
That would be unbelievable. I mean, if you are here in June and you're missing that reunion.
Yeah, it's a great reason. Work calls.
What a story that would be. Not you missing the trip, but the Warriors making the finals.
Exactly. They better win the title then.
Oh, boy.
I mean, what if they get there in gentleman's sweep or?
Oh, man. That'd be the worst.
God, how would they stack up against whoever's kept Boston?
Dude, just tell you what.
Yeah.
Root for them to lose in the Western Conference Finals. That way it's no harm, no foul.
Warriors all day. Dub life. I want to see 5 for Steph, the chance for him to get it. This team.
6-5-0, and I'm with him. Guru, family over everything. You need to be at that reunion.
Not over employment.
So
Yeah.
Steph Curry's more important than your immediate family?
No, me trying to keep my gig.
The paycheck.
No,
is more important than your family.
Stop. Yeah.
Hey, Slates. Anthony Slater. What's going to happen when Kuminga comes back? Aren't we looking at a fight for minutes?
He's going to eat into Guy Santos' minutes. He's going to eat into some of Moses Moody's minutes. He's going to maybe, nibble away from Draymond and post and some of that because we'll see if that does. He's going to have to play himself back into a 30 to 34 minute per night type role. And that may never happen or that may not happen this year.
That sounds very ambitious. 30 to 34 minutes.
Dude, he said it. He meant that's like Stephen A. Smith being on our roster again. He says, hey, Steiny, I need to talk to you. You and Goo. you're 3 days a week now. You understand that's Stephen A. Smith. You would be disappointed. So I'm saying Santos and whoever are you and I in this scenario. The talent supersedes, and Kuminga has a bigger upside.
So I broadcast harder than Stephen A. Smith, is what you're saying.
No, he would take some of your
No, he wouldn't.
time.
Well, he would take some of it, but
you would understand.
But Nahegan likes grit and grime and gamers. So he wouldn't eschew me completely.
You better be careful.
You better be careful.
I mean, look, I'm not. Kuminga's going to play 30 minutes, assuming he's back and healthy. He's going to play 30 minutes here and there.
I made it up.
I don't think there's.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a. Well, whatever.
But
he's not. You think he's going to play 30 minutes a night? Let's say a month from now.
I do. Wow. No, right, man. Like, tell me real quick why you did Guru right there. Wow.
What do you mean?
If he's doing
30 minutes is a lot. 30 minutes is a lot. So I mean, right now only Steph and Butler play over 30. Draymond's.
But he's more than capable.
Of course. But just because you're capable doesn't mean, like, I don't see a scenario in which Kuminga's just going to get an automatic 25 minutes a night once he's healthy. That's all. I mean, I think there's going to be games where he plays a lot, but man, 30 minutes a game, like that's where I do, and this is, you could replace anybody's, Kuminga's name with anybody.
Okay.
I mean, 30 minutes a game is really, that would really cut into the minutes of the players that have really kind of propelled this team outside of Jimmy Butler. And put it this way, if Kuminga starts to play 30 minutes a game, he's playing great. I mean, then he is playing great, and he is a big part of this team. But it's going to be a long way for Kuminga to go from coming back on Thursday against the Sacramento Kings to playing 30 minutes a night late in the season into the playoffs.
Well,
that's just me.
And you're not saying it, and I won't speak for you, Stouty, but I think half of that battle is physically. Like, I get what Slater's saying, and everybody, he's ready to go. He's got to have that ramp-up period. So,
oh, boy.
What happened?
This is from Uncle Looney on the text line. He says, Goo, the Dubs are 5-13 this year when Kuminga plays 28 or more minutes.
That was pre-Jimmy Butler. Pre-Jimmy.
Well, I think it's like he's not going to get 28 minutes consistently. That's the point.
Yeah, I would tend to.
Well, nobody knows that to be fact.
Yeah, I kind of do. That's
I hear you.
That's being a basketball expert.
Let's make a bet.
Okay, what's the bet?
So you guys are currently telling me you got Kerr's playbook, and Kuminga's not going to be playing 30 minutes.
I would bet you that he won't average more than 30 minutes per game the rest of the season.
I'll allow the ramp up. Yeah. I'll allow the ramp up.
I got you. I wouldn't take that one because, he's going to start off small doses.
All right, after, let's say the last, assuming he's back Thursday.
Okay.
Last 10 games.
Yeah,
I'll give you the last 10 games.
Yeah, I was going to say 15, but last 10 or 15.
We'll pick this up down the road.
Well, we can make the bet now. Last 10 games.
We'll pick it up. Evan, you and I got one coming. It's in the oven.
This guy can be bluffed out of a poker game with a blink of an eye.
I'll school you in poker so bad.
What game?
All of them. 5 card, no stud, whatever you want. I can do it all.
You don't want me in Midnight Baseball.
What is that?
You never played that game?
No. I hate the name.
Well, it's called Baseball and then Midnight Baseball.
That sounds like something from the 70s.
Yeah, maybe early 80s, maybe. Yeah, help me, 888-957-9570. Have you ever heard of the game Midnight Baseball? Basically what it is I think you give, let's say 4 players are playing, you deal everybody, 13 cards, 50. How many cards in the deck? 52?
Oh, man.
Okay. Everybody gets 13 cards, and they turn them over, face down. And then one guy turns his card over, and let's say it's a king.
Okay.
All right, then the next guy goes, he pulls his card over, it's a 3.
Yeah.
Turns the other card over, it's a 6. He's got to keep going because that doesn't beat a king.
This sounds like war.
Turns his third card over, and it's a 6. So now we can go to the next guy because he's got a pair of 6s, which beats a king. So now the next guy starts peeling cards over. He gets a 5. He gets a 10. He gets a 9. Now he's got trouble brewing. There he gets a 10. Now we got a pair of 10s. The next guy's got to beat a pair of 10s, and you go around and something like that.
Yeah.
And then that's midnight baseball.
I haven't heard of that one.
There's regular baseball where the cards are up, but I don't think that it is the exact same game.
Evan Austin in San Jose say, Evan, you coaching? with the Kaminga. But we'll make that bet. We got to see what it looks like.
888-957-9570. Am I absolutely out of my mind?
People saying it sounds boring, that game.
510 says Steiny faux show made that game up. No, come on, help me. There's got to be another old timer out there.
Baseball. That's what. Wow.
You know, there actually is a midnight baseball game that's played every year in the Alaska League because during the summer, there's no darkness. And so they're allowed to play at midnight. It's the only baseball game in the country that happens at midnight.
Who plays?
It's like some Alaskan summer collegiate league, but they play at midnight every single year.
I locked into another mountain man, life in the bush.
By the way, we do have to talk. I got a glimpse at all your shows.
Oh, by the way, what happened to my TV?
Are you being real?
No, I'm kidding.
Usually, talk to me. What was on?
All I'm going to say is there's not a whole lot of variety when it comes to Steiny's shows.
Mountain Men, Naked and Afraid, Alone, The Beast.
Evan's looking at your stuff.
The Alaska Bush, all those kind of shows.
I started Sicario just to throw in something else in the suggested queue.
Great call, E.
You know what? I saw that movie, Sicario. I didn't like it. I thought it was going to be better.
You didn't like it?
I didn't think it was that good.
One of the greatest actors going. And I'm not going to make my fourth air of this show and pronounce
I think it was
Benicio
Brolin.
del Toro.
Oh, no, it was Benicio. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was...
He's a bad dude.
I thought it was Brolin.
He's also in that movie.
Son. Yeah, okay. So I don't know. It just didn't... I was really looking forward to it.
And what happened?
I just didn't...
I loved it.
It just didn't kind of do it for me. Yeah. Unlike the Dylan movie.
Well, it's kind of like the 49ers. They just, there's a lot of cleaning house in that movie.
Boy. Exactly. Man. And we'll get into the 49ers on the other side. We got Cam Inman coming up at noon. In case you haven't been following the 49ers, they aren't really the 49ers anymore. They're going to be a different team next year, clearly. They have lost, by my count, 11 players are gone from last year's team. And we got to talk about kind of what's going on with them right now. Yeah. Not only that, with Kyle Shanahan. There's some talk about Kyle Shanahan maybe losing a little bit of his oomph. And we'll get into the 49ers on the other side. But hey, we can keep it. We can do two things at one time is what we can do. All right. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicles, welcome.
Hey, it's Bonte with all the updates from River Island.
All right, Cam Inman coming up in 10 minutes. Bay Area News Group. We got to get into some 49ers talk. Offseason, they've lost a lot of players already in free agency. But first, from the 510, baseball 7-card stud. 3s and 9s are wild, and 4s you get another card. You're welcome, Steiny.
Well, that's not midnight baseball.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's the way it is. That's the way it goes.
Well,
and that makes more sense because if you get a 4, then you get an extra card. See what I'm saying?
All I'm trying to say is you said it wrong.
How so?
He said it's 5-card. What'd you say? 7-card, no stud. That's the name of the game, not midnight.
No, it's called
baseball.
midnight baseball.
I got it as an error. Yeah.
Oh boy, what's going on? What's going on with our Niners?
Boy.
Oh, it's night baseball, not midnight.
Okay.
Hey, Steiny, night baseball is everyone gets 7 cards down.
I love now.
No looking. 3s and 9s are wild, but you have to pay for them. We play 3s are ante and 9s are double ante. 4s you get an extra card, face down for an ante. Once you beat the previous hand, you bet. That's East Bay Raider Mike.
Wow.
I mean, do you guys ever just get tired of doubting me?
That what we got to the bottom of it, but the verbiage in the title was wrong.
Night baseball.
So what happened to midnight?
You can call it midnight baseball.
Stop it.
When they play it in Alaska.
But I hadn't heard of that
explained.
One. So you've never been at the table with guys and gals, because I have, all-nighters, smoking cigars, playing poker.
Never liked cigars.
Well, I do it when I'm in that match.
Yeah, we used to play in high school and college.
Man.
Yeah, not for a lot. No. Yeah, 50 cents a hand.
Give my boy.
What? If you're playing with 6 guys, pot can get up pretty high to $7.50. $7.50. The 49ers. Let me go down this list again. And I want to ask Niner fans what they think's going on and how they're viewing the offseason. Of course, free agency, legal tampering period is on. The 49ers right now. Here are the players that won't be on their roster this upcoming year. Dre Greenlaw, Kyle Juszczyk, Talanoa Hufanga, Charvarius Ward, Jaylon Moore, Deebo Samuel, Aaron Banks, Javon Hargrave, Malik Collins, Elijah Mitchell, and today Leonard Floyd out the door. That's 11 players on the team last year that won't be on the team this year. Emmanuel Acho.
The facility. FS1.
He had this to say about what he thinks of the 49ers offseason so far.
Whatever the Niners are doing, I don't like it. Just because you have a name on a sheet of paper does not mean you have an adequate replacement. True. Just because there's going to be somebody listed at the right cornerback does not mean he can replace Charvarius Ward. Oh. Just because someone's going to be listed under the position of fullback does not mean they can replace Kyle Juszczyk. Just because you got somebody listed at linebacker starting opposite Fred Warner does not mean they will replace Dre Greenlaw. You have lost the heartbeat of the defense, and you have lost the glue piece of the offense. I understand, optimistic Niners fans, what you all are suggesting. Well, Deebo Samuel, his production dropped off. Dre Greenlaw is coming off an Achilles injury. Kyle Juszczyk, he's 34. He's getting older. But what in the world do you intend on doing at cornerback? Who's going to start? What do you intend on doing at fullback? Who's going to start? I don't even want you to answer what you intend on doing at linebacker, because if you don't know that Dre Greenlaw is irreplaceable as it pertains to the heartbeat of the defense, then what do you know as a Niners fan? I do not know what they're doing. John Lynch, he said he wants to get younger. He said he wants to get cheaper. But what I wanted to hear him say, which he never said, I want to get better.
That's your guy.
Yeah. And I'll say this, Donnie. The price of a dynasty, right? And maybe we're staring that in the face without actually getting it done, but getting close as you can. Again, if you look at these names that he just mentioned, and everybody probably will have a different name, the one that hurts the most, but the bottom line is you're about to give a quarterback a lot of money, and my question is, Stoney, to quarterback what? What are the expectations now with that big contract and the fact that a lot of your cap will be going to him? Well, so I'll just ask you this. Am I wrong when you insinuated earlier that I'm living in the past in this regard? Okay, they were 6-11. there were some extenuating circumstances in regard to the injuries and bad football. But will you not allow me or anybody else to look over the last 3 years and look at it from that vantage point? Like, yeah, a lot of these names maybe can be replaced, but Steiny, what signal are they going on the cheap, the Niners?
I don't know.
Because that's a whole lot of people leaving your team that played important and good football at one juncture in their career, in their tenure here with the Niners.
There are some realities of pro football. Evan, are you listening to this right now? Can you please go ahead, give me the so you can finish eating, and then I want you to tell our listeners about Micah Parsons' tweet, the Cowboys player.
Oh.
You can finich chewing and then get to it.
You put him on blast.
I have to do play-by-play for me eating food.
I didn't realize he was eating. And it was just not stuffing his face. He was just nibbling because Evan's in good shape.
Well, he still can eat.
You know what? Evans quietly got some guns. Have you seen?
We've been working together. But that's just now noticed?
No, I didn't just now notice, but that's what quietly means. I mean, he's not coming out here like Hulk Hogan, but sometimes
I'm in the tank top soon, Evan.
Sometimes you look at him and you're like, okay, Evan.
Yeah, I tell him all the time.
Anyway, what did Micah Parsons tweet out?
Yeah, it's almost summer. Micah Parsons tweeted out in response to Clarence Hill, who's a Cowboys beat writer. I think he was referencing how the Niners are cleaning house, right? They're gutting their roster. And so Micah Parsons quote tweeted him not too long ago and said, "You no longer have a rookie quarterback. Welcome to reality."
Meaning go ahead.
I think it's because they're going to pay Purdy. They know they got to pay Purdy, and they're lopping off salary from other positions. Well, here's what I think's interesting, and I can see you starting to float this way already.
Me?
Yeah,
let's see if you
I can tell.
I'll be honest.
We talked about Brock has all these weapons because he's able to because he's not making a lot of money. You know what I'm starting to hear? Okay, well, now they're going to pay Purdy, and let me guess. But Steiny, he won't have any weapons.
Oh, no.
Well, he's a $45 million quarterback. I mean, deal with it.
Well, bottom line is he dealt with it last year.
Feels like you're making excuses for Purdy.
I thought we saw some of what, and I give you the victory lap on you wanted to see him without some of his weapons last year. And, to fans liking, for the 49ers, we saw too much of that. And I saw some things that, concern me a little bit or whatnot. But Steiny, he's not I don't feel like he's in the penthouse now, especially with what word am I looking for? The question mark in regard to McCaffrey. Can he get back to what he was the first time they linked up? I don't know, but now you're going to need him more. I think this offense is going to be predicated around what Brock does well. So, Steiny, no excuses at all. And I get what Mike is saying. Like, you don't have Debo. You don't have that luxury anymore. And you damn sure don't have Ayuk to start the season. So we'll see. But I just want to know, and we'll ask Cam here shortly, Steiny, are the Niners really going to the draft with their 11 picks? And I know they got some comp picks too, but my goodness, are you trying to replace these names all in the draft and expect those guys to be up and running next season? That's what my question is. Like, that's a big change already, because then you're really not, big bad wolf in the NFC West like you've been.
Well, here's where
last year.
Here's where you and I are a little bit different. You lost 11 players off a 6-11 team. This wasn't a 13-4 team. And this is a fair point to bring up from the 650. All the guys who have left were predicted to leave when last season ended. That's true. I was reading a story in The Athletic, though. Even though a lot of this was predictable or people expected it, it doesn't mean that it isn't indicating a change of strategy for the San Francisco 49ers. Yeah. And here's the other thing I'm thinking about. We had Baldy's on every week talking about the Niners, and you were absolutely flummoxed when he said, this team looks slow.
Oh, no doubt.
Well, one of the reasons you get slow is because you get a little older.
Right.
This might be the perfect time to do the reset, a soft reset, whatever you want to call it. And you know what? I feel like with that schedule,
that's amazing.
I really feel like
you can get away with it.
It's a small part of the equation, but I think it's not. I do think it's something. It's meaning that, God, God, it feels like they could limp into 10 wins with that schedule. But of course, I'm using the 49ers template of, the last 4 or 5 years rather than just last year.
And I'm up here yapping like, I think, Floyd's no longer here. You don't have the luxury of use check because that's all he was, right, Steiny? But the bottom line is they're balling on a budget now, and they hadn't been in the past. They've been paying their guys, and they paid Ayuk, and they paid Debo, restructured Debo. Everybody got their Benjamins, man. And now sometimes you got to pay the piper. And I just wonder, okay, if this is what time it is for the Niners, what does that equate to in regard to wins? And I can't really throw rocks or try to give a letter grade because all we're seeing are the departures, but how are they going to replenish and what are they going to replenish these positions with? Or are they just doing it via the draft? And who's to say, and I'm not being negative, Steiny, it's real. You said, they're running these guys off that won 6 games. Yeah, you got an easy schedule, but what if it backfires and you don't even get to 6 wins?
I'll take that bet.
Well, I wouldn't make it, yeah. But
that's the thing. That's the thing.
It could just be I feel like 2 or 3 year reset, Steiny, to where you don't make the playoffs.
What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. It just hammer homes my point of you were right there to get that bling.
Well, that ship has sailed. That's
what I'm saying.
That's 2 years ago. Let that one go.
So we'll see how they follow up a 6-11 season. But now finances are part of the equation. More so now than they've ever been, I believe.
I don't feel like they're going cheap. I feel like these are the concessions you got to make if you're going to pay Brock Purdy. Simple as that. And it's going to cost you some players. But when I look at these guys, these players that they've lost, I don't see. We're not talking about these guys. We're not talking about Dre Greenlaw circa 2021. Now he may have a bounce back year in Dallas.
Leonard Floyd wasn't.
He didn't have a great year,
but he was healthy. He was available.
Right. So
I'm just Hargrave. I know he wasn't great as a Niner, but. How are you going to replace all that? And I know he was hurt. Malik Collins.
Listen to what you're saying, though. You're just saying that Hargrave was not very good.
Gotcha.
Leonard Floyd was not very good. Those guys aren't hard to replace. If they're not very good, you can upgrade.
Well,
they were just names when they came in. Right.
And I'm not telling you they were all-stars. My point, partner, is there's a risk involved in running those guys off. I get why you were running them off because you could. But, Steiny, what if you miss on trying to replace them and their replacements are worse?
There's a risk in bringing back fossils. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Cam Inman, Bay Area News Crew. Hey, Cam, how you doing, man?
I like the segue. There's a risk in bringing back fossils like Cam Inman.
Oh, no. Although, you know what?
Cam is a young man.
You're getting a little long in the tooth, just like me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. We're experienced. We know the Bay.
Hey, Cam, Evan said he ran into you.
Oh. Yes. Yeah.
Cam, Evan said he ran into you at the Warrior game. You were looking well, man. So, yeah, he's not a fossil.
I was trying to grow out facial hair because I don't really have to go anywhere for a few weeks, and that didn't go anywhere very well. So now I have I shaved most of it last night, but I have a mustache, and so I was at the grocery store just now, and I'm going to try to pretend I'm a firefighter for the day, but I can't pull this off. I gotta just get it back to a clean face, get back to the baby face.
All right, back to Wiggins. Let's talk about the 49ers, Cam. By my count, they lost. I don't have to go down the list with you, but it looks like about 11 guys. Greenlaw, Juszczyk, Hufanga, all those. Even though some of those are maybe most of them, it was expected. Where are the 49ers in free agency right now, knowing that they've only made one signing, the tight end, and they're down 10 guys who aren't going to be on the team from last year? Where do they go?
Well, I think what everybody's waiting for is what is Joey Bosa? Where is he going? Not that that's going to cure 10 vacancies, but that'll kind of provide a lift. I think basically it's just in a lot of different phases, Matt, right? So first off, free agency comes and say, we're not going to re-sign these guys at whatever price that they probably can get on the free market. And so good luck to them. Thanks for your time. And all of a sudden yesterday, 8 guys gone, including Kyle Juszczyk as a release that we anticipated, but fan favorite. Nobody likes to see it happen, but he's gone. So They've kind of learned their lesson where they don't want to overspend in that first wave of free agency, so they essentially sat that out. And I think, they kind of related, John Lynch warned everybody a couple of weeks ago they were going to recalibrate with the finances. And that makes everybody all of a sudden say, oh, they're going cheap. They're not going to pay anybody. I don't know if any of those guys that left were people that you would really fight to pay. I mean, they got paid really well. And not saying that they were bad 49ers. It was just their time had passed. And so the Niners are still paying top 5 money to, I think, about 6 guys. And they still have to pay Brock Purdy. So I don't think they're necessarily getting cheap. It's just how they're allocating their money. And I've covered this team for 25 years. And so the York family knows it's like the best way to build your team is through the draft, which they did really well last year. They're going to have a ton of draft picks this year. Obviously, they're going to have a ton next year. So that means, they're not all going to hit in the draft, but you're going to find some guys, and it's more affordable players, and so that's how they're kind of rebuilding it in the throes of playoff contention. A lot of people yesterday. I think yesterday was more about quantity of sentimental players rather than modern day quality of a mass exodus.
Cam, let me ask you this. Deebo Samuel, he's got a new locale. Is it fair for people to think, this Niner offense now is going to be Purdy-centric? It's going to be built around him?
Yes and no. Here's what I say. It's not like they're going to go 4 wide receivers. That's not how Shanahan likes to say we're not going to reinvent the offense, right? So all these people, Juszczyk's gone, Debo's gone. I still think they're kind of their best offensive player is Christian McCaffrey, right? And they're going to run the ball with Christian McCaffrey. You got 2 very physical wide receivers in Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, more so Juwan Jennings, and obviously you have Kittle. And Brock's going to be a guy that knows how to distribute the ball the right way, like they did a couple years ago in the Super Bowl, and he did so because he had the NFL rushing champion in Christian McCaffrey.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game. He comes courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Let me ask you about the O-line, Cam. They've lost Banks. They've lost Moore. And Trent Williams is up there in age. Is that the biggest concern that you see of this team right now?
No. The biggest concern is in terms of the offensive line. There's always a concern whether Trent Williams is going to be there or not. If he's there, there's not that much of a concern. The biggest concern with this team is the defensive line.
Okay.
They do not have defensive tackles. Now that they've officially released Leonard Floyd today, so that's another defensive end that they're down. They need to rebuild. For years, the way this regime built their team was the defensive line was the engine, and it helped that the biggest part of the engine came in the 2019 draft to Nick Bosa, but to the right or left of Nick Bosa, they need a ton of help. And you can't get that all back with a top 10 draft pick or number 11, whatever it is. If Joey Bosa comes aboard, that's going to help. It's not just whatever Joey Bosa brings. I think when I talk about the Joey Bosa edition, if they do get it, I think that's going to maximize your best asset on defense, which is Nick Bosa. Maybe that lights a bigger fire under Nick and have a little sibling rivalry on bookends of the line. That's why I think it's imperative that they sign Joey Bosa, besides the fact that they need a ton of help. And, they need a lot of help on the interior of that defense. Obviously, I think everybody saw how bad the defense cratered last season. And now if you look at what's gone on, they've gotten rid of a ton of guys on that defense, especially up the middle with Hargrave and Maurice and Collins getting cut. Devondre Campbell obviously is not going to be welcome back. Dre Greenlaw is not coming back. Hufanga is not coming back. So they kind of got to rebuild the spine of that defense, as well as bring in some edge rushers.
Cam, there was a report last week in regard to Brock Purdy. I don't know how accurate it was that, the initial offer from the Niners was $45 per. What are you hearing? And can you tell us just from what you know, where we're at or how far we are off from hearing news about Brock Purdy and his new deal?
about probably a few weeks ago, I saw somebody and we were talking about it. They were in the know. And I said, so is this going to get done fast? Because Brock wants it done fast. You guys have said you're committed to him. And they're like, no, I don't think it's going to get done quick. And I said, well, it's got to get done by, I'd say by early May, because that's when Brock needs to be on the field for the offseason workouts. And it was more of I hope that's the case, but it wasn't like a definitive, oh, yeah, this will get done by then, no problem, because it's negotiations. And whether I don't believe that they would start as low as $45 million a year, but maybe they could, because it's just negotiations. And if Brock Purdy's agent definitely should have started at $60 million a year, even though he may not get that, you got to start at the top end, don't you? And find a middle ground in there. And I think that's what will happen. To me, it's more curious about how many years are they going to guarantee Brock Purdy, because they also got to insulate themselves, because Brock's had some health issues, obviously, the last couple of years. And so do you guarantee him 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? You're not giving him the Deshaun Watson contract, obviously. Dak Prescott only signed on for 4 years. Most NFL contracts are, I would say 1 to 2 years, right? But if you're a multi-year guy, like a quarterback, it should be minimum 3 years for a franchise quarterback. So I would imagine it'll be something like announced as a 4 or 5 year deal, but probably 3 years minimum guaranteed.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for Bay Area News Group covering the San Francisco 49ers. The one signing they did make was Jaguars tight end Luke Farrell. And we had a little fun in here yesterday because we were looking up his numbers, and they're obviously nothing impressive. However, the 49ers, what's the plan with him? Could he be Juszczyk's replacement, or is that not something that you see?
He's not a pure Juszczyk replacement. The guy's 6'5", so he's not going to be in the backfield lining up as his lead blocker play after play for McCaffrey. Now, but you can line him up as an inline blocker.
Okay.
He can run like some of those routes that Juszczyk might run when he would like split out and maybe go down the middle. I mean, one thing about Juszczyk that really is underrated was the guy would make some of the most incredible acrobatic catches over the last few years, where everybody's like, why don't they use him more doing that? Well, it's like, well, his job's not necessarily to do that. They have like 4 or 5 other guys that do that better. But gosh, when he would sell out and make some catches, it was a lot of fun to watch. This guy is not a big time receiver, Luke Farrell, but he's made some receptions. He can make some. He's a really good pass blocker. I did my background check just like you did, and I found out that he was a 2016 freshman at Ohio State University with Nick Bosa. So he's familiar with the Bosa, and I found out he also likes to play the drums. He likes comedies. He enjoys Seinfeld. So I'm giving this guy the more I read about him, I kind of like this. But okay, so and he got a 3-year deal with I think $11 million guaranteed. So essentially that's like a 2-year guaranteed contract. So he'll be here next year as well. And then the one that they signed today also was Richie Grant, he's a safety from the Falcons. He played the last 4 years, but he was a starter, I think, in his second and third years in the league. And no eye-popping numbers or anything, but that's more of a all right, let's get some depth, get a veteran depth in the secondary, because right now you got Mustafa, Jair Brown. I'd imagine they bring in at least 2 or 3 other safeties to compete. But there's a couple of veteran safeties still on the market. It's just free agency is such a dangerous game to play that first day, because you're going to overpay for guys, and I think the Niners are way more cost-conscious about that than before.
Hey, Cam, if I were to ask you the biggest overreaction you've heard from the Niners move thus far, and then also, criticism that you felt was fair.
I don't want to say it's overreaction, but I can understand everybody up in arms over Dre Greenlaw leaving. And because he was big play Dre. I mean, he made the goal line stop in Seattle to get them the number 1 seed in that 2019. He had those picks against Green Bay in the playoffs. He was their intimidator, okay? Because he was the guy that really rode the edge when he played on defense. And I think every team needs a guy like that. But he missed essentially 2 of the last 4 seasons. And that aside, I mean, I was very concerned just how his Achilles are, whether it's the one he tore and he could only play a half on last season, the half of that one game against the Rams, which was spectacular. But then the next game, and it was in Miami, I think he played only 4 snaps, and he was grabbing at the other Achilles. So to me, that was a red flag where I would go, I'm not investing more than a year in him as a prove it. And but if somebody else wants to pay him a lot of money, then congratulations, and that's what the Denver Broncos did. So I mean, for Dre, it's a win. For the Niners, it's understandable. He never made the Pro Bowl with the Niners, but he was a tremendous wingman for Fred Warner, who's your all-pro Fred. So, I mean, that was, to me, the biggest emotion. And then I think the Kyle Juszczyk release obviously tugs at you because the guy was a Pro Bowler all 8 seasons with the Niners and just carried himself well, but wasn't like the big-time superstar. But I think everybody understood where he was coming from. So I think those were the 2 biggest sentimental moves.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game. He just told us he's covered the Niners for 25 years, but he still looks young, still looks healthy and vibrant. Let me ask you this. If the Niners don't acquire Joey Bosa, where do you think they would go?
I mean, there's some other defensive ends on there, Matt. It's, I put together the list the other day, and it was one thing that struck me when I was looking at all the free agency names is there's a lot of ex-Niners that were hitting the market, and it's just the nature of the NFL, right? It's just, but you recognize some, like a guy like Cleveland Farrell. Remember, he did pretty well, and he went to Washington, but he's a free agent. Charles Omena, who played on the line and kind of really took advantage and showed how you use that versatility where you can line up on the edge and then be an interior pass rusher. He's available too, but I don't know if the Niners necessarily want either one of those guys back. It shows you that there are enough people out there. It just day one of free agency is when the huge deals get made, people overpay, and then as the dust settles, you go, okay, there's some other guys you can take. But at the same time, I mean, this regime said they want to get younger, faster, healthier, right? So it's not like you want to go out and get a lot of veterans that have injury histories, and that's why you kind of like slow play your way into free agency right now.
Cam, to that point, do you feel like the front office is being more cutthroat? Because I'm hearing a lot of talk about they regret the Ayuk deal. They're going to be more stern moving forward. Where do you come out on that?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think that's proven out because I think mainly they kind of look back on last year and just go, last year, maybe the year before, and the Ayuk deal, even Debo's situation, I think irks them because, whether it's buyer's remorse or just they just say, I don't know if we should have done that. But that's the way it's doing business. McCaffrey and Trent Williams, they both got raises last year because they took the team to the Super Bowl. And right now they're going, well, we're coming off a 6-11 last place season. We do got to get a little bit more cutthroat, but I think in the grand picture of everything, everybody's going to be, what's this offseason going to be known for? Well, now it's going to be known because there was a big mass exodus on day one of free agency, but in the end, it's going to be known for how much they pay Brock Purdy and what commitment they make to him, and that's still to be determined.
Yeah, that's a good point. Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game, talking Niners. Let me just throw this name at you, Jake Moody. What do you think's going to happen with him? Obviously drafted high by the 49ers, but didn't have a great year last year.
Okay, I don't know if you saw it on my Twitter or Instagram, but I did a little a very amateur graphic, right? I took a screenshot of the Niners Super Bowl starting lineup from 13 months ago and crossed out all the names of the guys that are no longer on the team. And it's a lot. There's a lot of red ink, obviously. Like half the team essentially is gone in 13 months. But Jake Moody's still there. And I got so many comments and DMs from people saying, why is Jake Moody's name still there? And here's why. Because he's played only 2 years. He's a third-round draft pick. And I think they're cutting him slack because they made him play last season, or they had him play last season, after that really bad high ankle sprain where he only missed 3 weeks. He was really good up to that point. He came back and he was a disaster, and it wasn't just the physical. Then it caused havoc inside his head, and it just, you wonder, okay, they'll bring in competition for him, I suppose. I mean, nobody's signed kickers yet on day one of free agency. And I would imagine they got to bring in somebody to challenge him rather than just go, hey, it's still your job. But it's like, it's okay. It doesn't mean he's the kicker in 6 months. But right now, they're not cutting ties with him yet.
Cam, can you understand if any Niner fan out there feels like this is somewhat of I've heard soft reset or rebuild, because if they're not a player in free agency in the next couple of days, the draft's a crapshoot, and they're going to do their best. But Steiny was talking about their soft schedule next year, and I get that, but it seems kind of risky. So do you take offense to that if you hear some Niner fans say, you know what, it feels like a soft rebuild per se?
I'd say you go look at that roster, and you're going to see about 6 or 7 superstars still on it, okay? You're going to have the soft schedule. This is not, like, if I can invoke my years of experience, I think it was back in 2004, they had what was like Terry Donahue called the salary cap from hell, and they got rid of about half, like more than half the guys, including Jeff Garcia and Terrell Owens, right? And that team was a disaster afterwards, and that's why they got the number 1 pick and got Alex Smith back in 2005. And then you go to, what was it, 2015, when it was the retirement brigade of like Willis and Justin Smith and Anthony Davis and Chris Borland. Every guy was retiring left and right. And then that team went down the spiral for a couple of years, and Shanahan inherited it. I don't see this being the same. There is still enough star power, experience in that locker room, coaching staff consistency, and enough harmony in the building where they can rebound pretty fast because, they played a lot of young guys last year and got that experience. And so there is this blend of top-end talent mixing in with some youth, and they're probably going to infuse it with more youth, this year and see where the chips lay. But, I do not think that they're headed for another 6-11 season. I think it could be flipped and be an 11-6 playoff team.
It's possible. It's possible, especially with that schedule. The one thing I was. Yeah. I'm not saying they've chosen this route because of their schedule, but do you think that they'll never acknowledge it? But do you think that might be a small part of it?
No, they can't look at the schedule either because every team changes. But I'll just say that, last year's schedule was incredibly tough with some of those road trips that they had plotted out there, and by the time they got to Green Bay and Buffalo late in the season was almost a lost cause. But you're barely playing any playoff teams. And those teams that were kind of bad teams last year, they've spent a lot in free agency. But like any time in the NFL, there's movement with quarterbacks and coaches. The Niners aren't changing their quarterback, and they're not changing their coach. So that gives them another leg up.
Cam, thank you so much. I know we kept you pretty long today, but there's a lot going on with the Niners, and we really appreciate you updating us, buddy. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys. Good talking to you. Take care.
Yes, sir. That's Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group. Man, we ran the gamut with Cam. 888-957-9570. A lot to get into with the Niners, Goo, and anything Cam say stick out to you?
He said 7 superstars still on the roster.
Okay.
And I could come up with 6, and I'm going to run them by you, and you and Evan tell me if you think I'm missing somebody. But I was just thinking, you got Trent, you got Fred Warner, Bosa, McCaffrey, Kittle, and I'm throwing Ayuk in there. Do you have a problem with that?
Okay, I have
who am I missing?
Ayuk, Bosa, Williams, Warner, McCaffrey, Kittle.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
And again, not to say, but I'm missing like.
We're missing one.
We missing.
You know who it is? You ready? Brock Purdy.
Damn. But damn, Stoney.
Cam said there's still 7 stars on the roster.
Oh, I thought he said 6.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard 7.
Yeah. So no, you guys are on it.
Okay. Well, man, so you ready to throw Purdy in there because he's going to get paid? But are you man?
I would just say guys who are paid like stars. We'll see if they can deliver.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. You know what? There was one thing I wanted to ask him, but you know what? I'm going to be honest with you, Goo. I didn't ask because.
Well, this is not the Steiny I know.
I just felt like people can be like,
well, they're already saying that about the team, because we don't know. But go ahead.
I was going to say this yesterday. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Not at all. But I'm not convinced Aaron Rodgers is completely and utterly off the table.
Wow.
If they can't get something done with if this is kind of a reset.
R-E-L.
I know. See, that's why I didn't even want to. That's why I didn't.
But what if it hits?
That's why I don't even want to bring it up.
Came true, and I was like, dude, you need to go pee in a cup.
That's
but
right.
imagine.
But if it's a soft, like, let's say they really get into some tricky negotiations with Purdy and they are trying to hold the line and they're being a little more cutthroat and they maybe see this year as we're not
This
the
would be
team
some of your best work, man.
Yeah, listen, it's a long shot, but
so do you think there's some static with the Purdy?
No,
it's supposed to be a layup. I get it, but man, I can't wait for the number to come out, Stoney. Like
I still think it's going to be less than we thought. Let's say at the start of the year.
Is Purdy the first example to where if the regime now is being more stern or more frugal with their bread? Does his contract reflect that?
Well, I think they've already been more careful with their bread. And I love the phrase that Cam Inman used, and he goes, of all the players that are no longer going to be on the team, he said, I'm not sure any of those players are players that you want to fight to pay for.
All right.
And I know what he's saying there, and we'll see how it works out. But a guy like Greenlaw, the 49ers have
Draymond Green was, when healthy.
2 out of the last 4 years he hasn't played, and the 49ers probably look at Greenlaw like, boy, we'd love to have him back on our terms.
And he got paid, yeah.
Somebody came knocking and he left. And I'm kind of with him there. As big as these names are, I don't know that that any of those guys are so important that you would pay them a lot of money or get into some kind of bidding war with another team.
Evan, I'm going to throw this to you because when you were out, Stoney, again, I mean, he hit me in the head with how could you want help or ask for help for Bosa on that D-line when you're supposed to be the help? Now with no Floyd here, and again, Bosa's brother could be on his way, but for right now, Evan, I'm going to just double back and revisit. Do you still feel that way? Like, nah, when you're getting paid the money Bosa is, ain't no asking for help.
I mean, Myles Garrett doesn't play on a very good team. Max Crosby doesn't play on a very good team. Those players still produce. I realize they didn't make the playoffs, but yeah, I mean, my expectation for Bosa doesn't change. If you got the bag, you got to produce. And they're going to try and get him some help. It could be his brother, but I think the kind of the bigger takeaway is, like you and I discussed it last week, we're asking them to do business differently, but they are.
Wow.
And I don't know if people necessarily like it, but biting the bullet, paying however much money in dead cap, they're trying to basically just consolidate this big tax bill that was going to come due at some point. And if you're telling me that you can get everything clean in 1 year, and oh, by the way, it's a season where you still feel like you can be semi-competitive,
man.
I think that's best case scenario.
I kind of think that is their strategy a little bit is you lose what you can, I shouldn't say dead weight, but you lose some players that you didn't want to, you wanted to make sure not to overpay. Now you try to get Purdy at a lower number than you might have gotten him at the beginning of the year, get him in the fold, and then you start to kind of rebuild again once you get those finances in order rather. All right, let's keep talking Niners because there's a lot of other stuff going on with them. Kyle Shanahan, his role, how much clout he still has. That's one of the things. And what you guys think about this new way of doing business for the San Francisco 49ers. I'm looking at Philip Estrada saying it's not being careful, it's being cheap. And I was wondering if the 49ers fans think that this team's it's going cheap. I'm not willing to say that just yet, but how are you feeling about the Niners offseason? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
The Warriors are hotter than hell.
Draymond takes a three. It's good! Draymond hit it with 34.5 to go. The Warriors lead by 2.
Every moment.
Butler with the catch in front of the Detroit bench. Off the dribble jumper. Good!
All the excitement.
Santos.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Hey, don't forget, tomorrow, Guru and I will be at Chase Center. Warriors practicing there earlier in the day, and we will have some Golden State Warriors to talk to tomorrow. Names, TBD, but you know them. You know them. We'll get some good guys. You know that. Mm-hmm. So we'll have a lot of Warrior talk tomorrow. Then Thursday, come out and watch the Warriors play the Kings at Public Market Emeryville. That is Thursday night. We're having a watch party at Public Market in Emeryville. Join Guru and I. It'll be a lot of fun. Last time we had one of these was at Tipsy Putt at the New Bay Street, Emeryville. That was fun.
Great time.
And hopefully we'll get a lot of people and listeners out there tomorrow. And like I said, I'm efforting the company credit card. So
how's that going? How's that coming?
We as a station can pay back some of our great listeners and maybe have a cold one.
Look at my man, because Tipsy Putt did not disappoint. Now, we got to do a little house cleaning.
Oh.
So, Evan's going to be in for me Thursday as I'm going. I got a funeral to go to, Stoney. So, when they make their little fun, because it's on a Thursday, for FOE, family over everything, Evan was concerned.
Except that family reunion when the Warriors are in the finals.
You got to work. What would that look like if I was gone for a family reunion, the team's in the finals, and we didn't cut?
Let me ask you a question.
No, seriously, we owe it to my job. We've sat.
It's a hard question for me to ask.
You'd come back for the parade.
It's a hard question for me to ask, but do you feel more obligated to go to a family reunion or a funeral?
A funeral.
I'm with you.
Come on, now that's death.
Look, you know what? Speaking of death.
Oh, man, boy. Talk to me.
Simmer.
Everybody
the Niners, right?
passes.
Yes.
Like, I think we should celebrate more when it all comes to an end as opposed to mourn.
Not
like I like the way
Evan's
they do
business.
it. I like the way they do it in New Orleans.
Yeah, I was just going there. And Evan just went to one in the Bay where it was more of a celebration.
That's what they're calling them, celebrations of life. What?
Yeah.
I'm with him, a little bit.
You got to celebrate, just not for 4 hours.
Oh, well, he went to an extended.
If I got to go pay my meter during the funeral, it's gone on for too long.
That boy, hey, don't talk about that. Oh, man.
All right, let's, by the way, do we have any, what's it called when you're an expert on dreams? I've gone down this road before. Like, if you can interpret dreams, does that person have a title? Because I had a couple doozies. I had 2 doozies last night. I can't
wait.
If somebody can explain this one.
Last night?
Yeah, I had one. Then I had to get up with a dog at 2:10, and then I came back. The first one was I was running in San Francisco.
Okay.
And I was a long way from home, and I just kept getting lost. And I just couldn't find the right streets. I couldn't download the map app on my phone. I was sweating. I was
but
wearing.
You weren't being chased. You're just.
Are you sure you weren't awake?
I was not being chased. That was the other thing. And then here's the doozy.
Give it to me.
Here's the doozy. I go back to bed and I have a dream. I'm playing golf on this course that is absolutely terrible, and I've never played there before. And guess who's in my foursome?
Evan, you take a crack at it while guess who's
you'll
in
Curry? No, you'll never give. This is the thing.
I got it.
Dan Dibley was one of them.
Kirk Cousins.
No. And this other guy nobody's going to know, his name's Mike Walcott. I worked with him 20 years ago at the Contra Costa Times. He now works for the Chico Enterprise. But the fourth one is the one I can't figure out for some reason.
Sam Lubman.
Jim Harbaugh was the fourth. And
because you like him.
And here's the other thing I remember.
It's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
And you were back to work.
He hit a shot that was, it was like an approach shot that was close, and he was like, yeah. Meanwhile, I'm on the first tee. I hit a slice. I can't find the ball. And now they're all ahead of me, Dibbs and Harbaugh. They're up on the green. I can't find my ball. I finally find it, but now the group in back of me is pushing. So I just pick up my ball and I go to the second tee. I hit another shot off the Harbaugh hits one down the middle. I hit one, another slice out of play, and I get to the third hole and I'm like, I've hit 2 shots today. 2 drives, and I picked up both because I was playing so slowly. I couldn't find anyway.
Not the type of
Where's
dreams
Freud?
I like. Yeah.
Give me
somebody
Sigmund.
in the text line has the name. I don't want to butcher it.
What name?
Of the Interpret Dreams, the job title.
Oh, okay. I'll figure it out. Let's get to a call real quick.
Back to the Niners.
Let's go to.
How dare you do that to Cam?
Do what?
I started the interview with bad material about Evan seeing him at the game.
Okay.
And then he was talking about his mustache, and you go back to week.
Well, that was just like, let's get to the Niners.
Well, to be fair, Cam was correct. He's got to shave that lip sweater.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, Stoney.
Not a huge
kicking the guess out.
Not a huge mustache guy. Maybe it's because I could never grow one. I just can't. All right. Do I want to? We got to take a break. So I see. You know, let's go to Damon. Damon's in San Francisco. Hey, Damon, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? You know what? I was listening to the call, and those superstars that he said were left over, that core, like 6 of them, 6 or 7. One, I think both these guys left out Purdy's name, and that just says a lot. Like, that just says a lot in itself. But out of all of those, all those stars that he had mentioned, I was like, man, almost all of them on that list are questionable. McCaffrey, is he going to come back to form when we first got him? You know, or is he going to have continuing issues? Sam Williams getting older. Really, the only ones that I felt really comfortable about were Kittle and Warner.
Warner, yeah.
Ayuk, he has his issues. So it's like, man, it just, I just can't shake the feeling that, man, it feels like this team might be headed for a recession.
Oh, boy.
And it feels like the end of that Harbaugh era where guys were going.
Wow.
And, you know, it was just a down season. I think that a lot of this rests on Purdy, and he gave us such a big question mark last year because it wasn't like he had an ankle sprain or he was dealing with, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was just making bad decisions. He was making bad decisions. And then on top of that, he couldn't drive the ball downfield. Like, he was hanging the ball up in the air. It was like Garoppolo all over again. He didn't have the arm strength, so is there something going on with his shoulder?
Yeah, hey Damon, we got to hit a break, but you're right on the money. Look, they need all those guys on that list to play better than they did last year. 888-957-9570. I'll get to more calls on the other side. And there's about 4 other things 49ers related I want to get into. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types are welcome.
Guys, when I think about what I wanted in 2025, losing weight was at the top of the list. And now I'm so excited because what I did is I called my friends over at Abundant Life Weight Loss. And guess what? Their program has been life-changing, and this is the best part. It works. Your boy's already down 20 pounds, almost to my goal of 30. My clothes are fitting better. I'm buying new belts. And more importantly, and Steiny can –
All right, I'm going to try this, and thank you to the 650. Oneirocritic.
Whoa.
Oneirocritic is a dream interpreter. Oneirocritic, apparently. I'm trying to say it the right way. Talking about dreams. Okay. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right.
Good to hear.
I like my dreams where I'm with a certain somebody.
It's okay enough.
Stop. You know what? I needed that. I was going down a road.
Halle Berry.
No, Kim K. Yeah, but yeah. What's your? She's doing great stuff, man.
Name one thing.
Getting prison guys wrongfully convicted out of prison. Way to get back, Kim. Yeah, look at that. Those are facts.
I'm not going anywhere here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm absolutely not going anywhere.
I wonder what your dream meant, though. Why were you running?
I wasn't running from anybody.
I
was trying to get home.
Yeah, I got it.
Maybe one of the big problems is that I was running in San Francisco and I live in Oakland. Maybe that's why I couldn't get home. Let's jump to Bob in San Francisco, starting us off this segment on the Niners. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, man, I love the show, guys.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
So I guess I'm celebrating the last 6 years of the Niners run.
Oh no.
You're talking about those funerals, right? Yeah. Anyway, I don't think it's the new way of doing business with the Yorks. It's the old way of doing business. All you gotta do is look back to the early to mid 2000s, and you can see exactly what's coming. But at the same time, you got to give them a little bit of a leeway because these guys got paid, and we had a dismal season, right? So they've been paying the guys. So maybe it's actually the front office, like making bad picks, paying bad contracts. That could be a possibility. I don't want to see these guys go, but Bill Walsh did say one thing. He said, after about 10 years, it's time to move on, do something else, right? But I'm not advocating that. I'm still got faith in these guys, and I like Purdy. So I think Purdy's the right guy for doing it. But we got to build up. It's just the turning of the page. Right. Is really what it is. We got to get younger guys, and, it's just that era. So
no, appreciate it, Bob.
Guys.
Thanks for the call.
And you know what, Steiny? We had a caller right before the break kind of echo those sentiments. He's a little concerned, but I'm going to be a grown-up here and thank the Niners for what they built and how bad bad meaning good, they've been over the last 6 years and how close they've come. So maybe I need to stop, and I don't think I've been doing it a lot, Steiny, pointing fingers or blaming anybody, because when this is all said and done, if this is the end, as we currently know them, but from a name recognition standpoint, it obviously is a transition. But Steiny, they've been there. They've played long into seasons, 2 Super Bowls, multiple NFC championship games. So just from that vantage point, maybe there's nobody to blame. This is just a natural evolution of what a run takes out of you, and you got to start over, and maybe they're doing that around the edges.
Yeah, the thing that I would be most concerned with about the Niners, and we had Cam Inman on earlier, and he was just talking about 6 or 7 stars that they have, but it feels right now that each star comes with an asterisk. Brandon Ayuk. Man. I mean, are they really trying to possibly move him? I know he won't be ready for the start of the season, but Ayuk to me is a question mark.
All right.
Who else?
McCaffrey.
McCaffrey, question mark.
Trent,
question mark. Warner solid. Kittle solid.
No doubt.
Let me ask you these two guys.
Yeah.
Is Bosa a question mark?
All right, you know what? Right now, today, you're asking me. I think he is.
Okay.
I know he's a superstar. I don't know if he's not a superstar in my estimation, but maybe he needs to be for this team he played like one.
Forget superstar. Do you think
he's got to have bounce back?
I agree.
Right.
I agree. I mean, I don't think Purdy's a question mark in terms of can he play quarterback? We don't even know what he is. It's not that, but he's got to have a better year than last year. There's no doubt about it.
Now with lesser, say what you want about Debo, him being gone, Steiny.
No.
Ayuk on the shelf.
Well, it's one less guy to drop passes.
How did that go? I'll give you 2. How did that go last year for Purdy when you when you knocked it out the park, you wanted to see Brock Purdy without his weaponry or some of it. I don't think that went well, and that's not all his fault.
Man, I didn't even ask Cam about the wide receiver position where, yeah, they've already lost Deebo Samuel. Ayuk's not going to be there most likely for the beginning of the year.
Man.
And so that leaves who? Jennings and Pearsall.
What if we get a Greenlaw year from Brandon Ayuk? I would understand it. The guy tore his ACL and MCLs, Donnie.
Exactly. So this team's got some question marks, no doubt about it. Let me bring Evan in here if he's listening, because this is an important name that's been brought up, and I don't think I'm speaking for out of turn, but Evan knows, particularly about this player and this team. Joey Bosa.
Man.
The 49ers are reportedly linked to him. They put him on the other side of the defensive line from his brother. There seemed to be some mixed opinions on Joey Bosa. You're a Chargers fan. You watch every game. Your thoughts on Joey Bosa?
I think he's still a good player. I think he's still someone that can help you, but only when he's on the field. And that's been the biggest knock on him the last 3 seasons. And even this year, he played 14 games. He started 9 of them, but he was kind of a rotation guy. And the Niners, like Cam was talking about, they just don't have many bodies on the defensive line. So if you could guarantee me that Bosa is going to, I wouldn't even say start all 17. Like if you could guarantee me that he's going to start 13 games this year, I would absolutely take a 1-year flyer on him. I'm just not sure he's going to be able to do that because he plays the run at this point in his career, I think a little bit better than he rushes the passer. And he's a big body. Maybe he gets some out of Nick that other players can't. So I don't think it's a bad investment, but to me, the Niners are making it more out of desperation than a move that's a smart move. Like they kind of need Joey Bosa at this point, whether you think he's good or bad, or you like his politics or not. Like the Niners, they kind of need him. So I don't think it would be a bad signing if they got him.
Well, I expect him to get him. Evan, that was well said. And hearing Evan use that analogy, Stoney, about, when he's on the field, it's like going to buy a used car and you're asking the guy selling the car, can you guarantee me this car is not going to break down? I can't, but that's what they're dealing with. Leonard Floyd is not better than Joey Bosa, but Stoney, he was on the field. And if the Niners are being more stern or, again, frugal with their bread, can you really take a flyer on a guy that might have a soft tissue injury or a nag here and there? Like, maybe you can. And the one other thing I don't like this about Nick Bosa is what Evan said. Maybe playing with his brother can bring some. Well, dude, you're getting all the bread in the world. We should need those tricks to get you to be a badass.
Well, the last team that, in theory, made a little bit of a desperation move worked out pretty well. It looks
Warriors.
Like Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler came with some baggage, and he's been coming through with flying colors. I like the number that Evan used, 13. So now let's go down this list again. How many of these guys would you take 13 games from them? Brandon Ayuk, the answer is yes, obviously, right? Because he's probably going to miss her.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa, you take 13 games from him? Well, how many did he play last year? He's probably right knocking on the door.
No,
there.
you want more from Nick Bosa.
I was like, boy.
But didn't he miss? He missed a few weeks.
Yeah.
I bet he played about 13 weeks last year. Trent Williams. I would take 13 weeks out of Trent Williams right now.
14 for Bosa.
Okay, 14 for Bosa.
Man,
I think it's unrealistic to think Trent Williams is going to play a full season, 16 or 17. That's just me. Warner, I think, always comes to post. McCaffrey, 13, over or under?
Boy, at this point, Stoney, I would almost take it's got to be more than what it was last year. If you're telling me we could get 13 from him, hell.
I think I'd take 13 out of McCaffrey, too, right now.
Could you imagine if he has a setback or if there's any whatever residue from what went on last year to where you can't depend on him in the bed? Then what type of offense are we watching then? And again, I'm being negative.
I'll tell you what we're watching. We're watching Jordan Mason again, who was leading the league in rushing early in the season. 49ers, he's a restricted free agent. So I believe he'll be back unless he gets some kind of crazy offer from another team that the Niners can match. But I was thinking about this yesterday. It's a little bit off track, but when the Warriors got Jimmy Butler, everything changed. And we kind of didn't know it was going to change like it did. But when the 49ers got McCaffrey back, did anything really change in the games that he played?
And that's what was disappointing.
So maybe that's how.
And it was probably bigger than him.
Well, maybe that's how you get better is you replace Greenlaw and Juszczyk with guys who will have a better year next year than they've had, last year, quite frankly.
And if you're doing that with a guy, Stoney, I'm not saying it can't happen, but my point is, I think the chances of that going successful, if you're going via the draft, become very, very. I think those are long shot. That's a big ask, and they're definitely about to, ask the question. But man, if let's just say Joey Bosa's not a Niner, and you're going to the draft to, replenish the D line. That's risky to expect great return on young dudes. Not that it can't happen.
I mean, they had a great draft last year. Or they had a pretty darn good one.
Yeah.
Although, I'm not going to get negative, but I mean, they had some young players who contributed for sure, but they contributed on a 6-11 team. And maybe those guys from last year, like Pooney, Mustafa, Green, who am I missing? Garendo. Who are some of their other first-year players that chipped in? Maybe they take a step, and they're the guys who are responsible for this team going from 6-11 to 10-7 or 11-6. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go to Gary in San Ramon. Hey, Gary, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, I'm glad that they haven't decided that you guys need to have a little change of scenery, too.
Well, hey, every day. Hey, use the old Scarface line, every day above water is a good day.
No doubt about it.
Don't talk about that.
Right, knock on wood,
Yeah, and at 77, I'm still standing. So we're
there
all
you
good.
go. There you go, baby.
Anyway, so you have to look kind of back at the history of what's going on here with the draft for Shanahan and Lynch. And, they've done well at the bottom end of the draft. Brock Purdy saved the bacon for the Trey Lance fiasco. But they haven't hit enough on their top 3-round picks. Shanahan has constantly moved up to take running backs in the 3rd round or higher. How's that worked out? So what my point being is that what's coming right now is to be expected from not hitting in the previous, like you said, Matt, last year's draft was good. But the 3 years previous, the top picks, we don't have that much to show for it. And unfortunately, Purdy worked out to save the bacon for Shanahan and Lynch over the quarterback fiasco with Trey Lance. So this is to be expected. I just hope that Jed doesn't get as involved as he was back in the Tom Sula and Chip Kelly days, because that was really a problem. So we'll just see what happens. It's a little alarming to see all our favorites go, but and the guys that are coming back, they all got injury history. So anyway, thanks, guys. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it as always. I'm still looking at this schedule. Arizona Rams, Seahawks. There's 6 games. Falcons. They're not bad.
Oh, no, Stoney. Come on now.
I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me. They could be a playoff team.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're not. I'm just saying.
To prove it, Steven.
I heard somebody say on the morning show, don't sleep on the Carolina Panthers.
Well, I'm Stoney. If you watched them at the end of last year, they weren't a pushover.
They stink.
You can go worst to first in the NFL. That's the sport to do it to me.
Jacksonville.
They stink.
Tennessee.
It could be Cam Ward.
Is that my guy?
It could be Cam Ward.
No, he can't supplant Levis.
Could be Aaron Rodgers.
No, he's going to go to the Giants.
He's going to Steelers.
Chicago.
Well, I'm going to lay out for my predictions.
Cleveland.
They can play you tough.
Houston. They made the playoffs.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment.
Indy. With the Colts. They a factor.
They're not a punk.
They just got Daniel Jones this morning.
Well,
Okay,
Yeah.
so they're fish.
He won't be a starter.
What?
No, my guy Richardson.
Oh, you love him, right?
No,
Strongest arm in the NFL.
You got a bench for a 38-year-old.
But he came back, Evan.
Saints. Giants. Buccaneers.
Come on now. Tampa's rolling. Baker.
Bucks are good.
Yeah,
they're right.
We'll see.
The one thing that
I made it up.
Our guy brought up is Kyle Shanahan, and let's get into this for the next few minutes. I was reading Mike Silver's story in The Athletic about the 49ers, and there were just two. I read an article. It doesn't deserve a drop.
But you dropped who did it. Who wrote the article?
The way you set it up, though.
That's called giving credit to the writer.
No, we love that.
Okay. It's actually something you really should do. But anyway, he used two phrases that I thought were interesting. He talked about the Ayuk contract extension where they had a deal, it sounded like, with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he sprinted up the steps and stopped it. And Mike Silver had a line in his story that said, Kyle Shanahan's sprint, meaning up the steps to stop the trade, didn't age well. And I'm starting to wonder if...
Write that down.
I'm starting to wonder if the 49ers were ready to move off Ayuk. But Kyle Shanahan, as the person in that organization with the most juice and the head coach, basically said, no, we got to have him. We got to have everybody this year so that I can try to break through. And it feels like maybe Kyle Shanahan won't have as much of a say-so as he has in the past. That's one school of thought out there.
But outside of Purdy, what pigs are coming home in regard to where you got to put him in the barn, Stoney? Like
Ayuk.
Well, he already won the negotiation unless you decide to trade him. And I just find, what are you going to get for a guy that, is trying to prove that, he can be what he was before you signed him? But I guess I would like you to break down, it didn't age well. Like, that would be concerning for me if Kyle's boss, the Yorks, thought that. But
it's hard not to think that right now, because even before he got hurt,
he was he was in his own head. But I feel like he was robbed of having a pretty good year
by his holdout.
That and the injury. You know what I mean? Like, we all saw it. He was dropping balls. He didn't look like himself early.
I'll tell you what. I'll just put it this way.
But he won.
Ayuk had had that year. Did he deserve to be a top 5 paid wide receiver? No, not if he's healthy even, I wouldn't say. And so what I garnered from that story is that Kyle might have been on his own on that one. And that the team might have been ready to move on from Ayuk because they either didn't need the hassle or they didn't like the number. And Kyle was thinking, no, I don't like the number either, but we got to have this guy. And
what's that mean, though? It means that, on that, or it went bad. I'm asking you, like, what?
Maybe it means that, hey, Kyle, chill out. You're the head coach. We'll do the personnel, because he has final say over the roster, or has seemed to have had it for a while. Maybe Kyle Shanahan has been defanged a little bit in terms of all of the influence he's got in the organization. The other thing that stuck out was Silver saying that the days of going all in are out. And maybe that's what we're seeing right now with all these departures from the San Francisco 49ers. And let's see what the Purdy contract yields and then see what they do afterwards.
So do you think, this is crazy, that just popped in my head, do you think last year was the Niners version of The Last Dance, of going all in? And
it's a good question.
You know what I mean? Like, they really thought they had action, and I would understand why. You just lost the Super Bowl in overtime. But now if it's about, saying night-night and bye-bye to guys, and, I'm not saying anybody was on a scholarship, but, Stoney, it's definitely a 180 in regard to what's going on. And I just wonder how much that 180 is going to impact the number we get when we find the news out that Brock Purdy has a new deal. 60 is there's just no way. Exactly.
I'd say
Carter Chickerin was in here saying, just as a Niner fan, well, you call him a good gambler.
Okay.
Well, as a Niner fan, he would be uncomfortable with anything over 35.
Over 35?
Yeah.
I'd love to get him for 35.
I'm sure that Kyle and John would think that too, but
somebody actually just asked me, what do you like? I get it. These things are way more complicated in terms of the money and the guarantees, but just for the sake of ease, if you're asking me, what's the number? If they could get him for 40, that'd be nice.
Yeah. I would even say 45. If that would make, there are reports out there.
But
him resetting the market, I think, is off the board. Would you say? There's no way, Stoney.
I would say I would be shocked.
Okay.
I would be.
So would I.
If he gets.
Before I wouldn't have.
I'd be surprised if he gets over 50.
All right.
What if say Geno Smith is negotiating a new deal with the Las Vegas Raiders, gets more than 40 a year, which is what he reportedly wants?
7 to that, I would feel like Brock. If that's what it's about, he should get one penny more than what Geno gets.
Just one penny?
I know. It's a puzzlement.
Damn.
Well, let me ask you this, Evan, real quick. Geno or Purdy, who you taking?
Brock Purdy, 7 days a week.
I would take Purdy there, too. Just because I kind of feel like I know what Geno Smith is. Although I'm starting to feel like I may know what Brock Purdy is. Solid.
Yeah.
But is he spectacular? I don't.
But this will be the real proof in the pudding of if things have changed over there in Ninerville in regard to we're being frugal and we're not getting punked. Remember that.
Well, but what would the number be? I mean,
so 45, I think, would be fair. Like,
well, that's what you think, and I would love to get him.
I once said 60.
What's that?
I once said 60.
Well, that's you.
Well, a lot of people were backing me up on that.
60? This fellow wasn't, because as soon as you said 60, I came up with my annoying response. You want to bet?
Well, yeah.
No, I mean, to me, hardball with Purdy would be, I don't know what it would be. I think I would know it if I saw it.
Is
in
he
terms
a question
of the number.
mark to you coming
yes.
into, and that's right there.
A defined question mark. Like, can he quarterback in the NFL? Of course he can. But do I think he's Josh Allen? Do I think he's elite? No, I don't.
All right.
So but the problem the Niners have, and it happens in all sports, is there are guys that are worse than Brock Purdy who are making more than $50 million, and his agent's going to come to the table and say, we want as much money as Tua.
But the Niners now have put their foot down allegedly and said, that math ain't got nothing to do with us. You know what I'm saying?
Apparently. But maybe if they think Purdy's worth 50 or 55, then, I mean, the one thing I will say is you would expect that Purdy's going to improve. Could you expect that Greenlaw, Juszczyk, Hufanga, Moore, yes, yeah. Debo? Like, to me, you could make a case, Greenlaw downhill, Juszczyk obviously downhill, Debo downhill, Hargrave downhill, Mitchell downhill, Floyd downhill in terms of declining. And Purdy, to me, has a chance to get better. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll come back on the other side, wrap things up, and then we'll get to the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
The Warriors are hotter than hell.
Draymond takes a three. It's good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we got a couple great days coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Tomorrow, Guru and I will be out at Chase Center.
Yes.
Warriors, hottest team in the NBA, striking fear into many of the elite teams, ostensibly. And we will be out at Chase Center plucking some Golden State Warriors players after practice. It's going to be a fun day for sure. They are rolling. The vibes are good. So definitely tune in tomorrow for a lot of Warrior talk. And then Thursday, if you're not doing anything, the Warriors play the Sacramento Kings at Chase Center, and Guru and I will be out at the public market, Emeryville, to watch the game. And we'd love to have you come out and join us and watch the Warriors probably dismantle Sacramento, I would think. But it's the NBA. Anybody can win on any given night.
Dude, I just had a thought. I need your help tomorrow.
Okay,
I really do.
You got it.
I'm pulling up in the parking lot. I'm going to be emotional. We're just a week removed from knockout. And for me to be right back in the building, oh, boy. Man, Stoney, I'm going to really need you tomorrow, man.
Yeah, well, I'm sure once you get
laugh.
I'm sure once you get a glimpse of one Warrior player, you'll come out of your shell. Oh, Steph, the chef. How many times are you going to hear that tomorrow? The chef. Even if we don't get Steph tomorrow. The chef.
Oh, boy. Hey, man.
By the way,
times, Donnie.
By the way, I thought, you hear the news about Tiger Woods? He ruptured his Achilles.
Yeah.
He's going to be done for the year.
Old cars break down.
49. Oh, but that's not the sentiment when you talk about Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler.
Dude, what Tiger used to be to me, I feel bad for him.
Yeah,
man.
49 years old.
Yeah.
And
what was it, Thanksgiving night when he wrecked the truck, got hit?
That was a long time ago.
It happened, and it started to down. This is Tiger. God, I want the old Tiger back, man.
And lastly, before we jump into a call, I thought you and we have a P1 here, Jim Mole. Great P1. Hopefully he'll be out to public market Emeryville on Thursday.
Gave me a hat.
He said, well, here's one guy saying, nobody backed you on Purdy getting 60. Stop lying. And then Mole, your boy, your supposed friend, calls in and says, yeah, a lot of fools, I mean sports fans, said 60. I thought he was your guy.
He is.
Might have been talking about me. Do you remember this moment? Just to kind of get people in, the frame of mind for what might be going on tomorrow. Do you guys remember this moment from the last time we were at Chase Center?
You only live once, and I know you got commitments, but before you dip, we got to get a photo of me, you, and Stein.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And if I go home, if you didn't do it again, I didn't get it. Is that cool? That's okay?
No problem.
He's going to be on you groupie.
You could have asked him that after the interview, so not everybody heard it, but that's all right. That's all right. Thanks, Steph, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Steph. Good luck the rest of the way, man.
Right on. The chef.
There it is, the chef.
Good times, man. Yeah.
I'm trying to think the last time we've had him on, I think
2023.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Did we had him on, though, before their title run in
no doubt about it. That happened. You are correct.
And then, we had him on the next year when he goes, you still got the field?
Yeah.
And I said,
hear everything.
And I said, yeah, but I'm going to call that bet off.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to be that guy who
I am so fired up tomorrow. I just want to tell the powers to be.
But you're not playing tomorrow. You're broadcasting.
When we're done, snap a photo. So I don't got to do that. You know what I mean? Yeah. See, I'm thinking.
One thing I've learned in my years in the media business, Goo, is there's a thick line between media and the actual athletes. And never the twain shall meet, if you know what I mean. These are great men, but they're not friends. They're just not. They're great men.
Shut up, man.
And we adore watching them, but we aren't friends with them.
You don't think Looney knows who we are? We did chopped it up with him many times, man. Come on, man.
That's the bar for being a friend,
This
knowing who somebody is. And by the way, I guarantee you, if we get Looney tomorrow and I go, hey, what's up, Kavan? How you doing? Well, by the way, what are our names? I bet you he doesn't know.
Oh, Snotty, come on, man. We didn't talk hair grease and everything with Loon Dog. He'll remember, man.
You wanna bet this time that Steph goes and asks Guru for another photo like he did last time?
Remember?
That'll always That man, I stare at the picture sometimes just like,
and do you think
got off of his phone call
now, do we have confirmation that he was the one that asked for the photo?
Of course not.
No, he didn't. I was like, it's not one with me. He's like, let's do it. But he stopped his phone call to acknowledge me.
Right,
yeah,
right.
No, that come on now.
In other words, you interrupted him.
No,
That's the same thing.
No,
Dude, one thing I've tried to do, if somebody's on the phone, give them a little space.
This is the part that hurts. Go ahead.
I mean,
he was on the phone. I shut up, and I was just going to walk past him. We did the bro nod, and then he said, hold on, in vogue. I heard him. He goes, y'all out here today? I said, yeah. I said, stop by if you can. And then I was like, all right. And I said, let's snap one real quick for my kids. And we took one. One of the ugliest pictures of your boy.
Steph looked ugly?
No, me.
Oh, you. I'm sorry.
Just teeth look like dominoes. Just nose. It does me no favors.
Hey, Carly Simon, relax. You're so vain. It's not about you.
My man called me Carl. Dude, wow. I needed that. A lot of people think you got pajamas on and you look nice. You don't.
There's a new shirt.
Yeah, but stand up so we can see the jeans. People think you woke up out your dream and you start running.
It looks like it could be a matching set.
There you go. Hold my knee up.
The Mike Brady. Yeah, that's Brady Bunch.
All right. Golden State Warriors, they play the Sacramento Kings Thursday. Nice win for them last night. Let me think. 128. I'll take some calls. The heck. We'll get back to the Niners. We'll finish up there, and then we'll get Willard and Dibbs in here, and they'll try to keep us here longer than we'd like. Roy and San Leandro.
Oh, no.
What's going on? It is?
Yeah.
Hey, Roy.
Sounds like Willie Mays. Watch.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How's it going?
Roy?
That's not bad, you. Hey, Roy.
Good. I've been listening to your 49er talk.
Yep.
I just wanted to mention how, it's time for, I don't really blame the 49er front office. It's time to kind of break the team up, with all of those guys, this guy, that guy. And like what I said about Elijah Mitchell and a few other guys like him, they need to just go ahead on. They should have just moved on a long time ago, even before this with them. But I wanted to say this about the Super Bowl. You remember earlier in the year, at the beginning of the football year, I told you that Kansas City can't be beat just with defense. Even though the Eagles' defense, they stymied them, toward the end of the game. But like I told you, you just have to give that quarterback and that coach all the credit, a whole lot, and the Eagle offensive line, all the credit in the world, because they maintained them. And to show you that guy, that coach for Kansas City, I call him Warriors Puss.
Roy with a three.
Anyway, Warriors Puss didn't even want to shake that Italian guy's name.
Sirianni, coach of the year.
He didn't want to shake his name. He didn't want to shake his hand. And, I think that was kind of classless, But all in all, the Eagles just did exactly what I told both of you, that the 49ers didn't do. I'm not discrediting the 49ers. I'm just saying, to me, in some ways, the 49ers just didn't have the players in order to beat Kansas City. But, hey, look, it's always great talking to both of you.
Hey,
thanks
don't be a stranger, Roy.
Thanks, Roy.
Yeah,
appreciate the call. Hey, by the way, I thought about this. It's a year later. We were talking about as we entered the offseason last year with the Niners. Super Bowl or bust?
Man.
Where are we now? If last year was Super Bowl or bust, what's this year? Take advantage of the worst schedule in the league?
It's Donnie, I'm being real, and they might laugh if they hear me say this, but I would say playoffs. I'm going to Warriors pre-Jimmy trade. Again, it's a lot of turnover. It's early, but Stoney, if they're not going to be a major player in free agency, and I know it's day 2, and you're going to say to the world, we trust our intel, and we're going to the draft, we're going to get young players, and not only are we going to get them, Stoney, they're going to play, and they're going to play well. I got my popcorn, but I would set the bar right now tentatively at the playoffs.
Playoffs? One of the things that we talked about 5 minutes ago, and you may not remember, but a couple years ago we were over at Chase Center interviewing Steph Curry, and before he got into the building, he bumped into Guru, and Guru interrupted him during a phone call, but because Curry's a saint, he interrupted his call and took a photo with Steph Curry, and it was Steph and Guru. And then he went into practice, and that's the story that Guru tells. But is it Andy Rooney? No, it's Paul Harvey.
Boy, I love it, Andy Rooney.
You want to know the rest of the story?
Yeah.
Remember this, Goo? So you go take a picture with Curry.
Gotcha.
Without his consent. Yeah, all right, you had his consent. And I showed you a media credential. And it says on the back of the media credential.
Don't bring this up.
No as a media member, no autographs, no photos. And I kind of chuckled about it. And then about 10 minutes later, the great James Kincaid of the Golden State Warriors walks in and says, "Hey, Goo, I hate to do this, but
he leaned over my shoulder.
You got to go." And
I
Goo
really
was like,
thought it was a wrap.
What are you talking about? And James said, you broke the media credential rule. Like you cannot ask Steph for an autograph.
I start backing up.
And Guru starts to get up, and James Kincaid starts laughing.
Oh, man.
And Tim Jordan starts laughing.
I didn't like that one.
That was cute.
It was to you.
That was
I was
harmless.
like, they got the Goo.
It was
but
harmless.
It was worth it. I got my, and he asked for, hey, anyway, Stoney, I don't like that type humor. When you play with people, he whispered like, come with me. I thought it was done. And I said, oh, Nahegan is just going to, it was a wrap.
What joke did you dislike more? When James Kincaid told you.
I know where you're going. This is why we're lovers, man.
That you're not supposed to do that and you got to be kicked out. Or when I took your water bottle.
The water bottle. And you just... Black folks don't play like that.
And but you know what?
Keep your hands off my. And he was just, and I really was looking for it. It started getting to the point of he was stressing. I'm like,
Guru came in with like a 20. It was like a cask of water that he was lugging around. I hid it from him, and he didn't like it.
You've never done it again.
That's right. You know why, Goo? Because I'm coachable.
Yeah.
You only have to tell me something once. I could tell it got under your skin.
Matt Nahegan that and see what they think.
I could tell.
Yeah.
You didn't like that.
I'm fired up for tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm fired up now.
I know you are. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
How can it not when they're playing the best basketball in the league?
Go. Let me let you in on a little secret of the NBA. Let's just say hypothetically the Warriors would have lost to Portland.
Right.
Tomorrow would still be pretty much exactly the same.
And I believe that.
Had they beaten.
Yeah. But that's how great they've been doing. I'm with you. They can afford an L. I hear you.
These guys are masters at putting games behind them.
Yeah.
Especially because they're, 11 and whatever.
And I got to put knockout behind me. Seriously. Just, man. Thank God you weren't there.
Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah, but you're lucky that I wasn't. Dave in Fresno. Hey, Dave, how you doing, my man? What's going on?
Hey, I'm doing good, brother. Thank you.
Sure.
I got to dismiss that notion that, the Niners, they're trying to fool you guys and fool the media and the fans that they're trying to get younger. I just don't think that's the case. I think what you're seeing now is what happens when you pay contracts with emotions, when you have bad free agent classes year after year. Now, last year's draft class was definitely very good, and it's elite if you compare it to the last three. You do have to remember they didn't have the first round picks available due to the Trey Lance trade. I just think right now they're operating without a plan. So I don't think it's we're just trying to get younger, because if they're trying to get younger, you wouldn't be trying to find Bosa. So. That doesn't fit that narrative. I just think they messed up. They messed up when you got took to the shed by Trent. You got took to the shed by McCaffrey. You got took to the shed by Ayuk. And now ownership's probably like, bro, we're not just going to give contracts out because you guys are good friends. We're not doing that anymore. And I don't necessarily subscribe to, you have to retool and this and that. Look at the Bills. Look at the Ravens. Look at the Chiefs. These are those teams that compete year in and year out. You don't hear those words. They just They draft well. They sign good free agents. And granted, free agency, you don't win the Super Bowl. I totally get that. But right now, I don't think they have a plan. They don't even know how much they want to pay their quarterback who, remember, the daddy Shanahan said 2 years ago, oh, we knew at the first day of practice.
Right.
We knew what we had. He's the best. And now you don't know what you got. So they don't know, man. We're all confused as them. Then right now they're just, man, they've been employing a fullback for 3 years. They shouldn't have been paying. So all this stuff is just catching up to them, and they don't know what the hell they're doing. That's what I think. So they don't. Let's not give them credit because they have some plan. They don't know what the hell they're doing.
All right, Dave.
Wow.
I got you. I would say would this be a plan? We've got to get our payroll under control as we approach paying Brock Purdy. That's our game plan.
But how do you do? Okay,
that's what they're doing, right?
Point. And this is what's beautiful about sports, Donnie. Everybody has their own opinion, right? Regardless of what you do and where you're at on the totem pole. But the bottom line is, it goes to what Evan was talking about with Joey Bosa. The oxymoron of that would be, we're watching our bread, but are you so desperate to where you're going to basically throw some money at Joey Bosa? I don't know what that number is, even with that injury history.
Well, I mean,
I thought those days were kind of over.
If they get, I think it's a case-by-case basis. If they think they can get Bosa at what they think is a fair price, then, and he played 14 games last year. I mean, he plays 14 games for the Niners. He's probably going to be better than Leonard Floyd, I would think. Yeah. Or that would be their thinking, that he's going to be better than Leonard Floyd. I don't know. Evan seems to not be against
but he played 14, and when I believe that's what he said, and when he's out there,
could you imagine you go get Joey Bosa
and both of them are out? Stoney,
yeah,
I'm
nodding
gosh.
Yes.
Well, one other thing too is he's less of a distraction than his brother.
Interesting.
Like he's never had any other off the field or I guess post game incidents.
I got you. It's interesting, though. You didn't necessarily say that Nick Bosa was a distraction. You said that Joey's less of one. Would you say that Bosa's a distraction?
No, but I believe a lot of people turned on him with that episode after I believe it was the Cowboy game Sunday night. So I'll leave that there. But bottom line, Stoney, if I put CNN aside, dude, you got the bag and you have not been getting home. You have missed curfew. You get it?
I do get it.
Right.
So that would put Nick Bosa in the same class as Evan Giddings. Evan sometimes misses curfew.
Derek Jeter.
I thought you said you weren't using the Ring app.
What?
He went and reviewed the video. I knew you had to.
He went to the tape.
Dude, what time did you give me? 1:30?
I actually don't know. I swear to God, because I had my phone off most of the vacation. I really did.
But I feel like you got a sense. You don't got the exact time?
I don't think.
Give me something, Stoney.
No, I swear to God, I have no idea when he came in or left.
Four.
See, I'm like, if my organization's like the old Raiders.
I like this.
I don't care what you do. Just be ready to play when the game starts.
That's how they used to do it. Party.
Now, Stabler could handle it, and Ted Hendricks could handle
Casper,
it, and Alzado and Casper. If he's those guys, that's fine. I just don't want him to turn into Barrett Robbins.
Raven Chester.
By the way, there was a picture yesterday that surfaced because Steph's turning 37 soon. And there was a picture of Ken Stabler when he was 37.
Kidding?
Oh, my God. He looked like Gandalf the White.
I'm sorry, who?
It's a wizard.
I know.
Is that Harry Potter?
He looked old as hell.
Yeah.
Harry Potter?
Like, you look younger than Ken Stabler looked in that photo at age 37.
Science was different back then, They got moisturizer now, man. They got some strong stuff. Stoney, you looking good, man.
I'll tell you what. If you made a list of quarterbacks and talked about them at the height, when they were at their height, Kenny Stabler was unbelievable.
There's no doubt. Like, I don't think you're shocking anybody. You feel like he doesn't get, because Terry Bradshaw's on Mount Rushmore.
I think Stabler's better than Bradshaw.
You think?
As a quarterback, yeah. I mean, I
think that's a fair
Stabler
fight. No
is
loser
prime.
in that.
I mean,
your boy got 4, Stoney.
Who would be like on your? I mean, I get It's going to be Brady, Montana, all the names of the guys who've won the most Super Bowls.
But let me give you some obscure
Kenny
ones.
Stabler was so good.
Yeah.
And you know why I know that? Because I was an Oilers fan, and we never beat the Raiders when it mattered.
Yep.
Never.
And the Raiders couldn't beat Pittsburgh.
And the Raiders couldn't.
Remember the immaculate that was fake. Yeah. Raiders have been jobbed. They've been rough. That tuck rule. I'm sorry, Stoney.
Okay.
That bothers me, man.
Right. So because of the tuck rule, 20 years ago,
but it was Al Davis.
They have an excuse for not having
Al
one.
Davis rule. They were like, you know what? Let's stick it to Al. Turn over. Nobody ever heard of the rule. Great blitz by Beekert, and Woodson recovered.
They tried to tuck.
The tuck rule.
Lord of the Rings, not Harry Potter.
Attaboy.
I have not watched one. I'm a sci-fi guy. You're a nerd if you watch Harry Potter.
First of all, it's children who like it.
But no, it's like, come on, Stoney.
So let me guess, you don't like adults you don't like an adult grown couple that would go to Disneyland, for example.
No, 49er Frankie, they live there. I get that.
No, he goes with his daughter.
Well, he goes with the wife, too. They're into it. He's got to watch a Mickey Mouse Rolex, like.
Frankie.
Yeah.
Frankie.
Mickey Mouse.
Frankie, go to Acapulco or something. Take the family to the beach.
I hadn't heard that word in forever.
I actually went on a vacation to Acapulco. It was not a good vacation.
You and who?
Solo.
Evan, wow.
You don't want to hear about this one.
Aka Solo.
That's not bad.
That's a 3.
Acapulco was like, that's what you used to get, back in like the game shows from the 70s, from 1978.
Okay. Joker's Wild.
A 3-day junket to Acapulco. And then, of course, they'd show the highlight.
Did you enjoy yourself?
Not really. No.
And you were single?
Yeah.
Oh, boy,
and I was single all week. Oh, I was single.
No bars?
Oh, I went to bars. Usually,
you needed Evan with you. Prime Evan would have made something happen, baby.
I'm in my prime.
Yeah.
It was a classic case of.
I know you were like,
I was in bed by 9.
Oh, Stoney.
For the most part.
Yeah.
All right. Willard and Dibbs coming up next. Maybe Dibbs can make some sense out of my dream foursome with him and Jim Harbaugh. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Have you been in a car accident?
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, it's crossover time, brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It is the crossover. Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Well, hi there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
How we doing?
Oh, dynamite.
What's hot today?
Niners.
Yeah, we went some Niners.
What are you hot on today?
Oh, boy.
What are you guys hot on today? I don't need to know the names of the teams in the Bay.
All right, gotcha.
What's got you going?
I guess I'm solo dolo in regard to, I think, Greenlaw. I think he's going to be healthy and they're going to miss him. That's the one departure, I think, Dibs. I know we fought on it. I just feel like that was the one I would have took a chance on to hope he could rebound and be available.
Yeah, I don't think that we fought on that. I mean, I'm kind of
might have been Evan.
Yeah, I might be in the same mode as you, and I look at all of the departures and I wonder who is going to replace. And I know when you lose Mooney Ward and you've got a couple of guys there, okay, you've got some corners, and I know they signed a safety and you brought in a new tight end, but you lose your best healthy wide receiver. Maybe Jawan's better, but you lose Debo, and I do think when you lose Juszczyk, it is, something that you have to look at as far as how you're going to run your offense. And, you lose Floyd on the edge, who
was available.
And
he played
8.5 sacks and, not great against the run, but he's at least a guy who can get after the passer. So I wonder how all these places that you have now openings, how you're going to replace them.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
You better bring it, Evan.
Tom Pelissero of NFL Network has reported that the 49ers have agreed to terms with veteran special teams ace Luke Gifford on a 1-year contract.
Yeah! It's about time. It's about time they brought in Gifford.
Any relation to Frank? Is this Frank's nephew or...
Win one for the Gifford.
Okay.
Yeah. Evan, break down his game. What are his strengths and weaknesses?
Special teams ace.
And you guys
is he a gunner?
The Niners.
Yeah.
You doubted him.
Yeah.
I can't believe y'all.
Tell you.
I did think it was both, so I go, he's about to say it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, boy.
Evan watches Bosa a lot. I'm talking about Joey Bosa. He thinks it's not a bad idea.
But I thought they were going away from that risky pay you and the availability is the
Well, I don't know what they're paying him.
Well, there we
I
go.
don't know what the cost is.
Yeah.
So, one thing you just said that I jump at.
Okay.
It's actually, you didn't say it. But
the Greenlaw?
No, the best ability is availability is the stupidest thing I've ever heard people say.
I stole it from Stephen A.
I know, but it's not. That's not like that's
well,
the
it actually
bar.
is.
But that's the bar we're setting. We just need you to be available. I'd like you to be good. I'd like you to be good. And dang it, with defensive linemen, we get so focused on that sack number. Leonard Floyd did not play good football last year. He was fine with 8.5 sacks.
Got a new home with the Falcons.
$10 million.
Yeah. Good for
Atlanta.
him. That's too much. This pressure rate on the quarterback was bad, and his run defense was worse.
That's what the Rams said now.
Yeah. So, I don't know, man. I think there's a lot of hand-wringing over keeping players who went 6-11. That's what I think.
Well, and here's to me, the issue is the guys who are still on the team who they're paying a lot of money to.
Yeah.
It feels like there's too much uncertainty with the group as a whole. Whether it's Ayuk, whether it's McCaffrey, I get it. Purdy's going to be the starting quarterback, and I'm not saying that we don't know if he's a pro quarterback or not, but he's got to bounce back. And Trent Williams, they need these guys to all be better than last year.
And be more available. Yeah. And so, availability is the number one ability, because you can talk about Joey Bosa and let's bring him in, but he played 46% of the snaps last year, and he's played 53% of the games over the last 3 years. So he's just not available. And if you can get him for whatever, like Floyd just got $10 million, can you pay him $10 million? Well, I doubt it. And, if you're Joey Bosa, and we know how the Bosas work, they're going to extract every dollar, and he is from South Florida, so he would rather take $10 million with Miami than he would take $10 million here to play with his brother, I think, because that $10 million is a clean $10 million This $10 million is about 7.1. So unless you want to pay him 13, which is really 10, I don't think you're getting him. Joey Bosa is going to be a Dolphin. You can go ahead and put it in the cap, lock it up, do whatever you want. I'm going to put it out there right now. Cuckoo!
No, they're working on other stuff.
Oh, they are. They're watching a game, is what they're doing.
What's the game?
Just making noises.
Yeah.
Yeah, what y'all watching in there? What's going on? What's fun? What's happening in
But
there?
Willard, if it's not your boy Bosa Dibs, they still need to go find people to replenish that D line.
Okay, let me ask y'all this.
That used to be a strength.
Let me ask y'all this.
That's all.
We're in day 2. In this moment, right now, do you give the Niners the benefit of the doubt?
Yeah, I do.
No.
Okay.
No. They get an F right now.
I give it a B.
You get an F.
Okay. Well, it's not
Really?
the grading period's not here yet, but okay.
I don't want
Well,
to
for benefit of the doubt, so no.
No.
No, they get no benefit of the doubt. They get no benefit of the doubt.
Yes, they do. And I'll tell you, and I'll use the Warriors as an example. When we were getting late in the trading deadline and we saw some guys going here or there, we were like, sign it. They're not doing it. And then they got Butler. So they're still within the realm of possibility.
Right.
They could do some stuff.
But this is not that. Like, this is you've lost 11 players, and we can all disparage Floyd for not being a run stopper. He was never brought in to be a run stopper.
Sure
He's
you
not
are.
a 3-down defensive
line.
end.
Yeah,
and
that's what you're
you know,
there
when you understand football, you know that not every single person.
I see.
So not every guy is brought in to be like Nick Bosa is a 3-down guy, and so when you bring in Floyd, he's not a guy you brought in to be a 3-down guy.
I saw the contract. Parag shared it with me. It said on there, Leonard, when the running back comes to you, wave. Just wave at him. Thanks for coming. Go this way.
Yeah.
That's what they brought him in.
And we can just blame him for their bad run defense, and that's fair.
Just like honestly, if we're gonna play that game, they lost 11 people. How many of them do you care about?
Yeah, exactly.
Probably 3 or 4.
Okay, then they lost 3 or 4.
Right?
Like who? Like. And
well,
so
let's go through them.
Let's go through them.
Greenlaw.
Yes, I care.
Okay,
That hurt.
do you care?
That
Okay,
hurt.
so
Yes,
I ain't
that
by
hurt.
myself.
That
Okay,
hurt.
Use check.
Emotionally hurt.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna say no.
Hufanga.
No.
I'm gonna say no.
Well, they signed his replacement today.
Yeah.
Who? I mean,
Well, no, they didn't sign his replacement today. They signed someone who's going to compete with Jair Brown to back up.
What's my man from Atlanta?
Right.
Malik Mustafa is his replacement.
and Hufanga would have been a backup this year if you would have brought him back. So yeah,
Mooney Ward.
No.
we'll see.
I feel terrible for him.
I like that. We'll see.
I feel terrible for him with everything that he's been through, but he wanted to get out of here. He did not play well last year for obvious reasons. I thought that was telegraphed all year. That was no surprise.
Jaylon Moore.
Or Jalen, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You miss him. You miss him.
do?
Yes.
Okay.
Your right tackle is a joke, and your left tackle's 37 who can't stay healthy. So, yes.
And both of them beat Jalen Moore out for jobs. Go ahead.
You got
Yeah.
a big. You got.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Hey, I'm just.
I'm
just the MC.
Yeah, and beat him out on a team that went 6-11. So let's be fair about you can't just disparage guys who we don't miss because they were 6-11, and now a guy who got beat out on a team that was 6-11. Maybe if he played, you would have been 7-10.
Maybe that's
exactly.
That's a total hypothetical, but that's,
Debo
so is
Samuel.
yours.
No, it's not.
Debo.
No to me.
No.
It was Sean.
Wait.
You still think he got action?
Well-
I'm saying no. We don't miss him, or they don't miss him.
I mean,
yeah, maybe.
Where you at?
I guess I get he didn't have a great year, but
Tim
boy,
said no
I mean,
too.
That's Debo.
Wow.
No.
Yeah, I'm with you, Steiny. Maybe.
Oh.
I think that the way he behaved showed you that he is not sold out anymore to be a part of this.
Well, fair enough. Aaron Banks.
This is the one I think they're going to. I thought when you draft a guy that plays well, tell me if I'm wrong, you can't wait to reward him with the contract. And I thought Banks did well.
See, that's not automatic. You can't just and plays well is obviously subjective. He had his moments. He had a nice season 2 years ago. Last year, less.
So you're confident in the draft? They can
I
go find
certainly wouldn't have given him $77 million.
No, he came up.
It's a lot.
That's too, I'm like, no. No, so you know what I mean? Like a lot of these, there's a tweener answer. Do you miss him? Maybe, but I'm not
different.
Right?
All right, okay.
I would like potato chips, but I'm not going to spend $28 for a bag. Like, no.
What about a canister of Pringles?
That's different.
That is different.
That's,
sour cream.
Yeah.
Abundant life.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Do we have more?
Javon Hargrave?
No.
Boy, remember when 49ers got it.
Come on.
Remember Baldy came on the station. He's like, "This is the signing of the offseason in the whole league."
Wow.
Like, I was fired up.
And Bosa.
I was fired up. He came on the show with Bonte and Joe.
Yeah.
I was fired up.
Man.
God, that was a bust.
My Philly fans were like, "Well, he doesn't play all 4 days. He doesn't play 3 downs." And
He
we got
played,
Jalen
He
Carter.
didn't play 2 downs either.
10% of the snaps. on the year.
Malik Collins.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, you'll miss him.
I mean, that's like some of these, you got to know who they're replacing them with.
True. Elijah Mitchell and Leonard Floyd.
No.
Yes, for Leonard Floyd. Yeah, he's a guy who could at least
he's
get
got to
after
be
the passer.
replaced.
Right. And so he's a guy who at least could get after the passer. And when Nick Bosa's getting double teamed and Nick Bosa's making it hard, he's a guy who could get home. And I know that you've got some other guys who are former Niners who are out there that maybe you can bring in for less. And we'll see. So a lot of this, I do believe, is okay, now what? Now how are you going to replace these players and with what? Because you can't just replace them all in the draft. You're going to have to go to the thrift store and try to find some great little finds out there, and that's kind of where you are as a team.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I like a point that Tim Kawakami made in the SF Standard today, and he'll join us at 3 o'clock, exactly an hour from now. And it's sort of like, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for now, but there's a clock on that. And the first day of free agency is notorious for being the biggest spending, obviously. The Niners sat that out. They don't want to, quote, overspend. Some of those are good buys. I saw a lot of things yesterday that I would predict are bad purchases, right? And so, but I'm with Dibs on this end. Like, you can't sit the entire free agency out.
Right.
And I don't think we're at the thrift store yet. I don't think we're there yet.
One more day, maybe.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see who else goes.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of players still out there who I think can produce for the Niners. And if they do that and they do that well, and you guys are not wrong, they're going to have to nail the draft. They nailed last year's. They're going to have to do that again. Got a lot of picks. I'm not selling the season yet.
No, you can't with
free
that
agency
schedule.
started
We were
30
talking about
hours
that
ago.
schedule they
Yeah,
had.
no. There's a way that this can go still.
Warriors game last night, they beat Portland 130-120.
Feisty
Shot the hell out of it. Any takeaways from that game?
It's almost like wins are getting mundane again. Like
Kevin Durant here.
Yeah.
That's
You guys got any Warrior concerns?
the Kuminga for mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like what? And in what way?
Where he's at physically, and I know we got into it yesterday, and it wasn't Kuminga versus this guy or that guy, but it sounded that way. But the bottom line is he at a point to where this is just going to be a smooth ramp up, and then whatever his role is, his body will physically be able to handle it. Because I'm just watching last night against bruisers, I'll call them thugs. They're around the league, not stars. The Warriors are going to have some problems with girth and goon type of dudes, and I think Kuminga can play through that stuff. So I'm hoping, by all accounts, he's going to be back Thursday against Sac at home.
Detroit is like the embodiment of what you're talking about.
No doubt about it.
So that didn't convince you the other night?
No, it wasn't convincing. Duran played strong, and I know, he wasn't perfect, but
he had a great half.
I heard you yesterday. Yeah, he had a great half. And maybe it was that half like the full game.
He pinned his what.
He did.
In the second half. Anyway.
I'm not concerned at all about Kuminga because right now they're a good team. And if he comes back and can make them better, that's great.
Yeah.
But he's missed so many games now, and the season's getting into that point where, I'm not concerned. If he works, he works. If he doesn't, we'll move forward with him playing limited minutes. And I do think, he could help them win some important games here and there. I want to see, I want to see him impact them winning, continuing to win, and maybe in a little different way sometimes when they have to.
Any for you two?
No, not really. Not for me. I mean, you look at what happened last night, and it was GP2 or GP3, as they're now calling him, who he had a big game. And so I think about if you get Quentin Post and GP2 and Pods and, Buddy is getting more comfortable. If you get these ancillary pieces, the others, as you call them, if you get two of them to have big games on any given night, well, now you've got a team that's going to be tough to beat because you got Gary in the corner and you've got Quentin above the break and you've got, Buddy Hield who can catch and shoot and you've got Jimmy and Steph and Draymond. You add Jonathan, and I do think that as you look at this team, it becomes a little bit more strength in numbers-ish where you've got, if you have Gary contributing and that Kavan in the playoffs is going to have at least one game where he gets 12 or 14 rebounds and in the right spot. And so I do think that this team is built to not rely on just the big three. You've got 8, 9, 10 guys who can, pick their spots and come in and contribute. So it's feeling more and more like a real run as opposed to, oh, wow, the nice Jimmy bump. It's the Jimmy Butler bump. Well, now it's not just that. Now it's like almost a month of and others. Well, you look at Cleveland and OKC, and they're the only two teams who've been better than you since the deadline. And Cleveland is, I believe, still undefeated.
Good Lord.
And OKC's lost once or maybe twice.
Denver put it on them yesterday.
And then it's you, Golden State.
Real quick, Kuminga expected to play Thursday against the Kings, according to Anthony Slater.
Beautiful.
All right, Steve Kerr today at 5.
Yeah,
okay. We'll be locked in.
I have one. And it's not an X's and O's thing. I agree with you, Dibs. The basketball looks great right now. There's too much optimism.
That is,
there is.
And it's coming from an optimist.
There's too much optimism. I think that the Warriors are playing so well that we've decided the 6th seed is theirs, and nothing worse can happen. And Minnesota is a half
we talked about
game behind them.
Clippers are game
and has also won 5 in a row. And they were playing the last month and a half totally injured, and they just got healthy. And that's the other thing. Like, with the, Steiny, I mean, this is one of those, you talk about this a lot. I don't know how to sometimes talk about this in sports because it's omnipresent, but they're one ankle twist for someone away from being a totally mediocre team again.
Well, to me,
and these are 35 to 38-year-olds.
When the Kyrie thing happened, I'm like, that's for you. He is
look
right.
Look up and down the league. LeBron is out, and the Mavericks don't have any players.
Jaren Jackson
is out. And Thompson,
but
Houston
you can't live that way. You got to just go play.
You got to go play. But I feel like they're playing so well that we've decided, well, the 6th seed's like the worst thing that could happen.
I kind of agree with that.
And if you end up in the play-in, you won 2
all
games.
This winning and you're over. Going back to the box.
Well, the other thing is, even if they stay healthy, if they lose 2 of 3 games and the Rockets win 2 of 3. They're done. Like they won't be able to catch him because there's not enough time. I know it's only 3 games, but or if Houston beats the Warriors in their last head-to-head, that's going to hurt. So the Warriors, they have to keep winning. Maybe not quite at this pace, but what do they have? 17 left. Yeah, they're going to have to. Probably have to win 12 to stay in the 6th spot.
And when you put your foot on the gas that hard for that long, sometimes you run out of gas.
I got a question I asked Donnie during the show. You said they got to keep winning. Do you feel like they might be – because I feel like they're so good, this don't apply to them, but could they be peaking too soon? I think
the only way to answer that is in terms of health. Like I worry that if you do play this well through the end of the regular season, what do you have left for the playoffs?
Damn.
Steph Curry sat out for 3 weeks 3 years ago, came back, started the playoffs, boom, championship. Like, is LeBron playing possum right now? So he's just resting?
No, my dad thinks so, but I got you.
Do you know, so if they've got
the 3rd seed now, they've already slipped.
Right, but they're fine. Because they've played, in other words, I guess I'd put it this way. I'm still worried that the early part of the season is going to ding them.
I think that there's a chance that, let's say they win, 8 of the next 10 or 11. I think at that point, if they're, 6 and 7, it looks like it's going to be 6 or 7. At that point, they can maybe not take their foot off, but kind of take their foot off and say, boy, 2 and 3 are so close in terms of this. Like, we can't control. If we could win the rest of our games and still get Denver, or we could get, we could lose a bunch and still end up with Memphis because of what Memphis does. So I do think, if they solidify into 6 and 7 with Minnesota and separate some from the Clippers, then they may then they may try to get a little bit of rest before the postseason.
As long as Dallas is the 10.
I feel like Phoenix is going to catch them.
Well, I know you play the 8. In other words, I guess actually the 10, if you're the 7, you probably never even see them. My point is I don't want to be in that playing tournament.
Okay, I got you.
Like you, one or two, and you're
all
out.
this winning, and I'm like, they're one from the going back to the box.
Would you feel good if you got the 7 seed, but you're staring at the Clippers and the Kings or the T-Wolves for a couple of games? Would you feel I think they'd win one of them.
I don't wanted it all, though. Yeah, no doubt.
But what if 7 would yield you what you think is a better matchup? For example, you're not going to get Oklahoma City, but you're probably going to. It looks like you're going to get Denver. You're going to get Lakers or Memphis.
For me, it's about 5 because if you get to 5, you're almost assured to get Memphis or Houston. I don't think that Houston's going to climb over L.A. And if L.A. falls to 4 and you're 5, well, that's where late in the year maybe you trick off a couple of games and fall back to 6. I do think if I'm in that spot, I'm thinking about how do I get to Memphis and Houston in that first round. I think I could beat both of them, and then I'll take my chances with OKC, Denver, or LA in the next round.
I'm with you.
Yeah, for me, it's about, and you're talking about jerry-rigging your seed, and, maybe you want to shut it down, and if you see that you can get to the 6, and then the 3 is a little softer. But for me, right now, it's about getting to 5, because if you're 5, it's most likely going to be Memphis or Houston in the 4, and that's, I think, what you would.
But they're 3 back, and Houston's won 2 in a row after kind of not playing good ball.
And you do have Houston one more time, if I'm not mistaken.
You do. So that's 1.
But if you don't
got to make up 2 more somewhere else.
Can I assume that if you don't get Houston, you would want Memphis instead of the Lakers or Denver?
Yes.
No doubt.
And I think the league will be there to help you avoid the Lakers if need.
Interesting, but I do think
they want LA in May.
There's no doubt.
They do not want that to be a first-round series.
I do think that series is going to be chippy. That series will be chippy, yes.
Of course it would.
Yeah. And that's why, I kind of don't want them to play Houston. I want one of those 3 because I think that'll be any of the 3 will be a really fun match.
But hadn't Butler already got his rest, per se? Being that
Butler, I'm with you on Butler.
We're not just talking about Butler, though.
Jimmy been rested.
And that, by the way, there's another reason to avoid the 7. Like, you get a week off.
Well, man, to watch
if you just get that 6 seed, you get a week, and they need that. Man, they're going to need that.
Yeah.
You're going to need that.
All right, Tim Kawakami coming up at 3.
Yep.
Steve Kerr coming up at 5.
And we'll
Don't
see
go
you
anywhere.
Thursday. We'll be at Chase tomorrow.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. And then come out to the watch party. Kings Warriors at the public market Emeryville. We'll
no problem. We'll see if we can make it by the 4th quarter.
All righty.
No
looks
problem.
Looks like we got a date on 95. Hey.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day. Let's go. Let's go. Tim Kawakami in 45 minutes. Steve Kerr in less than 3 hours. The Warriors are still rolling. And we'll be all over that. But let's talk about this angst with 49er fans.
Let's
pick the scab. Come on. Let's go. 888-957-9570. What are y'all worried about? Why don't you do you give them the benefit of the doubt? It's only day 2. I think that like the points you just made there on the crossover, I think it's fair to emotionally feel that way. There's no way a Niner fan is peacocking into the room today.
No.
They just took it on the chin a little bit yesterday. But do you give them the benefit of the doubt? Now, you said no. Why?
Because you have, in my estimation, and the way I look at it, you are signaling that it is going to be some belt tightening is what's going to go on. So if it's belt tightening, and if you look at who they've signed so far, they signed a blocking tight end. They signed a backup safety, and they signed
some special teamer.
Yeah,
about a half hour ago,
and I have to Google it.
Yeah.
So right now
Last
it feels to me a little Farhanian as far as
I get it.
What you're doing. And I know it's early and the draft hasn't happened and all the rest of it, but what it feels to me is like belt tightening, and I can't help but think about what the organization is doing in terms of broader signaling, where you have 10% of the team up for sale, which tells me you're trying to make a little bit of money. You are reportedly in on the Tampa Bay Rays if they're going to be up for sale, which tells me that maybe you want your resources to go toward a new property. You already bought into Leeds United. It feels to me like the ownership, and I'm not looking at Jed, I'm looking at the actual purse strings pullers. It feels to me like what happened last year was you shoveled a bunch of money out, you went 6-11, and so now they're saying no more. And I get that, but as a fan, it makes me not feel excited about free agency.
Well, and that's fine. You cannot. There's nothing to be excited about yet. They haven't given anybody anything to be excited about yet.
A special teamer and a backup safety.
I'll say it one more time.
And a blocking tight end.
They haven't given the fans anything to be excited about. I do think you're potentially, at least potentially, taking a leap when you say the 49ers have decided we're going to stop spending on players so that we can buy a part of the Rays. Like, I don't have, and that's so.
Well, part of the team is reportedly up for sale.
Which could be, first of all, could be for many reasons, and second of all, might well be irrelevant in terms of what they do. Yeah. They've got, I want this to be very, very clear. And Tim Kawakami will help us with this in 45 minutes. The Niners have plenty of money to spend. Plenty of money to spend.
In terms of the cap.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have plenty of money to spend. If what they're doing is lowering their cash out, in other words, big names, big signing bonus, glitzy, glamour, glitzy, I don't know, that's part of the NFL, right? Everybody has to do that, right? You have to regenerate yourself constantly in the NFL because of the cap, because of the violence of the sport, because age happens so damn quickly in this sport. And that's why I get to the point I made earlier, which is, man, this is a lot of hand-wringing over a team that went 6-11. You damn well better hope they make some changes. So how do we go into an offseason where everyone's yelling, gotta make some changes? And then they'll make some changes, and before we know what those changes are, we're like, hold on a second. Hold on. Please hang on to all of our players. Wait a minute. I thought we asked for some changes. So I'm not against what you're saying, but I will say this. You know that I have had all along, I have had belief in this front office, and I still do. So they get the benefit of the doubt for now, but it's a short shelf life. Because free agency is not built in a day, but it is built in about 5. You get about a week. And so if they're still sitting here at ground zero on Thursday, I'll come over to your side of the fence.
Okay. Yeah.
But I do think that some of what they're doing is inevitable. It's part of football.
I get it, but the choices that they're making, for me, like Dre Greenlaw, for example, and you decide that he's not worth what you're going to pay him. Okay. You decide that he's not worth the money that he got, so you move off of him. And Aaron Banks, a guy who, whether or not you think he's been good or I think he's been great, there's a team out there that thinks he's pretty good, and so he gets signed. And, you look at Jalen Moore, a guy who was a good swing tackle for you, and he stepped in more than admirably when Trent Williams was out, and he played well, and then he gets a deal, and you don't want to pay that. I get it. You don't want to pay that much money for players that other people think are good players. So that's fine. I'm not going to begrudge you for that immediately, but go ahead and replace them with people who are as good, and maybe they make less if that's going to work for you.
Yeah.
So go ahead and replace Dre Greenlaw. And I know he's missed 2 of the last 4 years due to injury, and so that's a little bit of a tough spot. And last year you thought that Devondre Campbell was the guy, and he was awful. He was awful, and then he quit on you. So I'm a little bit hesitant to give you the benefit of the doubt on that.
Sure.
I'm hesitant.
But that's one signing.
But that's a case example for me.
Okay, but
and
why?
You've been chasing the opposite pass rusher, opposite Nick Bosa, and you brought in D Ford and Chase Young, and you brought in
Why is the 2024 draft not a case example?
No, it
for
is.
you? Okay.
I mean, they finally got one right.
To me,
good for you.
To me, the most powerful thing that we've seen on social media in the last 24 hours, if you want to have the benefit of the doubt to the Niners front office or not, is to literally draw the line between the player they lost and the fact that they actually already replaced him. They already replaced him last year. You lose Aaron Banks, Dominic Pooney. You lose Talanoa Hufanga, Malik Mustafa. You lost Charvarius Ward, Renardo Green. You might lose Jordan Mason. You lost Eli Mitchell, Isaac Guerrero.
Patrick Taylor Jr.
Well, that's too far down the depth chart. And that's why I'm with you on Dre Greenlaw, because they have not replaced that as of yet. So they've got work to do. I don't argue that. But I would argue that the majority, not all, but the majority of the players who left in free agency so far are not players that I'm freaked out to lose at all.
Well, now you're asking your depth pieces, and you mentioned Malik Mustafa, who, you're asking now to come in and be the dude.
Yeah.
Last year he was. Yeah. And last year, was he the dude?
Yeah.
6-11.
Well,
6-11.
Okay, hold on.
Diamond Lenore was the dude. No, this is your argument.
No, it isn't.
You've talked about 6-11 and all these
unfair.
players that you're losing off a 6-11 team, and you're saying that Diamond Lenore, he's the dude.
Yes,
he was the dude on a 6-11 team.
Yeah, you can't.
How is that not the same thing, Mark?
Because you can't.
It's exactly the same.
I'll wait. Are you done?
I am done for now.
Great.
There's plenty more.
Here's the response to that, my dude. You cannot pin an entire 6-11 season on individuals. But I can certainly position it on large position groups. You are watching a defensive line and offensive line get reworked because they sucked really bad. Go look at the metrics. They sucked.
And you're bringing back 60% of that offensive line.
Not yet.
Well,
I don't know. I know.
As of now.
Right, because you keep wanting to assess their entire offseason over Monday.
Well, then why are we even talking about it? We should wait until September 9th, and then we can talk about it.
That's why the question I'm asking is not asking you to look backward. It's asking you to look forward.
And I'm looking
Do you
right
give
now,
them the benefit of the doubt?
I don't.
And that's fine.
For
that
one
can be
time in their regime, they actually nailed the draft.
Okay.
First time in totality, they nailed it. They're 1 for 8.
But you can't argue. Well, that's a little bit of a broad brush. You're acting like they never made a good pick before.
No, they've made good picks, but what they did last year
you cannot say
was
they failed
special.
7 drafts in a row when they've wanted to re-sign Kittle and Warner and
Banks and
Purdy
Jalen Moore.
For that. No, not Banks and Jalen
Exactly.
Moore. No, but a lot of homegrown players. The whole receiving core got extensions.
And how'd that work out for you?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It worked out pretty well when Debo got it the first time, and Juwan Jennings worked out pretty well. I've been on record saying Ayuk was a mistake. I said it before they did it. So, but don't act like they don't like any of the players they've ever picked. It's disingenuous.
No, but don't act like a 6-11 team. You can pick and choose like who was a bad one to get rid of and who's good to keep.
But your point
it's
is
the totality of it,
right? And you want to keep the band together. That's essentially what your point has been.
Your point is Diamond Lenore is amazing on a 6-11 team.
Yes.
Yet Leonard Floyd is bad because they were 6-11.
I never made that point.
That's kind of what you're saying.
It's not what I'm saying. What I said
you're saying
was
is he can't stop the run, so he's got to go.
11. I didn't like Leonard Floyd. I don't think he was that good, but I never made it all about Leonard Floyd. I'm making it about the 49ers in totality. As you say, 11 players on the way out the door. Why are we so worried about the girth that we're losing when they weren't good? Of course they're going to make changes. We asked for them to make changes. Now they're making changes and we're freaked out that people are leaving? Of course people are leaving. And I'm not going to sit here and say, I'm glad all of them are gone. I haven't said that. Dre Greenlaw hurts. And on a emotional level, so does Juszczyk, because he's been such a part of some special things. But to expect the 49ers to match $77 million for Aaron Banks is ludicrous. Like lunacy if the Niners match that.
It depends on how you value your offensive line. So, and, Dominic Pooney, fine. He's a rookie, right guard, and I wonder who your left guard's going to be. And your center had a bad year, and your right tackle had a bad year. And it doesn't mean that this is going to be your line starting out the season. But right now, when you look at their O-line today as opposed to on Friday, It's hard. I'm hard pressed to say that it looks better.
It doesn't exist yet.
Right.
It doesn't exist yet.
Then why are we even having this conversation?
Because the conversation, if you keep hearing me, is are you giving them the benefit of the doubt?
And if you're hearing me, I'm telling you no.
I understand that, but your reasoning is then you're assessing pizza that you haven't tasted yet.
No, I'm assessing.
You have no idea who's on
their
the team.
approach. They're not spending money on their players that they drafted, and Adam Peters, who was their number one advanced scout, player personnel guy. He's been gone now 2 years.
Yeah.
And how's that worked out for you?
I don't know. I know that he just gave a bucket full of money to Javon Kinlaw, and if he were still a Niner and he did that, we'd be ripping his butt to shreds today. That's what I know.
Kinlaw was better since he left the Niners.
Good Lord.
Without a doubt.
Good Lord.
He was hurt here, and then they gave up on him, and he went out and he had a good year.
So you want Javon Kinlaw for $45 million? Is that what you're saying?
All I'm saying is he was better when he left here.
So, again.
So you drafted him in the first round, and then you decided he wasn't very good.
Yeah, he was a bust.
Well, they decided he was a bust.
Yeah,
he's
he
now
was.
gone on to 2 teams.
He was.
And he's not a bust if he gets $45 million.
The Eagles threw him around like a rag doll in the NFC Championship game.
2 years ago.
Yeah. He was a bust for
Coming
the 49ers.
off an injury-plagued year.
Well,
and then last year he played well enough to get $45 million.
I mean...
I'm sure that he doesn't feel like a bust.
Well, good for him. Yeah, he's a rich man. That's wonderful. I don't care about that. I care about the 49ers playing good football. And that guy did not play good football for the 49ers when he played, and that was rare. So I don't know why we would... You know what I mean? Like, why... That's what I'm getting at. Why, with fingernails, do you want to dig in and hang on to people that everyone spent 4 months, like, ripping? And like, this was a horrible season. And the 49ers, like, there are realities to this. They have a quarterback that they're about to keep. And they have other players who are playing well who need money. George Kittle, Fred Warner. Fred Warner needs a new contract. He's got nothing guaranteed left. Don't you want to keep him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see how long it takes them to nickel and dime him into the ground. I'm going to put it at July 12th as the over-under.
And that's a different conversation, and you may be right about that. Like, you can easily criticize the 49ers for waiting too long to sign a lot of their deals. They could have had Brandon Ayuk for cheaper, and now they're sitting here with Brock Purdy watching other quarterbacks get signed. But this is speculative. I don't want to assess a roster that doesn't exist. The idea is the Niners are who they are for the last 6 years. For at least a few more days, do you give them the benefit of the doubt or not? I do, but there's a shelf life on it. For now. I do for now. You clearly don't.
Thursday is the day you said.
Yeah. So 888-957-9570. You can weigh in on this. Which side are you on? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on this right now. We would love to hear from 49er fans. Do you give the Niner front office right now, after 1 day of free agency, the benefit of the doubt or not, at least temporarily? 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Tim Kawakami at 3, Steve Kerr at 5. It's Willard and Dibs.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area.
Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
Luke, that's a great
signing.
Yeah.
Luke Gifford.
Yeah, it's big. It's big.
His name's Luke, right?
Who are you?
Did I get it? Totally. Is his name Luke?
Yeah, both their free agent signings are Luke's.
Oh.
A couple of Lukes, yeah.
Well,
a blocking tight end and a special teams ace. They're so back.
Does Nick have another brother named Luke Bosa? Could get that guy.
Yeah.
Christian does.
I will say this: it's not exciting and nobody cares. But if we're gonna spend a whole season screaming about how awful their special teams were, then maybe we shouldn't scoff at them signing special teams aces, because that's who this guy is.
That's fair.
This guy is a well-traveled special teams ace, and the 49ers special teams was embarrassing last year.
Yeah.
So okay. Not sexy, not fun, don't know who he is, probably won't mention his name much ever again, but okay, yes, go fix your special teams. That sounds fine.
And you're replacing a guy who had one of the greatest special teams plays in franchise history in Talanoa Hufanga. Hufanga? With a blocked punt that turned into points in a game where points were hard to come by. So that's one of those things where, get your special teams better. I like it. That feels more like a day 4, day 5 free agency move. If that's where we are, then let's go crazy. Let's just backfill this thing.
Well, I guess the guy who was with the Titans and their special teams coordinator is now an assistant with the Niners. And so he probably said, go get that guy. And he's also, by trade, he's a linebacker. And he picked off Joe Burrow last year.
Whoa.
Hey.
Okay.
Huh?
Hey.
How you like him now? All right. Let's go to the phones. Do you give the 49er brass the benefit of the doubt or not, ... right now? Listen, if they sit free agency out entirely, as I already said, Dibs, I'll join you on that side of the fence. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Come Friday.
For now, this is a very short benefit of the doubt. But you get it. You get it now. If you've still not signed anybody not named Luke, when I go to bed on Thursday night, then I'll probably change my tune. That's the question. So who do you agree with? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Drew in San Jose. Hi, Drew. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
How are you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah. So, obviously yesterday was a shocking day for all of us, right? Still getting over the players that left, the money that they signed. And I think all of this in combination of, where the Niners were from a salary cap perspective and how many wins they had last year, what they have done so far, it makes perfect sense, right? And I think, I don't think we should get all gung-ho about free agency, so to speak. I'm not even waiting for Friday to be sort of perturbed about this or whatever deadline you guys are giving. I'm waiting for the draft, right? Because that's what's going to make or break this offseason, frankly, and that's what the Niners are setting themselves up for. But I also realize that my expectations for the Niners next year, given what has happened, they're not very high, and I sort of look at this as a reset year because of that. They're going to have to completely nail the draft end to end to be at the same winning level that they have been at for the last several years. And I just don't think that's practical. I think it's going to take more than a year or two to get back to where they're at, and I'm completely fine with that as a fan. I understand how the NFL works, and so I'm not that anxious. I get the business of it.
Drew, thank you. I think it's a really, really good call. And when I say, by the way, I'll join you on that side if they haven't done something by Thursday, I'm not expecting them to do something huge. I don't expect them to go that would be crazy after all of this to go out and start throwing a ton of cash around at big names. I don't even know how many big names are left. I just think they do need to get involved on some level. I don't think you can replace all of these people with rookies, but Drew's not wrong. They've got to nail the draft, and there will be maybe this year some sort of a pay the piper type of a situation because of what you've done the last 2-3 years with all the big names and all the acquisitions.
I don't think, though, that means that they can't compete next year, especially in the division they're in with the schedule that they have.
Yeah, I mean, compete is one thing, but, we've had a standard around here that's been more than just compete, and you've got a lot of veterans and you've got a lot of high-priced players, and you're going to pay your quarterback $1 million a year, presumably, and whatever that number is, he's going to get it. And you look around the room, and you're going to rely on a lot of younger players. And, yeah, last year you nailed the draft. Pearsall, Green, Pooney, Mustafa, Garendo. I'll even give you Cowing because he was a special teams player.
Yeah, whatever.
He played special teams, and he, I think, is a guy who can step up into a role. But you're asking now for Pearsall to be wide receiver 1 or 2 until Ayuk comes back, and you're asking Renardo Green to be your lockdown corner.
He's a starting
and you're
corner.
asking Mustafa to come in and be a guy who plays more consistently and is a legitimate number 1 safety. And Dominic Pooney, he had a nice year at guard, and you're asking him to even be a little bit better. So you're expecting last year's draft class to all get better, and then this year do kind of the same thing and find 6 more guys who can come in and be dudes. That's a big ask.
The second part is, I don't think the first thing, when you talk about those 4 players you just named out of the draft, and you said they need to really be good starters this year, I have zero fear about that. None. And Renardo Green does not really need to be the, quote, lockdown corner. In other words, the one.
Sure, you got Diamond Lenore. Yeah.
Lenore, but Renardo Green...
nowadays you need 3 corners on the field, so he needs to be one of the 3.
Green's going to need to be a starter, and he's going to need to play well. Not scared of that. I think Mustafa is fantastic. I think Pooney showed exactly who he is. Pearsall, that was a wobbly deal. I'm bullish. I like what I see. It's been a very small sample. I don't know if he's WR1 or what. I don't know. But I think he's a dude. I think that's a starting wide receiver in the NFL. Yeah,
he's fine. He's good. He's a fine player.
And you've got Juwan, and I do think that there will be an addressing of the wide receiver position going forward on some level. Whether that's
I wonder what level that is.
Probably the draft and free agency. There's a lot of wide receivers, like professional wide receivers, sitting out there. Kind of an elder statesman feel who can still do some things. What if they pulled in a Keenan Allen or someone like that?
Kupp?
Cooper is that's intriguing, but that's probably causing a problem you don't need, and someone will probably pay him more than you. You know what I mean? Like, you bring in Cooper,
man,
and then
that to me is the perfect guy to bring in.
Well, I don't know what he's going to cost, and then like if Ayuk's still on the team, then he comes back and gets healthy. You've got first-round draft capital used on Ricky Pearsall. You want to use him. Jawan Jennings is sitting over here, proved a bunch of stuff last year. Like, I don't want to pay a lot to overcrowd the room, and then you're not even relying on any individual that much. I don't hate the player. Yeah. Good player. Really good player.
I like the player. Yeah. And I do think I look at Ayuk, and he's coming off of 2 knee ligament tears, and I do think that the Niners look at that contract and think, oh my God, how do we get out of this? We messed this thing up.
I agree with you there.
If they could trade him now, they would, but I don't think they can.
You're probably right. And I'm wondering why you like Cooper Kupp so much, because to me, he's exactly Joey Bosa on offense.
Oh, no, he plays more than Joey.
Maybe. The guy got hurt every year. Let's be real.
Right,
three years in a row, hurt every year.
I'm not saying you bring him in for a 4-year deal, but you're looking at a spot where you need a guy, because Jawan Jennings, he's a good receiver. He's a tough receiver. Ricky Pearsall is trending in the right direction, but you have no wide receiver 1 right now, and Cooper Kupp would be that for a year. And if you give him 1 year and $20 million, then, or $15 million, or whatever the number would be, you bring him in, you give him a 1-year prove-it deal, and now you've got a real dude out there. Because right now, your wide receiver core, if I'm a defense, I'm laughing.
No, it needs more bodies. I think we get a little too fantasy football-ish with the whole, like, you need a wide receiver 1. The Chiefs don't have one. Haven't had one. They go to the Super Bowl every year.
Well, their tight end was their wide receiver 1. And this year he faded, and now he might retire.
Yeah, and they still went to the Super Bowl, got within a game of winning the whole thing. So, like, I'm not saying I hate the idea.
Yeah.
The Eagles have 2 really good receivers, but I don't think you need to have somebody that, like, fits that dog bill in order to succeed in the NFL. In fact, I think you could argue the Niners, the last handful of years when they've been really good,
They've had good receivers. They haven't had anybody where you're like, ooh, WR1 done walked into the building.
No, they had
what I mean?
They had 4 different people.
Yeah.
And right now, if you want to look at all your targets, you've got George Kittle, who's wide receiver 1, and George Kittle has been amazing, and he will continue to be that. You got Christian McCaffrey, who's a great receiver, but I don't know what McCaffrey's going to be with the bilateral Achilles tendonitis. We just don't know how much he's going to bounce back. And then you get to an injured Ayuk and Pearsall and Cowing. So for me, you go from Debo and George and Christian and Juice and Jawan, and now you've got Jawan, who's better. Christian, question mark. George, yes, but he's getting old. And we don't even know if Ricky Pearsall can be a 6-catch-a-game guy.
I think more's coming. I think don't you think? I think more's coming. Or like we just started. They'll get some receivers
in the draft. I
bet there's a veteran free agent also. I bet that.
I would bet that it would be somebody of the Anquan Bolden ilk, somebody who got brought in at 36 or 37.
Maybe that's a
somebody
Keenan Allen
at the
type.
end of the exactly.
I don't know about 36, but like somebody who's had their 30th birthday, maybe.
Or even I would say well beyond that. And that's where I have my biggest issue. We can go to the phones. Is the vibes they're giving off that I'm getting as a fan is we're not in on day 1, we're not in on day 2. We're gonna wait until we get to the real bargains. Like you go to a garage sale at like 4:00, and you have a garage sale that's like garage sale 8 to 5, and you pull up at 4:00, and that lovely vase that was there for $28 is now $1.25. It's like, yeah, I'll take that.
How about Amari Cooper?
Oh boy,
what's wrong with that?
I'm not a huge fan.
Why?
I think that he drops the ball too much, and
he does.
Just my perception.
Oh, okay.
Not a big Amari Cooper guy.
All right, but I mean,
can't block.
Someone like that.
Sure. That's what we're looking at.
I don't think the Niners are going to get Stephon Diggs, but I'm bringing up names who are 31-year-old veteran receivers. Right. Downside, you're going to get them on a 1 or a 2 year deal for blah, blah, blah $1 million and move on.
How many teams have looked at Amari Cooper and said, yeah, we're good? Is it now 4 in a row? 4 straight teams?
I don't know that they've all said it like that. I mean, the
Dallas,
the Raiders
Cleveland.
dealt him at a time where they were raidering, right? This is the constant,
they're always raidering.
Right, Khalil Mack, like, oh, you want money? Let's send you somewhere else. Then he was absolutely incredible in Dallas. Incredible. Then they reboot their thing. He goes to Cleveland. I'd argue a hell of a lot more good than bad. And the only odd stop for Amari was last year, where he went to Buffalo. And
did he play?
Yes. And by the way, that was at the deadline. So we're literally looking at like 10 football games. He had a couple really good ones, then disappeared a lot, then missed a couple, and then came back and just wasn't really in the rotation. And you thought with Josh Allen, you're like, ooh, this is going to be some music. And it wasn't. But yeah, there's 10 games. You know what I mean? Like, I still think, and for what the Niners need, I think that's a name that's interesting to me.
I mean, if we're talking about $2 million, then yeah, bring him in.
I don't know about $2 million.
Well,
I know that's less than your backup quarterback makes.
Yeah.
Yeah, backup quarterbacks make about 4 now.
That's more than your starting quarterback made. So
fair point.
There you have it.
All right, let's go to Wayne in Walnut Creek. What's up, Wayne? What are you doing?
Hey, it's great to be on. I just wanted to weigh in on the 49ers free agency. And I just wanted to say that I'm glad that the 49ers are exercising restraint in terms of overpaying for free agents that obviously have questionable injury history. We got to ask ourselves as Niner fans, when's the last time has the 49ers spent a lot of money on a free agent who has injury history and it just so happened to pay off for us? The only one that comes close, I think, was Richard Sherman. And we still had to overpay to bring him in. So outside of him, like who else has, really paid off?
Well, I mean it depends on what you mean by paid off. Sometimes like I'll give you a name like D Ford, and people will remember that as like a bad thing because the money got out of hand and he got really, really injured late. But then again, right, he also paid some huge dividends early on and in a playoff run that led to within a quarter of a ring. So, I don't know, like it's hard sometimes to assess paid off and free agency. Like Christian McCaffrey wasn't a free agent, but he was outside the building. They did what they had to do to bring him in. They paid him. No, they haven't won a ring, but I would do that deal again if you had to do it all over again.
For sure.
Yeah.
For McCaffrey, like a second, third, fourth, and fifth, and he came in and got you close. And even though now you're looking at maybe the beginning of the end, I don't know how he's going to bounce back from the injury he had, but last year was not good. He had, and I was looking at it earlier, he had a grand total of 69 touches for the season. 69. 50 carries, 19 catches, and that's it. 4 games, and he's out. And you gave him all that new money, and so now you're going to bring him back, and he's going to be 29, and he's had how many injuries? 29?
Yeah, but I remember a year or two when he was a Panther where people are like, Christian McCaffrey, burn me in the fantasy draft, and I'm done with him. And then what happened?
Well, that's when he was 24.
Yeah, I get it.
Now he's a running back who's coming up on being 30.
I know, but he's not yet. And I don't think you're like done and dead at 29. Put it this way. A lot of people go, man, we're going to go out in the market and get someone with an injury history. They've all got injury history.
Sure.
All of them. Nobody in the NFL hasn't been hurt. So, that's the game you play, and you're going to get burned some.
Right, and that's why when you move off of Debo, it's easy to do so. And now you have Brandon Ayuk with an injury history, and he's coming off of 2 major knee ligament injuries. And, you hope that the surgery goes well and he can start to make his way back. But it's unfortunate because I do think that you would have looked at it after a 6-11 year. If he didn't get hurt and you still went 6-11, he would have been traded by now, without a doubt.
Ayuk?
I believe so, yeah.
You're probably right. Although, if he hadn't gotten hurt, what kind of a season would he have had?
Probably 6-11 still.
No, him individually. I think the other part of Ayuk is not just that he got hurt. It's that I don't think he looked all that good before he got hurt.
He had one really good game.
Awesome.
It looked like he was back.
Yeah, he also had 3 that made people scream at him in the home building.
Yep.
This is a complete quick aside. Brandon Ayuk has completely ruined his relationship with the 49er fans. And that's too bad. But I was thinking about this today, especially with all the news that's come out just in the last 2 weeks about how much the 49ers themselves really regret this deal. Really regret this deal. Some, in fact, are even pinning the business model they have this year specifically on what happened with Ayuk last year. So when you add all these things up, and again, I'm not putting what happened last summer all on Ayuk. The Niners share in the blame for the way that whole thing played out. But at the same time, Brandon Ayuk, with the way he handled his contract negotiation, then came to the podium and admitted that he was a pain in the rear, then came out, dropped balls on opening night, then dropped a few more balls, then kind of had one good half, then blew his leg up, and now the Niners are rebooting everything, especially that position room. Boy, even when he gets healthy for week 4 or whatever and comes out, I just don't think that relationship is ever going to be the same.
Well, it will be if he comes out and plays amazing right away in a win. And I said it last year where he needs to, the way he did the whole offseason, and the team is responsible as well, but the way he came off the offseason, with the holdout and all the rest of it, he had better come out and ball out because the fans were going to have no tolerance, and they didn't have tolerance. And you look at what he did in the 7 games that he played, and he had the 8-catch game against Arizona. They lost. And then he had back-to-back 2-catch games, including the one against Kansas City where he got hurt. And it was like fans were just so frustrated at that point because the team was struggling and he was a non-factor.
Jacoby Brissett to the Cardinals. He'll be Kyler Murray's backup. Just wanted to throw that in there as things keep flying during free agency. Carlos in Hayward. Hey, Carlos, thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for having me, fellas.
Yeah.
I want to give Shanny and Lynch the benefit of the doubt, and I wasn't too worried about losing all those players. I knew half of them would be gone. But when we lost Greenlaw, I felt like that was a bargain. I didn't think we would overpay. That was a good deal that that we could have had for Greenlaw. And I kind of envisioned that duo of Warner and Greenlaw being like the next Willis Bowman and playing together for years like that. And that one hurt. Now I'm starting to worry. I don't know if Joey Bosa is going to be the answer to the D-line, and we haven't addressed the O-line. We don't have no lockdown corner. I'm really worried now, guys.
I think Lenore probably should have earned a little bit more of your trust after last season, Carlos. But your larger point, I think, is totally fair. Carlos, thank you so much for the call. We appreciate it. I'm with Carlos. The Dre Greenlaw thing hurts. It hurts on multiple levels. It also makes me scratch my head, though. I wonder what they know that we don't know. Like, when you look at the amount of money that got spent yesterday, and then Dre Greenlaw gets 3-35 with the Broncos. Okay, so an average of just under 12 a year.
Yep.
And everyone goes, damn, that's a bargain. And I'm like, yeah, that's a bargain. So why the hell is that all he got? And what do we know? We know that Dre finally came back late in the season. He looked awesome for a half, and then he had to limp off the field again. And then he played again like 2 weeks later, and he had to limp off the field again. And so I look at it and go, I think the Broncos are buying low, but gave a good couple-year guarantee there for a player who we know is talented, but clearly the doctors know something too, because when you look at the amount of money that got thrown around yesterday, a man of Dre Greenlaw's talents, if people were very confident in his health, he'd have gotten twice what he got.
But they weren't confident in his health, right, which is why he signed a deal that was a little bit more secure long-term. It's a 3-year deal, and if the Niners were offering 1-15 and Denver was offering 3-35, even though it's not fully guaranteed, if you're Dre, you're taking the 3-35 because you're going to go 1 year and make the 12 and figure, well, I'm going to earn the next 12 and go out there and, have a chance to earn that final piece of that contract. That, for me, is the way that's all going to go. And I'm just looking at what the Niners are doing or not doing, and it feels like they're really tightening the belt, and Tim Kawakami will have a better idea of exactly what's going on. I'm just scratching my head as to why. 6-11 for me is not a good enough reason for them to all of a sudden now not want to be players in free agency.
Well, and again, I don't know if it's I don't want to be a player in free agency or if it's I don't want to be a player at that level of free agency. Because, I watched a lot of those deals yesterday, and I'm like, dude, those are big. They're too big. There's a lot of guys that got signed yesterday. Like, what?
Well, they used to do this.
Yeah, and here they are. And like when you do that, you have to reboot. More on that coming up, because not only is Tim Kawakami about to join us, but Ian Rappaport weighed in on this and had some really interesting things to say specific to the 49ers. So we'll let you hear all of that, but Kawakami joins us next, super tapped in on all this, wrote a great article about it on SF Standard. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And also want to let you know that this Thursday in the 5 p.m. hour, 2 days from now, we're going to get you ready for the Thursday after that. And what's the Thursday after that? What's the start of the college basketball championship, of course, on Thursday, March 20th. And so what we're doing on Thursday this week is giving away the best seat in the house package for 2 people at Splash at Thrive City, newest sports bar that's right next to Chase Center. Best seat in the house package includes a prime location on floor 2, which is fancy, at Splash, overlooking the gigantic video boards. And we'll be showing the games, 2 appetizers, 4 entrees, and a dessert. And all you need to know right now is that you got to be listening this Thursday during the 5 o'clock hour, and then more details will come your way. Tim Kawakami coming your way next on Willard and Dibs.
There's a lot on the line in a divorce. Your home, savings.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, the Bay is full of good questions right now because the Warriors are the only ones who have answers. They're the only ones right now who have the answer. And the answer was Jimmy Butler. And we have another answer that we'll get to a little bit later on the show, which is when is Jonathan Kuminga playing? We got the answer. He's in for Thursday night. But in right now on the River Islands guest line, we always love it here on Willard and Dibbs when we get an opportunity to bring on Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, and the TK Pod, which most recently had Mike Dunleavy Jr., so we'll get to some of that a little bit later on after Niners free agency stuff. Tim, what's going on? Thanks for doing it.
Hey, good to talk to you guys. Been a little busy this week, huh?
Yeah.
Got some things going on.
Some stuff cooking.
Busier than the Niners, you know what I mean, who are just sitting there watching everybody leave. Nice. So SF Standard, great article. Want to get your perspective and share it with our audience in terms of what exactly in terms of a business model are the Niners doing right now?
I just think for a team that put a lot of money in, up front, they did pay it over several years, and this is just not to the cap. This is the cash spending. The big contracts for Debo, for Ayuk, for the extension for McCaffrey last year, the extension for Trent Williams last year, the Javon Hargrave contract 2 years ago. A bunch of these things, I think, was football pushed. Like the football side said, we got to sign these guys because we're going to win the Super Bowl. While Brock Purdy's contract is low. You had two things happen. Well, three things happened. Those guys, much of them got hurt and weren't very good, certainly last season, leading to a 6-11 season. Super Bowl, can't really just say, just push all in, get the Super Bowl, because those guys didn't do it. And you have the Brock Purdy contract now on the table, or whatever you want to say, maybe not on the table, but it's coming. And that's going to cost Jed York a lot of guaranteed money. Again, I always say it's cash, not cap. Because the cap number isn't going to go much higher in a Brock Purdy deal. Let's say it happens in a month or so. It'll probably be like a $15 million cap hit because the bonus is what shrinks it down. He gets this guaranteed money. The guaranteed money still has to be paid. And I think there's certainly a lot of looking forward to ahead to what's that going to be like on Jed York's books. And there's a sense that these big money deals that they signed for these veterans weren't worth it anyway. And they're going to shy away from paying big money to 30-year-olds. Now, listen, they're still going to pay some money to 30-year-olds. I don't want to say, people hear that and go, they'll never pay anybody. I think they will extend George Kittle because he was great last year. I think and probably will be great in the next few years. Same for Fred Warner. They might sign Joey Bosa, again, oft-injured 30-year-old, but that number might be pretty low. So it's kind of measuring things. There's always a push and a pull. Do you do it for the football team? You just got to get the guy in, or do you say, wait a minute, what's this really going to be looking like in a year or two? And maybe because of how good they were, there was a solid lean towards just get the guy in. Brandon Ayuk, just get him in, $30 million a year or whatever. Nick Bosa, $34 million a year. I think there is a hard push, and we're really seeing it now. And I've been writing about it for several weeks now, and I did not expect it to come this hard on the last few days. But they're not going to pay a lot of money up front, guaranteed money. That's how you get free agents. That's how you sign extensions. They're just going to back away from that. 6-11 is what they're going to point to, and they're going to say, are these guys going to be better than they were last year when they're 1 year older? I think that's kind of the atmosphere around 49ers HQ around that right now.
Is there a sense, Tim, of a shift in power from where Kyle Shanahan famously, reportedly ran upstairs to stop the Brandon Ayuk trade, and that really hasn't worked out? Has ownership decided to maybe reassert control of personnel and finances and somewhat defanging Kyle Shanahan in this process?
Well, he never had control over the finances. So, I mean, it's kind of, as I said, it's a push and a pull. Sometimes you go one way, sometimes you go towards the middle, sometimes you go the other way. I know some great reporters have reported about that story run upstairs. Like, they weren't trading Brandon Ayuk in that moment. They weren't doing it. So I just roll my eyes at that. It is illustrative of that story being told, of the kind of tension maybe between the football side and the financial side, that they joke about, oh, we came to a deal, but I had to make sure he wasn't traded first. He was not getting traded in that moment. That's not true. But yes, there was some joking about it. I think there was some feelings, some awkwardness about that whole thing, as proven by the feelings that remain. there's frustration with that deal. There's frustration with the way you handled it. And I think the negotiating side, the financial side, is just because of 6 and 11, because they didn't like those deals. They went along with them. I would say they signed them, so they can't be too bitter about it. Like, they could have said, we are not doing this. Jed York could have said, I'm not doing this deal. He's the owner. They still did it because they thought they were, putting together or keeping together a Super Bowl level team. That was not a Super Bowl level team, and they're 1 year older. It's not like bringing them all back would have guaranteed a Super Bowl this year. I think that's a larger way to look at this. Javon Hargrave staying, and Jerry Greenlaw staying, and Talanoa Hufanga staying, and Aaron Banks staying. I don't know that would have said, okay, that's a Super Bowl team. They went 6 and 11. Those guys did not play really well, and they've still got a lot of big salary guys on this roster. Now, they've got fewer of them than you would have imagined, but I do understand some of the sensibility here. And it's not loss of power, lack of power. It's just on a case-by-case basis. Can Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch go in, okay, we need this guy, absolutely must pay him everything because we're going to win a Super Bowl? Okay, maybe they can't say that anymore. And I think that has won out a few times over the last few years. They almost won a Super Bowl. I mean, like 2 or 3 plays, and maybe there's an entire different feeling right now. It's the way the NFL is, though. 2 or 3 plays in February decide a lot of things. And it kind of rolled into a bad year last year, and I think we're seeing management just say, we're not paying for these guys when they did not perform for us last year. If we can get out of them, we're going to get out of them. And, man, are they getting out of them.
Yeah, they sure are. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, the TK Pod, which has Mike Dunleavy. And for you Niner fans, very recently, Tim did a 49ers Plus Minus Pod with Matt Barrows, so you can get the latest on what's going on there. Tim joining us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. So, Tim, what about this? I know, sometimes it's funny when it's like, are teams rebuilding or are they planning to win? Like, I'm sure they're going to try to win every game and maybe they'll be ahead of schedule, but how do you think in this moment they do view it? Do they still see themselves in a Super Bowl window, or is this a little reboot that might take some time?
Yeah, I think you're paying Nick Bosa $34 million a year. You're paying George Kittle 18, 16, whatever it is. You're paying Fred Warner 16. Christian McCaffrey's making 16. I think they can win the Super Bowl. I think what they're saying is they're not going to pay every single dollar possible to keep guys who did not perform last season, and they're going to pay Brock Purdy, upwards of $15 million a year. I'm convinced of that at some point. So I think they do look at, teams don't say, okay, let's just do this now because some team did it well. But I think there's some admiration, some respect for what the Rams did to kind of like shed them. They piled up all these guys. Remember, they traded all their first round picks. They got all these veterans. They win a Super Bowl, and then they retool from there, and now they're stripped themselves of a lot of big salaries, and they're good. They won the division. Are they a Super Bowl team? Well, they almost beat the Eagles in the playoffs. So with a lesser, named roster, some of these guys on defense, you still kind of don't really know, but they're good. I think the 49ers are down that road. I hesitate to say they're just going to go that way because they saw the Rams do it. They probably wanted to do that anyway. Every team kind of thinks like that. Let's kind of retool on the fly. Let's still have stars, but maybe we're not paying to keep the guys who are not going to be stars anymore. I think that's the different kind of emphasis. And the Rams are good. Like, the Rams are just add Devontae Adams. Like, you can do that when you drop your pay down. You drop your cash spending. You haven't paid all these bonuses, and then you go back in a little bit. I think my sense is the 49ers will go back in at some point, and they might do it in the next few days. I don't know. I keep expecting them to, at some point, maybe sign Joey Bosa. It hasn't happened yet. I don't think they're offering a ton of money. I don't think anybody really is, so he's going to have to make a decision here, but there's no urgent deadline for him. He's Joey Bosa, but I don't think it's like we're done. I don't think that they're paying these guys. What do you tell Fred Warner? Like, we're done? What do you tell Kyle Shanahan? What do you tell all these guys? Brock Purdy, come sign with us, and we're going to be bad for 2 years. No, that's not the thinking. It's just going to be done in a different way. And the signal is the disappointment, the frustration with the Ayuk deal, with the Debo deal, with the Hargrave deal. Those are the three. I'd put Bosa in there just because it was such an unprecedented deal. But now he's no longer the highest paid defensive player in football. He was for 2 years, and they hate that they paid the salary. That was the top in the defense for 2 years. Max Crosby just topped him. Myles Garrett just topped that one, so maybe that's less on the front burner. But the Hargrave one, like in terms of free agency, 30-year-old at the time, I think that's not something they want to duplicate.
And how much does that reality or that come to Jesus moment affect what we're going to do with Brock Purdy? Because what you said, Tim, I think is accurate, that they're not interested in laying out a lot of cash up front for deals, yet it's better off for them if they do that for Brock Purdy. And Josh Allen's number just came in below 60. Does all of this kind of complicate what Brock Purdy might ask for and what actually this might look like as we drag this thing into the spring and maybe the summer?
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, I think quarterbacks is acknowledged to be a different position. You can't. I mean, I don't know. We can all judge what it was like when Bosa didn't practice all through camp and into the preseason and was holding out 2 years ago, and Ayuk the same thing and hold in, and Trent Williams, and like you can't do that with a quarterback. So I mean, maybe you think you can survive it with players who aren't the quarterback. You can't really do. You can't have your quarterback missing mini camp. You can't have them holding out or holding in for training camp. So I think there's an acknowledgement that this one is different, and they want the quarterback. I don't think they're going to break the bank for him, but quarterbacks make a lot, and I think there's an understanding that he will be offered a lot. Maybe he already has. It's going to be in terms of what's guaranteed, and I know this gets so complicated. I fight this fight all the time. It's not exactly the average annual value, although that's what we all say, including me. But it's what's the guarantee? How many years basically is this going to be guaranteed for? And I just don't think it's going to be guaranteed for as many years as like Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. We've seen these other huge Justin Herbert. I mean, I don't think it's going to be out there where he's like, no matter what, he's going to get paid for 4 or 5 years. It might be 3 years. Again, it's technicalities, and nobody reports it this way, so I'm fighting a losing battle. But I think when the dust is cleared, and if and when there's a Purdy deal, it'll be at a good number, and we're all, oh my God, he's being paid. He's top 12, top 11, average annual value, but maybe the guarantee is going to be lower. And basically, he's paid for 2 years guaranteed, or maybe 2.5, 3 years guaranteed. But that's not terrible for him. I mean, he's 25 now. If you say we'll cut you loose in 3 years, great. I'll be 28, and I think I'll get paid at 28 years old. I'll get paid again. So I think that we're looking at the possibility that the 49ers and Purdy come to a high number, middle term deal for guarantees, and maybe we start hearing about it again in 2 years. I do think this is separate from all the other stuff that we're hearing, and it's tied to it in one way. They're kind of clearing out money for him. Like, that's part of this. It's not all of this, but part of this is they paid all these guys while Purdy was making $800,000 a year. That is not going to be the case. And a lot of I think the mindset on Jed York or Parag Marate is, okay, when we're paying them $130 million guaranteed, that's going to change the dynamic of what we can pay everyone else. But that's how that's combined. It's not going to, limit what they're paying Brock Purdy. It's kind of what's limiting everybody else.
Tim Kawakami with us on Willard and Dibs. Okay, so Tim, down to layman's terms, you're like sitting there getting coffee, and a Niner fan comes up and recognizes you and goes, "Man, Tim, the Niners are being cheap." What's your answer to that fan?
That's fair to say for now, but let's see how the next few days go. Let's see what the roster looks like. I can't really argue with them with most of these decisions, because the first day of free agency is when bad deals get made. Now, they're not all bad, but many of them are bad. Most of them are bad. And bowing out of that and not paying, Javon Hargrave anymore, or getting out from Kyle Juszczyk, we all know how valuable he's been, but he's a fullback they paid plenty to, 33 years old. Like, I can't really argue with a lot of these. Greenlaw would have been terrific for the locker room. He played a half in 5 plays last season. What's the injury risk there? I would just say, look at realistically. Let's see how it ends up. Again, the first few days of free agency are when bad deals get made. And maybe the 49ers are playing it, but they're going to make smart deals over days 2.5, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see what happens with Brock Purdy. Let's see how the roster fills up. Let's see if they can hit another draft. I don't like making ultimate decisions based on the hyperventilation of day one. There's so many teams that have won the offseason and day one of free agency, and they actually lose during the regular season. Let's see it play out. Let's see what the roster is. They still have a lot of good players. And I think the real sign is what happens with Purdy. If Purdy is signed by end of April, beginning of May, And then you start hearing other players say they're cool with what's going on. They understand it. That would be Kittle and Warner would be the big two. Trent would be in there 3. And they've got good young players. If they've signed a bunch of other guys, then I think there might be a very different mood. Now, it hasn't happened yet, and I understand that. But I don't think they're just being cheap. They're being partly cheap. That's part of it. But they have paid a ton of money. Like, this is not a perpetually cheap team. This is a team that's paid out a lot of money. I don't think they're just going to say, let's be crappy and be cheap and let's all cheer Jed York's, bank account every time the money goes up. I don't think that's what this is about. Let's see. Maybe it's what it's about. I don't think it is. And listen, they're paying their head coach and their general manager a ton of money too. It would be a waste if you're throwing it all away. I think there's a plan. Let's see them execute it and let's see them sign some guys. But I just don't think you can make a full-scale decision on all things to do with an NFL franchise based on 2 days in March.
Should I be concerned that 10% of the team is reportedly up for sale and they might be interested in the Tampa Bay Rays if they're up for sale? The divestment of funds?
No, they're not buying. That's Eddie DeBartolo. He doesn't have any part of the 49ers anymore, so that's not them.
But the 10% sale of the team, would that be something that, as a fan, you should be concerned about, that maybe they're more interested in trying to recoup some money as opposed to spend money?
Yeah, I think that's maybe it has to do with the Premier League stuff. I don't think it has anything to do with the football team.
Okay.
Again, they've been investing in the Premier League for a long time. They make tons of profit every year. This is just what Jed York has decided that he wants the cash flow to be. They've paid it out. This is true. Now, they get to a run of 3 straight years where they're not top 10 in cash flow. That's a different situation. They have been way up there. They've paid all these guys. I give the owner leeway to do it once and say, okay, let's just back away from some of this stuff and let's try to remain. Listen, the Rams did the same thing and they got better. I think the 49ers say, let's do the same thing and let's get better. Let's get younger. Let's get better. Now, you still got to pay for some things, but I wouldn't just tie everything together because they are profitable. They are not losing money. They are an incredibly profitable team. Levi Stadium is a cash machine. So it's just kind of where they want the money to go, when they want to pay it. I think there is some frustration in, how much I know there's frustration how much they paid out and go 6-11. If the Jim Harbaugh would not have been fired when he was, if they had won a Super Bowl, they will pay money and they will tolerate a lot of things if they're headed towards a Super Bowl. They thought they were, they didn't. They went 6-11. So I think it's a reaction to that. Maybe it's short-sighted. Maybe it's a little bit emotional, but I get some of this. And let's get to the place where the roster is a lot worse. Because, listen, Aaron Banks leaving doesn't break everybody's heart. There's reasons for some of these things. Let's see if they do Purdy. Let's see if some other things get taken care of. If there's a Kittle extension. And then I think some grand conclusions can be made. But at this moment, no. I would not tie everything you see on Twitter, X, whatever, and say that's the reason for all this. Let's see it all put together. And listen, there's cause for concern. They lost a lot of good players and they haven't signed any, but I don't think they've lost anybody who's irreplaceable. I don't think they're out of the picture on signing some guys who could help.
Tim, before you go, Jonathan Kuminga back on Thursday. How big of a challenge is this with how well the Warriors are playing? How do you think Steve Kerr goes about injecting him back in?
Well, Kerr's signaled this for a while. Well, because we've been asking him for a while because we thought Kuminga might be back a while ago. It's taken a long time. It will be Thursday now. The signal is that they're going to slow play this. They just don't want pressure on him. They're playing so well. Like, the worst thing that could happen is you inject him back in a major 25-minute game role. He's not ready for it. It screws up a little bit of the rhythm of the chemistry, and then all of a sudden everyone's looking at him going, what the hell? Like, they don't want that. And they don't want that mostly for Kuminga. They don't want him feeling like he's kind of off speed with everything else. Think you see him, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. There are minutes available. They only played 9 last game. You could get some of those Guy Santos minutes, although I know Kerr said, I got to play Guy Santos. I don't think you have to play Guy Santos, maybe some minutes. There's ways to get him in there. There's ways to work it in. And just, I don't think Kerr or the rest of the organization want this, like, oh my God, they won the game or lost the game because of Jonathan Kuminga's minutes. They're 12-2 over the last 14. They're going well. Now, they lose a couple, and then maybe they switch up the rotation to get Kuminga involved more. I could see that, depending on how he goes. But I think there's going to be a lot of caution about expecting too much and having Kuminga expect too much. He's got a lot of things going on. He's got the contract obviously coming up in the summertime. He's been watching this happen. He's been out for a long time, but he could really fit this. It would be really interesting to see he and Jimmy Butler together, the two guys just ramrodding their way to the basket, getting fouls and getting the other team in foul trouble and creating space. I don't know that that's going to be the same as they do right away, but I'm sure curious to see it because you could see a career path for Kuminga that's very similar to Jimmy Butler. I don't know that he'll ever be as good as Butler, but he could be in a similar style. He just simplifies his game, doesn't expect too much from every play. We see it from Butler. Sometimes he gets a little frustrated. Like, Jimmy, would you just shoot the ball? But he's intent on, I'm going to dribble it here, and then I'm going to pass it over there. And that person is going to pass it to somebody else. And it's going to be the right thing. Kuminga could learn a lot from that, and I think he is learning a lot from that. But it's subtle. It's not right away. Hey, maybe he shows up and scores 30 in the first game. I just don't think that's the way they've had it set up. Get a minor role, work his way into it. Don't overhype it, and just see how it goes.
Tim, great stuff. Loved, like I told you earlier, loved the article. Thought it was really, really educational with what the Niners are doing. Thanks for hopping on today.
You got it, guys.
All right, there he goes. Tim Kawakami, and again, the podcast, the 49ers Plus Minus Pod with Matt Barrows recently, and the TK Show with Mike Dunleavy Jr., who, by the way, has not gotten enough love since the Jimmy Butler trade. I was diving in a little bit deeper to this just earlier this week in the fact that Dunleavy was the one who really needed to spend some time with Steve Kerr to pitch him on Jimmy Butler in the locker room, on the court. This is how it would work. Not that Steve, I don't know how hesitant he was, but we remember this. Mike Dunleavy's been a teammate of Jimmy Butler's.
Exactly.
And Steve was like, never met the guy. So, it stands to reason that Dunleavy was the one who kind of had to massage that on the way in, and my goodness, he was right.
He sure was right, and you can talk about the he was right moments for Mike Dunleavy since he's really taken the job, and Quentin Post would be another one.
There you go.
He was right about Quentin Post, a 24-year-old rookie who's now, I believe, 25, either today or coming up here in the next few days. He's going to be 25, and well, that one worked out. And Mike Dunleavy's brother, the agent for Trace Jackson Davis, who was better last year than he was this year, but still he's a piece and pods. And we can play the Mike Dunleavy was right game. And there's more Mike was right than there is Mike was wrong.
Quentin Post will be 25 in 10 days, March 21st.
There you go.
Next Friday.
And Steph's birthday is, I think, before that. Steph's birthday is coming up in
Steph's coming up real
Steph's
soon.
On Friday.
Steph is on,
yeah. Thank you, Grandy.
On
and he'll also be 25.
You can always remember Steph's birthday because it's that Pi Day thing.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
It is. What's wrong with
I'll save it for Friday.
Please don't.
There's a lot that's bugging me. And what's bugging me is that every day has to be something. May the 4th be with you.
What's wrong with that?
Get the truck out of here.
Yeah, if they called it Dan Dibley Day, you wouldn't have such a problem with
August 15th.
Yeah, no.
How many digits of pi do you have memorized, Dibs?
3.14159.
I think it's a 2 after that.
Yeah, it goes way past that.
Yeah.
It goes on forever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You don't know the end of it.
Infinite. There is no end. How about that?
It's infinitesimal.
That's right. Thank you.
3.14159. And I think it is a 2 after that, which is hilarious.
2. We're sponsored by Safeway. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Kerr in an hour and a half. Coming up next, Ian Rappaport attempts to calm 49er fans down, and let's get into, the return of Jonathan Kuminga. And, hey, Warrior fans, it's just going so well. Do you have any concerns left? And if so, what are they? We'll take your phone calls. This is Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're moving toward Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr
At 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
At 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to sometimes.
You do that for like everything I say for the rest of the show?
Rest of the show.
Okay. I mean, it's one way to do it. It's allowed.
It's allowed.
Yeah. All right. Okay, now I'm done with the
it's super annoying. I'm a big fan of the 10 to 2 show, and occasionally he'll say something, and he'll say something. And every time he does it, I'm like, I love this.
Yeah, it is pretty fun.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, there you go. You just did it.
I did it. But I did it to myself, so then it's okay. You know what else has been annoying this week?
What, Mark?
Niners free agency.
Yeah.
But guess what? I can make it better. I can make it better in not 2 notes, like the old Name That Tune.
Wow, you're old.
Old, super old.
Super old.
Does anybody know? Hey, Grandy, do you know what Name That Tune is? Do you even know what the hell that is?
Yeah.
Okay, then we're good. See, some things are timeless.
What is it?
Game show where you play a song and you have to name that tune.
Like there are moments where
he's an old soul.
Yeah,
so.
I know, but I use him as a marker more than Lucas because Lucas has got his head in the damn clouds. So he don't know what the hell's going on. But Grandy's a man about town, right? He's fancy. He gets invited to Steph Curry parties. He could shoot a ball.
And he hangs out with his parents.
Exactly.
Which I think is awesome.
I think it's great.
Super cool.
My hope is that my kids someday respect me. We'll see if we get there.
One day I asked him how old his parents were, and it was dangerously close to how old I am. And so I've never asked him about that again.
That's the end of that.
They're older than you.
Barely.
Have they turned 60 yet?
Oh, yeah, they're well above 60.
Oh, well above. Oh, gosh, they're decades away from me. It's unbelievable.
Meanwhile, I'm knocking on 60's door.
Damn right. Don't worry. Those birthdays are fun, man. Steiny got called by Steph Curry. I got called by Bruce Bochy and a bunch of other people, too. You should look forward to your 60th birthday.
Yeah. I just want to be
See
ignored.
if you're still here.
All right, Mark, happy birthday again.
That's the end of the interview.
Hey, Mark, this is Boach.
It's pretty cool.
Still one of my favorite 1-minute interviews in the history of my career.
It was awesome.
It was incredible. Anyway, I can make it better in 2 sound bites.
Okay.
2 sound bites. First of all, I don't know how many of you were paying attention, but the general manager of the 49ers goes by the name of John Lynch. He told you 3 weeks ago that this is what they were going to do.
I think since Kyle and I've been here, we've been, certainly a top 5, I believe, number 2 cash spending team. In the last 5 years, I think or 4 years going into the 4th year, I think we're the 4th highest cash spending team. So at some point you have to reset a little bit, or at least recalibrate. You can't just keep pressing the pedal. And I think there's some good that can come out of it. We need to get younger. I think we're the oldest team in football, trying to make a run at the deal last year. And I think it's good to constantly get younger. Our draft class last year was a great move towards that. We'll have 4 picks in the top 100. If the comp picks happen like we see it, that's always a calculation. We'll have 10 picks overall. And we're excited about adding more youth to a great core of players that we already have.
So, you don't have to agree with it anymore than you did yesterday or today or whatever. But I don't think, here's kind of what I mean. I don't think the Niners are getting beat to a bunch of people this week. I don't think that they want to be signing the people that they have not signed this week.
That's fair to say. But, and I don't want to get into this well, then who do they have in their place? And you'll say, we don't know yet. And I'll say, well, what we have is not good enough. And you'll say, we don't know what they have. It's March. And so
we don't
have to do that dance. All I know is that what they've done in the past is spend a lot of money. And what they've done in the past is win a lot of games. And so 6-11 year is now making you realize we're old and we spend a lot of money. We spend a lot of cash. So now we have to reset. And anytime you're in the front office and you use an R word, reset, rebuild, reload, recalibrate, regress.
But
they're all bad.
How about another R word, which is remember? You're misremembering. The 49ers have not always spent tons of cash and gone to the Super Bowl. That's really a function of the last 2.5 seasons.
Or more, yeah.
They went to a Super Bowl out of the gate before people thought they were going to get there, and they weren't doing that yet. And here is the second sound clip. Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Rappaport.
About the 49ers, I'm sure their fans are going crazy. I'm sure. But this is what really good teams should do, right? You should let guys who are looking for third contracts or guys who you can't afford to pay leave, and you draft and develop behind them. Like, that's what, for the Patriots for years did that. The Ravens do it. Steelers do it. Like, the Chiefs certainly do it. The really good teams can let their big-ticket free agents go, knowing that they have the confidence in the personnel department to draft behind it.
Okay.
That was abrupt.
A little bit of an abrupt ending there. But anyway, you get the idea. If you do look at the history of the league and the teams that have built themselves a little bit of a resume and a reputation, a couple more R words there, this is what you have to do. I'm not going to argue with you about whether or not it's scary. That's the word I used a week ago. It's a little scary. I don't love it when teams come out and start talking about money with their fans. That's not fun. And largely fans do not want to hear it. They do not want to hear that you want to save money. Nobody wants to hear it. But it is funny. It is funny that we will sit there and we will get very upset about inflated bad contracts that you, quote, shouldn't sign. And then when you sit out the first day of free agency, Tim Kawakami's words moments ago, first day of free agency, most deals are bad, not all, most. That's where the mistakes usually happen. And then we get mad when they're not involved in that. Like, maybe, give you another R word, maybe the Niners are being responsible right now. Maybe this is a great thing that's happening right now.
Or maybe they're looking at another R word, which is a regression. Because to just automatically say, well, I mean, Kansas City just replaced guys in the draft. Let's go back not one draft, but 2 drafts and look what the 49ers did. And you look at Jake Moody and Cameron Latu and Darrell Luter and Robert Beal and Braden Willis and Ronnie Bell. Sure. That was your draft, which was really, really bad. And Jair Brown, I left out because I don't know what he is.
Not great.
I'm looking at 9. Not great, Bob. I'm looking at 9 picks, and I look at Moody. Nobody wants him around. Latu never played. Luter, no. Beal, no. Winters, is he going to replace Greenlaw?
Well, and you're actually underselling how bad it was.
Well, because their first round pick was gone.
Exactly. Because his name was Trey Lance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you want to just like automatically, 2024, amazeballs. They're going to do it again.
No automatic. No.
Well, that's what that second soundbite that was supposed to make me feel good was centered around.
Well, but the draft hasn't happened yet. Is it going to be 2 years ago or last year? I don't know, but I think the point he's making is this is the job of a team. This is always the job of an NFL team. And so we're uncomfortable with something happening right now that, quite frankly, is inevitable and probably the right process if they hit on it. And that's why
it's a big if.
Well, I mean, but that's what you do. Here's what I would say to you, Dibs. The bottom line is to do it the other way, I know is a mistake. This at least opens you up for maybe you hit on the picks. Maybe you do find some found money in free agency day 2, 3, 4. And maybe that goes well. But, like, for instance, I didn't do it because today was a little bit of a crazy day. But my guys who run that station out in Wisconsin, they texted yesterday. They're like, can you come on the show? The Mason Crosby, the former kicker.
Oh, yeah?
Can you come on the show to talk about Aaron Banks? Do you want to know what I would have said if I had done the interview? Dude, you guys got snookered.
Yeah.
$77 million?
It doesn't matter the money.
Aaron,
it's
of
just
course it does.
All that matters is he a good player?
No,
if you can afford it,
and even that is debatable.
Well, then the Niners got snookered over Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk.
How?
I mean, Brandon Ayuk, he has played 3.5 games or 5 games since you signed him.
Look,
Deebo Samuel, you gave him a fresh deal and fresh money, and then now you traded him for a 5th-round pick, and you had to eat $30 million.
Yeah, but
you got snookered.
But Deebo Samuel was a wonderful 49er for a long time.
Not during the restructure. That's when you got snookered.
That was like $2 in NFL terms.
It was $30 million of a cap hit. So
no, that's an accelerated. It was already going to be 15. They just moved it to 1 year.
The initial contract, I would argue, because they gave him a new contract and
went to a Super Bowl
and you traded him now.
And came within a breath of winning.
You got rid of him.
I mean,
and Trent Williams, you gave him new money, and now he played about half a year. So if you want to talk about getting schnookered, we can go through all the schnookerings because the 49ers have gotten schnookered themselves.
Who hasn't, Dibs?
That's the point. So for you to
That's not the point.
For you to threaten to go on Green Bay radio and say they got schnookered, he might be an all-pro. You don't know that.
What? Okay.
So how can you go out and preemptively say that Aaron Banks is not going to be that good?
Because he's never been.
Well, does that mean he can't be? Is he allowed to be good?
You're going to tell me that in year 5, he's suddenly going to become someone he never has been?
He's been a good player.
Jalen Moore doesn't even start, and the Chiefs are giving him $15 million a year to protect Mahomes' blind side? You're telling me that that's a good deal?
Are you saying that a player in a new system, in a new circumstance, can't be better?
Are you saying that you should be taking chances like that with your money when you've already been the top cash-spending team for a number of years in the NFL?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's
as opposed to, let's draft Drake Jackson, Ty Davis-Price, Danny Gray, Samuel Womack. No, I'm just going back. I'm going draft by draft. I gave you last draft. And then I gave you the draft before, and now I'm going the draft before that, and I haven't even gotten to Brock Purdy.
If I had
a dollar, credit for that.
If I had $1 for every bad draft pick that every time you mention it, I could retire. But you never bring up the hits.
I always do.
You never do.
False. And we're just going back in time right now. And I just gave you last year's draft where they had 6 or 7 hits, and I named them. I put their names out there. Yep. I gave it to you. Yep. And then I did the year before, and you and I both agreed it was a disaster. And the year before that, I'm just looking at it. I don't have it all committed to memory. I'm not Joe Shasky. I don't memorize all this stuff. I have to look it up. And I look at Nick Zakelj and Kalia Davis, who's actually now back with the team. Tariq Castro-Fields, and then a guy named Brock Purdy was the saving grace in the whole draft. Yep. So you get mega points for that. But by and large, your drafts have been really bad in the last 3 years. We can go back 4 years.
Except for they nailed last year, so not the last 3 years.
Okay, so 2 of the last 3.
Okay.
And so if you're just automatically going to say, I have faith in these guys to just find 7 guys this year to plug and play.
Literally started the show by saying I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for now.
And I said at the start of the show that I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt for this very reason.
That's fine, but that's not even necessarily about the process that they're using. I don't think you can categorically say that the 49ers have totally messed this thing up yet when you're staring at a roster and we don't even know who's on it yet. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a hit. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that the final answer is not here yet. So in this moment, the discussion to have is whether or not you give them the benefit of the doubt. You say no.
Right.
I say yes, that's fine. But I'd argue that the reason you're saying no is because you go back in time and you only pick out all the things they've done wrong.
False.
When the other truth is that this is a regime that has been to 2 Super Bowls in 6 years and is loaded with draft picks that they've wanted to re-sign. Of course, every team screws up picks. It's a total inexact science. I mean, you could do what you're doing right now to any football team, even the best.
Well, let's go to the 2021 draft. And that's the Trey Lance one, and we're going to put that aside because we've all ad nauseum acknowledged what a debacle that was. Aaron Banks in the 2nd round. You didn't re-sign him. Trey Sermon in the 3rd round, he was no good. Jalen Moore in the 5th.
But you
I do want to, but they don't. So you want to talk about process versus results?
Wow.
Draft, develop, and keep. They drafted, and maybe they didn't develop, but they didn't keep. Diamador Lenore in the 5th, awesome. Hufanga in the 5th, well, you didn't keep him. Elijah Mitchell in the 6th.
But you wanted to.
I mean, Hufanga, sure.
So
at a lower price. Elijah Mitchell.
Do you see what I'm saying about cherry picking?
You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
I'm not cherry picking.
You are. Because
if you just listen, I'll tell you.
I am
if you just take a play off and listen, what I'm telling you is you drafted all these players who are good enough to get contracts elsewhere, but you decided that you didn't want to give them
So then you're going to say that they're bad picks. Even though you think that they should get $77 million.
What I'm saying is your process is flawed. Why did you keep Diamador Lenore?
Because he's really good.
Because you signed him 5 months ago. and you got ahead of it. If he would have gone to free agency now, he would have been a lot more money.
So much better than the other players you're talking about.
I disagree.
Oh God.
Well, other teams are valuing these players at a level that you could have. Are you telling me you couldn't have signed Aaron Banks 5 months ago to half of what he got yesterday?
Aaron Banks,
right? You could have.
Was not good.
Yeah,
end of sentence.
That's not what Green Bay thinks. A team that's better than you right now.
Oh, they are?
They went further than the playoffs than you last year, did they not?
Yes, they did. So
there you go.
So that's the end of that. So
right now is all I said. Green Bay was better than you last year.
Yes, and you beat them in the playoffs the year before that.
Yeah, that was a couple years ago. Yeah. And so, last year, they were better than you. They're trending upward, and they think that Aaron Banks is probably pretty good. Yeah. So they signed him.
And I think they're wrong. I think it's an absolutely absurd contract for a player who did not perform last year by data and opinion.
My only point in this is that we look at draft classes and we can look at Ty Davis Price, fine. He was a miss and nobody else signed him. That's a miss. But when you have Banks and Moore and Hufanga and Mitchell and they all eventually go elsewhere, that to me is a question mark because for whatever reasons, Hufanga was hurt, Mitchell was hurt. You signed Lenore early because you think he's amazing, and he probably is really, really good.
Way better player than any of these guys.
Yeah, you signed him early, and yet Banks was able to go out there, and Jalen Moore, a guy you spent fifth-round capital on, and
it's just
you decided that you didn't want to sign him.
Yeah, it's an interesting philosophy that it seems like you're throwing out there, which is if someone else wants him, you should too. Like, I don't care if somebody else wants him.
Yeah.
Somebody else might be in a completely different situation.
They might be.
They might be misevaluating, which would be a misevaluation sensation.
It would be. That's a bug.
They might be overvaluing. They might be stuck in the mud based on positional need. I have no idea. I am not an expert on the Green Bay Packers. I can tell you that if their GM was sitting in front of me, I'd be like, dude, what the hell are you doing? Like, what do you see in Aaron Banks that no one else saw? Like, Aaron Banks was objectively not very good last year, and their offensive line collectively was not very good last year. So to start throwing massive dollars at underperforming pieces and position groups, to me, is crazy. I just don't know why you would do that.
I just don't know why we would look at a team that drafts, and when you draft well and you have players that you have for 3 and 4 years, why wouldn't you look to sign them early and keep them as opposed to
because they're not good.
Well, and that's your opinion, and it might be their opinion too. And I look forward this year to seeing Jalen Moore on a team that is really, really good every single year. And now he's playing left tackle to protect Patrick Mahomes.
I'm sure
does Kansas City think he's pretty good?
I don't know. I'm sure that he's going to be fine, but it's not even just a matter of like, do they stink or are they good? It's a matter of what it costs you. Like, there's no way in my mind that Banks plays up to that number. It doesn't mean he's the worst player in the world, but that number is completely out of control. And I promise you, if the Niners had done that, I and many others would be right here on these microphones to criticize that deal. I bet you would too.
No chance.
Why?
Because I like Aaron Banks.
You do?
I do.
What do you love about him?
I like that he's got some size, and I like that he's a good run blocker. He's a road grader, and whether or not last year was a down year, you could look at the entire team, and it's not always as simple as they can't.
Not very convincing. Okay. What do you love about the player?
Never mind. I like his feet, Mark. I like his footwork, Mark. I like his hand placement when he pulls.
Let's go to JT.
Just because you can't run the ball doesn't mean that the offensive line is necessarily to blame.
What's up, JT? How you doing?
My ears are hurting. I can't take this no more.
Yeah, save us, JT.
My thing is, we've been horrible. My thing is, are these guys working from home, or are they actually going out and looking at people to tell me that they're good enough for the NFL? I can't think on top of my head when we had a good draft year. How many times have we missed on wide receivers? You got to be kidding me.
JT, you don't think last year was a good draft?
Well, because Purdy, not Purdy, but I'm saying you've had a couple of hits, but you can't, when you're having as many picks as you're having, and you're missing on the majority of them. I look at how many times have we've put in for receivers. How many times have we had busts on those receivers? How long have we waited to have a number one receiver? That would be the question.
Before
you used to go, Well, Terrell Owens, that was a long time ago.
No, I mean, if you want to play this, JT, I mean, the numbers that Ayuk put up 2 years ago are commensurate with number one receivers. That was 2 years ago. I know that the story has changed 1,000 different ways, but prior to last season, people were pretty stoked on the Brandon Ayuk pick.
1 year, I mean, honestly, he had one good year, solid, great year. We paid him for that, right? But what did you have before that?
Multiple 1,000-yard seasons. Debo Samuel, that's a hit. Juwan Jennings, that's a hit. I like Ricky Pearsall. It's largely a wide receiver room that's been homegrown. No, JT?
No, but you can't say no. There's no way that my boy was a wide receiver. He was a running back.
Who?
He was great in the little 10 yards. Debo.
Debo.
He's not.
All right. 3 years ago, he caught 1,300 yards. Caught, JT. Again, like I'm not here to tell you the Niners nail every pick, but my goodness, we get real selective with this. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Steve Kerr in an hour. We'll get to Jonathan Kuminga's return and much more on the Dubs coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr in an hour. You said earlier on the crossover you have no worries.
Yeah, no worries.
None?
Well, I mean, injury always, yeah, sure.
Okay.
But beyond that, which you can say that about any team, any sport, anytime, beyond that, I don't know what I'm supposed to worry about. The Jimmy fit has been a 13 out of 10. He's unlocked Draymond. He's made Steph even better than what he was before. All the role guys seem to be rolling it up. The only thing that I could possibly think about would be Jonathan Kuminga and will he fit? But then I think about that, and I think if it is clear that he's having a hard time getting fit and also fitting in, I think that they will limit him. I don't think that they're just going to play him 30 minutes and say, well, we've lost 4 of 5, but darn it, we're going to figure this thing out.
No, that leads to a different worry, though, which is then Jonathan himself. Jonathan, the player, Jonathan, the negotiating, Jonathan, the playoff performer, all of that. And yeah, I'm not trying to force worry on anyone, but I here's the question, and we'd love your calls on this. And Steve Kerr in an hour, 888-957-9570. This has gone so well that what's still missing, if anything, or what concerns do you have? And the only thing, we were talking about this earlier, the only thing that kind of pops to my mind is too much optimism. And here's what I mean by that, because I actually don't believe in the idea of too much optimism.
Right.
I think that that's a wonderful thing to have in life. Have as much of it as you can possibly take. Eat it like a bowl of cereal over the sink late at night, just heaping amounts of optimism. But somewhere in my mind right now, I blend it with also forgetfulness, which is that the Warriors have won so many games and they've flown into the 6th seed, which 2 weeks ago we were like, I wonder if they could get to the 6th seed.
Right.
And then they're the 6th seed. And the second they got to the 6th seed, we acted like there was a brick wall behind the Warriors, meaning that once they got to the 6th seed, they're not allowed to go backwards anymore. But they are. And I think the play-in tournament, based on what has happened with this team now, if you had said to me 3 weeks ago, how about the 7th seed? I'd be like, I'll take it.
Yep.
Give it to me. But not now for multiple reasons. One, it's frightening, and it hasn't gone well for the Warriors in the past. But two, if these old dudes are going to hit the gas this hard, and there are a lot of games still to go, there's 17 more games to go. And if they're going to hold the pedal to the metal this hard to where they're like, we have to win every game, every night, back-to-backs, doesn't matter, we're doing it. If they're going to do this hard for this long, then they're going to need a week off when the regular season ends. They have got to have a week off when the regular season ends. That means no play-in tournament. Minnesota has also won 5 in a row. They're a half game behind you.
Yeah.
There is some sort of mental discord right now with Warrior fans where we're like, well, we're at least the 6.
Right.
You could lose Thursday night and be the 7 that quickly. And so that's my thing. And I think it's mostly among the fans, maybe not the players. But you got old dudes that need to play so hard every single night the rest of the way to keep their positioning or try to move up. And that's going to be really, really hard. There's no rest for the weary right now.
No rest, and you make a great point because your last game of the year is Sunday, April 13th against the Clippers, and let's just pretend that you need that to get the 6. Well, then the playoffs actually start on Saturday. There are 4 games Saturday and 4 games Sunday. Knowing what you and I know about the NBA, the TV package, and the way they do this, the Warriors, no matter who they're going to play, are going to be in that Sunday marquee spot, 12:30 matinee on the road at fill in the blank. Or at the very least, they're going to play Sunday in the later game, and the Lakers would be in that marquee spot. I don't think that the Warriors would play on the Saturday, and even if they did, that would still be 6 days off, to your point about they need a week off. And I think that you're right, and that's why I was saying before, could they possibly clinch early and get 9 days off? And, if you were locked in on the 6 and you didn't have to play the last 2 games and you had, 11 days off, I don't think these guys would get rusty, and it might be a nice little break that is going to help them get to where they need to be.
Sorry, my face just did a little thing.
No, and I had to follow to see what you're doing.
DeAndre Hopkins just signed with the Ravens. 1 year, $6 million. That's kind of the type of guy.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know about him. I don't know what he's got left. That was kind of a weird deal there. He did some good things with the Chiefs, and he'd disappear for a game, then he'd come back and have 8 catches, and then he'd have 1. I'm not kind of sure really what DeAndre Hopkins has got left, but that's the kind of receiver I do expect the 49ers to get involved in at some point, but not him. He'll be playing for the Baltimore Ravens next year, as you were.
Yeah, no, and that's where I was talking about your point about this older group needing a week off. So it is tantamount to avoid the play-in, because if you're in the play-in, even if you're in the 7 seed, then you don't have to play in that 9-10 game. You do have to play the 7-8 game, and if you win, you're in, and if you lose the 7-8, now you have one more game to play and even make it in, and then you're the 8, and then you have to play OKC, and then you don't have a rest against a younger team.
Right.
And when you start to stack the positives and the negatives, getting the 6 seed is everything. No play-in, rest, and the 3 seed looks like it might be the softest of the landing spots.
Well, I mean, no, but it could be the Lakers.
It could be.
Actually,
I guess the 4 or 5 would be better.
Yeah, I would love to get to the 5. It's getting hard because Houston's winning games again. Yeah, Grandy, what do you got on this?
Well, you're talking about how much optimism there is, Warrior fans feeling like, well, we're the 6th now. This is the worst that we're going to be. I sent out a tweet, and I'm always very careful to equate what happens on social media with reality.
Sure.
But I sent out a tweet on Friday night saying, and I'll just read it to you, bad night in the West for the Warriors because the Grizzlies, Timberwolves, Clippers, and Kings all won. The Grizzlies, of course, ahead of the Warriors, but the T-Wolves, Clippers, and Kings are all chasing the Warriors. And I got countless responses from Warrior fans saying, what do you mean bad night? We're better than all those teams. We're just going to keep winning all of our games. We don't have to worry about anybody else. People telling me a team that was a half game behind the Warriors winning was not a bad thing.
This is what I'm saying.
Makes no sense to me.
This is what I'm saying.
It's the hubris of the fans.
Right. It really
like,
is.
You know, I don't give a crap about anybody.
Well, can I ask, this is a stupid question. Do y'all think they're just going to win every night for the rest of the year?
Yes, Mark.
Is that the way you think this is going to go? The Warriors are going to end the season with a 22-game winning streak? Stand on it.
Is the way it has gone?
I know, but that's my point when I say too much optimism. We're peacocking a little too much right now. A little bit, for me.
Oh, for sure.
For my taste. Check it. They beat Detroit the other night. That was big. It was also really tight. Draymond damn Green hit a 3-pointer, and if he doesn't hit it, he's probably not going to win that basketball game.
10 lead changes in the fourth quarter.
So that could have gone either way, and that's the level. When you want to look right now at net rating in the NBA, since the trade deadline, both the Warriors and Pistons are both in the top 5. So that's a good measuring stick of top of the league right now, and they won it, so that's wonderful. But is that what we're doing? So Jonathan Kuminga comes back Thursday, and y'all believe that the rest of the homestand is going to go Sacramento, New York, Denver, Milwaukee on a back-to-back, followed by Toronto. No problem. We got this 5-0.
I'm 4-1.
I mean, maybe.
Denver might get you, but none of the rest of those bums can touch us right now. And I say us because, that's how we're feeling.
When they hit the road to Atlanta, that's kind of you got to be careful about games like that. Same thing with Miami a couple of nights later, and that's the Jimmy Butler return game.
I love it.
Okay, that's coming on March 25th. New Orleans, San Antonio, okay. But then it's at Memphis, at the Lakers, home to Denver, home to Houston, at Phoenix. I don't know.
It's a gauntlet right there.
You're going to lose some games, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're probably right.
My prediction.
Yeah.
You're not going to go undefeated the rest of the way. And this happens. Remember, we talked about this a few weeks ago. You get to the end of the year, and the playoff teams start winning a lot more at a really high rate. Because why? A, they're playing with urgency, and they're often playing a team that's either tanking or hurt. Right? Go play San Antonio right now. Go play Dallas.
Phoenix.
Go play New Orleans.
Yep.
They don't give a rip what happens on the scoreboard in that game. They don't care. So this is going to be hard. And that's my thing. I think we've just forgotten completely about the play-in tournament.
Yeah. And hopefully you get to that stretch that you just laid out, which is Memphis, LA, Denver, Houston. All 4 of those teams are currently ahead of you in the Western Conference, and 2 of those are on the road, and you've got a back-to-back at LA and then home to Denver, but you go at Memphis, at LA, home to Denver, home to Houston, 4 straight games against 4 teams that, to your point, are going to be trying, and they're going to be trying to keep you at bay. So, yes, stack the wins now, and I heard Buddy Hield say that last night. Keep stacking, keep stacking. That way when you get, you got Sacramento and you got Toronto and you've got New Orleans still left to go. You got another Portland. You got a Phoenix, which, man, have they waved the white flag. So there are games out there that you should be able to stack, but there's also tough opponents that are going to be focused on exactly the same thing that you are.
No doubt. And Minnesota, by the way, the whole thing about the Warriors having the easiest schedule, Minnesota have the second easiest schedule. So they're going to have a lot of bunnies out there too, okay? 888-957-9570. Let's talk Warriors until Steve Kerr gets here. So anything about Jonathan Kuminga's return on Thursday night, which if you're just joining us, that's now all set. Kuminga will be back. How many minutes? We don't know. We'll ask Steve Kerr exactly what his plan is coming up here at 5 o'clock. But also, what worries you, if anything? What are you still looking for from the Warriors who, just win every single night? We'll take your calls. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, y'all. Steve Kerr in 40 minutes. Steve Kerr in 40 minutes, and Jonathan Kuminga's playing on Thursday night.
That's pretty exciting that he's playing. And that they were able to say it now on Tuesday tells me that he was probably close last night for whatever reason. He wasn't ready to go. Maybe Steve will enlighten us as to exactly what we were waiting for. What was the final hurdle that got us from the thought that maybe he would play mid-road trip to where it's going to be a week and a half later? Like, what have we been waiting for?
Yeah, I don't know. And obviously now you get a couple more nights off, so like to wait till this one allows them to give him a little bit of extra rest. But yeah, how quickly do they get him in there, ramp him up? How many minutes? I mean, obviously, Tim Kawakami earlier today on our show said they're going to, quote, slow play it. They're going to slow play it. So I don't know. I mean, I very much doubt Steve tonight on our air is going to give you a minute number, but I bet a lot of money it's going to be less than 20 in that game on Thursday night.
Game, you're probably right.
Yeah.
It feels like after 10 weeks, it'll be 3 5-minute stretches where you get him out there for 4 or 5 and let him run around, and then you give him another 4 or 5 and you let him run around, and then you get to the third quarter and you give him another 5 and let him run up and down, and then you get to the fourth quarter and you probably play the people who you've been winning with.
Key Santos. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then we'll see also, by the way, like way the Sacramento Kings have been playing, you might be up by 30 at the start of the fourth quarter. You could also be tied.
Sure.
I don't know. This is a weird team now.
Yeah. Well, especially when they play this team, although it might be different without De'Aaron Fox. Like, it feels like the rivalry's been lessened a little bit, but they still have Malik Monk.
Monk is the guy, yeah. And then Sabonis is hurt, and then I would have looked at them on paper and been like, oh, they're going to crater. But they've actually played pretty well. And then at home last night, the Knicks with no Jalen Brunson come in and absolutely wiped the floor with them. So I don't know. I don't know what to expect. That's my way of saying don't bet Kings games.
Yeah, right.
They're totally unpredictable. But this is predictable. Check this out. We've got 2 things to tell you about that could end up landing really cool things in your pocket. First of all, one of them's coming up here this hour. So with the Steve Kerr conversation that we're going to have, we are also going to be giving away a $125 gift card to Great Clips. And I can tell you that's going to get you now like at least 6 cuts now, okay?
Yeah.
You get yourself 6 cuts. So $125 gift card to Great Clips. That'll happen both in and right after the Steve Kerr conversation. So be with us at 5 o'clock for that. And then speaking of 5 o'clock, also want to tell you about the best seat in the house package. And that's going to get started this Thursday, but it's in anticipation of next Thursday, day 1 of the College Basketball Championship, also known as Dan Dibley's day off. Not Ferris Bueller's day off. No. Dan Dibley's day off. Dan Dibley.
Yeah.
Okay. So this Thursday, be with us in the 5 p.m. hour. Why? Because the best seat in the house package is coming your way. 2 people at Splash, the new sports bar at Thrive City, right next to Chase Center. For next Thursday, on the 20th, first day of the College Basketball Championship. Best seat in the house package gives you prime location on the 2nd floor of Splash, overlooking the gigantic video boards, which will be showing the games, obviously. And then there's them eats. You can get 2 appetizers, 4 entrees, and a dessert. We've tried some of the food. We love all of it. Keep trying it. You're going to get a bunch of it. All you need to know right now, be with us Thursday in the 5 p.m. hour. Once you do that, we will direct you the rest of the way. All right?
Yeah, pretty simple. Just stay tuned.
Yeah, so stay tuned. There it is. All right. This idea of Jonathan Kuminga's return and sort of like what might still worry you with the Golden State Warriors. I tell you what, I've sort of, I don't want to say become addicted to this, but I've been very wooed by this in ways that I didn't see coming. We've all watched Jimmy Butler play in the NBA for a long time. We know this guy is he's a bona fide one. He's got a nickname called Playoff Jimmy. That's a pretty good nickname to have. But someone texted us a short time ago and goes,
Like, this is a small thing, but I'm worried that Jimmy is almost too hesitant to shoot. And I look at a game like last night where a bunch of things happened that people really like in the box score. Start with, for instance, Buddy Hield hitting a bunch of three-point shots.
6 of 9.
Okay. He goes 6 of 9. Warriors are going to win that basketball game. That's almost for sure.
They're undefeated when he scores, I think, 17 points?
Something like that. And last night he had 20. When you get, it's actually kind of a wonder why the Warriors didn't win by 40 last night.
Yeah.
When you look at the box score. If I had told you before the game, Buddy Hield's going to hit 6 threes, Gary Payton's going to have his career high, Moses Moody will score 20, Quentin Post will go double dig, and Jimmy Butler will have a triple-double. If I had said all that to you, I'd be like, Warriors minus 25 and a half.
Exactly, 25 is what I was thinking.
Think?
135, 110.
Man. But this is something you don't see in the NBA anymore. And this is why I don't worry about Jimmy Butler. If he's hesitant to shoot, that's fine. Check this out. How often do you see this, or how many players in the NBA could even do this anymore? He scored a triple-double, okay? 15 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists. And in the line in the box score for three-point shots, he went 0 for 0.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Triple-double with no three-point attempts. He is a throwback in ways that I don't think I fully grasped the level of what Jimmy Butler is doing, not just for himself, but for others on a basketball court.
And I do think that it's because of, in part, his basketball IQ, and he knows that the three-point shot is not his bag. So you got a team with Steph Curry on it. Well, you're not going to shoot a lot of threes. And Buddy Hield, a guy who, when hot, can shoot a three. And you mentioned GP2 and a career high. He was GP3 last night. He hit 4 of them. And then you got in Quentin, who had 3 of them. Moses with a couple of them. Draymond Green knocked down his requisite 1 3-pointer per game. So if you're Jimmy, you realize that not only is it not what I'm really good at, but it's also not what this team needs. So I'm not totally surprised that he had that triple-double without attempting a 3. And I wouldn't mind if he didn't attempt another 3 this year, because watching him shoot a 3 is a little bit painful. It's a little bit painful.
Well, okay. I mean,
his shooting motion it's a little bit awkward, and you can tell that he's not feeling it. Usually, when he rises up to shoot a 3, it's usually, well, I guess I got to do this.
I mean, he hit his only attempt in Brooklyn. He went 2 of 4 against the Pistons. I realized prior to that, 3-point shots as a member of the Warriors were very few and far between. As far as Jimmy Butler was concerned. Like, actually, I'm looking at his 3-point log since joining the Warriors.
Yeah, 20%.
Yeah, he hit 1 in Houston that night before the All-Star break. And then he hit 1 in Charlotte, that game that was a little wonky and took a while for them to brush Charlotte off. And then that's it. Then the 3 that he hit that I just referenced, Brooklyn and the Pistons. He's hit a total of 5.
Yep.
It's not his comfort zone.
Yep.
I don't know, like
5 for 26.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not his thing.
Yeah.
But when he does it, I do feel like there's discernment. I feel like he's trying to pick his spots.
Absolutely discernment, which is why I give him credit for the basketball IQ. And, Steve Kerr will tell you that a shot created must be taken, and that's true. But if you're Jimmy Butler and you find your way to the 3-point line with 9 seconds on the shot clock and you get the ball and it's an open look, I do think that he takes measures to see if he can then attack the basket, penetrate, and kick it out to somebody else on the team that might be better at that. And it's not to say he's scared or anything like that, but I do think that he's so smart as a basketball player that if he gets the ball behind the line with 2.8 on the shot clock, he's going to shoot it, and that's just what you do. But beyond that, when he gets it earlier in the clock, he still imagines that what he can do with the basketball with 8 on the clock to get to the basket, get to the foul line, or create for someone else, that's a better shot ultimately.
Yeah. It's really, the more I think about this, and the 2 things we kind of came up with earlier, and we'll take your calls right now. What worries do you still have for the Warriors? What are they missing? What scares you the rest of the way? Because I know right now as a Warrior fan, we've just decided they're going to win all the games. They're going to win every night. This is super easy. So
an overconfidence angle, definitely, I feel, but that's more the fans than the players, so I don't know that that's actually a problem. For me, the issue is, and 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in, the issue is there is still a very high possibility that what happened earlier in the season is going to bite them. That's still a very high possibility, and that could mean a lot of different things. But there were too many losses that they should not have had earlier in the year. And that could bite them in two different ways. One, it leaves them in a spot where they are still vulnerable in the standings, as we sit here today, even with the win streaks. They are still vulnerable in the standings. The other thing that means is that the Warriors stars are just going to have their foot on the gas pedal every night for the rest of the way. And I don't think that's a good formula. You know, if you really look at the Warriors the last few years, they've actually been artists in terms of how they have done load management or even sort of like be really cautious with any injury, any ankle sprain, like they did with Steph 3 years ago, where they ramped him right up so that he came off, rested and ready to go for the playoffs, and then off they went to win a championship. Like, they don't have that luxury. They don't have that luxury. So my concern is that Jimmy and Steph and Draymond are going to be playing so hard until the buzzer that they're going to be gassed when the playoffs get here.
It could be, and you hope that that's not the case. And you make a good point about 2022 where Steph was able to get the rest because of the ankle injury, and he came back fresh for the postseason run. And I think about the KD season, the first year when he came, they went 67-15, and a lot of those years and a lot of those games were 3/4 of basketball, and you just blew people out. But then the novelty of KD kind of wore off, and the next year they went 58-24. And I remember that year, Mark, 2018, 17/18, where the regular season was kind of an afterthought. And then the next year, the final year of KD, was even more so, where it didn't even matter what they did. They kind of wanted the 1 seed because then you had an easier road and you had home court and the rest of it, but they weren't grinding on regular season games the way that they used to. And I do think that now that they're all older and Jimmy's here and he's older and Steph's about to be 37, they do see the value in rest as opposed to, we got to get to the 5. I'm sure they're thinking, as long as we stay out of the play-in game and if we're rested and healthy, then nobody wants a piece of us.
No, and I agree with that. I wonder how they're going to play it, man. I really do. Because we're so ramped up right now and tapped into every game and excited about it. Will it catch you off guard if next Tuesday they're like, Steph's not playing against Milwaukee. Jimmy's not playing against Milwaukee, especially Jimmy. Jimmy's the linchpin. I don't even know if this is true, but the way it feels right now is if Jimmy plays, they win, and if he doesn't, they don't.
Right. They've only lost once with him.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Right.
And he's missed one game, and they went and gaffed one in Philadelphia against a bad team with no good players. Crazy. So I don't want him sitting out, but I also don't want them to overly exert themselves and have nothing left come playoff time.
Yeah, and I think that they're in a spot right now, at least. They don't have a cushion, but they're heading toward the ability to manage it a little bit. And, part of the challenge, I do think, Mark, is that the schedule, especially coming up here in this homestand, you can't just rest guys against Denver and expect to win. You can't rest against the Lakers and expect to win. And later in the year, you do have Houston and you've got Memphis. And those are games that if you want to climb out of the 6 and maybe get to the 5 or even hold on to the 6, those are games that you have to take seriously. So you don't have a lot of cupcakes left. And even if you do, you mentioned Philadelphia. Just because you play a team that you should beat doesn't mean you're going to beat them.
Brooklyn beat you by 22 in one quarter one time.
Right.
Yeah, that's the NBA, man. Surprising stuff happens or else we'd all be rich. So, we look at this right now. There are a lot of, I guess I wouldn't call them cupcakes. They do still have they got a lot of games left against the whole you should win crowd. They definitely do. They're going to play the Spurs twice.
The Pelicans.
They've got New Orleans. Sure, they do go to Phoenix. Phoenix is still capable.
But Game 79, is Phoenix going to be interested by April 8th?
It might be interesting because it's the Warriors. It's on
Could
TNT.
Be. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Kevin Durant He's going to try.
Oh, he always will try,
right?
yeah.
You watch Phoenix of late. They lose a lot of games, but, man, they're like, I watched that game. Did you watch that game last Friday night? I think it was. They're in Denver. And I'll freely admit it. I was all over Denver in that game. And I'm like, ooh, 7 points? Denver's going to beat them by double digits. Couldn't shake them. Suns come back in the fourth quarter. They've actually got a lead. Denver hits a three-pointer with a second left to go to break the tie, and you're like, ooh, they're gonna win, but they're not gonna cover. Well, here comes Kevin Durant, the savior. He nails a three, sends it to overtime, and then Denver wins by 8.
Oh my God!
I was like, that's a win.
Cash me out.
But like they were game, dude. They went to Denver and they hung.
Cash me out one time.
They hung. So you never know. Kyle in Oakland. Hey, Kyle. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I just wanted to chime in about some of the thoughts about possible issues that the Warriors might run into, and I think it actually might be Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, he's yet to play with Jimmy Butler, so where does he fit into this lineup? And, when he comes back, is he going to be hunting shots? Is he going to be looking to get playoff ready? How are they going to deal with that? Hopefully he's gained some knowledge sitting on the bench watching, Jimmy and even the interaction between him and Draymond, how they played well together, and kind of kept that same mindset he had before he got injured. But I think we might run into where he has to be, like he has been, coming off the bench and giving those guys rest, giving Jimmy rest, so that when we do play the Denvers and, the teams where we need to play, we need to beat the Lakers, that they can go out there and do that, because those are more like playoff games, which we need to have our head space in order to, really get out of the first round, because I'd love to see the Warriors go to the playoffs, but I'd hate to see them lose, one round and out. I want to see them make a deep run. Finals, I'd like to believe Draymond, 2022, he called it, I think, too, that they're going to win. So I'd love to see that again.
Who wouldn't, Kyle? I mean, yeah, obviously. Thank you very much. I hear you. Kyle brings up, first and foremost, the thought about Kuminga. And it's like you and I have sat here and talked this out a lot over the last week or so. I'm almost a little hesitant to do it because I know exactly where this goes. And I get branded as hating Jonathan Kuminga.
And I wish I knew why you hated him so much. Oh, boy. And
I just want to say this very clearly so everyone hears me. I am predicting a massive downfall for Jonathan Kuminga. I think it's going to be awful. I think when he goes into the game, it's almost going to be like he's not in basketball shoes. He's going to have blocks on his feet. I think the Warriors are going to lose if they play him, Dibs. I think they're going to lose all the games he plays in.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
All right.
Do we have a clean in and out for social?
Try to pause.
That was great. I was trying to do the same.
But I think there's a lot of fair stuff to bring up here, and Steve Kerr's already brought it up. And you want to know what's wild? My number one concern is not even about the Warriors or the X's and O's. It's Jonathan. The number one concern is how to handle all of the different little mental aspects that go into his situation. Very challenging.
Incredibly challenging.
Very challenging. This guy knows damn well he's walking back into a team that in some ways he has never played for before.
Absolutely.
He is also recovering from a major injury that has its own mental hurdle. He knows damn well he does not want to upset the apple cart. He knows that there are only 17 games left. He knows that he is a restricted free agent and wants to put up the best version of himself out there. I mean, factor all of that into one return over a set of games over the next week and a half. That is a lot. That is a very tight rope to walk.
It's an incredibly tight rope. And think about the last time he played, and I'm just looking at it to refresh myself. When they took on Memphis the night he got hurt, the Warriors started Andrew Wiggins, gone. Dennis Schroeder, gone. Draymond Green still here. TJD doesn't play. Buddy Hield got the start. Steph Curry was out. Lindy Waters played 28 minutes off the bench. Kyle Anderson played 21 minutes off the bench. And Pat Spencer played 12 minutes. Guy didn't play. Kevon didn't play. Quentin Post might have still been in the Netherlands, for crying out loud, as far as I know. But your team was Wiggins, Schroeder, TJD, Lindy, and Slow-Mo. 5 of them figured prominently, and all 5 of them no longer play basketball for the Warriors. I know TJD's allowed to.
Yes.
But so now
and did the other night.
He did a couple minutes. A couple nice little minutes.
Yeah.
But now you've got a team of Jimmy, and I know he played with Steph, so this is a little bit of cherry picking, but now you've got Quentin. Moses has been elevated, and Guy's kind of taken his spot. So, yeah, it's like when you go on a 10-week trip and you come back in and you got 2 new roommates and your other roommate has a new girlfriend. And it's like, wait, the hell did you come from?
Dude,
this is my room.
I actually think before Coach comes on here in 20 minutes, we should have a Moses Moody conversation. I mean, fan base. You sat here for 2 years begging.
2 years.
And we're here, and look at it.
Look.
It's pretty good.
Really good.
It's pretty good. I want to know how that feels for everybody. Morgan.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I want to hear Steve Kerr come on and thank the fans for forcing Steve to actually play the guy.
Okay. Yeah.
See if we can get that out of Coach.
You do that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see if it's on my sheet.
On your sheet.
It's on my list of questions.
Well, they tell us what to say, so let me go to my script.
Hey, Steve, do you owe the fans a thank you for forcing you to play double M's?
Or an apology?
Probably both.
An apology.
Yep.
I was about to say, let's go to Morgan.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, you don't. But Morgan.
Sorry, Morgan. That's on me.
No. We got time. Morgan, stay right where you are. We're going to come back to you. And also offer this. The rest of your calls that are starting to come in too. But also offer this. Tim Kawakami joined us earlier today. There was a lot of Niner talk, but he did weigh in on the Kuminga return with some really interesting stuff. We'll play that for you coming up next. Steve Kerr is coming up in 18 minutes. And remember, it's not just Steve Kerr. It's also your chance to win a $125 gift card to Great Clips. So that is all still ahead. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for Good Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here with some.
Buddy Hield takes a three. Short. Rebound Butler. Butler back to Buddy. Buddy pump fake. Fly by. Three ball. Up and good. Buddy Hield, left sideline. His fifth three of the night. 97-90.
Bay Area, it's Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thank you, buddy.
Buddy, he's back. Buddy's back.
There is no wilder experience than the Buddy Hield experience.
Isn't it fun?
I mean, Buddy Hield is absolutely like your boyfriend or girlfriend in high school.
Roller coaster.
Every day you either are like, I'm in or I'm out. Oh, gosh, I'm done with this. Oh, and then no, I'm in love. Oh, no, I'm done with this. And then at 5 o'clock, no, I'm in love. I mean, good Lord. Buddy Hield. You go 6 for 9 from three-point land. Yeah, we love you long time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we love you until your next 2-game stretch where you go 1 for 10. And I'm looking at his last 5. 5 of 9, 3 of 10, 0 of 5, 1 of 5, 6 of 9. So you look at the numbers, Mark. He's shooting 39.5% from 3. He's getting you 13 a night. And you look at that, and numbers are numbers, and my numbers are my numbers. And he's shooting basically 40% from 3, really good. 13 a night, really good. But squeezed in there is an 0 for 5 and a 1 for 5. So the Buddy Hield experience, ladies and gentlemen.
The Buddy Hield experience.
It's a make or miss league, and he's going to do both over the course of a game and even a week.
Yep. And they were all shooting great last night. They shot over 50% from 3, which, again, it's all kind of wild. They only won by 10.
I can't wait till Triples for Autism because they made 67 threes.
It's coming now.
And the donation, seriously, like Pettinelli.
You know what that is?
It's a donation sensation.
It is.
And Pettinelli, you're going to have to start digging deep now because this team can stroke it. What?
Pause.
What?
Anyway.
Pause. Little TJ Hushmanzada.
Yeah, we're
Pause. He's looking for it.
No, I got it.
No, Grandy's looking for it.
Yeah.
Pause.
Thank you,
TJ.
I haven't used that cut in a while.
No.
Who I think is joining us tomorrow.
I can't wait.
I think is joining us tomorrow. Can I give you a little something real quick on TJ?
I would love it.
This is the funniest thing. TJ will do this. He's one of these people. Are you one of these people? Don't be this person. I love TJ Hushmanzada. He is my friend. But please, don't be one of these people. Hey, TJ, can you come on the show on, this is how it started, on Monday. And I don't get a text until Monday night. I can do tomorrow. And then we're like, oh, tomorrow now being today. Tomorrow's kind of full. Can we do Wednesday? 24 hours goes by, and then all you get is a like.
Like a thumbs up?
Thumbs up.
Okay. It's an iPhone thing,
Does that mean that you saw it, or does that mean you're agreeing to it? So then I follow right up. Okay.
Man, y'all don't know the game, man.
No, I don't.
He wants to get paid.
I'm like, TJ, awesome. Thank you. How's 315? Nothing.
No response. No thumbs up.
But I know him enough to know that I think that means we're good to go.
That don't have nothing to do with me.
Well, we're going to find out now. We're going to find out.
So
that's not fair.
We're hoping that the thumbs up means, yes, I agree to that.
Yes.
I agree to this arrangement.
And in the past, it has. Every time I've been like, does that mean what I think of it? Yes, it does. But I do not have the full confirmation of the down.
You know what that would be, right?
Yes, I do. I know exactly what it would be. All right. Here's what Tim Kawakami said about how Kuminga is going to get entered back into the fray.
The signal is that they're going to slow play this. They just don't want pressure on him. They're playing so well. Like, the worst thing that could happen is you inject him back in a major 25-minute game role. He's not ready for it. He screws up a little bit of the rhythm of the chemistry, and then all of a sudden everyone's looking at him going, what the hell? Like, they don't want that. And they don't want that mostly for Kuminga. They don't want him feeling like he's kind of off speed with everything else. I think you see him, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. There are minutes available. They only played 9 last game. You could get some of those Guy Santos minutes, although I know Curtis said, I got to play Guy Santos. I don't think you have to play Guy Santos, maybe some minutes. There's ways to get him in there. There's ways to work it in. And just, I don't think Kerr or the rest of the organization want this, like, oh my God, they won the game or lost the game because of Jonathan Kuminga's minutes.
Okay, so that's sort of the implication. They're going to ease him in. You're looking for minutes. There are minutes. We're going to have this conversation with Steve coming up in just a few. Tim also said that he is bullish on this idea of Kuminga and Butler playing together.
He's got a lot of things going on. He's got the contract obviously coming up in the summertime. He's been watching this happen. He's been out for a long time. But he could really fit this. It would be really interesting to see he and Jimmy Butler together, the two guys just ramrodding their way to the basket, getting fouls and getting the other team in foul trouble and creating space. I don't know that that's going to be the same as they do right away, but I'm sure curious to see it because you could see a career path for Kuminga that's very similar to Jimmy Butler. I don't know that he'll ever be as good as Butler, but he could be. In a similar style. He just simplifies his game. Doesn't expect too much from every play.
Okay, so obviously this will be a portion of the conversation we have with Steve Kerr coming up here in about 7 minutes.
I like that comp. I mean, we've all done our Kuminga comps, and you think about Jimmy Butler listed at 6'7", 230, grown man strength. Kuminga 6'8", 210, but fashion your game after Jimmy Butler. And we talked about Jimmy Butler's 3-ball, and he's made 5 of them since he's been a Warrior over 12 or 13 games. It's just not what he does. And Kuminga, I think, he doesn't look to shoot the 3, but this offense presents you with more opportunities. But Kuminga can get to the foul line. That's what Jimmy does. Kuminga is a physical presence. That's what Jimmy is. So could he fashion his game after Jimmy Butler? Can you imagine if Kuminga,
hope so.
Kuminga comes in now and plays, and Jimmy just come under my wing, young buck, and let me show you how I've been able to get to where I am.
Again, for me, it's all wrapped into one phrase: decision-making.
Yeah.
That's what Jimmy is great at, and that's what I think the Warriors have wanted Jonathan to improve for a number of years. Nobody's mad at Jonathan's athleticism. I think there were effort issues years ago, but not this year. I think all of those things are on a really, really good track. But he's still young, and the Warriors system is kind of complex, and they want really good decisions. And that's what Jimmy is doing great. And so if Jonathan can gather some of that, awesome. That would be fantastic, and I think would really take him to another level. Let's go to Morgan in Morgan Hill. Hi, Morgan. What are you doing?
Hi, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Before I make my comment, I just wanted to say not only do you guys have great chemistry, but I think you guys have the best pair of vocal cords in Bay Area sports right now.
It's raspy on raspy crime, Morgan, is what it is.
I think it works.
Yeah.
It works really well. Yeah. Well, anyway.
Go ahead, Morgan.
You guys were asking about what makes us nervous still about the Warriors. And I think your guys' intro, I don't know if your guys' intro to this segment was a coincidence, but I think, everybody, it's pretty safe or it's reasonable to assume we're a playoff team now, but I think how far we go into the playoffs is going to be dependent on, and it makes me really nervous to say, Buddy Hield. The vicissitudes of Buddy Hield. And, it had me thinking as I'm driving in my car right now, maybe you guys can help me out. Has Buddy Hield been on a playoff team yet? And has he gotten minutes in the playoffs, and how has he done?
Ooh.
I don't even know the answer to that question.
That's a good question. I think that Buddy Hield, and this is a basketball reference thing. I want to say we looked at this once before.
We did. He's played a grand total of he's played 4 playoff games.
Okay.
And he's played about 45 minutes worth of playoff basketball.
Okay. Yeah, playoff series. It was against
New York with Philadelphia.
Yeah, so this was just in the 23-24 season. This was
debut.
just last year.
Yep.
Yeah. So there you go. He averaged 5.5 points a game in a total of 4 games.
Right.
So there you go.
Including a couple of DNPs.
And they lost the series. They lost the series 4-2. Morgan, thank you. So that's it. That's Buddy Hield's playoff experience. Yeah, what did you say it was? About 50 minutes or so? A little bit more?
Roughly. He played 21 and a half minutes in the finale, and of the games, the 4 games he played, they were 1-3 in those games, and the one game that they won, he only played 4 minutes.
Well,
that feels a little bit like might have been Garbagio
maybe,
time.
But if you want to get excited about a small sample, shooting 46% from 3.
Yeah, there you go.
In the playoffs. For his career.
Well, in typical Buddy fashion, 0 for 1, 0 for 2, 0 for 1. And then 6 for 9.
6 for 9.
In the game that they lost.
Perfect.
So
perfect.
The Buddy Hield experience.
Numbers matter.
Yep.
DJ in San Jose. Hi, DJ. What's up?
Hey, I was just calling because you guys were talking about, the longevity of the older players and just that depending or kind of planning out over the rest of the season. But just like in last game, I feel like the youngsters have stepped up a lot since Jimmy Butler came to the team. Seems like they're also playing at a higher level, and I feel like that should allow some of the older players to get some R&R during games.
During games, that's interesting. DJ, appreciate it. I don't know. I don't know. I'd almost have to ask a player that. Like, if you, on a given night, you play 25 minutes instead of 32 minutes, does that do anything for you in the long run? I don't know. I mean, the whole ramp up, what a player goes through to play, here's what I'm confident in. We don't give him enough credit for what physically goes into airplane, back-to-back, airplane, short night sleep, all of that, and then the ramp up and the treatment and the warm-up and then the game and then the aftermath, all of that. Like, I don't know if that helps him much, but it's a fair point. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know.
That's a good question for Steve, as we're joined by Steve Kerr here in Mere Moments. Because you're right. When you see a player walk into the tunnel, and now that's become a thing we see on social media, and you get in there and you get dressed and you go to the training room and you get taped up and you get all the treatment you need, and then you go and get your warm-up and you go out on the court and you go through your warm-up, and Steph Curry's warm-up is now an actual show, so he can't just like dribble around and fart around. He's got to actually perform, and then you go back in and you look at tape and you have meetings and you go back out for a warm-up, then you go back in, then you go back out, and there's introductions, and now you got to play. It's like, it's not like just showing up and like lacing them up and playing basketball anymore.
No, not at all.
Not like it was in my day, Mark.
Well, I mean, I was really like kind of struck by that on Saturday night in this game against Detroit, because they talked so much about how tired they were. And you're like, but you were at home and you didn't play yesterday. And it's like, that's the stuff you don't see. They woke up in New York and they flew from New York and they had just conducted a road trip. And then, yes, they get to sleep in their own bed, but it's a long process. And then you go play the most physical team in the game in Detroit. So they were really happy with the fact that they won that in the fourth quarter.
And Draymond's birthday, too. We got to add that into the mix.
Draymond's birthday, as always.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Steve is here. Let's ride. Every week, Great Clips sponsors our conversation with Coach Kerr. And for the next couple of weeks, they've got a special gift for one lucky listener. So immediately following our conversation, starting today, we will give away one $125 gift card to Great Clips. So that'll happen right afterward. But with that, let's go out to the River Islands guest line. It is time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Coach Kerr, how you doing, Steve? What's going on?
Gentlemen, I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you guys?
We're doing great. And I first want to, and this is self-serving, I know, but I want to thank you for Saturday night and answering the questions of the students, because you don't have to do that, and you did it with a smile and all of that. So I appreciate it so much.
No, it's a great thing that you do. I love that those students get to come in and kind of see how the whole operation works and ask questions, and it was awesome. I enjoyed just chatting with some of them.
Yeah, well, and I'm going to follow up with a similar question to one of the ones that one of the students asked, which is obviously about Jonathan Kuminga, because the report is out there that Thursday is the night. So what can you tell us about the challenges associated with it and the plan for introducing him back into the lineup?
Yeah, so, I mean, it looks good for Thursday. That is the plan. We'll see. Just, until the last moment, you never want to, announce anything. But assuming he doesn't have any setbacks in the next 2 days, he should go on Thursday. We're excited to get him back. And, obviously we're going to, keep doing what we're doing. I'm not going to change the starting lineup, but excited to incorporate JK, back into the rotation, and we'll see how it goes. He's, he really at this point, because we're on a roll, because we're really clicking and things are, the rotation's good. Lots of good stuff is happening. He just has to, adapt to us and come out and do the things that he knows are going to help us win, which is, sprint the floor and offensive rebound. All the things, that Guy has been doing, that Moses has been doing. that's what's helping us win. And so that's what I'll be asking from JK as well.
Is it a challenge for you to balance the two different ideas of, yes, you want to increase his minutes gradually and get him up to full playing shape, while also making sure that all those things you just described are still intact?
Yeah, I mean, it's that's the challenge, right? I mean, you just when a player of his caliber comes back, it's not easy coming back to a winning situation. It's actually easier when the team is struggling. The other factor here, I think, is, last time JK played, which was 10 weeks ago, we were a completely different team. And so I thought he played his best basketball of his career during that maybe 5-6 game stretch just before the injury. But now he's returning to a completely different team, and so he has to adapt to that, and we have to adapt to him as well. So, look, we all know the whole thing is winning. That's the bottom line is what is it going to take to win on Thursday night? And that's how I'm going to coach. That's how we're going to play. And, I think there's no doubt that JK can help us do that. And as he goes, I think he's going to get more and more comfortable, and he'll have more and more of an opportunity to help us win.
Steve, I wonder if you could expand on that. When you say like he's coming back to a completely different team, most fans are probably like, right, Jimmy Butler's on it. But I bet you have a more intricate answer. Like, what are the differences in this team now as opposed to when JK last played?
Well, I think that his last couple of weeks, we were really running a lot of things through him because Jimmy wasn't here yet. And now that Jimmy's here, look, Jimmy's one of the best players in the league. He's proven it. As soon as he got here, we started winning. And so we're going to run through Jimmy Butler, and we're going to run through Steph Curry. And so what that requires of JK is to be, settling into a role to support those guys. And that's slightly different. And that's just something that he's going to have to adapt to.
Is there any particular reason why the ramp up to play took maybe longer than it normally does? Because I'm thinking about when he started going full court scrimmaging, which is almost 2 weeks ago. Normally that portends for a player to come back and play right away. What were the reasons that had this be a little bit more elongated?
It's no particular reason. I think every player is different. And, we wanted JK to feel comfortable and confident before he made his return, and it just took this long, and that's fine. It's just the way it went.
Steve Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, as he is every single week. This might be a chicken or the egg, Steve, but I'll tell you one thing I've noticed. Man, the guys are joking around with each other a lot, poking fun, having fun, talking about each other in interviews. Is that because you're winning, or is the winning sort of more a function of it?
It's a great question. I do feel like this team has had a really good vibe all year. Even during the losses, I think our team really genuinely liked each other. So I think, I guess the way I would answer that question is, Jimmy's arrival obviously changed things, but the culture and the vibe was already built in. And even during the losses, I think there was a strong foundation. And so, Jimmy's arrival combined with the foundation that existed already and the culture that Steph Curry and Draymond Green set, I think it allowed us to flourish right away.
Is he the big reason that this idea of a crisis of confidence has evaporated? You guys were down 27-5 the other day, and none of us here in the room even felt like there was any doubt that you were going to rally. Is Jimmy solely responsible for shedding that crisis?
He is, I think, because what he does is he makes everybody else better. So he instantly arrived and started making Moses better and Guy better and Quentin Post better. You could see the confidence level that Steph suddenly had, knowing Jimmy was by his side. Same with Draymond. And so everyone else is improved with Jimmy's arrival, and with that improvement comes confidence, and we're playing with a lot of confidence again.
Steve, here's one thing I wanted to throw at you. You've won 5 in a row. So the Wolves, Clippers 3 in a row, Rockets 3 in a row, Grizzlies 3 in a row. So, like, the urgency remains really high. And how do you guys keep your foot on the gas as hard as possible the rest of the way and still potentially have something left when you get to the playoffs with guys who are of a certain age?
Well, I don't think that's going to be a problem, honestly. I think, our guys look at the standings every day. They watch games. They know where we are. Our goal is, as we've talked about, is 6th or higher. We want to get there. And when we get there, the playoffs start and, we'll be excited and there will be days off in between games and we'll have plenty of rest and recovery time and we'll be fine. I'm not worried about that at all.
Fans are so thrilled with what Moses Moody's done. And Steve, we've had this conversation for years now about why don't you play Moses Moody? And now he starts and you're not taking him out of the starting lineup. What is it exactly that he's done over the last couple of months that have made him so integral to what you guys are doing?
Well, I try to explain this all the time, but it's a 5-man puzzle, and the roster now makes perfect sense. It just does. And the last couple of years, frankly, there's been a lot of overlapping parts. Moses didn't always complement the guys next to him, and vice versa, and so it made things trickier. Not only to play him, but to play JK, to play a number of guys. That's why roster construction is so important. You see what's happened, though. The 4-for-1 trade really clarifies, our top 8, top 9. Moses is now on the floor with a whole bunch of guys who really know how to play. BP now is given a clear path towards, 30 minutes a night, and he's a secondary playmaker next to Steph. Jimmy's a playmaker. Draymond's a playmaker. So now Moses can just play hard like he's doing, spot up, make shots, move the ball, and the game all makes sense. So I know it's hard to envision all of that and why it doesn't happen with different lineups, but this is what we do as a staff every day. This is all we do. And so it's been really clear for our staff the last couple of years why we couldn't, quite put this together. And now it's really clear that Mike Dunleavy's move to trade for Jimmy Butler has made things really simple, and now you're seeing guys thrive.
You brought up Pajemski there. Can we get an update on his status as well?
Yeah, he's doing fine. I think, anytime there's a back situation, you just want to be careful. And so I talked to Rick today, and he's doubtful for Thursday. We just want to be really sure before we bring him back so that we don't aggravate it. And I can't wait to get him back because he's playing at a really high level. And, I mentioned the playmaking and the feel and the IQ. He has a ton of that. And it's we missed him, the last couple of games, and we need to get him back.
One thing I also wanted to toss at you with regard to Jonathan's potential return on Thursday night. What can you share with us about the mental side of what he's facing here, which is A, coming back from injury, B, as you put it, joining a completely new team, and then let's be honest, Steve, like he's got to have the contractual situation in the back of his mind too. So how would you describe his challenges and how he's doing with it?
Well, he has to answer that question. I mean, I can't really tell you how he's feeling about it. I just think that my job is to help him, ease back in, find his place amongst the group, find his role with this different team that he's coming back to, and help him along that path. And again, this entire operation is about winning. I mean, that's why we do all of this. And so, what I've got to help him understand is whatever it takes to win, that's what you've got to do for this group. And if he does that, he's so talented that I have no doubt he'll find his way back in and find his rhythm, and things will go great.
And things have been going great without Jonathan Kuminga, but Steph Curry hitting milestones, 25,000 points the other night, and now just 2 threes away from 4,000 threes. And when all's said and done, he might be up around 5,000. Do you think that's going to be an unbreakable record, or is this new brand of basketball mean it's just a matter of time before someone, maybe his own son, comes up and breaks his record?
Yeah, it seems unbreakable right now, but who knows? I mean, the game has changed, as you said. I wouldn't feel comfortable, comparing it to DiMaggio's hit streak or something, or our 73-win season. I think those things are unbreakable. You just never know. So we'll see, but it's gonna be really difficult. I know that. What Steph does is just incredible.
Speaking of Steph, one thing, and this is just as a fan, from watching him play through the years, I know this. If I were an opponent, I would not try to get under his skin. It feels like that brings out great things in him. And you watch Brooklyn try to get really physical with him. Detroit gets physical with him. Dennis Schroeder even getting into it with each other a little bit. So what did you notice from those moments, from those players, and how he reacted?
Same thing I've seen for a decade. Teams are understandably going to try to get physical with him, get under his skin. But I've said this many times, Steph's most underrated quality is his competitive desire. And he is a fiery guy. And if you challenge him, he's going to respond in a beautiful manner.
Yeah, and he's shown an increased fitness and the feistiness and the strength over the course of the years, and makes me think about Sacramento coming up on Thursday, where it's kind of been a little bit of a rivalry over the last few years. Is that one that that they're going to come in and be up for, and something that you have to get your team extra prepared for?
Well, I don't think there's any extra preparation. I think, first of all, I'm just glad to have the time for some actual preparation compared to our last 5 games or so. So we finally have a practice tomorrow, first one in a while, and we need it. They will have a couple of days to prepare as well, coming off of their game last night. So should be a good game. I mean, Sacramento has been really good this year. Beaten us twice already, and obviously are fighting hard, to catch us. So we know they're going to come in motivated.
Speaking of the potential postseason, I'm curious, Steve, when you look at this team right now, what you sort of think still needs to get better. Draymond Green recently said, no, we got a long way to go, still getting better. What are some of the things that need to change?
I thought last night was a good example of what needs to happen, which did happen in the first half. We took care of the ball. We found our offensive rhythm. I thought the ball movement was so much better than it was against Detroit 2 nights earlier. And that first half was beautiful. 69 points. I think we had like 18 assists and only 6 turnovers. I thought Moses Moody made 3 or 4 plays that Jimmy Butler would make. Penetrate, get into the paint, nothing is there, jump stop, turn around and throw the ball back out. No assist, nothing special, but the next thing that happens is the ball moves again, and then you attack the defense from a better angle and you score. Those simple plays are what we need to make over and over again. And when we do that, we're really good. Second half last night, we started turning it over. I think we had 12 turnovers, and that's what allowed Portland back in the game. The modern game, you cannot allow anybody easy buckets, easy threes in transition, because the floodgates can open up like they did with Portland. And they were fantastic in the second half. They almost caught us. And it was both their play, but also our mistakes. And those are the things that I'm going to harp on with our team.
I love it. 12 of your last 14, and yet you're going to have to harp on them in practice. That's old school. And Steve, you're just 1 win away from tying Al Attles for most in the history of the Golden State Warriors. When you do get those 2 wins and you pass Al Attles, what is that going to mean to you to pass such a legendary figure like Al Attles?
It is. kind of crazy, to be honest with you. I never could have imagined that happening when I arrived here, 11 years ago. It's insane, but it's obviously a sign of just what an incredible organization we have here, and the talent that Bob Myers and Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, that they've put on the floor for our coaching staff to coach. But it goes beyond that, really. It's the stability. It's the just the strength of our business side, with Rick Welts and now Brandon Schneider. I mean, the whole operation, the Warriors have become one of the best franchises in the NBA. And so the success is really organization-wide, and that record is really more reflective of that than anything else.
Steve, this might be a little random going back to last night's game, but I'd really love to know kind of what was going on there at the end. I think people saw on TV a conversation between you and Jimmy Butler, and there's that situation where, like, you've got the game in hand, but the shot clock's running down. It looked like you guys had a conversation about whether or not he should shoot it. What was going on there?
It's funny, actually. It was actually a conversation with Denny Avila. What happened was there was a shot clock differential, about 5 seconds, and we're running the clock out. And Jimmy looks at me, and I said, "Shoot it," because I do not believe that you should ever take a turnover and take a shot clock violation at the end of a game. I just don't. It goes against what the game calls for. If the shot clock is off, absolutely, you run the clock out, you let the buzzer sound. I tell our guys, never take a turnover. If the game calls for a shot, take a shot. And Avila kind of looked at me with, like a sideways look. I just yelled out to him, "Hey, shot clock differential." And then Jimmy looked at me after the game. I said, "Look, this is how we handle this stuff. We always shoot." And it's beyond me why anybody should be offended in the NBA or at any level of basketball if you shoot a shot when there's still time on the shot clock. So it's just the way I handle it, and really was not a big deal. I love Denny. I got to know him a little bit in the draft process. Huge respect for him, and he had a phenomenal game, by the way, last night. So it was nothing. It was just, brief little explanation for, how we approach things.
In general, do you tend to believe in those kind of unwritten rules in sports?
I think there are certain ones that make sense. I think, there are unwritten rules that should be honored. I just, for whatever reason in the NBA, maybe in college basketball too, the last decade or so, it feels like there are these weird ones. And I'm sorry, but I just refuse to take a turnover because you may be offended that I take a shot at the end when we have 5 seconds on the shot clock. I'm sorry. I can't do that.
And part of it had to be Jimmy's refusal to turn it over. He probably looked at you panicked like, "Steve, I don't know. I'm about to do something that I don't like to do."
Yeah, maybe that had something to do with it too. But no, he just looked over at me and I said, "Go ahead and shoot." So, whatever. Like I said, it was really not a big deal.
Yeah, it was a big deal to some people in Vegas, but we won't go into that at all. At all. But I did want to ask you this, Steve, since you guys were talking last week, the Draymond birthday in New York thing. I was looking up your birthday and realized that your big 6-0 is coming up here in just a few months. So here's what I want to know. Like, your 50s for you rank where in terms of the decades of your life?
Not that high, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, he just turned 50, Coach, so he's trying to put his toe in the water. I'm right between you two. I'm 56, and sometimes, I don't know if you have this experience, but I got to pull out my driver's license to remember if I'm 55 or 56 anymore.
Let me tell you something. Everything hurts, all right? So, this last decade has been really fun coaching the Warriors. A lot of great stuff family-wise, coaching the Olympics. But if I could go back 20, 30 years and feel like I did then, it's a no-brainer. I get in that time machine and I head straight back.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Coming off a screen and a catch and shoot. Now it's like getting out of bed is like a 7-minute process.
Isn't that the truth?
Oh,
yes,
man.
sir, Coach.
Well, we hope you're at least moderately feeling good right now. Thank you so much, as always. We love doing it each week. We'll talk to you next week.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
All right, there he goes. That is Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips, obviously. And as mentioned before, as soon as we were done, we would have the $125 gift card to Great Clips. So get ready, set, go. Contest line right now, caller number 5, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Caller 5 wins. That's it. $125 gift card to Great Clips. That'll get you multiple trips now for sure.
Yeah.
So go ahead and call right now. Caller number 5. You are the winner at Great Clips, 415-523-4652. That calf that was bothering me at the knockout tournament.
Yep.
It started barking at me again, just walking up California Avenue.
Yeah, boy.
I'm like it went away, and then I just took and I'm like, oh, guys, I feel what Steve was saying. And by the way, I don't want to put Steve's stuff out there because I relate to this now. But watch, if you ever get a chance to watch Steve do a press conference, and then when it ends, you stand up.
Oh, yeah.
And you walk off the podium. Dude.
He's not bounding off the podium.
Everything just tightens up. All he did was sit down.
Yeah.
And everything just tightens up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, you watch me in between segments where I got to go out and get water or go to the restroom, and the first 4 or 5 steps it's agony, and it takes, once you get moving, it's like, okay, I'm feeling better. But, and remember what he went through with the botched surgery where he had his spine nicked and he lost spinal fluid. So that was something that cost him a couple of months of the season. And I know that even if you have to have successful back surgery, that indicates that your back is probably in a certain spot already.
Well, and I know that when you had something like that go on, I read that Steve was dealing with, for a while, round-the-clock migraines.
Yeah.
And as somebody who has dealt with migraines, let me tell you something. Oh my God. And look, this shouldn't necessarily have anything to do with the conversation that we have about Warrior basketball. Everybody's free to have your opinions about whatever and whoever you want. That's sports. That's the life we live. That's why LeBron James, for example, was wrong to go tell Stephen A. Smith, keep my son's name out your mouth. Well, listen, dude, you're the one who brought him into the NBA. And so once you come into the NBA, you're in a public space and people get to talk about you, and that's actually on you, not Stephen. Sorry for the quick aside. But one of the reasons that I do have such respect for Steve Kerr is not just because of the way he talks to people, not just because he has 4 rings as a head coach. Those things all speak for themselves. That dude is as tough as nails. You tell me that somebody works his way through round-the-clock migraines and still treats people the way Steve does? Give me a break, dude. I couldn't have more respect for anybody than I do for Steve Kerr.
Well, it just goes beyond that, but that's a great way to describe it. And all you have to do is watch some of the clips from the late 80s into the 90s and the early 00s and watch some of the contact he took. And I described this a couple weeks ago with Kevin Johnson taking him by the neck and clotheslining him when he was rising up for a jumper. And just to play in that era at, Steve, about 6'2", would you say, Mark? You've stood next to him, as have I. And he made 6'2", maybe 6'3",
maybe
$180 as a player tops. And so to be out there going up against Charles Oakley and Ewing and Olajuwon and all the rest of these guys, you got to be a tough cookie.
No question. All right, Debbie in Livermore is our winner, by the way. Debbie in Livermore. Hey, Debbie.
Good job, Debbie.
Thank you for listening, and thank you for being quick on the trigger.
It's just that simple.
Congratulations.
Yeah. And
get yourself some haircuts.
And just one more thing about Steve. When he ends the interview, he's like, guys, I really appreciate you having me on. So you appreciate us pestering you week after week so we can get 25 solid minutes out of you? Oh, you're welcome, Steve.
Come on, Coach. You can play Moses more now.
Dude, seriously.
You know what I mean?
What's the deal with Kuminga? Why are you holding him down?
Jonathan Kuminga.
That's right.
So anyway, what stood out with all of that? You want to know of all, he said a lot of stuff there. The one that is really bouncing in my head the most of anything is when he said, finally, at long last, this roster just makes sense.
Yeah.
It just fits. And for a minute, I went, but wait a minute, Steve. Kuminga's coming back. Will it still? But then I was also thinking about the fact that Brandon Podziemski basically has not played the last 3 games either. And they've won them all. In fact, he left 1 minute into the Brooklyn game, and then they found themselves down by 22 on the road, and they came back and won. So, look, all of these players, there's going to be guys in, there's going to be guys out. You reintegrate to the best of your ability, and that's what he'll do. But after listening to him talk for a little while about it, I sort of came to the thought that I think he means even with Jonathan Kuminga, this roster now fully makes sense. I know we haven't seen Jonathan play since Jimmy Butler arrived, but that's a big statement, and he almost sounds relieved to be talking about it that way, because it is such a load off of his shoulders to know that you don't have all of these mouths to feed and all of this mathematical game going on all the time. You know who your guys are. You put them in. They play well. They stay a little longer. They play poorly. They come out. You know what your rotations are.
And you've always said that, how is he supposed to know who's going to play well when he leans down and he goes to Buddy Hield? He doesn't know if it's going to be one of those 0 for 6s or a 6 for 9. You're going to play him in a matchup you like, and you're going to hope for the best. And you're right. Buddy shoots well. Buddy stays. Buddy looks off. Buddy comes out. And I do think that rotationally, and this is no disrespect to Trace Jackson-Davis because he's now out of the rotation, but look at last night. You played 9 guys. You had rotational clarity. You didn't go to Kevin Knox or Pat Spencer. Trace isn't in the rotation. Pods and Kuminga were both hurt. And so, last night's a great example. He had his 9. He played his 9. Boom. Kuminga comes back. He'll slowly reintegrate him in there. Where those minutes come from will be up to Steve. But the other thing that rattled around in my head about Kuminga is what he wants Jonathan to come back and do, which is, we want Jonathan to come back and hustle and rebound and defend and not feel like he has to carry the load, which is what he was doing when he left. Right. So the expectations for Jonathan now are completely different than what they were when he left.
They're lower.
They're just different.
They're different.
I think they're equally high.
Well, okay. Here's
they're
what I mean by
in that. We don't need you to go out and get us 20.
Yeah, it's less. Exactly. I think it's less on his shoulders. You know what just popped in my mind when you said that is that clip from the Olympic doc. I'm going to forget the name of it.
Court of Gold.
There you go. Court of Gold on Netflix, which I've still only gotten about an episode or 2 in. But there's a quote in there from Steve Kerr where he's talking about all of these NBA greats coming together onto the same team. And that often what he views is those players really feeling so much freer because all of the sudden they're on a team and the weight of an entire franchise is not on their shoulders because everybody in the room has that. Jason Tatum has that in Boston, and Ant has it in Minnesota. Steph has it here. LeBron in LA. You put them all on one team and it gets to be spread out a little bit. So the pressure doesn't mean that they're not expecting you to go out there and do great things and play ball, but that burden is lesser. And I think to your point, that is so for Jonathan Kuminga. Now, he may feel a burden in a different way, which is I got 17 games to get this money up.
Yeah.
He may feel that, and it may be harder for him to do it with fewer touches and fewer minutes. But the pressure of we need you to go score 25, that's a lot. That's a lot for NBA players, especially at 22 years old. That's gone. Yeah. That's gone. Nobody's asking for that the rest of the way.
No, you would love to see him
if it happens, fine. But
go out there and get 12, 6, and 3 assists, play good defense, and hustle, get on the floor, and be a positive in the plus-minus game. And we talked about it before, and Steve wouldn't answer if we said, how many minutes, Steve? But I do think we're looking at probably 14 to 18, and then you'll see about 16 to 22, and then you'll get 20 to 24. And if everything goes well and he stays healthy, I think that he will graduate into that. I don't think he's going to get back to 30 minutes a night now with Moses playing like he is, and you need Gee in there. But can Kuminga be in there for 25 minutes or so and get you double digits rebound, hustle, defend, and help you win, that to me is the best way for him to get his money.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he may need to work his way toward that. How many guys right now, like take last night, how many guys got
9.
25 minutes?
Oh, how many guys played 25 minutes?
Peyton did. Heel did.
Yeah, you had 7 guys get 25.
Moses did. Gosh, Quentin Post did. Steph obviously did. Butler obviously did.
Yeah.
Draymond obviously did. But that was a short rotation last night. Only 9 players.
Right.
No Pods, no Kuminga.
You got 240 minutes in a game, in a regulation game. So if you're putting it at 25 minutes as the mark and you get 7 guys to play 25, that's 175 of your 240. That leaves 65 minutes for the remaining 2 or 3 guys. So that gets to be tight, especially when you know Jimmy and Steph are going to play. They played 34 and 35. Draymond doesn't play more than 30 a lot, but you're finding it hard when you start to give out 35 to Jimmy and 34 to Steph and 28 to Draymond. There's not a ton of minutes left for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. So and that's where Jonathan and his play will decide what goes on. I mean, I think we all have to admit, even though we're having this conversation and people get very, very triggered by Jonathan predictions and good and bad or otherwise, there is some unknown here. There's absolutely some unknown here. And Steve is the one who said it, and it's not even really about Jonathan. It could be anyone. His quote, Jonathan is joining a completely different team. And as you just said, his assignment is completely different. I don't know how anybody can know exactly how this is going to look right away. They have a totally different personality, and as Steve put it, and NBA teams do this often. I think we in the media or fans, we call it a pecking order, but the way that they say it is the offense runs through blank.
Yeah,
and obviously Steph Curry, and then it was before he left Jonathan Kuminga. Well, never again. Unless Jimmy or Steph get hurt. Like the rest of this year, the offense runs through Steph, and if he's not on the floor, it runs through Jimmy.
Right, and Steve has always said that Jimmy's going to be out there for the non-Steph minutes. So when Jimmy's out there during Steph's break, and Steph played 34 of 48, so that's 14 minutes of Jimmy, ostensibly having it run through him. Well, if those minutes are when Kuminga can be out there and shine, that, for me, is the ideal. So in the non-Steph minutes, if it's Butler and Kuminga as your 1-2 punch, and some Draymond in there as well, that for me would be the best possible solution, and we'll have to just wait and see if those two can really thrive together on the court.
Let's go to Josh on 580. Josh, thank you for calling Willie and Dibby. What are you doing?
Willie and Dibby, man, sitting in traffic.
Yeah,
but,
that'll happen.
Yeah, every day. But yeah, man, I think, man, Kuminga is a slasher, right? And Jimmy is the one that's feeding the slashers. So what you guys are saying is right, because Kuminga's going to have a lot of minutes with Butler, and he's going to be able to slash and play off ball and get those lobs that we aren't finding, that we haven't been able to really access yet besides GP2. And I think Kuminga's still going to have his time where he can cook. Like the Warriors still need one more scorer, right? They got Jimmy, but they do need one more scorer. There's a time in the Trailblazers game when the Blazers were coming back. The offense dies still. It dies less now with Jimmy, but Jimmy's still not necessarily a scorer, so it still kind of dies a little bit, and Kuminga can provide that punch. And I think Kuminga's going to be great because I think about the death lineup in 2015. I think about Steph, Moody, Butler, Kuminga, and Draymond playing small, playing fast, playing get it after on defense. That's going to be a scary lineup when it comes down to playoffs, when they're going to work big men off the court. You have Draymond. That's how the Warriors play best. When Draymond's at the 5, you get an athletic 4 in there. We go crazy. My son going crazy in the back. That's my call. I'm out.
No, I was going to say, Josh.
Rack him.
Yeah, he left. I was going to ask him. I said, how old's that kid that you're ignoring there in the back of your car?
I'd say maybe 4, probably late 3s, early 4s.
What's he doing with him during traffic?
Well,
are you leaving him at daycare till 5:30?
Depends on how far you have to go from school home. Sometimes it's not as easy as just to pick up and a get home.
No, it's definitely not. But anyway, to his point, as far as sometimes the Warriors still need another scorer. Yeah, look, it doesn't hurt, and I would largely tend to agree with that statement. Then again, I do look at some of the players who have been getting bench minutes who are scorers suddenly now. Like, we haven't been looking at them as scorers, but I don't know, man. Would you refer to Moses Moody as a scorer? He has been.
Yeah, of late.
He has been of late.
No doubt.
And even one who creates a little bit, Steve was almost likening Moses. When you asked him about Moses, he drew the comp to Butler. He's like, we're all waiting for Jimmy Butler to trickle down to Jonathan. It's like it's trickling down to Moses too. As far as like drive, it's not there. Jump, stop, pivot, pass back out. Rinse, repeat. So I think Moody can provide some of that too.
Absolutely.
And I know a lot of people who are worried about Moody's minutes when Jonathan comes back.
Yeah, I would worry about Guy's minutes.
Yeah.
And Steve already said that, we got to have Guy out there. And it's true, but last night Guy ended up playing 14 minutes and 30 seconds. So I think that if you're looking at where Kuminga's minutes are going to come from, I do think it's going to be a little bit of Moses. It's going to be a healthy dose of Guy. And, you can't really take GP2 out right now after a 26-point performance. So Kuminga's going to have to come back and get fit and earn these minutes. He's going to have to take minutes from people. They're not just going to hand them over.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's going to have to all be within the flow. How many times in the interview did Steve answer a question by going, it's all about winning?
Every time.
Well, that means to me that is a narrative point that Steve wanted to make today or this week or whatever.
Right.
I'm not like sitting here saying that Steve Kerr had some sort of a meeting with PR before coming on the show with us, but he's the one who told us earlier in the year, he's like, I don't do anything at a press conference or gathering or whatever without thinking about it first. And so that's clearly something that they wanted to get out there, and maybe that even, wants to get to the team. Like, got to remind everybody. And I think that they've all got their heads totally screwed on straight about this. But, yeah, it's about winning the basketball game, and everybody's got to put the ego away.
And I do think, just hearing you reiterate that might be a big reason why he didn't come back against Charlotte, and that's why he has had to wait a little bit longer, because they're winning. So what's the rush to rush Jonathan Kuminga back from injury when you've won 5 in a row, you've won 10 of 12, you've won 12 of 14, everything's been humming, so you don't need to upset it by trying to rush Jonathan back. So you wait until this spot, and he's cleared for Thursday. You go out and you have a practice tomorrow, and if he comes out of it healthy and okay, I'm sure Steve will announce that Jonathan Kuminga will return on Thursday.
We're sponsored by Safeway. This is completely off the map, but is day 2 of free agency officially over? Does anything usually happen after 5 o'clock on the West Coast?
Usually not.
So they sat this one out too, huh?
Pretty much. They signed a safety.
And a special teamer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it?
What the hell's Joey Bosa doing? What's he waiting for?
I don't think he's coming here.
Maybe you might be right.
Yeah.
You might be right.
I mean.
Well, anyway.
What do Bosas do?
Yeah.
They're going to wait for that last dollar.
They're going to wring you dry.
Exactly.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for their members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Top Sirloin Steak. Value pack, only $5.90.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh!
What happened?
Oh!
What's going on over there?
Hit it!
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
The San Francisco 49ers have added to their wide receiver room.
Added?
Signing free agent wide receiver DeMarcus Robinson away from the Los Angeles Rams for 2 years, $9.5 million total, $6 million fully guaranteed. DeMarcus Robinson is a Niner.